this road to riches, I just pray and make it home. Navigation glitching, had to get there on my own. I made it this far, I can't turn around. Just know my mama proud, moving at the speed of sound. Trying to strike it rich, so I'ma take that risk, baby. That risk. Trying to strike it rich. I'ma take that. Bands, baby, who don't want them bands? It ain't about who want it, it's about who gon' take that chance, yeah. It's about who gon' be real if some shit done change your plans. Yeah, yeah, know what I'm saying? If you tryna strike it rich, so I'ma take that risk, baby. Tryna strike it rich.
Here with the locals, doing alright.
Bands, baby, who don't want them bands? It ain't about who want it, it's about who gon' take that chance, yeah. It's about who gon' be real if some shit done change your plans. Yeah, yeah, know what I'm saying? If you tryna strike it rich.
Can you ask him only one question, and I believe many of them wants to know. When are you going to release Counter-Strike 2?
I can't say.
Let's go for a little ride.
I'm believing.
You're a bit of a believer.
Why didn't you cast around?
Okay, tags up. One. He's gonna get. Oh! I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's got to take inflation. Oh, Fallen! Stop blowing my mind! Oh, and another one! Oh, and a third! Happy! Oh my God! Nico gets 3, 4! Oh my lungs! I don't believe it!
But Snacks is walking around and just walking in a Snacks Wonderland. He gets himself a hat-trick of frags.
Virtus Pro, the first team in history to beat NIP on land.
Nitro does have a Molotov and another smoke, so it could be really rough for Simultaneous to get through this. He's going to throw the AWP in. Oh my God! Simple, what is happening?
I don't know.
I'm feeling thank you.
Put your cans in the air.
Put your cans in the air.
GG! Say something for yourself, pimp. I fucking hate you.
One more time. Spawn, Caplo. Spawn. It's a 1 versus 4 AWP. Push out. Good shot, JDM. Looks for another. He's got this down to 1 versus 2. Another is getting it taken down to the box. What is that from JDM?
Good luck, and we'll see you on the other side.
What?
We'll see you on the other side. No worries.
Back to you, Alex.
Beautiful stuff.
Banana. Just a few seconds left here. 7, 6 left. Freiburg. He's going to win the round. There's no time. Oh my God, Freiburg. Are you kidding me?
Oh my goodness, Freiburg. I like that.
Love it.
It was a good feeling for us, and I would like to thank.
As long as Titans stay cool, they're going to be fine. What a sick shot. And oh my God. He's going to go with a C-Set. Sprays here. System trapped in the corner. Now 20 seconds. Yes! Are you kidding?
Fallen gets the spray shot anyway. What is what? What was that? Is he going to try and go huge here? Kenny Eds on site, straight in his face. Doesn't hit the no-scope. Doesn't hit the pistol. Oh, Kenny Eds, would you believe it?
On Crims, Flusher in the back lines. He's out of ammo. A knife is out. What's happening? Flusher, he's getting stabbed. He goes down.
Oh my goodness, how does he do this? How does he go do it again?
What? Inhuman reactions.
Of course, Flusha, cheater.
Now it's going to come down to Shoxy. He's going to get caught in the corner, though. Gets a running shot on a Neo. Gets a second one. Shoxy's making it happen. A third one. Shoxy. The fourth.
One tap.
What?
You are not my friends. You're my brothers, my friend.
Oh my God. Oh, Pasha. Elbow broken club. 4 frags in 4 seconds.
What's up, bitch?
Oh my God. Jonas?
Welcome back. We didn't get many events. Oh, maybe we do. Oh God!
There it is.
Oh God! Unbelievable scenes.
The aggression just trickles in.
What a hero!
The condom men made it in the building.
Swag, what's your name?
I'm gonna have a hear that cracking open a cold one. Duncan, you got a problem?
Okay. Do you like the taste of that black monster?
Na'Vi draw blood from FaZe. Stalwart until the grand finals.
And now we've got a best of 5. You're a little bit worried there. This is going to be a quick 3-0 for FaZe. Na'Vi, they're going to extend us to at least a 4th, and let's see how they fare here on the newest map to the pool.
Just as FaZe did on Inferno, Na'Vi would reverse the tides on Overpass. It was a really good spot for the series. Both teams won their own map picks and quelled any concerns of it being a blowout. And I think that was a valid concern to have, because you only had to look at the last time these two teams played back at the Blast Spring Finals, when Na'Vi would absolutely demolish FaZe. And they look to replicate that same form coming onto map 3.
Top mid smoke, it's out and fast. Bit, he's up to the plate.
Donut, left side.
Taps the head, still bullets in the pistol. 2 from Bit. It's Rain that matches.
Дай флеш от пара.
Дал.
Side.
Rain dead, down and out. Carrigan low.
Дефай.
Na'Vi with their first pistol of this grand final.
Дай флеш мясо.
Дал. Банан зашел, красный, беги бала.
Мясо. Стой, живи.
Beautiful stuff, a heads up play.
Вышли. 8,
Я помогаю. Смог 8. У меня смог прошил.
That does a lot here for Carrigan's mid round. They have mid control. Oh, and never mind. Carrigan gonna have to be the puppet master from the grave.
Flashes in, so a FaZe. Will they contest? Perfecto tries his luck through the smoke. Distraction set. Electronic slaps 2.
Близко, достал на поинтом. Убил. Хорош. Тимур, в упоре. Найс.
Калаш.
FaZe, they need to stop this streak.
Flame exchange. Carrigan has to respect that.
Я даю флешку, мясо красный.
2 from Carrigan, make it 3.
That's one for Perfecto.
Zone it.
On it.
It was Twist to save him a quick Tech 9 to put a bow on it.
Давайте, важный раунд, давай.
FaZe, I'm sure morale now being tested.
They're just gonna push out here.
Hold him in. I'm picking. Two rookie.
Cash injected, but there should be no hope. Na'Vi working as this team, this unit. Procedural into the taps. Oh, Twist with 2, insane!
Он там. Перед ним.
He's 40 HP, but he on the reload, he doesn't go! And saved by Simple! Na'Vi extend their lead. That was an opportunity. Perfecto, can he get away with it again? Twists, 1 and done.
STY's there.
GT off, pushing second now.
Here comes Simple, knocks the shoes off a Rain. Brokey defends him. Electronic prevails. He doesn't have the health for this. And Na'Vi running to their 4th map.
Mirage.
Carrigan, Brokey making it work. Simple wants to change that. He's been tagged and fragged. Carrigan the zip on the body bag, and it's clean.
They have no money.
Slice signs alive from FaZe, sure, but this is, the first step. A barefooted step up Everest.
Светлая, убил. Светлый-красный.
15. Robs can do nothing. A nice headshot. A rifle upgrade.
This is Na'Vi firing on all cylinders, and they look to break FaZe right now, bend him over the knee.
The whole idea of FaZe back then was we thrived in the chaos. That's why, people really enjoyed it. It was not maybe the CS you used to. I think we were very unpredictable, and we could just pull rounds out of our ass sometimes and sort of do that FaZe magic, what people called, and being able to come back in many games. And I think we've had many of those where people were just, shocked, and they just enjoyed watching that kind of CS.
One step up the mountain, but immediately the mountain reminds you.
Fast mesh. I'll start B with him. I'll just start mid. I'm trying to block it. Start mid probably maybe with him. Dumb way. We need dumb way mid. Yeah, my deep, my close.
Убил. Уходи, левее секторы. Дал флэш.
I'm dead.
Вас двое, Макс, можете выйти?
Go banana.
Flash banana.
Banana. Four, no?
Significant damage. First chance on the CT AWP. Has Brokey got anything to contribute? The answer, a resounding yes. A miss, though, between the wickets of Perfecto. And here comes the spray. Incredible damage. It's Rops with a spray of equal magnitude.
10 more necessary if you want to take Ancient to overtime.
Alright. I'm blind.
Можно загнать его, пока найдет. Под смоком.
Дефолты.
Так, Валера, самое главное, смотри, какой бы раунд здесь не назвал, любой. Что бы там ты ни читал, это зеленый, это, блядь, выход на точку. Это не дефолт, понял? Это выход на точку. Сначала мы играем дефолт, я сказал перед началом игры, что мы фокусируемся на дефолт и потом на раунды. Денис, нам нужно начать за 2-1, аккуратненько, хорошо, за 2-1, потом мы мидл перезаймем и сделаем твой фейк сплитбэк, как я хотел. Нам нужно, чтобы мы потапы распикали, мидл можно потушить, потом перезанять смоком. Саня дропает смок, помните эту тему?
If anyone can do it, it would be FaZe, but
maybe the double Orms is going to be part of that. Brokey and Rops equipped here.
Rops flicks through and punished. Lovely work from Na'Vi. They are so good at returning the favor.
Слушай прямую.
Один прямая тупо. Молотов дает. Сотку, наверное.
Я через верх готов дать.
Perfecto's already got big box control and starting to scale up quickly. Karrigan's rotating in. Can they stall this one out?
Flash coming up now. Somebody's hit him. I hit him.
Ending now.
Bomb down. Side one. Still off. Pushing. Still dead. Nice. Good job, guys. Good job.
Silence OP, man.
FaZe with a very clean shutdown of their Na'Vi attempt there.
Бля, Илья, ты стоишь на месте, ее нельзя поставить, сука.
А что я тебе делаю, брат?
Прошей в смог. Блять, имеешь суд светлый с мясом. Что ты делаешь? Стоишь, что ждешь фры?
Давайте не махниться. Пожалуйста, давайте доиграем до конца. Илья, как вы нахуй стоять бомбу? У нас есть гранат еще не за молик. Можно занять мясо, зайти туда в мясо. Попробуйте его прикрыть. Это шанс. Они просто, блядь, ставят на риск бомбу. Просто это сделал выводы в этом.
Мы все потратили все гранаты.
Было молик, Денис. Слушай, Валера. Ты должен фокусироваться, брат. Что происходит? Ты что, гонишь, блядь? Просто фокусируйся, играй свою игру.
I see that we are not in control. We are too nervous, hiding up a lot, doing like fast things. Forcing like Tech9's armors or something. Maybe you can call it a choke. We start thinking that now this is very important to win the round. We were super confident and we wanted to finish faster.
Heading into our 10th of the second half. Already chipped away at his electronic. You can see Perfecto. He's starting to take space early.
Do you want to retake him? Yeah, I'm coming.
Could be close. In the switch.
Needs a flash though. Fading. Flash. Flashing. Oh, no.
What is this? Just all rounding the corner and not ready for that. Flatlined Perfecto.
The electronic on 3 and Perfecto already in the grave. Feels like they're operating a 3-on-5 number disadvantage as opposed to the 4v5. Donut smoke here. CT smoke also deployed.
Rotating.
I'm rotating. Checking. Do we know on that timing? Nice. Keep it up.
Electronic at that point was new IGL, and I don't know yet his potential, his weakness, strengths. You need to put your IGL in different situations, like tough situations, and you can understand his all shades, let's say, you know.
Nothing mid. No nades. I have one way.
You can dump strike mason window. Can you flash us, Brokey? Up holding.
Ты можешь играть мид или нет?
Я иду хедить.
Можем занять мид, я к тебе подбегаю. Давай, я жду пока тебе.
Больше я флэш дам тебе?
Давай. Смог дали. Может пикать, дядь?
Да, может пикать вас.
Близко мид. Еще. Тем или сверху.
Immediate trade from Rain. And look at the slither. Simple. Puts his head in the vice. Brokey slams it shut.
One step there.
Was so doubtful, but FaZe are convincing us every single round on this defense. The eyes are twist, they read belief.
In this spree, not a single bomb plant.
What does that tell us?
They just can't get in.
I think from that moment I took another lesson, like you need to always be very careful with your opponent and don't give them too much advantage. Like keep them under control, you know, because they can start believing that they can win. You give them a hope, and this is dangerous. Where we wanted already to do some smart things, FaZe was fully activated. It looked like it doesn't matter what we're gonna do, they just ruin your round.
Na'Vi will have one more chance, or this is going to overtime.
I'm mowing behind, mowing in front. Hold my smoke. I'm fighting banana. I'm in banana.
Proactive play. Oh, at stake. That's another opening. Knocks SDY out of the round.
I have banana. Flashing off you mid.
Rain again aggressive, and Shadow betrays them. They keep farming. Twist is taking us to overtime. 20
Right side.
Perfecto, there is no one cooler in a clutch. First is provided, there's no way. Brokey just has to click, and we're going to overtime! The grand final delivers in grandiose proportions! I truly cannot believe the Counter-Strike we are being given, Chad. This is a gift, savor it!
I remember I was thinking like, what if we're gonna lose this game? You know, sometimes you have this in mind for 1 second, and after you try to remove it from your head because the game's still going. You cannot change the past, and you cannot think about future because everything's happening so fast in CS.
Players know it themselves when you're feeling it. You need to do something with it. You're reading the game. You know, doing nothing is also a decision. Probably one of the worst ones that you can usually make. I just try to prove a point on CD side that there's no reason to really be scared in the game. I mean, we're down 3-12 already. May as well just go all out, play as aggressive as possible, and try to get momentum back in our favor. In that team specifically, and the vibe that we had, that was like it was creating a huge momentum shift always to see like your teammate fighting like this. So I think it's the only reason that we could really come back is if other people, other players saw that, you know, this guy's putting it all on the line. Like, he doesn't care if he dies or not right now. Yeah, I think for players like Rain and Kerrigan, it goes a long way.
We're fucking legendary, but let's go.
So,
a new game now, guys, okay?
Comeback doesn't matter until we fucking close this shit out.
Let's fucking execute this shit.
Well, this is 11 consecutive here from FaZe. Let's see if they can keep the ball rolling.
You've had time to talk it over a little bit. What wasn't working?
Pace out of the game.
What's the answer?
Oh! An opening kill!
It's Twists!
Now they bought themselves something.
It's been so elusive. Now they've got it in the palm of their hand. And it gets worse for FaZe Clan.
Вышел кон. 2B было.
The rotate's coming back. The longer Na'Vi take.
Еще.
Hey, 3A, only 1B.
They want to see if there's any resistance here, and not a peep.
Он вообще он на Б, все, один на Б. Да, все, бежал в Б. КТ, я убиваю его. Стой, ждите.
One chance, one opportunity, and Bit's there to stop it.
It's okay. It's okay. Empty.
They both there?
Has to be a B finish.
This is going to be really down to the wire, though. Kerrigan has to focus.
There's banana, one more.
Ну, мясо убил.
Темная Ави.
Дай смог. Закрой.
Robs is being stared at. Perfecto lets it go.
They're both low.
Still simple, though. Robs, handed a clutch he can handle. One bullet could do it.
No!
I want to play with balls now again, instead of this, like...
Is there anything Kerrigan can say? What is he up to? What is that? Into Perfecto with a quick slap. And Rain's right there, too. And a convincing round. Completely smashing Na'Vi.
Бля, братан, я сказал, дал Монта, ну просто за контроль, братан. Бро, ты посмотришь, потом охуеешь, честно.
Лайв. Я не охуею. Лайв.
Не охуею.
Guys, ready soon?
Up to net.
Go. Okay.
Simple will be smoked off here. Does he want to play ahead of it? He'll be ahead of it. Plenty of time.
Counter incendiary. Already chipping away. Kerrigan leading by example. The front of the pack, over the smoke. Na'Vi filling the feed, spraying him down. A double from Bit over the smoke. Close quarters on the AWP. They regroup. Attention, drawn towards Donut. You got to get it down now. No smokes, no nades. It's just guns.
Бежал. Сади ближе, я пропрыгну.
Brokey doesn't know. They're going to refuse. He's not going to get there in time. The around-the-world maneuver. They called the bluff. And that's 18!
2 rounds, let's go. Let's go back to B now. They have 2 smokes. Don't try to get one.
Kerrigan. Oh, just looked away. And he's getting shot in the spine. Twist cannot reply. Into the side. Down and out. Na'Vi. 3v3. A quick one out of Brokey. Twist is there as well. We're in a 2-on-2. That happened in the blink of an eye.
Running.
Just rotating. You're dead. Can be anywhere.
And Rookie of the Year could try and close a 1v2, but that smoke and a kit chat is quite a pairing.
They're going to group up in cave here.
Oh, Twist on the jiggle. Confirms his position. Smoke and kit, I remind you. That's going to get the nerves going. Round the world. He's baited him in. They can't find him. Twist distracted. If he could just do it again. He's on it. And he's tapping it. Robs nervous in the big stage as Bit closes it out. A monstrous clutch as the Rookie keeps his cool and pulls Na'Vi into the lead in this grand finals. That's 2 clutches sees the lead.
We are one step closer, but now it's another map, and everything can change now. One of the main traps is when you're leading 2-0, in my opinion. This is the main trap, because this is how you can beat, for example, Vitality. You just need to push them very close to the win, so they understand it's like little round left. Third map, 12-3 they are leading. If they lose this kind of game, doesn't mean that they will lose, no, but it's the best conditions to fight versus them after this. They can still play good, it's obvious. They can understand, speak with each other, guys. Let's forget. Obviously, they will say this, but it still will be a different team at this moment. That's why, like I said, we always try not to get in that trap, because I know this trap.
I think as a team, we felt very confident on Mirage. I would say everyone played a very important game, had important moments.
You won't expect this if you Perfecto. Absolutely no way.
The drums. It's a smoke. Mapa cover еще.
Rogi getting a bit greedy into Simple scope, but Rob's ready for electronic. Bit swings through, he's losing health. 1v3 demanded of Simple, and Carrigan lackadaisical around the corner. Safe haven in the smoke on the default box, he's evaporated. Oh, come on! Twist unprepared!
I remember that this 1v1 with Rain and Simple, it was like nerve-wracking from my point of view, and it's just trying to hide, trying to dodge the bullets.
Rain has to save him, good damage into the box. Simple, doing simple things, looking to clutch up. He's reading Rain, and Rain, a veteran of this stage. He knows he's got him trapped, but such low HP, the margin for error on Simple, a bullet from Rain would do it. Half at night, guard wise to the trick, Simple, stubborn to clutch up for Na'Vi. Who blinks first? 10 seconds, he's on Simple, he has to plant. Rain is so wise to his tricks. Now he gets the sound, and he springs to action. And a missed shot, one bullet is all it will take from both of them. Closing this gap, Rain holding his nerve against the greatest to ever do it. On the grand final stage, Rain can stop this and shatter the dreams, or will Simple truly do simple things? He goes for the no-scope.
The restraint on Rain, I have never seen anything like it. Simple had him pinned, Simple had him dead to rights, and the restraint on these jiggles is absolutely insane.
Just a super waiting game where both players know exactly where each other are and no one's moving, essentially. And it comes down to a thrilling one-on-one. I don't know, these type of rounds are so exciting, it's like you're making a big play, you start hearing the crowd. I don't know, I get goosebumps right now talking about it, honestly. It was such an amazing game. I mean, the only reason the fourth map could really be the way that it was for us was that we came back on Ancient. It's always like this, like even if you lose the map, the comeback was almost as important as winning the map. It's providing a lot of momentum. Like the team that wins that map isn't exactly feeling the greatest about it because they know how close they were to losing it and that they barely had any momentum in the game. So the winning feeling is kind of extinguished, and the game feels so 50-50 going into the other map where you would almost assume that the team that wins always has some momentum. It's not really like that.
All the way, baby! It's what this matchup deserves! Tell your friends, tell your pets, be here for map 5. This only happens once!
You got the best now.
Let's get it on.
You got the best now. I'ma put in work. I'ma make it happen. It's my turn. Even if the odds keep stacking.
Have you got him, Woxic? Have you got him? A straight bullet connects. Run down the knife. Oh no! Steals it away.
I'm the best, so you know you can't hate. Time is now to show up, show up. Time is now to show up.
Soulfly. He's got a lot to contend with. Can't seem to find the head. There's a double. Magnus has to ace clutch. He's hoping. He's praying. Matcher overextends. Soulfly's getting run out. Oh, he stands his ground. Pivots in.
Watch out, I'm the best.
Prime the friend of Aurora. Magnus finds the first. Can he come up clutch? Give Betboon something to celebrate. And Woxic just peeks on in. Magnus gets on that defuse, and there will be something said in this second half from Betbury. Nailed it. Beautiful contribution. An opening kill provided. There's number 2. Woxic just piecing it together. 1 by 1. Vindication in the Cathedral. Semi-final secured.
What's the move? I call shots so move.
Just trying to slide up silently. Here's the peek from Max. Insta headshot to Queserado. And he's doing a good job of dodging the follow-up. Oh, he gets it. The second's right there from the site. Now bomb planted. Max looking to close this. And as he finds the headshot to Queserado,
he's diving in.
Nerve-stricken Molodoy on the other side. Whiffs the drive. Max will stick the landing. That's what he wants to deliver. A moment of truth. As he's now got DGT down to 47, his hop back up, and to the other side goes his opposition. He will stick it to them and tie. 4 bodies where the first one comes from. He commits to the spray. And Yuri will pick up the slack. There's that first and second kill. This Cathedral will see more of Brazil's guardian angel.
Didn't get that. Kid, come on.
It's day 2 of the Cologne Major Playoff, and things are heating up outside of and inside of the arena. Yesterday, we got started with Aurora finally beating those stage jitters and making their way to the semifinal, as well as Furia with a slow start, still keeping the dreams for Fallen of another win in Cologne alive. And if yesterday was the appetizer, then today is absolutely the main course. Did you know that in every single team that's playing today, there's at least one Cologne winner? Starting with G2, it's Hunter looking to lead a brand new pack to victory once again. But they are up versus Spirit, and Magix, he had to sit at the sidelines last year, seeing Donk and his teammates lift that trophy. They are still without a coach. Can they make some magic happen? And then at the end of the day, Falcons versus Vitality. One of the best matches we're going to have all year. We hope, at least. We, of course, have Nico, who is chasing that perpetual goal of getting his first major, now with Kerrigan by his side. But they are up against the raid boss of Vitality. Not looking too hot to trot in stage 3, but as we know from them in the past, sometimes that doesn't matter. Are they going to turn up, and are they going to win another major here in Cologne? In short, an absolute convergence of some of the best storylines in CS2 today in the Cathedral. Let's get started.
There's the flash, that's going to catch Crims out, they're going to push on through, MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down, he gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it?
Well, it's another warm day in Cologne, which is perfect because the event is heating up. Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, the major here in 2026. The Cinderella stories are done with. We got rid of them yesterday.
Introduce our guest, please.
Yes, we have Coldzera on the end.
Make some more noise for Coldzera.
The man, the myth, the beast.
That's going to be the best Coldzera line, do you reckon?
Yeah, for sure.
That one from Vince, he nailed it. That's a specky one. Thanks for joining us today, sir. Thank you. How was the experience yesterday?
It was super nice, especially because I won this tournament in 2016 and 17, right?
Oh, we remember.
we remember very well.
We were there.
So it made even more special. I think my first international tournament was Cologne, so even more special. It's a nice feeling to be here.
And I saw you yesterday. You were shaking hands with some of the players on the stage. Who did you decide who got your respect? Because you would have been out there all day if you shook all their hands, but I saw some of them got the respect.
I think I forgot to shake the hands from Spirit side, right? So, but I shook the hands from Nico, Fallen, DGT, because I have more intimate. Yeah, I know him for a long time. So I think most of the players there I should supposed to shake hands, but it's be more faster, you know. But like I forgot Spirit, so my bad.
That's okay.
There's a lot of people out there, you know? Yeah. What was it like walking out? Did that bring back some old memories walking down that stage with the trophy in hand?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. There's a lot of good memories here in this arena. Special moments here as well, like especially because I play with the Brazilian, the Brazilians on my side, so it makes it even more special. I have a lot of highlights here that I remember. So.
Oh yeah, which ones?
Times. Like, like a lot of things.
Now, just before we get started, do you want a beer?
What?
Do you want a beer?
Want a beer? No, no, no. I'm
you sure?
Yeah,
we're gonna have a beer. You're gonna be left out.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
I know you're looking shredded, but I'm gonna see if there's any bar staff here for me. I can't speak right now. I've already had a couple of beers.
Call him up. He's just pretending.
All right. Well, you guys take care of that.
We got it. Who are you?
Okay, there's one.
You having fun rooting for Furia yesterday?
Yeah, thank you.
Right?
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Right,
it was kind of hard to be honest yesterday. I expected like it would be a hard game because 9Z was playing out of their minds during the group stage. So I thought the game would be very hard for Furia.
Is it cool seeing the rest of the region starting to catch up over to Brazil and just playing well? Like the rest of the South American region, like being able to compete, 9Z actually kind of performing here at the major?
Yeah, for sure. I think like our region, like they're stepping up a little bit. Especially Furia and 9Z for me is like the best two teams now in South America.
Yeah.
Legacy as well, like I thought they would surprise a little bit more because they won a tournament, so I thought they would be having like their confidence boost. But I don't think they played super well. But I think like our region starts getting better.
Man, do you ever feel like, look back and you say like you feel like you inspired that, you and Fallen and the rest of the boys? That's got to be a cool sense that this whole region is popping off partially because of you guys.
I hope so. I hope so. I hope like we inspire a lot of people there. There's a lot of new talents as well coming up. So I think like we did a good job. I think like the way how we play, the way how we bring the things for the scene. I think everyone is like doing a good job right now.
You were teammates with Fallen 10 years ago. Are you surprised to still see him going 10 years later in the major playoffs, winning games?
Of course, I think to keep like a high performance and a hard work is very hard nowadays, right? The routine to be a pro player is very, very hard. It's like you need to give up a lot of things in your life to compete.
Yes.
So I think he's doing a good job.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Well, we actually sent. Yeah, go.
Hold up, before we get into
that.
So, Yanka, you predicted Bet Boom yesterday.
Yes, I did.
Anything you'd like to say for yourself?
No, I had good reasoning. You know, I thought the map pool would benefit them, but they choked. So,
okay, that's all that comes down.
We only have two thumbs up things. We got to get these back.
Oh, yeah. We had a bunch of these yesterday. Jason, you can sort that out. Today, we're just down to two. So you have to trust two members of the audience. Oh, you just gave them away randomly?
I just gave them out randomly.
Okay.
I went
Give it to the Falcons fans. Those are trustworthy people. Someone being willing to wear a Falcons jersey, that person is afraid of nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Hooksy's here as well.
Hey!
He's come. Right, we couldn't get him in.
Benched, but not benched.
Yeah, but he's here today. Okay, so otherwise the results went as we predicted. We predicted Furia.
Yeah, we did.
Yanka was the only one who stepped a toe out of line.
That was fair though. I thought it was worth the risk.
I was even during the game doubling down on 9Z. I thought Furia looked poor, but they're lucky that 9Z didn't have enough to punish them for it.
Yeah.
And they're lucky that probably Aurora won't have either. You know, so if they can just raise their level a little bit by little bit and then come final, actually reach their final form, hopefully at least we'll have a game.
Yeah,
for Chad's sake.
Are you guys drinking those or are you just holding them?
I'm sipping them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just checking.
Yeah.
I'm not working today. This is it. I'll be with Cold. We'll just be hanging out watching the games.
Yeah, it's just me and Cole drinking just like FaZe Clan times. Yeah.
Wait till tomorrow. You can have Nico join you too.
Yeah, exactly. Bring the band back together.
No, come on.
I thought that was great.
That was a great bar.
Yeah, it was good. You just cheered yourself on and took the steam out of it.
Yeah, I did. Anyway, Jason, you were saying?
Yeah, well, we got one of the all-time greats here.
Yeah.
And we sent Trace around the arena to have a conversation with the fans on who they think the greatest of all time is. And let's see what they said.
We're about to put some debates settled here. Actually, that's not proper English, but it doesn't quite matter. It's pretty evident what we're doing. Who is the GOAT? You've got four choices: Device, Zywoo, Simple, Donk. And I've got my friends here to help vote. So in rapid succession, let's get your sticker placed. Where's it going? Have your stickers ready, gentlemen. Easy. Oh, dear. Ugh.
Okay, wait.
Well, Simple didn't need that vote just yet. Okay, we got a vote for Zywoo. Nice.
You get another one?
Simple's down for two.
Yeah, of course, Zywoo.
Okay, 2 and 2.
Yes, Zywoo.
Nobody's saying anything about Device and Donk.
Old school.
There we go. Where are you from?
Germany.
Okay, I thought you were going to say Denmark for a second, but it checked out. What do you got?
Maybe the postman.
Where? Okay. Well, how's Donk being the GOAT, though?
It's just mechanically so impressive, so overwhelming.
He's like freakishly good, isn't he?
Yeah, isn't he?
Do I put like here for Cypher?
Cypher.
Do I put like Cypher here? Like.
No, that's Valorant, right? I'm just kidding, man. I'm kidding. No, sorry, Cypher didn't make the cut. But one of these can. Which one you want?
Let's go.
Cypher.
That's
Sorry,
right.
man.
Second choice.
Why
No, it helped. Yeah, he's just a goat. For many years, maybe not yet anymore that good in the game, but he's still a goat.
So you're saying BC Game doesn't have a chance?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, they're not here, that's for sure. Gentlemen, thank you all very much. Are you ready? Oh, you have extra votes. Nice. And that's what we call the honor system.
We manipulate the vote.
How would you manipulate it?
I would go for device.
All right, here.
Different area.
I'd say put one on there.
No.
What you thinking, man?
Yeah. Zaiwu, of course, Vitality is gonna win, so Zaiwu is the GOAT, of
Have you ever
course.
seen device?
Because he's
Zaiwu in his peak.
Yes.
So Device versus Zaiwu in his peak. He poses a question. What do you think?
Divas, back in the time. Right now, Zaiwu.
In his peak.
Simple. Zaiwu. That's simple?
Simple, always.
Did you get a vote?
No.
Put one on there for that man. Here you go. Look, we're going to get down to the bottom of this. We're going to find out who is the GOAT very shortly. I'll report back with more.
This is.
All right, that's the results of that particular section of the fans. Two people are incredibly based. Two people, I think, really understood the assignment very well.
First of all, Cold Zero, do you feel that you should be on this board?
Nah, I don't think so. I think these type of players, they play better, way better than me.
Okay, he's taking the humble route here.
That's
I thought he was going to say. Yeah, that's not what I was expecting.
Oh, come on, bro.
For a second, but like, for example, Simple and Zaiwu, they should be on their list. Device as well, because the achievements they have. Donk is too young.
I want to give you an alley-oop here, though. How many major MVPs do you have?
I think two.
Yeah, I think so, too. So there's only a few players who have multiple major MVPs. You're one of those.
Yeah, Donk, I don't know if he's supposed to be in this list yet. I think he needs to prove himself more years.
That's based.
Very
like about his skill gap, of course, he's the best. For me, he's the best player I've ever seen playing Counter-Strike about skill level.
Sure.
But the rest of the three ones, like about the titles, that's for me that's important the most. You know.
So who would you pick?
I would pick Zaiwu for sure.
Okay. See, now
was he the hardest to play against of the three?
I can put this down now.
I think the hardest one to play, I think, was Simple.
Can pick that up.
Like in the past, for me, was Simple. Simple was playing super good when I was playing.
Yeah.
But like right now, like for me, the GOAT is Zaiwu. About the titles, about the majors and MVPs as well.
He's swimming in them.
Yeah, he's swimming. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, see, I agree with Cold, but we have a guy here who's I don't know what happened to this guy. I think he got dropped on his head at birth. I'm not quite sure.
Which one?
You.
Oh.
Jason thinks that Device is the GOAT.
Wait. Can we contain this now? Because I feel like we're going in an incorrect direction here. I think Device was the GOAT of CSGO in its whatever.
So what does that mean, Jason?
I think overall Zaiwu's the GOAT right now, but I don't think you could take away GOAT status from Device in CSGO. In global offensive, in isolation, it's Device.
Oh, does anyone here think Device is the GOAT?
There's so many wrong people in this room.
Does anybody think that Simple's the GOAT? Okay. And what about Zaiwu? Zaiwu, it's the cultural impact. I think that's the Maui slang,
all-time
right?
low.
That's
Anyone
the
with Donk as the GOAT? Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
But Cold's right. It's too early for
That's
Donk.
because you could make the time component matters.
Yeah.
I'll take Cold's peak against anyone out there as a rifler. I'll take Cold's peak
Over Donk.
No. In his position, I'll take Prime Cold versus Prime Robs, right?
Okay.
But that Prime was 2 years.
Aren't we comparing Nico to Robs these days?
2.5
What's
years,
your short,
right? And it's just like doing it over a longer period of time, it's harder. And I think the achievement component is tricky because a player can't win on his own. So you need to look at the teams that they've had, right? And how many trophies did they win? How many times? The Robs one is tricky because it's, well, was he ever the best player on his team?
Is that a rhetorical question? Or?
I mean, you know, Cold was the best player on his team.
Yeah,
but
that's
they were
true.
winning those. He was the one getting the major MVPs,
That's
right?
fair.
So you can't just look at achievements. I agree, you can't give it to a player with no achievements because if you are the GOAT, you sort of will your team over the finish line, like Dog did already, right? Like Simple was doing and everything. So it's easy to just say, this is the most trophied player, best player on the best team. He must be the best ever. Like I don't think it's that simple.
I'm with you with Zaiwu. I'm with Zaiwu. Are you with Zaiwu?
I'm with Zaiwu also because there's nothing that he cannot do in game. There's not one thing in Counter-Strike that he cannot do.
True.
Like he can clutch, he can be good with pistols, aggressive rifler, passive rifler, AWPer, everything. Every single thing he can do.
Yeah, he's kind of a beast.
And it can't be underestimated his personality because a lot of times with some players that are superstars, there's ego issues. I mean, look at that Navi versus FaZe field of view from Cologne, and
yeah, we were laughing about that.
It's toxic.
Simple in between rounds. It's like not the easiest environment to play with, and with ZywOo you have none of that. He's just the best teammate.
What I want and what ZywOo is starting to get is a bit of the cold fire, right? When you felt disrespected by an opponent, and I remember being in some of the smaller venues, getting to see you go absolutely nuts, like the way that you'd stand up and beat your chest and you'd yell. It's like
when someone tried to knife you.
What's that? Oh yeah, I remember that.
That's what it's all about. The cold fire, man. I remember. Do you remember the RGN LAN?
Oh,
it's a long time ago.
It was in US.
Yeah, and then we had the iBuyPower LAN directly after.
Oh, I remember those.
Yeah,
I remember.
I think that's when you were. I don't think you had joined.
This
was still part of Games Academy then with Taco, or did you change?
No. I already joined in LG.
Okay, yeah, but there you were. Like I remember because there wasn't a big crowd or anything there, but there was still like a lot of fire going on.
Yeah.
Right? And that was still in the early days, and it's like, man, I'm getting to witness this with my eyes, like watching these guys going nuts because we had. Actually, I read a headline. Fallen was talking about how Australia, Brazil, America, we were all together for that period of time, like 2015, 2016.
Yeah.
You guys did 16-0 us. Thanks for that.
Oh, you 16-0 as well.
I wasn't there. I had left. I was no longer there. I was out of the team. But I'll take it.
Tiebreaker.
Yeah, but yeah,
Cold really attracts those. I know.
He had Showtime then, so it was different. Showtime was on the roster.
Oh,
and
yeah.
he had me, so it's not his fault.
Yeah, well, not then.
Well, this is a cool place to take the conversation. You're referencing events that are very small in scale inside like little studios, local lands and regional lands. You've played at everything. You've risen up through the ranks. Started, I mean, what, you guys popped off when that whole team came together. You had the Face It LAN, which was a little bit smaller, and then you kind of upgraded and made it to the finals of a Katowice, and then you upgraded and made it to the finals, of the major as well after that, and then took it. So you've played in every single environment Counter-Strike has to offer.
Yeah, for sure. Like we play like in local lands, we play online, we play here in the events. I think it makes you feel more comfortable playing like in those arenas, like for sure you need experience because like for example major you need to be prepared I think more mentally than other tournaments, right? Because it's high pressure, like you're gonna commit mistakes. You need to understand that mistakes gonna happen and you need to go to the next round, right? And some teams can reset, some teams cannot reset. I think it's the biggest difference between the tier 1 and the tier 2 and 3 like teams right nowadays. So.
I wanted to ask you, we saw it yesterday in the 9Z Furia game on Mirage, like all the rounds Furia won were 1v4, 1v2, 1v2, 2v5, all these clutches, right? And I still quote your line from back in the day, like about those situations, like noobs always play. They always have to make a move. You were known for your patience and for your ability in the clutch. So what's it like when you're in the major playoffs? How hard is it and how important is it to keep that cool, keep that patience?
I think like people are gonna commit a lot of mistakes. So especially when you play a clutch, you need to wait sometimes like they make a move because people are like it's such a high pressure that they're gonna commit mistakes. Like that's how Molodoi won the one before yesterday, right? So he just like tap the bomb, wait, kill, tap the bomb, wait, kill, like good position, strafe, like people always commit mistakes because of this high pressure. So I like in my times, I was like super like in these situations I was super calm. So I knew like I had a great chance to win the rounds because of that, and people were committing a lot of mistakes for me. So
Bro, but you were like
I was just capitalizing.
You were like this right out of the gate. You mentioned that your first event, I think, coming into Tier 1 was Cologne 2015, correct?
Yeah.
But like your first year in the professional play, you were like one of the best players in the scene. How does it happen that fast? We always go.
How do you keep it cool?
Yeah, like we go up there, we're like, oh, these guys have never been here, the pressure. But then you go back 10 years and you were just like, yeah, screw the pressure. I'm just going to destroy everyone.
I don't know. I think I was super young and I was just confident in my game. So I remember like before travel to my first international tournament, I asked Steel that how I was playing a tier 1, right? Because I never did it in my life. So he told me like you have 3 seconds, you have 1 second to kill the opponent. If you don't kill, they're gonna kill you. So I said, okay, let's see how it is, right? First three practice, I dropped 42, 45, 40.
Oh shit!
Sorry, what?
Everyone teams, yeah.
Okay.
I think I remember playing against Navi,
in North America,
VP, and
Navi was good back then.
Navi, VP,
and TSM.
Wow. Okay.
Was super like, and I told them like, maybe it's not hard. It's not so hard, right?
Damn. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I got like 20 kills in a game once. That was pretty good.
At a practice, I got like 15 at a practice game.
That wasn't bad. I was happy with that. Okay. All right, well, should we start dialing in and focusing on today a little bit?
We got some big games today, don't we?
Well, actually, before we get there, I want to ask, because you were cool as a cucumber, you're saying you didn't have any issues, but do you feel the level up, right, from a small crowd, like from no crowd to a small crowd to an average-sized crowd to a big arena? Would you feel the level up of pressure of the crowd?
For sure, for sure. It's super hard to play in front of 12,000, 15,000 people, right? It's not easy, especially when you, especially when people bet that you're gonna win the tournament, right? So for example, Furia, people expect them to win a major in Brazil, right? So it's not only the crowd putting pressure, but the rest of the community putting a lot of pressure too. So it's always hard to play like this. That's why I even said, like, in this type of tournaments, you need to be very well prepared mentally, you know? So like, it's not about the game, because everyone knows how to shoot, everyone is well prepared for this tournament, but the problem is like about the pressure, right? So who deals better with the pressure gonna win the tournament.
I think that's a good little alley-oop into the second quarterfinal today, right? Let's start there, because that's a blockbuster game.
Yes.
I guess we have some Falcons fans here, very brave people.
At least 2 of them.
Any Vitality fans? Not really.
Not many of them.
Are you guys bored of Vitality winning? That angle, that old chestnut here. But that second game, that's a banger. That could be a grand final, right? I think the fact it's happening in the quarterfinal right here is, well, it's exciting for itself. It means you guys get 3 consecutive days of good games as long as the bracket plays out as it could or should. But right there, we're talking about pressure. And there's some graphics going around of the last 3 head-to-heads between Falcons and Vitality.
Yes.
And that shows, oh, wow, look at this. Falcons are better than Vitality. One of them, Nucleons, was standing in, and it was a Blast Mickey Mouse bounty tournament.
Sure.
Right? The other one was, as Kixon, it was a group stage game. Kixon was already on the way out the door. All the news had broke. But the Rivals one was last year. That one counts. I'll give you that one. That one definitely counts. But in terms of when the pressure and when it matters, Vitality win. Right? That's how it goes. So like that matchup today, we spoke about it yesterday. We went in depth about it yesterday, but that's what it comes down to today. The pressure of a major quarterfinal. Vitality, that we know they've got the cojones.
Yeah, we do, and I think that's been the talking point for them, is like finding him. I think they were a little bit disappointed in the group stage, feeling like they didn't kind of have that attitude. I think the word Zex has uses is not playing with like the Vitality DNA, not playing with conviction as well.
Stealing Carrigan's lines, that's not good.
Yeah.
You got to make your own.
You know, he's not the most creative, but it works. It's still there.
Who have you got today, Cole? Because we had this conversation yesterday. Do you have Vitality or do you have Falcons?
You know, for me, this final, of course, like Vitality is one of the best teams in the world, right? And Spirit 2, I think it's gonna be Vitality against Spirit in the semifinals. But for me, I would love to see like Falcons against Fury in the final.
Okay, is that because of Nico?
I think it's because of the storyline, you know. Nico never won a major, and I think for me he's a player who deserves to win a major. I think he's a great player. He's very well consistent as well, and I think for Fallen as well, you know, like the storyline would be nice. Like one team who have one guy who never won a major and he deserves, and the other one Fallen make history because it's gonna be the 3rd major, and especially in Cologne, the 3rd time as well.
Let me pick your brain a little bit, since you played with Nico as well, and we have you here to talk about what it's like playing under pressure. Why do you think Nico struggles with it so much? Why do you think he hasn't won his major yet?
I think sometimes he wants to win so much that his personality gets a little bit too high, you know? So I think if he understands how he can deal with the players that he have, and understand that he needs to play more for the team, I think they have a great potential to win.
Okay.
He's in good form at the moment, right?
Yeah, he's in really good
That's
form.
the scary factor of this one. Have you put any more thought in the veto? We were talking about this yesterday.
I think it's pretty set.
What do you think they're picking?
For me, I think it's Inferno, Anubis, Dust as the 3rd.
You think they're picking Anubis?
It's either that or Mirage. But I think it's because Anubis against Navi, that T-side, their T-sides have been a struggles. And that's the best they've looked on T-side at the major outside of maybe the G2 Asian game.
It feels too cheese. I think they'll go Mirage. That could be the beer talking, but
it could be.
I feel they'll go Mirage.
No, it's one of the two. But I think what's important about this matchup is, you're right about what you said, the setting in which Falcons have been beating Vitality, but they've still beaten them when other teams haven't. So they'll go into the game sort of knowing the manner in which they have to play, right? Even though it's Carrigan there instead of Kixon. And on the other side, you have Vitality, who hasn't won a game here last year in the Lanxes. They went straight to the semis and lost to Mouse. So this is the one setting where they don't know.
4 of the 5 won the year before.
Yeah, but you know, right? It's still different. That was a terrible year.
The only difference is Rops, who's also won here before, in the field of view that keeps playing.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous to hear Rops like say, you know, I kind of want to win Cologne because it's the only tournament I haven't won twice.
That's pretty basic.
That's how much this guy has won. Where it's like, yeah, that's the only one I haven't won twice. So yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just hoping that Falcons can give them a good fight. There is a scenario in which they can get blown out of the water.
Yeah.
If Vitality does come in their playoff form, right? Falcons have only had a month and a half with Kerrigan, 2 months. It's not realistic for them to be able to show a high level. They don't have a deep map pool. Inferno, there's no way in hell they beat Vitality on Inferno. So it has to be a 3-map series, right? And the decider will be Vitality's historically best map that they did lose 2 times in this tournament.
Yeah, go on.
No, so I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, that record. I made sure to write it down, right? Actually, because you are bringing up Dust too. I don't know if this is true. It'd be good if someone, I don't know if you've ever heard of better stats on a map than this. That's not a smiley face. Vitality are 51-7 all time with this roster on Dust 2. That's an 87.9% win percentage.
Wow.
51-7 on Dust 2. That is insane.
That is insane.
Right?
It's very insane.
That's bonkers. I know they've lost it 2 in a row. Like that's what you were pointing out there. But still, that's absolutely
What's the next most dominant map a team has had? Probably Nuke with the oldest.
And also, if you
32 in a row, wasn't it?
Something like
a
that.
lot of those wins are 13-5, 13-4, 13-6. These are not like close games that they're eking out in the end. So those are the things that sort of give you a little hope if you're a Falcons fan or if you just want a close game that maybe Vitality isn't there yet. And I think for them also, this game will be the hardest one in the tournament. If they get over Falcons, they're going all the way.
What you got? Jump in, Chad.
I want to ask a question to the room, to you guys. If Nico doesn't win the major now, and then they get another 6 months with Kerrigan, and he doesn't win the major there, how old is Nico now?
Ancient. He's 29.
Ancient.
Jeez.
He's 20. What does that make us?
I know, that's hardcore.
He's 30 next year.
Okay, so
the big 3-0.
Let's just say,
perfect.
let's put it out there, because I don't want to put it out there. I like Nico. He's a nice guy. But let's say Nico never wins a major.
Oh, don't do that to me.
Let's say he never wins a major. Is that the most tragic career ever?
It's not going to happen.
I don't think it's ever gonna happen as well. I think he's gonna win.
Once he's gonna win?
Yeah,
I want to hear Cold's thoughts.
I'll answer your question. It would be the most tragic.
I think he's gonna win the most trophies once he switches to IGL.
Yeah, I agree.
Co-sign.
I thought before Kerrigan joins the team, I thought Nico would swap to IGL.
He's scared to do it.
Even back then.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to do it.
It's because he knows you can't go back from that. Once that's taken away, you don't come back.
Look at Twist.
Yeah, exactly.
Now you're flirting on that line all the time. Well, yeah, but you're always walking the line now. So,
well, I was actually in the player lounge earlier today at the hotel, just reading some interviews, and Falcons was there eating breakfast, lunch
together.
Vitality was there. Yeah, they're all together.
Everyone together.
Everyone together.
Happening.
Oh my God, they're together.
I know. Apex walked in the room and he just goes 2-0, 2-0.
Really?
Yeah, I swear to God, walking around the room in a circle, 2-0 all day.
The mind games have started already.
It was crazy. I was laughing my ass
So
off.
you went to breakfast. I went to deathmatch. Apex was the first man in the warm-up server. Shout out to warm-up server, not a sponsored obligation at all, just not their servers. Apex was the first guy in there. And then everyone else started coming in. Nico came in, Magix came in, Shiro came in, Tania came in. I'm like, oh my God, like this is star-studded as hell. Everyone's getting primed for the day.
Yep.
And I only said good luck to Dan, because then when everyone else came in, I was like, oh, I don't know if I can say it to everybody. Like that seems a little bit bad. Like, but everyone was in there early. I was in there early. I was like, I got nothing to do with my day. Let's get in the deathmatch. That is sick,
It's amazing.
The fact that Dan's gone in and he's playing the mind games already.
Even, I forget his name, the sports psych of like Vitality was wandering around talking.
Jack.
Yeah, he was just making noises the whole time. It was hilarious.
Oh my God, the mind games have started already. That's actually sick.
I know, it was lovely.
You ever done anything like that?
No, I've never.
Your gameplay did it.
Of course.
Yeah, based. Okay, fair enough. So, all right. I want to ask this before we pivot, because we got the other quarterfinal to talk about. But in terms of Nico, like we can say it. We go, oh yeah, Nico would be great as an in-game leader with it. But what qualities does Nico have that make you think Nico would be a good in-game leader?
I think he understands very well about the game, like the way how he can do the macros and micros as well inside the game. He's very smart. He knows how to move people around the map. He controls good the space of the map as well. I think he do very well on Falcons this too, but I think before Kerrigan, I think he lost a lot of his voice because he was playing kind of anchor. So I think it's kind of hard to change roles like this and you don't see the entire map, right? And control the map without seeing is very hard. So I think, but now I think with the addition of Kerrigan right now, I think he can control better the map. He can move people around the map as well. Because usually these young players, I don't think they have this type of attitude to say, oh, okay, you move there, because they don't want to commit mistakes, right? But Nico has a lot of experience on that, so he can use this on his favor.
Okay, all right.
I like that.
It will happen eventually.
Eventually.
Hunter will talk him into it.
Once he's in his 30s.
We'll get there. We'll do an intervention. We'll say, all right, Nika, we're going to sit you down. It's time.
Here's
this kid. And then Carrigan can coach. And everyone's happy.
Actually, that's kind of base too.
Yeah, right.
Really well done. We just fell right into that.
Yeah, we've solved it.
Yeah.
And Zonic can be the something.
He can hang out.
GM. Hang out. Yeah. GM. Yeah, that'll work. All right. So the other quarterfinal that we have, if people aren't paying attention, is Spirit versus G2.
Yes, you are correct.
Looking for confirmation now.
I was looking for you to build into that one.
Did I not have that
No,
right?
you nailed it. Yeah.
But the only time that G2 in recent history have beaten Spirit was online. That was for the London qualifier for Blast. And then in Krakow, they won Overpass against them. You were saying that you feel that has to be the pick.
It has to. Because G2 has been picking it against other teams too. For Spirit, you don't feel like it's one of their best maps, especially with no coach behind them. They need to make some sort of adjustment.
Yeah, they are arriving for today's game.
And I hate this narrative. It's like, oh yeah, but Donk is going to be on A. Dude, he's playing every map. Like,
that's my narrative.
You know, there's no map where you're not going to...
You're going to hit him eventually.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, so if G2 has been picking it in this tournament and has confidence on it, like it makes sense when you look at the pool to pick it again, just come up with something, you know, figure out how you want to deal with it, if he's playing aggressive, if he's not. And you need to go into that game with confidence. You can't be worried about, oh, what if Donk, this or that. You just put it in the same bucket like you do, oh, that was a Zaiwu round. You know, just some bullshit round that he wins on his own. Donk's going to have those. You just need to keep going, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah, I think too with G2, I think what I'm excited about most of the G2 side of things is I love Heavy God right now. I think he's so incredible the way he's been stepping up and very well rounded. And you're starting to see some of the pieces, it feels like, of this G2 team like pick up and get comfortable within it. It's not all there. It's still inconsistent, still up and down. I still feel like their ceiling isn't as high as I'd like it. But God, I love watching Heavy God play.
In my mind, though, I go player for player down the list. So we can start with the coach. G2 win there. Right? So G2 actually have a coach.
Really.
Default win.
G2 win there. But then you go, okay, so Donk versus, what would it be, Nerds? Right? Would that be the, right?
In terms of role?
Yeah. So, yeah, in terms of role.
Yeah.
So then I'm taking Donk. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody thought that. Then I'm going Orpa. Okay, well, I'm definitely taking Shiro over Sampaius.
Well,
hold up a second.
That's a little,
hold up a second,
that's a little bit of a trap card.
Here we
it's
go.
The major playoffs. Right? Shiro falls off in the
Oh, we love this.
Yes, he does. The numbers don't lie, guys. And the second thing is, Sampaius is a big game player.
Sampapi.
Sampapi has done well in the Lanxes. Go back to 2023 when G2 won. Who did they beat in the final? Ents. So Sampaius nerds.
I'm back. He's got me back. I'm back.
I'm not saying Shiro isn't the better player. I don't think the gap is as big as you guys think. And for me, the two key players, if G2 is going to have a chance, are going to be Nerds and Sampaius. Sampaius, because he is a smart guy, he's not super flamboyant, but he's good at positioning. He just needs to hit the shots when he's in the right place. And Nerds is that aggressive playmaker. You know, he's the one who's going to have to find gaps in the defense, who's going to have to win a couple of head-to-head duels with Donk. I know that's really hard, but if he can do it, that's going to open up a lot of space for Hunter to do the calling, for Heavy God to do the lurking, and for the whole team to find some success.
We got about 1 minute left in this before.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. It's flying by. Now we're going to get all the beautiful ceremony stuff going on.
Okay, well, that makes sense. Cold, we may as well do this, mate, because we get with this right now. Who's winning the major?
Who is winning the major?
The whole thing. Yes. Not your heart, but your head. Actually, you can give us
your
both.
heart. And your
give
heart.
us both.
I would choose Spirit.
Spirit to win the whole thing.
Spirit.
Okay. All right.
Not happy at all.
I'm tired of Vitality win everything, so we need to pick another team. I'm tired already to see
Go
it.
it around a little bit. Okay, all right. We didn't finish our head-to-heads right there, but we're out of time.
No, we are out of time, yeah.
We'll continue this conversation in the green room.
Yes, we will. Absolutely. We're going to be in the green room. You guys are going to be watching the rest of the tournament, the major, the second day of the major, the last two quarterfinals we got for you. They're beginning right now. Enjoy it. Let's rock and roll.
We get a few words.
Me?
Well, not. We just need a few words, man. Just a few things. It's not necessarily Tanir. Obviously, you know, you're an exciting element here at Team Spirit, but we have a lot of questions for Jovic, if that's okay. If that's okay with you. Okay, cool. Let's get a closer shot if you don't mind. Jovic, a lot of question marks about what you're doing here. 12-match streak. You guys stole the show in stage 3. How were you able to master that game of jump rope known as Counter-Strike? If Spirit has a weakness in your own rivets, what exactly would that weakness be? Yep. Totally understandable. Totally. What are the odds of Spirit locking this one in here in Cologne? What are you going to do to win this major, Jovic? Bye, six. Look, great work. Anything you want to say to Nero on your own behalf?
See you on the arena.
Awesome. Well, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Dubai.
Hello, nerds. Hello. Welcome to the Longcast. Of course, yesterday you got to be on stage. It was the opening ceremony. What was that all like, being back here finally?
I don't remember when was the last time I had butterflies inside myself. Feel like super amazing. I remember I've been here the last time in 2023. It's the best place, the best crowd, the best place. For me, it's everything.
Absolutely, for many players, and you have such a big opportunity today. Now, you said it yourself, it was 2023, you played that final. Can you reflect a little bit on the road it took and the sacrifices it took to get back here? Because, yeah, you've been through a lot, man.
I mean, what happened in the past is stay in the past, whatever. I just move on. I think I work here just to be here again. I need to enjoy, everyone needs to enjoy the moment, to win at least, and for me, just have fun. Yeah. My family, my friends that came here, like for me, I want to show also the fans here, I want to show everything.
I love that you have such a big smile on your face. How do you feel your integration into G2 is going overall?
I think overall it's feeling good. I'm also adapting still. I feel like for me, like to adapt is 6 months. I have already 3-4 months. I feel like really good in the team. The guys are amazing and I just want to show it.
Lovely. Good luck today.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bro, you're baiting every round. What are you talking about? I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me game. 1 round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
And then it was time for Colex Fantasy Day 2, Hugo. Now, ahead of these quarterfinals, you might wonder why we stood in front of this nice little Nico stained glass art deal that we got going on. And I'll tell you why, big guy. It's because I've got Nico in my team. I've gone for a core of Falcons players. I'm actually quite liking their odds. I have Finn, Carrigan, Anderson in the lineup. Now, I know he's not going to put up good numbers. I needed a guy who is cheap. And thankfully, Carrigan is very, very cheap. Okay. I've got him in there. That's allowed me to have Nico. It's allowed me to have Tesses. I bought in a little bit of G2 because I like the Spanish and I wanted a Spaniard in here. I've got Sampaio. He's actually been looking like a rock on the AWP in some of these games. And then to round out my roster, I finished it with Messi. Dependable British pair of hands from the Vitality squad. So once again, kind of a scattergun approach like I did on day 1. But I actually rate this team. I think they're good. I think they've got what it takes. Hugo, I am not excited to hear your roster. Yeah, I think it's going to be pitiful.
It kind of is. The economy is in shambles after day 1. It's really not gone great for me. I've gone for a very supportive team. Harry, we have some overlap. You'll notice Carrigan, of course, very cheap player, very easy to pick up. I've got Tesses. I've got Messi. That's on a safe team, I think. I've also got Zontix. Again, bang for buck. Right? Not exactly donk.
You went for like value for money.
He's stable. He's stable.
Yeah,
I've got one star player though, Harry, and it's always that extra star player. It's Kiyosuke for the Falcons. So I'm still holding on to the young player to make a run at this major playoff.
You've taken the young guy who's been having bad ratings. Oh no! And you think he's the one that's going to pull the roster together? Harry, how exciting for me!
You're triple Falcons. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm triple falced up.
Yeah,
I'm triple falced up.
I'm a supportive team. I support my team. And I'm supporting them over your team, Harry, especially after that first day.
Well, look, man, if you want to kind of support your own team, you can head on over to colex.gg, play the fantasy, get involved, prizes and everything being given away. But yeah, let's get into the games.
You're going to lose. please. Maybe S-Attack wasn't the play. I'll never doubt you again. Prove it or I'll kill you. Ah!
Prove it, It's over.
Wait. You wanted me to prove it. Well, check out this new look Colossus.
I ain't reading all that. Wait, there's prizes on this thing too? Still a Carrigan believer though, eh?
No.
This is heavy. Yeah.
One of the most fascinating first-person shooter professional gamers that has ever played this game. He's only 19 years old. He's got a major under his belt, and he's looking for another one here at the Intel Extreme Masters in Cologne. Donk, are you excited to be back in the Lanxess?
Yeah, for sure, because it's one of the greatest arenas in CS, or maybe the greatest. So like it's always exciting to play here, and like it's a major. You cannot be not excited to play major.
Absolutely, of course. In the crowd, they love you. They seemingly, you have a cult following now, Donk. How do you take that at 19 years old? What does that feel like?
I think I'm just trying to not pay some attention to it, because maybe it will make me feel some pressure, I guess. And I know I'm trying to ignore the hate and trying to see only love, only positive, I would say.
Which is the way it has to be. There's some unfortunate circumstances. Holly isn't here. Have you had any contact? Has he given you guys any help, guidance from afar?
Yeah, like him and our second coach, I would say Sotvik, they're supporting us from their homes, and like since Kali is not here with us, he's still with us, but from his hospital or like home.
So you said in an interview that having the coach there to calm things down when it was necessary. Have you found a way as a team to address that now, even without Holly?
We'll see in the game, and I think it made us closer to each other than we were. So like we all know that it's one of the difficulties that we're gonna face during the playoffs and any match that we play. So like we all know that we just need to stay calm.
Is there anything threatening about this G2 team that you're playing today?
Yeah, because they had a couple of days that they can prepare some maps, and probably they will try to surprise us somehow, because like it's their style. So like we'll be we expecting some surprises from their side, and we'll try to play our game.
Donk, I want you to say something to all these people that are watching this. There's a whole arena of people out here right now. Tell them something. They love you.
Thanks for supporting, and I hope we will fulfill your expectations. I think that's it.
Davai.
Davai.
We're here with Saw ahead of a monumental task for G2 as they go up against Spirit. But first off, Saw, is it bringing back some nice memories of your time here in 2023? You got to play the final and you had a great tournament overall.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, good memories at least, being able to reach that final, but after that, maybe not so much to talk about, obviously against G2 back then. But yeah, good memories in terms of the crowd, the atmosphere, the arena, everything, so good to be here.
Isn't it interesting how the cookie crumbles sometimes? Now you find yourself with some of those players, and then one of the players you were playing against in Hunter. Tell me about the status of the team now after that phenomenal victory over Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, the team is feeling good. Everything has been good. Like it's been a tough major, long major so far, but obviously reaching playoffs was an important goal for us, and to reach that was, yeah, really important. So that also boosts us, our confidence, and the Na'Vi matchup in a way as well, like being a tough matchup where we needed to fight ourselves, like them having entries so many times, and from that position. So yeah, I mean, team is feeling really good and happy to be here.
I wanted to ask about that specifically because in the past, sometimes we've had question marks about G2 in those high pressure moments, right? Even in rounds where there are advantages, so to say. How much of a step forward do you think you've taken and what do you attribute it to?
Well, a lot of it is about mental as well, like, and it's about getting this experience as a team, like when the matches are close, when it's about the last final touches. So we are slowly gaining that experience, and I hope we can continue also here today against Spirit, because it's gonna go into those situations like tight situations, end of the match, clutch situations. So we need to be able to close it out basically, and it's gonna be similar team today, and we need to grow as we go. So we need to show ourselves today again.
Absolutely. About Sampayas, I know you gave an interview, I think it was around stage 3, where he said he's always in the right positions, but sometimes it's about that final moment, right? He was great versus Na'Vi. So have you unlocked him, you think?
It's a small sample size in that way. So, like, we just need to, again, it's a similar thing as with this experience and everything. We just need to see and go as we play, like, in a way, like, be in the moment. Of course, like, it boosts your confidence for him as well as an individual. So it was a good showing against Na'Vi, but today is gonna be a different task, a new day, so he needs to prove himself again in a way. But of course, like, he also usually plays good in the arenas and everything, so I think he's happy to be here and show himself once more.
And CS, you're only as good as your last victory. Unfortunately, final question. They're still not playing with a coach. Of course, they're talking to him in between the maps, so to say. But is that something that you can really strategize around? Because you are here. You can call the timeouts when it's tough for them and really get some value there.
Yeah, I mean, it will be interesting to see at least during the match, because you don't know, like, now it's gonna be the players calling the timeouts, how much they are gonna do it, what moments they are gonna do it. It's not necessarily gonna be the same as against other teams when they have the coaches and you feel like, okay, now they should take a timeout, and you can understand how it's gonna happen. Now it might be different. So we just have to see how it will be. But of course, there's an advantage in there for us, so it's good.
So as well, good luck.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
The second day of action at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major, where we return to the Cathedral for a bracket stacked to the heavens. Spirit certainly no exception to that. They arrive as the defending Cologne champions, but add that major flavor and the pressure now increases tenfold. So they might breathe a sigh of relief when they look at this head-to-head, as versus G2 it only reads one way for almost 9 months. But don't be fooled. If we've learnt one thing about G2 in the past week, even when their backs are against the wall, you should never count them out. They've already stared elimination square in the face. But is that resilience enough to overcome Donk?
That is exactly what we will be unearthing today as we welcome you back to the Lanxess for the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026. By we, I mean myself, Freya Spears, alongside Stiko, Tapri, and Pim to open up the action today. Gentlemen, welcome back, Stiko. It's just so exciting to be back for the second day of the Major, right?
Absolutely, and especially when we have a Slovakian player on the stage. So this is my bias coming right through at the beginning of the segment, and I am just excited because this game is honestly going to deliver hopefully in a 3-mapper.
Now, Jacob, you actually educated me for once. You reminded me that it's Counter-Strike's birthday today. So on the count of 3, can I get a happy birthday, Counter-Strike? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, Counter-Strike. There we go. Where would we be without
27 years, I believe it is.
Really?
You know? It's a game that's been around for a long time now.
Wow. Yeah. What a way to be celebrating. 27th birthday, indeed. We're going to be kicking things off with our first quarterfinal today. Our third in total. That is obviously G2 versus Spirit, as we've all been talking about Let's start off with the side of G2, Dupree, because they have broken the glass ceiling. Finally, we actually get to see them in a major playoffs.
Yeah, we do. It's the first time they make playoffs without Nico and m0NESY, and I think that kind of speaks to the whole rebuild that we've seen G2. And when they lost Nico and m0NESY, that's that's the thing that really changed the dynamics of the team. You know, they lost their two best players, also losing their identity. So the whole rebuild for them now actually making playoffs, that's really good on their side. I think speaking for them throughout this tournament, it's been them fighting with tooth and nail for every single round. And I think the best topic and best result, and that I can be coming in with this one, is their game against Na'Vi. Yes. The qualification game coming into the playoffs where they were fighting in such a meticulous way to just bring it back and actually showcasing that they were good enough for the playoffs. I think it's a team that right now still lacks a little bit of a star player, but it's a team that is looking more on the team side. There's still a lot to be done. I think it's nice to see that a guy like HeavyGod has stepped up, but I really also think that Nerds has fitted well into this, but still needs to be seen a little bit more.
I think the way to summarize G2 for people who may not, have seen all their games during the group stage is a team that is always competitive, Yep. Regardless of the opposition, regardless of how strong they are, they find a way to make every game competitive, but it's also a team that can lose to pretty much any team out there, and that's always been a bit of an issue. That's why they often go 2 and 3, that's why they often fall out of group stages, that they don't have that consistent high level at all times, but I feel like the flaw of the team, they're always going to put it and give you a certain level, Martin, but the peak is maybe not as high as you'd like it to be for a playoff.
Yeah, we definitely get a lot of disparity when it comes to their performance in the groups and in the Swiss, and then obviously in the playoffs. I just want to mention that those major rounds that they had, even in Budapest, that was a brutal 2-1 game against Falcons. That was Hunter against Nico. Right now they had another one against Na'Vi, so it was kind of like, very iffy when it comes to the matchups, but they are actually pulling through in kind of fashion that I didn't expect G2 to be here.
Yes, we'll get into some specifics from that Na'Vi versus G2 game very shortly, but I do want to point out the player that you brought up, Dupree, obviously HeavyGod. He has been super consistent so far for G2, and that's great to see when you consider he's signed a contract for the long run for G2 now.
Yeah, it also just speaks into that HeavyGod is one for the future of the team, right? I think G2 was looking at his results and also how he is as a player, thinking we cannot let this guy go, so let's give him a contract so we can continue having him in the team for as long as we can. I think HeavyGod, as also with the fact that he's a lurker and he's also an anchor, he puts up meticulous numbers on both sides of the sides of CT&T, and I think he's just this player that speaks to me when I look at him. He's always rock solid, like he almost knows what type of play, and he's always good for 2 whenever people are attacking him. So to have HeavyGod on your team, it just gives you confidence.
Can I push you for a why though, Pim? Because it's one thing looking at the stats, looking at the eye test, what makes him so instrumental for this G2?
He doesn't need a lot of help, and he doesn't get a lot of help on the server. He's very self-sufficient. It's a player that has an ability to turn around into, I guess, a winnable scenario for the entirety of the team. You place him alone on a B bomb site on Dust 2 as an example, and in a scenario where you play out around 10 times, or you play out a certain scenario 10 times, HeavyGod have a tendency to find, the better outcome more often than not. And I think that's a very unique way to look at a player like HeavyGod. Honestly speaking, I'm a bit surprised that he has re-signed a contract with G2. As selfish as I like to be, I would have loved to see HeavyGod on a better team. G2 is a team that is fighting to get into the playoff at every single tournament. I think he may be the best in the world in his current position. Thus, I want him to be part of one of the best teams in the world. I think that's how good he is. And I'll also add this into the mix, Martin, before you jump in. He's the sole reason G2 even find themselves in the playoff. No HeavyGod playing that well, no G2 in the playoff.
He's definitely the best anchor, pure anchor player right now in the world. Maybe outside of Vitality for sure, but it's definitely up there. And the way that he signed that contract is extremely interesting, because such a guy that requires so little resources is super helpful to have as a signing guy that you're going to be building the team around. So G2 are kind of reinventing the wheel. Instead of signing the star player, they're signing their supportive structure first, and then those star players will naturally maybe even come to them because they will be playing under, a team that requires less resources, and therefore there will be more pressure to kind of perform better themselves there. So I do think that this is kind of good restructure, and as you said, expected kills whenever they're hitting the HeavyGod side, that is really, really good. Whenever he gets 2, there was probably expected to have only 1 kill there.
It's also the ability to be out of the game and then all of a sudden check into the game, because he's playing a certain role where if he doesn't see the kills, if they're not coming to him, he can't really force it, playing the anchor position, playing some of the T-side roles he's having. So he's kind of reliant on teams testing him to some degree. So there's going to be rounds, where he's not part of the game, 2, 3 rounds, 4 rounds maybe. And there's certain players, I think you, Peter, were one of those players back in the days that you needed a bit of confidence, you needed to stay active in the game, you needed to see action at all times. HeavyGod can idle for 4 or 5 rounds, he can have a scoreline that's 6-6, and all of a sudden, he's just going to explode on the server. Yeah. And that's a unique trait to have as a player as well.
What I really enjoy about him is that he doesn't necessarily have to sit still. Like, I think Overpass is a great example. Like he's going to search monster. He's going to try and find kills on the extremities. He's not this typical lurker that just waits for his team to do something on the other side of them and then strike. He's also the one who wants to go in and try and find some openings. And that he has like this perfect balance. And then he just does it so well that his team is just so confident in his play that he gets put there and he gets put in these situations. And it's good and so important to have a guy that can be so proactive but also play the defensive role.
Having your support show up, that's one thing. But having your AWP show up, that's almost a non-negotiable, no?
Yeah, it should be, but as I've stated a couple of times, and it may sound a bit harsh if people are only watching the majors, there's never been a better time to be a bad AWPer than currently in Counter-Strike. There's a lot of AWP players who are struggling a little bit to close the gap up to the best in the world. You're looking at your Cyrus, your Shiros, Monacy. Wonderful has closed a bit of that gap as well. This tournament not really firing on all cylinders. You'd say Molodoi as well in the mix, but in the broad spectrum, I feel like there's a big gap between the best AWPers in the world and the likes of Sun Payers and the second-tier opposition, so to speak. So far this tournament, there's been games, there's been moments where Sun Payers have played well, but I think over a long period now, I've looked at him in G2 and I thought to myself, I just want a little bit more. I want a bit more impact. I want a bit more influence in the game, because we hear he's a big voice, we hear that he's helping out with some of the calling as well, but as an AWP player, I think first and foremost, you gotta have productivity on the server, and that's been lacking a little bit for Sun Payers for a long time.
I had my chance of playing with Sun Payers back in Falcons, and I think that the biggest mistake that he has as a player is actually he's so harsh in his that he actually overthinks a lot, and that is one of the things that can be the most devastating thing as a Counter-Strike player, is that you doubt yourself, but it's also that you overthink, because most of the times he's actually in the right spot, he just doesn't hit his shot. And I think that for Sun Payers, and I just want to be like completely honest here, I don't think that he will return to a form where he can compete with Monacy and Shiro and Saivu. I think that's overdue. I think he had his time, his prime was back in ends. So what he's doing now is obviously a lot of support AWPing for G2. He throws a lot of utility. He's that guy that holds the line, but he can have games where he can be explosive. But I don't think he's going to be as an instrumental part of a team now that we've seen him in.
He doesn't need to.
I know, and that's not what he
just needs to do a little bit more.
He needs to hit a shot when he has the opportunity, and then not overthink the situations when he's actually having a bad game.
Maybe to expect more. Janko mentioned it in the pre-game actually, and pre-show that actually Sun Payers is the big game player, and that's when he kind of steps up a little bit, and we might have seen this as absolutely one of the biggest games for him. He's definitely on fire, at least when it comes to like these pressure moments when G2 is about to go out. That's when he performs kind of.
Which kind of surprises me when you're saying about this decision making, right? Because you have milliseconds to do that. You would think in high pressure situations that self-doubt will creep in a little bit more, but I do want to go back to that G2 versus Na'Vi series that we saw deciding who makes it into the Lanxess, because let's be honest, Jacob, there were mistakes aplenty on both sides of the server. What stood out for G2 in your opinion?
Yeah, I think it's only fair we give a few examples to people at home, and showcase what can happen. Look at the scoreline right here, 11-7. It's G2 versus Na'Vi. The buy coming in from Na'Vi as well. Nerds by himself, isolated from all of his teammates, decide to push up middle, give away a free kill, and now all of a sudden give Na'Vi a way to win this round. Unfortunately for G2, they're not able to recope, they're not able to win this scenario, and Na'Vi gets away with a round here where they essentially could have lost the entirety of the game. You look at the buy, you look at the scoreline, it should have been 12-7 for G2, and that would have been game over. Now, naturally, that cannot happen against a team like Team Spirit, and it's not to pinpoint that G2 is the only team in this matchup that's going to make mistake, but when you play against the likes of Donk, when you play against the likes of Spirit, this is mistakes that you are not allowed to do, and you weren't allowed to do it against Na'Vi, because we have another example as well, round 21, where it's like, this is the side consequence of making the mistake early on from Nerds by not taking it seriously every single round. As you see on the scoreline, is now 11-9, so Na'Vi went on to win the following round. Again, spoke about Heavy Guard, always good for a kill. Hunter comes in to help him. It's a good shutdown right here for G2. Again, a 5v3, you think this is round over, there's no way they can lose this one. Alexi B comes out here in middle, try to create a bit of space. Nerds get another kill, you have a 4v2. At this point, I haven't seen G2 do anything bad. Now a 1v4. Wonderful by himself, down to 2 HP. This is insane. What he gets here with the second Tech-9 kill is absolutely insane, but that's where you see G2 jeopardizing it a little bit, right? One player gets caught off guard, jumping right here by himself, and now all of a sudden you're leaving Mattis to himself against an AWP player, and despite the fact that Wonderful was on 2 HP throughout the entirety of the clutch, it doesn't matter because he has the AWP. This was an example where G2 ended up throwing away the map of Dust 2, and there's two sides to this. First and foremost, you cannot do these mistakes today. You will be punished in in a playoff stage like this. Second of all, I want to give credit to G2 for throwing away Dust 2 like this, which clearly was bad, but still turning it around and winning the game. So they showed a bit of resilience. They showed that even when they're facing adversity, the old G2 would crumble. New G2 seems a little bit more resilient.
Yeah, particularly when you look at that second map as well, managing to close out an OT. There were ample opportunities for Navi to be closing out that third map of Mirage. Let's put the shoe on the other foot, though, and talk about Team Spirit and just why they've looked so damn good at this major so far. And we talk about them as obviously defending champions. Magix, though, he wasn't there this time last year, Dupree, but now he's back in the fray and he's leading the charge too.
Yeah, he is, and this is also his first Lances Arena, showcase being an IMG leader, so that's also puts a little bit of extra pressure on his shoulders. I think a lot of people, they were questioning it and maybe raised their eyebrows when they saw that Magic was brought back into it now also to becoming an in-game leader, but from the Spirit side, that was something that he himself wanted to do, but also the coach thought that it's going to be a perfect fit for him as a player. And I think, it's taking some time for him to kind of grow into the role, and there's still plenty of things to learn, and today is going to be another lesson for him. I think that he's still a player that works alongside Halley and also Sophic to, figure out the identity of the team. How can he actually improve this team? And I think one of the things that has been instrumental for this guy is obviously that his CT side has been really great, but also the utility as an evolution of Spirit has been the one that has stood out to me, that they are just using their utility so much better. It's like they've gone back in time thinking, okay, what were we really bad at? Okay, utility has been an issue for us. And then they brought in the coaches. We have to be looking at the micro decision. That's where Sophic came in, and he's been working with the team saying, how can we improve? And the flash assist has just been phenomenal throughout this event and also throughout this year. And that's where I think he's been standing out. There's still plenty of things to work for with Magix, but when you have a guy like Dong on your team, you got to make sure that he's in the perfect conditions to always perform.
In Astana, it was incredible. That was absolutely the event where Team Spirit turned it around when it comes to utility usage, and that was the focal point for many of the tournaments prior to that they're just simply not good enough with it. They're below the average, and they're just not activating their stars as much as they can. Obviously, Dong is going to always look for that fight, but it's so much easier against the blinded opponents, especially when it comes to clearing AWP angles. This is where AK is not going to stand too much of a chance against better AWPers. But, they stepped it up. Props to Sotvik probably, and obviously the coaching situation is not ideal, but we will get to that.
Feels like it's kind of taken a page out of the Apex, Xtaz, Vitality, Stratberg there with the util usage. You have some examples though from the 9Z series, because let's just remind everybody, obviously that series versus 9Z was incredibly competitive. How did Spirit manage to get it over?
My whole point about this Magix T-side calling is that, well, is he going to come up with 11-11 pressure point, incredibly important gun round, and he actually the back's against the wall, they're about to lose the map, and he's calling a B execute into a stacked side. Obviously, this is Team Spirit, and despite losing the first man, Dong actually manages to trade incredibly well, and even though it looks like, yes, they won the round and the call was probably good, in reality it wasn't. On this 10-12, he just went instantly for the B hit. Next round, directly, they decided to go for the exact same thing. They were blocked, but then they went for a lower approach and slower approach into the default Mayor, and right there should have hit the hole, should have hit the shot, and then missed once more time. This could have gone either way, but obviously 9Z kind of felt through this Dust 2 with the amount of possibilities to close it out. It comes back to sting them, obviously, but I do think that Magix, when it comes to game plan and preparation, and when it doesn't go according to the plan, he's kind of slow on interacting with the team and figuring out a way how to punish the opponent in these tense rounds without coaches.
And just to tie that into what we saw with G2 before, it's not that Spirit haven't made mistakes throughout this tournament. It's not that Spirit haven't had rounds where you question the call or you question how they open up the round. The biggest difference between G2 and Spirit, which we're going to see on the server today, is that they have individuals that can bail them out of those situations. They have the Donk who can come in with an unbelievable trade on an unbelievable turnaround, Shiro for that matter as well, where they're going to lack a little bit of that extra, let's call it X factor within the G2 camp. So it's not that I necessarily have seen Spirit play picture-perfect Counter-Strike, or the calling has been exceptional. It's the combination of a decent, T-side and a decent setup for Team Spirit, but then you have Dong playing his best brand of Counter-Strike probably ever at the moment, and that's going to bail them out of those scenarios and kind of mask for the fact and kind of make us forget sometimes that it's not a clean, always looking Team Spirit.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point. You've been keeping a finger on the pulse in terms of the Donk, major rating, maybe the best of all time. What's it saying at the moment?
I mean, we're in Cologne right now, and that in itself is special, but we have Donk, firing on all cylinders. This is his stats at all the majors so far combined, which is absolutely insane. There's no player who can match this. There's no player who's even close to be matching this. You can talk Saivu for all you want. You can talk Simple in his prime. No one is going to be able to match those stats. And if you take the individual major performances, you're looking at it as it is right now. With stage 3 and what you've seen so far in the playoff, he's at a 1.71 rating. And naturally, it's still ongoing, so we put a little bit of an asterisk. But if you were to keep up that level, Donk would single-handedly have the 3 highest individual major rankings ever in history of Counter-Strike. He'll put Saivu to the side, he'll put Simple to the side.
Put Swag to the side,
I
guess.
Swag to the side, I don't know. It's that whole meme, with 4 souls and a clown in the middle. I don't know what he's doing there. But to be completely honest, for Donk, that is exceptional. And it's just a way to, I guess, narrate it in a different way. Because we always talk about Donk. We always talk about the X Factor. But this is exceptional to a level that we never seen before.
And he played 5 majors. And those were the stats that you're...
That's crazy. It's almost like Donk. I mean, he is a phenom. We already know that. But that's why I'm so excited to get to see him perform up here on this very stage. We want to talk about the maps, though, for this series. Yanko had a couple of suspicions in the pre-show. Feels like Overpass is probably up for grabs for G2. Do you agree with that sentiment, Stiko?
I do think if G2 wants to win this best of 3, they must pick Overpass and they must win it. That's the winning condition, in my opinion, for them. Whether they're going to go that route, I think it's extremely likely, but there are obviously question marks around, well, what is going to be the decider, and even Anubis is maybe going to play a role as a potential surprise pick, even though both of these teams don't really like it. However, I do think that Spirit is going to lean into that Dust 2 pick, and for the decider, probably Ancient over Mirage. I think Ancient is better for Team Spirit, which they get to choose.
I do think that if like the only team in this matchup that actually can allow themselves to play a little bit around with the veto and then throw in a curveball would be Spirit, but why would they do that? I don't see them doing it.
It feels risky with no coach.
That's what I mean, right? It doesn't have to, because I think Spirit will look at this matchup thinking, okay, we're the best team, map pool-wise, team-wise, player-wise, everything, we're just better than D2. We don't have to risk anything. Let's just go with the whole comfort pick. That's why Dust 2 is probably going to be that one, and for the likes of G2, I also agree with the thing that Martin said, that, Overpass has to be the one, because that is the one that's been standing out for them. And if they don't clinch that one, it's just going to be very hard.
The only thing that could change that is it's so obvious that Spirit would know it, G2 would know it, and they've had 3 days to prepare for this game. So if you're G2, you're the underdog, you're going up against Donk. If there's any other map you think there's a chance on, maybe you would have prepared that. It's likely it's going to be Overpass, but I would love to see G2 having a pocket pick right here that's going to surprise us and Team Spirit.
Let's see. No, we go with the Overpass. Okay. That's good. That's good.
No, but it makes sense.
What is happening?
We're establishing it. Obviously, Spirit is going to pick that city side, which is, I do believe, is the Donk lowest city side out of any maps, but he still posts like 1.33 rating.
There it is.
There it is.
And then that's a question one for the third one, whether it's going to be Ancient is actually going to put out, and that has actually been G2's pick in some of the recent matchups they've had. So at this point, it feels like they do have a little bit of respect for that one. So it would surprise me a lot if we don't get to see Mirage as a third one, which is what we do. And it's actually a map that both teams have been very comfortable on this, like in this major specifically. Both teams have played it a lot and also got some very comfortable wins on it. So if we go all the distance, we're in for a good treat.
We've got a couple of extra minutes, so I do just want to touch upon that coaching conversation as well. Because just to contextualize, obviously no coach standing directly behind Team Spirit. They do chat with Hallie a lot between the maps, so they're right on the phone to him. How much do you think that actually has an effect when we're coming onto a major stage?
It's going to have potentially a big effect if the game gets close, if it gets into a tight scenario, or if G2 is coming in with a game plan they didn't prepare for, right? The game is going to dictate how important it's going to be, in the sense that if G2 is playing in a way that Spirit didn't anticipate, then making the mid-round adjustments and making the adjustments in the middle of the game becomes significantly harder when you don't have a guy from the back, watching the full bird perspective, so to speak. However, if G2 is playing, kind of obvious with the Overpass pick, if they're playing the same way as they've done in the group stage, if Hallie has been able to sit at home and prepare for exactly what's coming, that's going to mitigate that a little bit. So it depends on what G2 is coming out here, which is why personally I hope they would do some sort of pocket pick. They have to shake the tree in some way, and they didn't do it with the map, but maybe they do it in the game plan.
And that's the thing, when I look at Spirit, I trust them basically more than anybody to execute that game plan almost to a T, right? Obviously for Magix it's been a bit of time getting accustomed to that role, but as you pointed out, when the individuals are popping off like they have been, that's going to be a tough nut for G2 to crack.
Yeah, for sure. And the coach is there for 2 different reasons. Like, one thing is that he has the overview to change the game plan and see if we're getting abused somewhere, that we can change things up. But it's also just for the mental aspect. Sometimes it's just nice to have that guy behind you saying, guys, we're still in it, we just need to do this, then we're going to be bouncing back. And Spirit doesn't have that. And I do think Also, that was one of the reasons against 9C that they were visibly frustrated. They couldn't really bounce back into the game, and you didn't have Halle to take a timeout and say, guys, we need to be staying more focused whatsoever. And specifically going onto the stage, if you don't have your coach here, if there's tension building between the players, it's nice to have this guy that can come in as a third person saying, guys, it's fine, we're still in the game, like we can move on, everything, like we're still in the game. And obviously the frog, jab, or whatever you're gonna call him, he's not gonna be
okay. How is it again? I do think that the poses is the big thing. That's what Magic is going to struggle with. And every player, whenever you're playing the game and you're focusing on the round, it's really hard to call the poses, and it's really hard to like pinpoint exact round where you want to take the pause and rebreathe and retalk the game plan, because you have to suddenly shift away from a certain long attack into like a B attack on Dust 2, right? So you have to take into account that they are not really efficient with those, and that's why coach missing is a big thing.
It could be a big thing, right? And I think it's only fair we also do paint that picture that on the other side you have a guy like Saw who for a long time got a lot of credit for what he was able to do in Heroic, what he was able to do in Ents. He's part of the reason why G2 as well is now in the playoff, brought back Sun Payers to the lineup, brought back Nerds as well, who's having a decent tournament. So I think in that regard, we kind of painted the picture as Spirit being the heavy favorite in this matchup, right? And it would be a lie to say they're not, but if you were to find one duel within the game, I'm pretty sure Saw is going to do a better job as a coach than the Teddy Bear does.
Does it tempt any of you guys to be going with that G2? Could they have done more to kind of push a case as a potential threat to Spirit in this one?
This might be a hot take, but I actually think this is most one-sided quarterfinal we will have for Team Spirit's favor.
Okay.
Yeah. And I do think so, and individuals are just going to be probably shining a little bit, outshining G2 a little bit too much.
Well, considering they are the defending champions when we do return to Cologne, conquering it is one thing, but doing it at Major, that is a whole different beast. It's time to kick off our second day here in the Lanxess.
More than meets the eye. More than just a game. A portrait of the human experience. Mirroring the human mind at work. The best moves require clarity, confidence, and strategic vision. The worst moves, a product of overconfidence, panic, or the blindness of emotion. Every piece has its role, working in perfect unity to manifest victory. A player's gameplay is a glimpse into the human, a window into their interpretation of the fundamentals. Control the center, a delicate balance of calculation and intuition. Take space, an equilibrium between order and chaos. Sacrifice. Under time pressure, there is no time to calculate. The flow state. A mystical place. An immersion. Every player has seen it. Few have felt it on the main stage. Tune out the crowd. The beating in your chest. the expectation of your fans, the needs of your family, and make your move.
Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters 2026 here in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike. Hey Cologne, we ready for day 2? Oh, you know it. Yesterday was a great starter. We had a team that's gone further, broken records than anyone from their country before. On the other side, a man who said he had nothing else left to prove. But you know what? I think he's got one last thing left to prove. Today, we have 2 more quarterfinals for you. 4 teams that are the big dogs. They are the teams that think they've got what it takes to win this trophy, to lift it high into the sky here in Cologne, to etch their names alongside some of the greatest to ever have done it. Because to win in Cologne is one thing, to win a major is another. To win a Cologne major, whew, that's the thing everybody wants. Who's ready for a quarterfinal? All right, let's get our first quarterfinal team out of here. And they are an organization from this country. They have a player that has won here. They as a team have won here, but this lineup currently, not yet. But maybe today is today. They have fans over there. They will get support as they walk out here. Is today the day they make that step towards immortality? Please welcome G2! Oh, and do they have a fight on their hands, because they take on in this quarterfinal the reigning Intel Extreme Masters champions. They won here last year. They have a lineup that can win, and within their ranks, they have a player who is arguably the greatest of all time at the moment. Will he be the greatest of all time going forward? There's only one way to find out, and that's to see how he does here today. It's worth pointing out, the last time a major was in Cologne, he was 9 years old. So please welcome out here into this beating heart of esports, Cologne, it's Team Spirit! Oh, have I got the feels. Team Spirit, come up onto stage because we're about to get this underway here in the Lanxess, here in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike. A best of 3, a place in the semi-finals is on offer for one of these 2 teams. And you know what it's time for now. Who do we think is going to win? So Cologne, is it going to be G2? Is it going to be Spirit? One more time. Is it G2? Is it Spirit? Let's get it on!
The trophy that mesmerized Donk ever since he put hands to mouse. Last year, he carved his name alongside the legends that inspired him to begin. Usually, he is such a stoic figure, but the emotions we saw in 2025 were unlike anything else. At a major on top of that, Jacob, I've got a sneaky suspicion we're going to see a very fired up Donk on stage today.
That's what truly marks a great player. Not only winning a tournament once, but doing it over and over and over again. His aspirations for the game, obviously, is to be the greatest of all time. He has the talent to be the greatest of all time, but as OJ said, he has to prove it over and over and over again. When guys like ZywOo are winning, when Vitality is still on the top of the world, there's only one player right now, realistically, who single-handedly can shut them down, and that is Donk. Now, in front of him is not ZywOo. In front of him is not Vitality. In front of him is G2, and it's just a step on the way. So for Donk to play well, for Donk to do well in the quarterfinal and get off to a strong start in the playoff, that is a massive win condition for Spirit's hope of winning the trophy.
At this point, looking at Spirit and Donk, I think there's no case that Donk is not going to be showing up. This guy always shows up, and if you look at the side of G2, they are still yet to find a victory in 26 against the likes of Spirit. They have lost every single time they've faced this year. I think it's a honorable mention also to be mentioned on the side of G2. Hunter, the big game stage player of this team, he will show up and he sucks in the pressure and he delivers on every single apartment. And that is very important when you have an in-game leader that can deliver on the stage. He needs to be showing up today. We've talked about Heavy God, but we also got to be seeing things from Mirage. He needs to be the guy that goes out, creates a space, go toe-to-toe with Donk, but it's going to be a very massive problem.
And obviously, Spirit is here to build upon that Astana success, but on the other hand, Mattis, Heavy God and Sampaios, they have never been in a major playoff before. So the pressure is privilege, but so is the privilege of playing in front of this audience in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Who are you taking for this one, Jacob?
It's hard for me not to see Team Spirit winning this one, but I'm more interested in how they're going to win this game. I think it goes without saying when you have Falcons or Vitality waiting in a potential semi-final that whoever of G2 and Spirit is going to win this game, they need a strong performance to give us any belief that they can win against either Vitality or Falcons.
1 year ago, this trophy was just Donk's dream. Now, this trophy is his duty to defend. The Cathedral calls for Spirit and G2.
The dragon stirs. While Counter-Strike await the Kings this evening, Team Spirit ready themselves to burn this cathedral down. The defending champions are in the house, and they are no bark, all bite. But before they take their own step towards this trophy, they must defeat a plucky samurai. G2, also forged in the fire of the second stage and fearless of the flame, the first time on a major stage for many of these men. And they have nothing to lose. Will G2's inexperience cost them? Or can they rise to the ultimate challenge and secure semi-final Saturday here in Cologne? The major playoffs continue!
And I think it's quite staggering because G2, they're by no means a small fish, but in this side of the bracket, they're a heavyweight among titans. They are the underdog for this entire run, every game they play. Meanwhile, Spirit, they're coming off the back of an undefeated event out in Astana. Didn't drop a series the whole time to get through to the playoffs. There is no doubting the form that Spirit are coming into this quarterfinal with today.
Yeah, 12 series win streak, 3 maps lost, 23 maps won. Dominance doesn't quite encapsulate it. And so this side of the bracket, it's all to play for Team Spirit. Pocket pick of G2. Trying to catch them off guard, come in with Overpass. The one map they've managed to beat them on this year. Let's see what they've got up their sleeve.
B-Pop to try and get things going. Heavy God leading the charge. Got the rest of the team in behind them. And right into Donk's dualies, he's dead right away. That always alleviates a lot of pressure, but Spirit is more than just one man. G2 getting chewed up. And that leaves Mattis all alone. 1 versus 3 as Spirit make moves around him. He deals with the first, that's convincing. But gotta be perfect on the next 2. Spirit give him a little bit of room. Is this where the uncertainty creeps in, or can Mattis piece it together? Both fights right there in front of him. Magic's with the swing, Mattis onto something, finally dealt with. Sigh of relief for Spirit as they shut Mattis out of that 1v3 in the pistol.
Clutch coming through for Shiro, no surprise to start this series. Pistols have been shaky at the Cologne Major for both these squads. Spirit absolutely needed that one to stop the steamroll of G2, who had to come in confident if they want to win this game. This is such a one-sided matchup as the desk have set up. And so G2, absolutely everybody needs to play at their peak in order to win this game today on the big stage. A G2 who haven't beat Spirit in 9 months, who haven't beat them since they peaked at London. Have to see if we can get that level from them today. If not, then this will just be a footnote in the Spirit story. What's up for G2?
Yeah, it can always feel a little rough, right? T-side, you really benefit from a pistol round win. So G2 come through with a force. Hoping to try and collect these rounds early in their T-side campaign. And once again, it's eyes set down here towards B. 3 players strong at 14 Spirit. Rotate starting to happen. You've just got to stop these pistols from spilling through. Heavy God with an entry. Magic's backing up. That leaves Tanir alone. G2 nearly a clean sweep on this B play, but in come Donk and Shiro. Can they turn the tide?
These are the 2 that you wait for. Team Spirit waiting for something from G2, given nothing in this post-part. Some pious jiggling is the first fight. Shiro swings out, nice D connects. And so pistols coming through for G2, unless Donk can do what Donk does best, but this is a clutch, this is unfamiliar territory. Donk fakes the run away, gets a clean headshot, but this clock ticks against him, so G2 pick up their force buy. Not what Spirit were expecting to deal with off of a clean pistol round with no plants.
Terrorists win.
G2 already throw a spanner in the works. These are the kind of plays that are going to have to work for G2 on this T side. These B pops, we're already seeing a lot of set util coming in from G2 in these first couple of rounds, trying to catch Spirit off guard. You know Donk and Shiro play that top site. So tell me where you want to go. Donk's M4 gives intrigue to this round still, starting 4B. When Donk is armed, Donk is dangerous. So G2 slow and steady in middle, clearing every single position they can. Meanwhile, Spirit throw a gamble into this round.
And it's quite the gamble, isn't it? G2 game plan has been all about this B site to get going. As you say, likely just trying to put a bit of doubt in the minds of these 2 stars, Donk and Shiro on the other end of the map. And they're almost hoping that conditioning's worked. It hasn't. Spirit trying to stay ahead of this. They've left B entirely open. This is just a bit of a ruse. Nerds being very loud out towards the long side. Bomb going back. And so G2 just might move into an empty B site.
Yeah, they've got them right where they want them here. Spirit will have to double save. Unless they make hasty rotations, but they don't know just yet. G2 still keeping up appearances. Finally, util starts to fly into this B site. It's time for Spirit to call their bluff or not. And no info on this top site. Donk begins to rotate. Shiro as well with that scout, but G2 are already in B.
So might they still want to fight for this? Donk getting set up down towards CT. It's that rifle on the line first. Heaven's now open for Shiro. He's peeking through with this scout, and there's that opener. Magic's with one on the backstab.
It's on.
This is going to bring Spirit in for the retake. G2 feeling a little nervous. This was supposed to be a free round. Cover there from the Tanir Deagle, and now that net starting to close on this B site.
Gotta go.
No, it's a quick response, and this backstab for some pious nets another. Still job not done. Donk's closing in. Nets is gonna deal with him. And G2 able to stop that retake in its tracks.
Maybe Nerds is the reason we get this map in the pool today. It's been a struggling map for G2 when you look at last year, but since adding Nerds, they're 8-2 on Overpass. This has been their go-to since the removal of Maubs. Big firepower round out of Nerds, who has been hit or missed this major. Nothing in the middle, top or bottom, it feels like for this player. But he holds it together, shutting down Donk on that B site and putting G2 right where they need to be. And Eco in Team Spirit, an early lead on the T side of Overpass. Things are going well for G2.
Now for G2 across their major run, but even, you know, leading into this, the kind of goal for the team seems to be centered around calm. Everyone trying to be on the same page, never getting too swept up in the occasion. Well, it's something Heavy God even spoke about months ago now, last year even, when they were able to win out in London over Vitality. Talked about how, you know, this team is at their best when everyone's communicating well, when they're calm. They're believing in each other, and I think you've seen that instilled across the entire major run from this squad. Never ones to celebrate too early. And I think at times it's helped give them a lot of resilience in these games.
Yeah, they showed that resilience to get to the playoffs, taking down Na'Vi. It was quite a lengthy matchup in overtimes with double-digit maps. G2, their reward for that is getting this side of the bracket. But right now, they're looking up for the job. Throwing a threat the way of Team Spirit. We wait for the guns, but until that point, Spirit is going to flood this site with pistols, try and take some kills out of this round.
All right, they're letting Heavy God warm into this with a couple of pot shots downrange. No damage found from these pistols. So a clean sweep for G2.
Isn't this almost just best case scenario, right? Losing the pistol, but then picking up the force spy just puts G2 in such a powerful economic position on the T side of Overpass, considering the fact that Spirit got baited into going for that retake and a 5v3 that G2 then win. So Spirit lose everything. Only now do they get their first AWP and full rifle round of this map. So G2 know it's uphill from here. Said everyone needs to peak for G2 if they were to win this game. And so as some Pius pulls his AWP out, let's see how he's feeling today. Shiro certainly ain't coming in slow. Full blind on that shot, and Donk moves in.
Yeah, first appearance of that Shiro AWP, and it instantly leaves a mark. 5v4. Magic's even aggressive down here on long, while the rest of his team slink back towards the bomb site. Magic's trying to get more value out of this. It's a clash of the captains, and Hunter comes out ahead. Still victories fleeting here for G2. They lost a man in the downtime. Heavy got dead out towards Monster.
Just walked right past Mattis.
Might be able to come back and get this trade. I just don't know if you expect Zontix to have followed through with all this aggression.
It's a weird position. The bomb goes back through T-spawn to help out with Mattis. It's going to be cut down completely, but G2 might just use him as a lug, as a fake on this B bomb site. They're throwing nades on top. Donk gets headshots. Zontix turns around and he clears out Mattis. The plan is clear now by G2. Nades thrown on this A site. They have to move in.
Shiro's AWP hard to deal with. And holds a convincing line, not deterred by this Molotov. He still has room to work with. Tanier even arriving on rotation. A long, slow backstab for Zontix. Again, there's this net tightening around the A play. So G2 have to keep their wits about them. Bomb planted. No shot connects on the spam. Hunter gonna plug in these numbers. It's the backstab that could throw everything through a loop. G2 almost looking over their shoulder in this post plant. Zontix springs the trap. Hunter's gonna get his, but as he re-peeks out, that Shiro AWP right there and ready to deal with him. Oh. Left to Sampius now in the clutch. Knows where both players are, but does that make this any easier to deal with? Time ticking away. He can't sustain even a point of damage. Eventually, someone's got to get on this bomb. That nade falls a little too short. One kill from Sampius could still save this round. Out with the swing. He's just off the mark. Spirit steal it away, and Sampius left cowering as that one falls in Spirit's favor.
What a calm 2v1 there for Sampius. Never calls the bluff on the tap, or rather does call the bluff, doesn't believe anything that Spirit throw his way. He even lets him cross back into the bomb site, and that is his undoing. Zontix on low health. Could have been felled. But Sampius just falling short of this one. It's Team Spirit getting back on the board without Donk. Heroic play for Zontix there. That monster spam to find Heavy God and then pushing all the way through on the flank. Nice to see him not come in cold, coming in very confident. And, you know, if you find Heavy God outside this B site, you know what to expect. He is a sole lurker down on this side of the map. 9 times out of 10, he is on his own, but not today. Flash through the monster pipe. Shiro found, AWP dropped, and Heavy got a massive opening kill. G2 can sit back and relax now. That A side just got easier.
Donk playing an aggressive position out here towards the toilets. For the time being, G2 have walked right past him. You hope this has been made clear, but no one looks aware of it. Donk handed a double. A disaster for G2. That opener. The 5v4 matters not. Donk brings Spirit back into this round, and now his teammates arrive on rotation. Magic's on that AWP. Eclipses Sampius in that head-to-head and leaves G2 with this. 2 players back at the toilets, 30 seconds to work with. Limited util to try and get this job done. The one Molotov meant to make life a little harder for Magix has pushed him out into the open. Heavy God wasn't able to finish. Has to do it at the second time of asking. He nails it still. They've lost the bomb. Heavy God now finds himself scrapping for kills. Time running low for Heavy God, but they're giving him the fight! Oh! And that is a grave error! One that Heavy God is quick to capitalize on. Starts the round with that opening at B and ends it with a clutch on the top site.
Oh, that is shocking. Spirit had everything going for them. They had the time in their favor. Less than 15 seconds on the clock. Bomb dropped on short. Heavy God, he expects the fights. Spirit swing right in. And that is 4 kills in the round for Heavy God to keep G2 above water. That is a forehead slap of a round for Spirit. Big mistake in the 2v1.
Just massive implications too, right? Money now called into question for Team Spirit. They scrape together a buy, but it's a round they feel silly to have ever given away.
And these T-side rounds on Overpass are hard to come by. Spirit know that as well. So can't let G2 get going in this game. Donk aggressive ahead of the util. He's got a teammate by his side. Even if he pays the price, they find a 3 for 4. Spirit in advantage. Quick reset through the safety of B. And Nerds might just have to mash W, but get up in their grill.
You know, we talk about nameplate Counter-Strike. This is a good example of that, right? You see Donk fighting in the connector. You know that's kind of the guy responsible for this top site. And so Nerds is quick to try and get activated here. Aware he has a bit more of a timing. He's getting great space out towards long, but he needs that opening. Without it, G2 in hot water. And Ashiro remains elusive. Nerds just can't get a beat on him. He's bought more than enough time for teammates to rotate up, and they might not even be required. Shiro, one-man army. And it's left in Heavy God's hands all over again. 1v2 in the last, but this is a damn sight harder. 30 seconds to work with. Spot there from the bank player, and now all of Spirit looking his way. Dead as he rounds the corner. It's Shiro's turn to play the hero in this round.
What a time to show up for Shiro. Orb or not, he does it with the rifles. Side by side with Donk for the trade. Back up A and in the open on low health. Shiro shutting it out with a 4K of his own. Immediately answers the problem presented by Heavy God. Spirit just trading rounds now, back and forth, forces G2 to buy again. And it is a suboptimal buy at best. Oh, faking. They don't have connector. Playing ahead of that Molotov. Sampires puts it behind him, and G2 get closer and closer on this A site. Spot for Shiro is something. Donk activates.
Only good for his double. Again, it might fall to Shiro on this rifle to have to be a difference maker. Oh man! Shiro is more than up for the job.
Get this guy off the orb.
How many impossible clutches is Heavy God gonna get left in? Shiro showing up and meaning business to start this quarterfinal. Left an impression the moment he bought the AWP out, finding advantages from the moment it appeared. But it's the rifle where he's done his best work thus far.
Yeah, and you know Shiro, he calls a lot of his own shots. He's a very vocal player. He's going to be calling setups probably between him and Donk in a lot of these rounds. So great to see him feeling it off the top of the game. Going to make things a lot easier on this A side. Will G2 just start going back towards his B hits, I wonder? Calls out a spawn, more execute heavy, because he slow walks towards the toilets, with the exception of that Heavy God clutch, have fallen in vain for G2. For now, just the Deagle, hot potato for Nerds, handing it over, but Spirit again giving nothing. Just a lot of jump spotting. Third player even coming back up. Shiro in the toilets.
You were hoping this attention down towards B to start the game was going to make Spirit hesitant about these rotations. I think you're learning that that's not happened. That's not been the case. Every time you've looked for this A play, it feels like you're going into a bit of a stack. Even now, Magix was in the right place. It looked like he was going to begin his rotation, but something's called him back.
We even have a fourth player coming over. Spirit know this is happening now. G2 just have to start running in with Glocks. Should just be a killing field here in the bathrooms. Donk and Shiro combining for as many as they can, and that will do nicely. Flawless round for Team Spirit to keep their heads above water on this must-win CT side. I mentioned Overpass being the map G2 managed to beat them on. It came off the back of a 9-round CT side. Showing how difficult this offensive half can be, even for a team like Team Spirit. So G2 have already done well, but can they do better? This next rifle round decides everything.
And a return back to this B side. This was how this whole game started with these B plays. Heavy God. Entry found. Nerds and Mattis in with the follow-up. They go back to B. Back to that early game plan, and they get immediate results.
Just a mind-blowing execute, because it's not even really an execute. G2 aren't throwing high flashes and not smoking heaven. They just walk out monster after the Molotov fades, and G2 with multiple entries. You've got Spirit looking at the ground to avoid flashbangs. G2 completely catch them off guard with that call. And so all this success really coming off of the B site, avoiding those two top performers of Team Spirit. And now the mind games begin with a couple rounds left in this half. Would they possibly do it again?
Terrorists win.
Spirit have to ask themselves that question. G2 looking pretty relentless in this half, not really utilizing the AWP, no need.
I mean, we heard from Magix at the end of that 9Z game, the one to get them here into the playoffs, how that was the most stressful game he felt like he'd ever played. It was a real test of him as a captain. Feels like it could be one of the series that kind of makes or breaks his immediate future in that position. But there was a lot of resilience on display from Team Spirit, being able to pull themselves back into that game. Well, for G2, this is a Hunter who's nearly a year to the day into the comfort of being a captain. And so who kind of has the edge in these mind games? Does Magix doubt his read? Does Hunter try and make it too convoluted? That's the question. Bomb still floating around outside of B.
I like this round starter, and Spirit are falling for it. G2 just doing mid control, but you know where this one's ending up. Just look at Sampayas. So G2 can't afford to lose too many players on this early assault. It's Tanir's position that's surprising. Catching Mattis on that bait. No way he gets a double. And now Spirit should know what's up. Magix moves down. The map goes quiet. G2 get closer.
Util in, and that signals the go. Heavy God at the front of the pack. Has Hunter ready to explode out through short at a moment's notice. Full rotate of Spirit arriving. Orb reinforces the back line. Sampayas iced out. Spirit pieced that one together.
Super well played for Zontix there. We've seen him in anti-flash positions many times. That's G2 trying to bait him to re-peek off of the first flash. Double flash goes in. That's when Heavy God plays, and that's when Zontix swings out from safety. Easily cuts down that first player. No way G2 can break in. And so they've tried surprising contact plays into B, but a more telegraphed attempt. Spirit shut it down with ease and look to win the half in this final round. G2 at least have what they need to fight back.
Now, Sora has been very conservative with these timeouts, calling in his first one at round 12. Literally, as this first half is about to be over. Saving them for later when G2 get onto the favored side, still expecting a fight out of Team Spirit. And with no coach here, the Spirit squad have not been using these timeouts. So you're not going to get any for free. I think a part of that comes from the fact that G2 already have a pretty sound scoreline in this T-half. Yeah, you would love to sweeten the deal going into your CT side with a split game.
Things have gone very well for G2 in this game, and Hunter has called some great rounds as well. Throw in a Heavy God clutch, and suddenly G2 are in a fantastic position on this half, but this would really sweeten the deal. Shiro inside the Molotov has to retreat. Heavy God out short, getting pressured by that wallbang. Him and Magix trade blows. A lot more aggressive on the round opener for G2, both in through B and connector. They are not hiding in round number 12. G2 back up top side. Donk, for the moment, no support. Shiro re-smokes Monster, but he has to come in through on long to offer Donk assistance. G2 are right around the corner.
Oh, that's the spot. How about to see Sampayas? Nertz was the question mark, but it feels like Shiro got a whiff of something. Hangs around for a moment.
Oh, great timing now for G2.
He's closing in. That's overlooked. Long still gets him. And as he goes back, there's a third fight out here on long. That's no worries for Donk. Couple of taps, Hunter's round is over.
You catch Donk off guard, you get a millisecond. He is too quick to the punch here. And Spirit just can sit back and relax. It's 30 seconds. G2 have one smoke, two flashes to break into this near impossible round. And Donk is in the perfect position to do it.
Oh, you've been able to minimize this guy and his impact up until now. Final round of the half sees Donk get fired up with a triple. And again, it's Heavy God left to his own devices. No time to play, running into a stack. Spirit looking to win out on this half. And Donk sends them there with a triple kill. Will this be the time that gets Donk fired up and well and truly into this game? That is not what G2 wanted, with Spirit's T-side right in front of them. what's an uphill battle for G2? They put together a very solid T-half. It's Overpass. They now move over to the favored side. But promising signs out of Donk and Shiro on that top site give you something to worry about. There is this threat off in the distance, and it's getting ever closer. Top-heavy scoreboard for Team Spirit. For G2, it's been a team effort every step of the way.
Yeah, Spirit can ride off that first half. They can cool it down to a couple of B-pops. They were caught off guard. They lost the entries quick. There were no retakes available, but you've still got to back it up on the hardest half. T-side of Overpass, and Spirit goes straight into the middle. Mentioned the start of the map, both teams struggling with pistols. Took a Spirit clutch on their CT side. Spotted in middle now, charging towards this A site.
So now it's getting called into question. You said for this guy, it's been all or nothing in these games. Right now, you're hoping it's the former, but he's dead after one. Defense getting shut down, rotations arriving. They become aware as Ontic's on long and are quick to deal with him, and this heavy god backstab causing a lot of problems for Team Spirit.
Just getting dragged around the place, in front of you, behind, on the long side, everywhere. Spirit, there is nowhere to go. Util doesn't even matter in that round. G2 just shut it out with some pristine shots. And we're seeing a couple of quiet players here for G2, but they are still keeping up with Team Spirit. That pistol round will go a long way. Spirit do as G2 did, knowing the importance of winning the force buy adds more value than delaying your gun round. It's nothing out of spawn for Team Spirit.
And that's the right call, man. We can see the util for G2 right now. They don't have a lot to take the pace out of this. Once this initial set of smokes have faded, one down towards Monster, they've got another to replenish. Other than that, it's a very light investment on the util.
Donk making noise towards A, leaving nades for Magics. Careful, he's supposed to be throwing this fake, keeping G2 here, but they're up awfully close in toilets. 2 players and connector available to Hunter. It's going to be a bit of a crunch here from G2. Attis clears the corner, but they're coming around to the other one, chasing him down now in the open. Tinir with another entry. It's Hunter, only good for one, and you can see the writing on the wall. G2 make a heroic gamble down that B bomb site, and it might be the right call.
Even now, even with the gamble being in the right place, nothing is certain. Donk's got himself an M4. Spirit hold the man advantage. They still have a bit of util to work with. That molly makes life harder for Heavy God down here in the pit. Keeps him trapped. Can't stop this bomb plant. It's going to leave G2 on the clock. They would love a kill soon just to relieve some tension here. Bring them back into the retake, but it goes the other way, and it goes that way decisively. Donk there with a follow-up. And some pious heads for the hills. Winning the pistol, feeling like a bit of a curse. Spirit doing a G2. Right back to them what they did in that first half. A force buy round win.
And yeah, no one beats Donk on openers, but we are seeing Tinir take more and more moves on this T side, look for more and more first kills, because so often you're just going to get traded, you're going to get re-swinged. That's exactly what Hunter does, but Tinir puts his life on the line for the entry kill that gets Spirit into that B-bomb site. B short going to be such a point of contention in this game. If we look at Donk on the T side, he is never there. He is never walking into water for Spirit. And so will G2 put onus on that position and try and take ownership of it? It's Mattis who gets caught on a bad timing in this round. But it could still be a way in for G2 if that hasn't scared them off it. Huge force buy victory for Team Spirit. In must-win rounds on this T side, G2 left with the single saved rifle.
Now we're going to get to see why Saw saved up all these timeouts in that first half. A T side that went pretty well for G2. He didn't feel the necessity to be involved, and it's let him bank up a couple of extra timeouts here, burning the first one early into the CT campaign.
You said G2 was stable, they were calm, they didn't panic. That's exactly what you need on this CT side of Overpass. It's a comeback for G2, but it is not out of the realms of possibility. Classic. Ooh. With that boost comes the push. G2 takes short.
Haven't really had to mention Sunpius all too much yet. Don's the scout in this round. I might just get bypassed entirely, but he's responsible for the whole top site, a task that G2 are becoming increasingly aware is going to get called into question. They've cleared out short. They've got Heavy God in a strong position. Zontix with the clear flushes him out. Still, it hasn't stopped the rotation for G2. They send extra bodies to go and help Sunpius. While Zontix plays his cards. Now opener down towards B, now taking control away out towards short. And the rest of Spirit moving back to join him through the connector.
Nerds could stop this before they get there. A well-timed peek and kill here on Zontix is everything, but awkward timing. Zontix gets behind cover. Spirit here to assist, throwing everything they've got. Magix is a long way away, and Spirit are charging into this stack. G2 have thrown all their bodies on this bomb site, and they are holding strong. Shiro needs a multi-kill, and he needs it right now. 20 seconds to escape this nightmare, and the bomb loose puts G2 in the winning position. Spirit throw in the towel. And so back and forth we go at the start of this second half.
And this now represents a massive opportunity for G2. Chance to take the lead. This one to tie it up against a formidable buy out of Team Spirit. But if they win it, they're broke. And this late in the game, that's going to leave you riding a real high up towards double digits.
Every time G2 got in this position in their first half, they lost this round. They could never truly break Spirits. So this time must be different. Spirit ever present, 2 players showing face outside this B bomb site, but likely just going to see them leave and grab that bomb. A lot of room still to cover on A. But back they go. Shiro picks up the package and they reset entirely. Sunpius stuck in A, can find that info later. G2 only have 2 players lower.
And even then, Mattis in a position that could get compromised. There's no shying away from these fights on short when you're playing it how he is. So as Tania plays forward, Donkin behind him, these fights that come in the way of Mattis, whether he wants it or not. Flick back up, Donk dead. Shadow spotted, Mattis holds down his side of the fort. Heavy God, much the same. And this B side does not crumble. G2 withstand the hit. And now in a position to take the lead on their map pick.
Absolute knockout blow from G2. Huge round to find this clean as they do it. Mattis head-to-head onto Donk for crying out loud from the bottom of the board. Stands tall. Heroic show up from G2 and the perfect flash to add insult to injury. Spirit don't get a chance to shoot back in Monster. It's a real test of Spirit now on the T side of Overpass, a map they absolutely should have foreseen being picked in this series. So it begs the question, how will they solve G2 CT side when the rifles come back out?
This round just serving as a chance to talk things over. For G2 an opportunity to make a bit of money, give themselves as much leverage as possible on this CT side. Make themselves hard to break. And down the stretch, that'll come to matter a hell of a lot. So you just want to get out cleanly here. It's the only demand. Nerds, some Pious have this crossfire, and so no issues up against the pistols. A clean sweep that G2 was so hungry for, looking to come through.
All right, no longer brittle. RG2 well in the lead, well in control of the economy, and Spirit with nothing shown yet on this T side, just that one forced by victory. And it's been a whirlwind since that point. G2 3 rounds straight in the blink of an eye. And this is one of those times where Spirit would massively benefit from another pair of eyes, a coach behind them, to offer perspective.
I mean, this is also where, you know, Magic's being so fresh to captaincy. Might have always had it in him as a mid-round caller, but having to be the guy coming up with the strategy of this type of a scoreline in the quarterfinal at the major, competing to defend that one trophy that got Donk emotional in his career. You know, these are the moments that you really have to earn your keep as the captain.
Yeah, it's been going so well. This is the first bump in the road we've seen now for Spirit. Everyone wants to call from the lead, but what do you say now? Slow on this top side. Sontic's doing as Heavy God did, patrolling the extremities. Spirit getting closer, but some Pious AWP in play, and we've been waiting a while for the Spanish AWPer. Des called him a big game player. Well, this is one hell of a big game. A couple of well-placed shots could turn your fortune. Will be required on this top side, but for now, Nert has got short on lock. Surely that sends Spirit into this AWP.
These B players holding up their side of the bargain, it just is such a comfort for the guys over on A. You're not worried about having to rotate out of position, draw any resources away from this top site. You're able to get comfortable in a two-man hold. Now you've got a third player moved up as well. So layers of defense here for G2. The onus is on Spirit trying to break through them. That's an opening for Donk. Some Pious AWP dead after one. It's Heavy God playing the Joker, this third piece up towards the top site that's got to make a difference. Playing it forward, Heavy God can't stop that bomb plant. Magic's able to put a bit of distance between himself and that bomb. Doesn't want to get bogged down in this fight, tries to take a post plant. You're hearing that timer tick away from you. You never even saw Magic's escape, so that comes as a real surprise. Nerd's dead on rotation. Tania still does not give you this fight that you were so desperate for. Waits for that second tap, and that's when he strikes. Tania handles that with real composure.
That is a beautifully played post-part situation for Spirit. Well communicated, everyone doing their job. Magic slipping past, but you can distill that round down to a single shot, a single miss from Some Pious. He had to find his first kill to set Hunter up for success. Sure, he makes up for it with one frag onto Donk, but he would have had two AWP shots out in that round, and that could have been 2 kills for G2. A massive miss, an unforced error, no pressure, no flashbang. Some Pious could not hit his easy shots. And so Spirit stay alive in the first map of this quarterfinal. One more till they break the bank.
So while there are usually multiple of these kind of swing rounds in a game where you can look to take the economic edge and look to run away with a couple of rounds, it's as you get later in the game that they become truly map defining. Doesn't get closer than this. 9-9. Money on the edge for both squads. Spirit haven't been jumping the gun in these round starts. Little flash to try and set Zontix up for a peek, but Blocked at Monster, he'll fall back.
I like that. I don't think he ever intended to fully send it. He's trying to cause a bit of chaos there for G2. Clear close Monster, but then more importantly, get the nades out. Does that imply Spirit want to come back to B later in the round? They've done exactly what they want. Only 2 smokes remain in G2's repertoire. No Molotovs to stop a hit. G2 are in the dark.
Nerds is trying to take an angle out towards the toilets, but right now Spirit have walked right past him. All this work to his benefit. Does anyone have the presence of mind to think that he would still be here with only 30 seconds left? Backstab on Shiro. That's certainly going to complicate matters. Nerds is trying to escape, hangs around for a little bit more, and gets rewarded for it. Finally going to get dealt with.
We're on.
But G2 now pulling more players up to defend this top site. Pius waiting back at the bank. They're being given room for a bomb plant. Time running real low. Got to plug in those numbers. No one able to stop this, so it will come down to the retake. Pius has been waiting here to get a shot off. Walks right in at Donk's crosshairs, but he's dead after one. Magic's going to try and battle forward. As the flank closes in behind him, he looks for salvation out towards the bank. And Hunter's prepared to give this space up. Knows that if he doesn't give away this kill, Magix is constantly under pressure. Is that pressure too much for Spirit's captain? Defuse held, and he's got no part to play. G2 with a breakthrough round this late in the day.
Unbelievable resilience for G2, and you've got to give the flowers to Hunter in that position. That is experience showing up. He doesn't swing to trade Donk. He lets Donk discount his position entirely. He pulls all the way back as Magix tries to hunt him down and only pushes when his team get on that bomb. He knows exactly how to win that round. Heroic play from Hunter. And a massive double kill from Nerds, who has definitely shown up when G2 need him in this game. We've got multiple major playoff rookies on this G2 squad versus major winners, Cologne, defenders. And G2 have a round to the good. Team Spirit's bomb plant keeps them above water. They get a bit more in this buy, but boy, it's not ideal. You lose this, it will hit like a truck. Now they're getting confident. Clearing middle. Taking water, and I think that really has been a factor of this CT side. G2 has so much information, again, on this lower side. Look at Mattis' position. Numerous times we've had him, Heavy God, out in B shore. Spirit are none the wiser. It's Zontic's extremely passive on his side of the map. Tanea can certainly punish, but right now he's got another job. It's to take this connector control so they can clear it together. Magix just catches Mattis coming through that smoke.
That was the craziest push I've ever seen from Mattis, just running through the con smoke. And it's given away an opening. Giving Spirit an upgrade, a little bit more firepower, and that 5v4 to work with.
This is kind of what I said a couple rounds ago, right? Every time they've had Spirit on the rocks, every time they've been able to break them, they lose the round. And G2, that factor might just continue here. They had another chance. Spirit have upgraded their guns. They are getting closer.
I'm waiting for this guy to find his footing, but as the first shot sails past, will this be deja vu for Pius? Oh! Stab for Nerds. Magix helps him out with a TK.
Uh-oh.
And now that Pius all given another chance. Rotates all arrived. This A site is padded. Spirit go walking into the stack, and they'll get chewed up, spat out by G2.
Full stack, top site shut down. G2 don't panic off of the Mattis death. And Pius, that first shot might be a blank, but you give him a second, he does find Donk again.
And what does stand out for G2 is their composure. They gave away kind of an unforced error, a weird opening pick, but they didn't let it drag them down. You had that Hunter clutch at a critical moment where he won it with experience and smarts. And now with this rather reckless force out of Team Spirit, looking to try and keep themselves in the conversation before G2 hit 12. Has the soft underbelly of this dragon been exposed?
Yeah, and G2 have got their swords out. This is a reckless buy for Spirit, as you say. This is out of nowhere, just continuing to keep investing and try and avoid overtime. But in doing so, they might just lose the map off of this decision right now. Donk has certainly cooled off in this T side. He is yet to be getting those opening kills that Spirit require on this top site. Running into the AWP, running into Nerds. Donk eats grenades in this round. He is down low. We don't have a single rifle. Shiro Scout and 4 pistols. A MAC-10 for Tanir as Spirit get closer, and this is a final Hail Mary into this top site. Sumpires, don't give them an AWP. He had to hit that shot.
Promising signs, though. It's been in these first shots that Sumpires has flubbed it. This time he nails it. Able to play it forward. Now you own the bathrooms, and Spirit walking in and just a pincer maneuver out of G2. You're going nowhere. That desperate force buy from Spirit convincingly shut down, and G2 now have 3 chances to close on Overpass.
Spirit won't even have AKs. They're in the hole on this T side. While G2 had a clear way in, a clear game plan on the T side of this map, that B abuse, the contact plays, the B pops, they kept punishing Team Spirit. Nothing has worked in this T side for Team Spirit. They just keep meandering into these A stacks, and they are getting sent packing. A shutdown half from G2. That's with Spirit winning the force. That gave them no favors. Can Donk save them as he has so many times? But this T side is falling by the wayside. Sumpires with another opener. Donk falls short. You can feel it. G2 tightening their grip on this quarterfinal.
And this is surely just the dying moments of Overpass. Spirit not able to long it out. I'd have known this map was coming. That's not made G2 any easier to deal with. And for the massive underdogs, with 3 first-time major playoff appearances, this is a mammoth step in the right direction. We said it already, they are on a side of the bracket that makes them an underdog in every game they will play. But composure has been the name of the game from G2. Meanwhile, Spirit feeling a little flustered. This Tanir clutch, does it have any legs on it? Because Rotate's closing in. Hunter playing it forward. Looks to stop him as soon as that bomb is planted. And it's only fitting that the captain is the man to deal the crushing blow. G2, comfortable win to start this quarterfinal. Domination on their map pick as they shut it down convincingly in that second half.
Yeah, we may have major winners on Team Spirit, but Hunter here in Cologne has history as well. Looks for a run in this playoffs, does the impossible against Spirit and shuts them out convincingly here on this first map. It will still be an uphill battle for G2, but the job has just begun.
An admirable T-side sets G2 up for success on this first map. Heavy God, once again, a rock-solid component, and as Harry just said, Hunter also coming up with some crucial moments for G2. And this was crucial to be setting them up for success versus Spirit in this quarterfinal series.
I feel like I made a massive mistake coming into this game by not talking about one of the biggest win conditions for G2 overall when they're facing Team Spirit, and that is dragging the game down on their level per se. They made it a fist fight. They made it a back and forth like we've seen from from G2 throughout the entirety of the group stage. Saw it against Na'Vi, get off to a good start. Then they lose a couple of force buys. Then they win a couple of force buys. Then they lose a couple of force buys. Back and forth, back and forth. What worked so well for Spirit in the group stage was this momentum they were giving off by winning the pistol, getting off to a good start. Donk having, you know, a couple of donk rounds, and then they run away with the game. At no point did G2 allow that to happen in this game. Even when they were in a force buy scenario themselves, they would find a way to make this game, quote unquote, a little bit ugly. So they played the game on their terms, and they forced Spirit to join them on their terms, thus showing a lot of resilience and also, you know, truly to be the better team on Overpass.
I really think like the T side for Spirit was the one that led them now. You know, they got 7 rounds off of C tier, but once they turned to T, like even winning off the pistol, it obviously hurts them. Then, you know, not losing the pistol, sorry, but then, you know, converting early on didn't really give them that momentum they were looking for. I feel like also most of the rounds they were turning to, even like Sunpias had such a bad game on A, I feel like they didn't really abuse it enough. I really thought that Spirit should have turned their attention to A, and, you know, at least play a little bit more together as a team. You know, use that utility that I praised them for coming into this game. It felt too individual at times.
I feel like every single storyline or main storylines that we discussed before the match actually came through, and that is with Heavy Goat having basically a carrier-like performance on that T side, Hunter with the good calls. Obviously the Overpass came into play and G2 actually won that, so now we have a competitive best of 3 on our hands. And for the likes of Sunpias, it was a little bit lackluster. We definitely expected more. Win is a win, but if you're an Oper on Overpass CD side, you definitely need to be getting a lot more shots and free kills coming into this.
To me, that's also a sign of strength, because I agree with you. Sunpias didn't have a great game, and G2 was still winning quite convincingly, right? I think there was more in the tank for G2, to be completely honest. If anything, I'm a little bit disappointed in Team Spirit. We spoke about it as well coming into the game. You saw it coming with the Overpass pick. G2 knew it was coming. I bet you Spirit had a pretty good inkling feeling that it was coming as well, and I didn't see a Team Spirit that looked well prepared for what G2 threw at them.
At B side, right?
Yeah.
On the CD side. That was like a freeway. Like everyone, whoever wanted to come, they will go there and they will secure the round. That's where actually G2 abused their T side and got so many rounds. 5 rounds on T side. Absolutely beautiful.
Tell you what Spirit probably didn't see coming. You know, you win the pistol, you think, okay, I'm off to the races, I'm going to convert. We were on the preferred side as well. G2 said absolutely not in round 2.
Yeah, super important round, this one. Obviously, it's the second force buy run, and, you know, I think this is just a good call from the G2. They don't want Spirit to run away with the momentum, and the man that we already highlighted, Heavy God, he's not supposed to be the entry, but he's still the guy that goes through this smoke and just finds a double kick off the bat. It's an extremely important round to just not give the momentum over to the side of Spirit, and, you know, just very good shots. And at this point, you know, even Dong having an M4, and I feel like Spirit, they gave it a go, but they couldn't really get anything going for them. I think this was very important for G2, because if they would have not won this round, just maybe taken an eco, let that one play out to the next round where they would go into default, that is where Spirit could have run off with the momentum.
I think we should just fast forward a little bit to round 6, because it kind of is very indicative of the back and forth nature of this T side as well, right?
It's, again, like the guy that we mentioned again is Heavy God. You know, he's being proactive. You know, it's a set play here with Hunter flashing in through Monster, and he finds that one, and he kills Shiro. So that tells Nerds that he can now go search for info towards the A-bomb side, and rightfully do so. They get so much free info and so much base up here, and unfortunately it does spiral into a situation where Heavy God once again has to turn out for G2, comes into a massive 2v1 clutch where you could think that Spirit could maybe have done a little bit different. It's like the guy coming out CT is a little bit hesitant on the peak, and that nets Heavy God a couple of 1v1s isolated. And, you know, it's these type of rounds that you don't want to be losing when you're on the side of Spirit.
He's opening rounds, he's closing the rounds, he's doing it all seemingly, right? And especially on that CT side, B side for G2, absolute stronghold, thanks to Heavy God being proactive, playing close to the monster. And actually, Team Spirit felt like they prepared for it. They had a couple of double nade stacks close to it, but Heavy God was always in a different position, whereas when Spirit was playing B side, always same position, throwing things on barrels and playing backside. Like, it was a little bit like flat-sided, should I say?
Let's go into another example of Heavy God opening things up. We got round 10 as well, another T-side look from G2.
Yeah, it's just another B round simulator, to be completely honest. The efficiency, the execution, the pace, the decisiveness coming in for G2 in this round, it's just all good, you know. And the reason why I wanted to showcase this round as well is that we were running a bit of a B round simulator. The round Peter showed just before, Shiro were the first to die, so even when they were trying to cheat a player like Shiro over towards that B bomb side, that didn't work out for them. When they then left Sontic, Magix, Antonia to defend the B bomb side, which is their roles on the CT side, that also didn't work out right. So in terms of G2, the game plan, the execution on the T side, it worked out. And again, I gotta say, it's not that Spirit didn't try to change it. They put Shiro over there a couple of times. times. Donk tried to play a bit more aggressive at times on A as well to kind of get involved in the game. But I think, I can't remember which one of the two of you it was, right? But avoiding Donk is very tough on a map like Overpass. But CT side is his lowest rated map, you know, in terms of that. So teams have found a way to basically abuse the fact that you have Shiro and Donk on one side of the map, and then a mediocre trio on the other.
Yeah, you know, it speaks into some of the preparation as well. Like if you can avoid Donk at most, then you will set yourself up to at least a certain amount of success, right? And that's probably something they looked into, right? And I think also the fact that they went B so much in the early, that shifted a little bit of the attention from the Spirit side. Okay, we need to be more careful on the B side. So it's also a good game plan from G2 here.
Speaks obviously to the game plan of G2. You're totally right, Dupree. But does it also speak to the lack of Hallie or Sodvik behind Spirit in this one? Do you think he would have had the tools that they might have needed to kind of unlock maybe some of these different rotations?
I think if what we know is true, that Hallie is still involved in preparing the game for them, they're still talking to him as well. I think it was pretty evident from the beginning that how both teams prepared. G2 had the upper hand right here. Could it have changed something in the middle of the game in terms of adaptations and maybe slowing down the game a little bit, or placing Donk or Shiro in more, I guess, impactful positions? Perhaps it's hard to say, but I think it's fair to say that the prep coming in for both teams, where Hallie was also involved for on the side of Spirit, they kind of lost out on that duel.
I just want to roll the Heavy God highlights as well, because we've praised him so much. We've seen so many rounds he's involved in. We might as well give him some more flowers at this point as well. This is not something that you can underrate, Stiko. You know, a group stage or a stage 3 performance, that's one thing. Delivering on stage, that's a whole nother beast.
Absolutely. The way he plays and he moves around the map, he always finds impact, and he's being, yes, set up for some of the plays, but namely on that CD side, it's mostly him being rock solid around that monster area. Whatever he's doing on CD side is always kind of like, it has a purpose, right? It has always like kind of a teammate nearby, and he's not going for these all-in-one duels where he just risks too much. That's very underrated aspect of an anchor-like player like Heavy God.
I'm just happy that G2 ended up re-signing this guy, to be completely honest. There's this, you know, wonderful quote by the G2 management at one point who said, we could have re-signed Nico, or we could have kept him, but we decided to let him go. If you would have let this guy go, that would kill your entire project. I'm sorry, he is that good. He's that impactful. I'm not saying G2 can't win a game without Heavy God playing well, but I bet you, if he's not playing well throughout the playoff, there's no way they win any more maps. And so far, he's delivering just as he did in the group stage.
You know how big of an asset he is, and we didn't talk about it, but he's fluent in Russian. So he's basically able to play on CIS region teams as well, while he's being on a European team. So this is how big of an anchor he really is, and how he can influence all the pieces, and G2 securing him is a massive win. I should say even like win of the season.
Let's change our language to that of Dust 2. That is Spirit's choice coming into this quarterfinal series, and G2 going to be starting where they left off on that CT side of things. So Stiko, what are you looking at from G2 if you want to see them continuing this form?
Well, it's a tough question, because when it comes to Dust 2, it's always kind of a brawl, and we're talking a lot about OPers, and we're talking a lot about like these riflers being activated. Some of these people were not really present on the server so far on Overpass, so I'm going to be talking especially about Mattis. I think yes, win is a win, but he's looking back on that Overpass. It was a lot of rounds, like kind of a disaster class, and when you look at some players, obviously he's not activated fully yet. So if we have to talk about good calls and good preparation, that is again win condition for them on Dust 2, but I'm still saying by my word that the best chance for G2 to win this best of 3 was on that Overpass and then somehow win another map. But now I still think that Team Spirit is in favor.
I'm just curious what kind of version of G2 is going to come out on Dust 2, because last time they played it was against Na'Vi. Sure, they won the series, but on Dust 2, as we showed in the pregame, they were up 11-7, lost to a 4-spy. They were up 11-9, lost in a 1v4, which is wonderful. Up until that point, I think they played brilliant on Dust 2. They did it by being proactive. They did it by applying a lot of pressure on the CT side as well. Sun Payers in particular, a little bit more aggressive than we normally see on a map like Dust 2. Nerds as well, you know, took a lot of freedom in the beginning. There was this one round and one example where I showed he did it by himself. Don't do that, you know, do it as a team. Do it in a fashion where you can apply pressure together against a team like Spirit. But I would be a little bit, you know, worried that the G2 loss against Na'Vi is maybe going to tamper that a little bit and revert them back to playing a bit more defaulty, and I don't think that's the way to do it against Team Spirit.
So reading between the lines, it sounds like this one is going in the favor of Spirit. Do you think that's a correct assumption, Dupree?
Yeah, I think so far what I've been a little bit disappointed with how Spirit turned up, and I think they played a decent first half, but the second half where they turned to the T side, that was the more the more dire one, and I do think that Spirit will obviously go into this game knowing it's Dust 2, and they're looking as a team, you know, really strong with this one, and I think it's a matter of fact now that we need to see more of Dunk, because I do think that we need to see Dunk, carrying this team more, because the rest of the team has just not really been connected throughout. So it's I think it's up for grab for G2, but I do think the Spirit's gonna
Well, a compelling case put forward nonetheless for G2 on their map pick of Overpass. Can that continue on to Dust 2? That's the choice of Spirit coming into this quarterfinal, and it's coming your way in just a few.
Bro, you're baiting every round. Talking about? I had so many trades. Trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw with this deagle, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
What do you use?
QCK heavy.
Okay, QCK heavy. This is pretty thick one as well.
Yeah, I like thickness. This is my keyboard, G Pro, just blue clicky switches. I like the way you click the switches, you just can feel it.
Okay.
That's why I'm playing on it. This is my... That's it. HyperX Power 2.
Do you use in-ears for LANs, obviously?
Yeah.
So what in-ears do you use?
Actually.
If you have them here, it'll be great.
I have.
Oh, nice.
I don't know, it's a gift from Nico. Nico gave me in Cologne.
Nico hooked
Since
you up?
then, I use it.
Okay.
I will not plug it.
No, you don't need to plug this one.
Yeah.
We're in. What about the mouse? You have a beautiful pink
light.
one, super light.
Yeah.
Have you tried the
Super
new
Strike?
one, Super
No,
Strike?
I didn't.
You didn't try?
No.
All right.
Like I'm always going below.
About the seating position?
Yeah. We're on max position. I'm playing on 71 and a half centimeters usually height of table.
Yeah. By the way, you just plugged everything in from the backpack. Do you use any protective cases, or you have some extra stuff when you're traveling to the LAN? So, for example, I saw that some people like to smash their mices and it breaks. Do you have something extra, when something like that happens?
I don't think so.
No?
No, I don't.
Also, you don't put it in like protective case, like?
No, I usually put my mouse in the box. That's it.
That's the most precious.
Because my manager told me like I need to take care of my skates on the mouse, so I usually just put it in the box.
Thumbs up to the manager. Good job on that.
Okay. And about the monitor position, and
so
I'm just checking that my mouse pad is a bit,
So it's laying.
Yeah, it's
overhanging.
It's,
okay.
Yes. Just a bit.
Is this because
I'm touching, just with my hand.
So you don't touch the edge of the table,
yes.
So it doesn't scratch you or anything like that.
Yeah.
Okay. What about the monitor?
Monitor, I'm just putting a bit. You need to leave a gap for monitor and mouse, but I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, it makes sense. And are you, when you're putting it like higher or down, this is comfortable for you? Oh, okay. So
I'm just doing like this usually.
You don't have.
Yeah, I don't.
You don't have
I don't check
here.
Maybe Rob's does, but
if you're happy with this, it's 8.5, by the way. So we remember it from now.
It's randomly because we.
Yeah, we have different height of the table as well.
Именно как личность у меня был четкий план того, чего я хочу. И я просто хотел играть профессионально в Counter-Strike и выходить на тир-1 турниры. Просто был план идти до конца.
I didn't even have money to buy a decent PC for CSGO. Nico gave me one after he signed for Mousesports, and then it all started. I think it was around 2015.
игре, если смотреть, то есть ничего не поменялось. То есть я всегда такой идеалист. Мне хочется все идеально делать, и любые люди, которые со мной играли, было тяжело им в целом.
I was a guy who is trying to get in tier 1, and I was working hard to get where I'm now. And it wasn't easy time, I can say. I worked a lot, I traveled a lot as well. Now I have 2 kids and a wife. Of course, it's not easy to leave a home, to just be without them. They are growing up without you, you don't see their first steps.
Если смотреть на тот бэкграунд, который... Вот я сейчас, допустим, нахожусь на одном месте, и все, что было в прошлом, это тяжелый бэкграунд, чтобы вообще в целом чего-то добиваться.
Everything was going step by step back then. I didn't came from game pub into immediately tier 1. It was really hard to leave the guys that I succeeded with. We were like brothers, but I knew that I needed to move on.
Я бы не хотел еще раз проходить через все это. Мне бы хотелось знать все то, что я знаю сейчас. Это не легкий путь, когда я сразу попал на тир-1 сцену, мог развиваться. Я развивался один, у меня были нужные люди. Повернул бы я не туда, уже было бы по-другому. Поэтому это достаточно сложный путь. Еще бы раз я его не хотел проживать.
I'm just happy with how everything went. I had some dreams, I had some goals that I achieved playing tier 1 events.
Я хочу выиграть турниры, чтобы они были максимально уверены, чтобы это было как у Vitality. Так или иначе, чтобы именно был период турниров, когда ты приходишь и понимаешь, ты на шаг выше, ты на 2 шага впереди, и все.
I cannot imagine my life now without CS. This game gave me everything. My goal and my dream now is to win the major.
If they want to shock the world, G2's Samurai have got to slay the dragon. They're battle-hardened. They've got a clear game plan, and they have an edge in a more experienced captain with composure. They are playing to their strengths. Now, Spirit haven't lost a series in 5 weeks, flawless in both stages at the major, a flawless win in Astana. They were the favorites for an upset here in Cologne. But if they want to hold more gold, this dragon cannot stir. It's got to wake up. It has to fight. You do it right now, or you watch from the sidelines as others live out your dream of fighting for the major trophy. The dragon is wounded, but not defeated. Cologne, brace yourselves, because this battle rages on!
We go to home ground, Dust 2, 19 wins to 3 losses in 2026. It doesn't get more uphill than this for G2. They got to go right into this B site, but Heavy God is waiting. Shocking triple kill. Spirit just gets siphoned out of this pistol in the blink of an eye. Donk tries to fight back in, but G2 throw everything they have. HE smoke. Stuck in tunnel, Spirit have to sit in it.
It is the worst possible start for Team Spirit to their map pick. A round that feels decided in seconds before it even gets going. You were never in a position to fight for this. Heavy God has instantly sent a message at the start of Dust 2.
Who better than the latest re-sign for G2?
Got that multi-year extension to his contract. A player that G2 are keen on keeping around, and it's not hard to see why.
Now that's good business. Team Spirit 2v5, and everywhere they go, G2 are pushed up, top mid, in long doors, in T-spawn. They're in front and behind you at the same time. Hunter lines him up, and that is an easy pistol with 4 kills from the Heavy God. It is one thing to win Overpass, Spirit's statistical worst map. It is another to take them down on Dust 2, their go-to, and Team Spirit call a timeout off the back of their pistol fail.
Makes a lot of sense for Spirit to have been so hesitant to use these timeouts at this event. Without a coach, you're giving time to the coach on the opposing squad to have his say, to get involved. Now, Saw can't bank on that. But the idea that they're already feeling like they want to draw one in early on, they don't want any of that bad energy to follow them here onto what's supposed to be their redemption map. I think if you're G2 and you see that, you look at that as a great omen.
Yeah, I mean, it's a terrible one for Spirit. The fact that they feel they need to call it, you know, you can expect to lose the pistol, still have a game plan. Do we force? Do we eco? Do we come in with that third round buy? But the fact that Spirit are calling in after a pistol loss means something went very wrong. And that's thanks to Heavy God. He's dropped that AWP over to Sampius in the second round, looking to get the Spaniards started. And got to give it to Sampius. There were some missed shots at the dawn of the CT side of Overpass, but come the end, he was closing out those rounds on his own. It was a very reassuring sign for a guy who is no stranger to the stage. AWP revealed. Talk about Heavy God just getting no support, doing things on his own. I mean, he has Kevlar MP9 on this B site, no helmets. After that stunning pistol round, still got a job to do. Glocks can find this entry. Spirit have to clear this corner if they want to win.
No check, and so just another chance to farm for Heavy God. No worries here up against the pistols. Nothing that G2 can't handle. And so we've had a lot of Spirit just talking things out, calling in a timeout ahead of their Glock round, spending the first minute or so chatting with each other. There's been a lot of time to try and focus up ahead of this rifle round, and the results almost feel like they have to be there for Team Spirit straight away.
Gonna need Donk in this game. He sets his own records, he breaks his own records. He's looking to do another at a major, just off the back of Budapest. But this is a Spirit who have no excuses in a quarterfinal, the most lopsided opening game of this stage, but they are getting run at. A confident G2 in a 5v3, Nerds just sent it up middle.
You feel like you're playing versus an entirely different team right now. They were so calculated before every move back on Overpass, and they hit you with aggression from the get-go on Dust 2.
It's a bomb lost in T-spawn, and Nerds is not going away. He is not giving you that space back.
You look at how much time is left, and that's almost the expectation, isn't it? That he would just give up this control, ride out the 5v3, be content with it. Nerds hanging around, aggressive, has support. It is a shutdown from G2 in this first rifle round. No casualties, no survivors. Spirit go back to the drawing board.
This is a really scary look for Team Spirit, and it's not just because, oh yeah, you know, they're quiet, they're coming in cold. Like, they're getting run at by G2. They're not getting a kill in these rounds. There's one frag in the map for Team Spirit. This is G2 playing to win. And Spirit have yet to be able to play in this game. They got triple tapped out of that pistol in B and rushed in the first rifle round. A very worrying sign. Team Spirit can't afford to tilt in a game like this. We're talking about this squad as being a potential upset run for that grand final. A team that could beat Falcons or Vitality. Well, it turns out G2 might be too hard to handle in this quarter. They've had every number going in their favor off the back of an incredible Stage 2 and Stage 3 run.
Sampius coming alive early on this AWP. That's a very promising sign for the G2 squad. Took him a while to find his footing to get this series going. Oh, one back from the Donk Deeg.
Team flash.
You know you're never willing to write this guy off entirely, but he's dead after one. Mattis, convincing swing just to deal with him before he becomes a problem. And even as Shiro tries to wrestle this back, he's going right in. It's a heavy god out there in middle. It's a little more costly than G2 would have liked. But they are more than happy with how this is starting. 4-0.
That's an awkward team flash that really made that round weird for G2, blinding Sunpius, giving Doc the chance to hit his Deagle shot, but still G2 are just gonna shrug it off, suffering from success on this CT side. Everybody getting involved in this game so far. There are a couple of quiet players after their first half of Overpass. No longer. We are looking at a different game, a different G2. And the tentative team spirit, not what we expected after this 5 weeks of flawless gameplay. 12 series in a row. BO3s, a BO5 final. You can make your case in a semi-final for whoever you want, but this quarter was supposed to be open and shut. G2 decide it's their chapter now. Can't miss this. You're committed.
Sunpius has to open with one. Swing and a miss, he's dead. And so scoped up here, sees the head, will get out of there, dropping down. Tania giving chase through CT. Sunpius gets the time to get another shot off, and Hunter's right there to respond. Still round far from done. You might have found Donk, but there's more where this came from. Hunter reroutes, can't reel in Zontix on this long flank. Nades to try and slow them. It's left to Nerds and Heavy God in this 2-on-3, and Zontix has just been everywhere in this round. Wherever they've looked for an edge, they've run into Zontix in this rifle, and they've lived to regret it.
Zontix really keeps him guessing. He had, honestly, a few really impactful rounds, just off of 1 or 2 kills back on Overpass, but his positions were super valuable. And so nice to see him standing tall, delivering Spirit their first round in this map, and a much needed one when Donk gets headshot by that AWP. Nothing he could have done. Zontix contains Nerds, but M4 saved. Spirit don't wait forever to get going here on this second map. Long take here for G2. Lockdown, Spirit playing late. Holding for the push. They've seen enough out of Nerds to call a bit of poise in this T side.
It's a common pressure point for Spirit. You know, they'll hit you with a variety of paces here. You've just seen the Zontix late long lurk and what that was able to do. Sometimes looking to come through on a second timing, so G2 feeling like they needed to own that space. They saw they had no contest for that long control, and so that means Spirit are headed out in towards middle. They're ready for a short play. They've got Nerds floating around down in CT. All the options feeling accounted for right now by G2. And it's in this mid round that Spirit look to make their move. They know this mid smoke's on a timer. With it, so is Nerds. Starting to peel on back as Util comes out through middle. He'll try and steal himself away. Spam from Spawn. They're hoping this leads to Nerds getting overlooked. He does not. Donk decisive with the entry. Now left to Heavy God, and Donk is closing in with a point to prove. Second head ripped off, and with it the round for the G2 squad. They are out of there. 2 entries from Donk like that put Spirit onto a winner.
That's what we've been waiting for in these first few rounds of Dust 2. Donk delivers. Doesn't wait too long to get going here for Team Spirit. And he wants to rip everything away at the end of this round. walking him down. G2 look locked into position. They will get away with their guns. And Team Spirit slowly but surely waking up on this second map. Definitely some frustrating moments at the start of Dust 2.
Terrorists win.
It's more what you expect from Donk. That bar is so high that he has to live up to every single day. But we have just seen two incredible stages from him. A 2.27 rated stage 2. Sickening. 1.53 in this stage. So again, looking to break his own records. Dust 2 is where he does his best work.
Spirit again given a little bit of room out here towards mid, and they're quick to make their move. Some Pius might have tried to tango with that AWP in towards lower, but Util made that impossible. So again, they have this foothold out towards mid and the catwalk. Last time it was that mid to be, with Donk acting as the tip of the spear. This time, they'll focus forward. Looking at the catwalk with a great deal of intrigue right now at Team Spirit. Util lobbed in.
This is dangerous. If this smoke fades and Hunter's still here, he's going to be an absolute free kill for Spirit. They might just clear this position. Does his barrel stick out? Don going over the top. Spotted, shuts down some Pius, and Spirit just move in. They clear the corner. No stone unturned in this execute. Donk with a banging headshot. And even though you lose long control, it matters not here for Team Spirit. They are already poised and ready to win their third round. It was an outstanding start for G2. But now as Spirit get rifles, they get a lot more room to run their game.
I mean, so much of this just felt dependent on Donk bringing himself back into the game.
Terrorists win.
One of his only ratings clocking in at beneath 1.0 in this major run. And so needed to come into this and act as a bit of a fire starter for Team Spirit. That's exactly what he's doing. And these have been, you know, classic Donk openings. Instant kills, no time to react. It is exactly what Spirit needed.
Yes, especially with his head-to-head against Pius, right? Pius towards the end of Overpass. You won out the head-to-head 5-4, 3 of those being AWP kills. We're stopping him on those toilet pushes up into the A site, and so Donk getting the better of him now is a reassuring sign for Team Spirit. Because it's not about just defending the trophy, defending the championship for Spirit. It's not just about winning a major. You've also got to beat some of the biggest and best in Counter-Strike to do it. Team Vitality Falcons up for the task. G2, are they going to go cold here after 3 rounds in a row for Spirit? That first kill relieves a lot of pressure.
Certainly does. It's finding these openers. That's been the struggle for G2 on this streak. It's been Donk opening these rounds, and they've had very little to say past that point, so things get a little more comfortable now in a 5v4. B-site left to Heavy God. As Nerds take an elevated angle out towards mid. Ready to spy over a smoke, but contact given to him dry. Zontic's right into his crosshair. That might be enough just on nameplates here to know that this B site only has one player donning it. See Nerds out there, wrong side of middle. That leaves Heavy God alone in B. And Donk is wise to his tricks, checking everything as he makes his way out through the tunnels. What an opening! Rotate's going to start to happen. Tanir with a freebie out here on long. There was no accounting for him in this position.
They speed up,
Now you get the info that it's just 2 players in the site, and so G2 might try and play quickly here. Wait for that tap, wait for that bomb plant, right into the meat grinder, right into Donk!
He is just vicious, invincible in that B bomb site. How does Donk dodge both those flashes and the shots? G2 can't even do that. Come through that smoke blind, trying to punish one man in that bomb site, but Donk is more than one man. Shuts down with another multi-kill in a 3v5. You would have banked on Heavy God doing something there, but Donk really is that guy. G2's economy busted.
Oh, Shiro is the long spawn. They were going to try and take this, going to try and fight for this. Shiro just misses. Smoke timing shot doesn't connect. Still, it's desperate times for G2. That 4-0 start becoming a distant memory.
Be up business. G2 scrapping in middle, trying to bait players into Nerds. Highly susceptible to these wallbangs. G2 wait on the edge. Spirit on biting.
This is a good realization to kind of recognize that mid feels like a bit of a trap. They're looking to dodge it entirely, and with Hunter blind, great timing there. Flash nade on the smoke. That gets them past the captain of G2 without a problem. And it's going to force another save out of G2. These rounds are just flying by right now, and you feel like you haven't been able to compete for any of them.
Yeah, things felt electric at those first couple of rounds. That Nerds push up top mid and the rifle felt like Spirit were kind of caught off guard, shook a bit at the start of this second map. But they have absolutely stabilized since that point. Refusing to let G2 find any comfort on the map. Pulling out 3v5. Not falling for this trap here in middle. Now saving 5 guns, so economy looking unbreakable at this point in the game for Team Spirit.
So that means, you know, no freebie rounds for G2, no chances to collect on hard work. It is now a grind if you want to recover on this half. And a grind that has to start straight away, because while you're talking about Spirit being in great tidings in terms of the money, same cannot be said for G2. They are putting, you know, they've been put in a corner here. Rounds starting to feel like 2-for-1s. A Spirit that are going to get more and more audacious with these hunts at the close, trying to make every round loss as punishing as possible. And Saw feels it a necessity to weigh in with the timing here, because this round really does shape this first half. Will it just be 4 for G2? And everything else for Spirit? Well, this round feels like it decides that.
Yeah, Overpass was a map on the CT side where if you want to win a round, if you're on the T half, you've got to kill all the G2. You've got to fight every single player. Anyone can save you. Anyone can bail you out with a multi-kill. And we know there's a lot of talent on G2. But here on Dust, we're seeing Spirit win rounds off of 1 or 2 entries in the right place. You can put them in a 3v5, but with Tanir at long, with Donk entering B, they kill Heavy God. Suddenly the round is extremely favorable for them. Oh, another tag for Shiro. That's a second time onto Nerds on the cross. Spirit making their job easy for them.
You've been sitting there waiting to bring your rifles out, waiting to play a gun round. Nerds now has to do it a shot away from death. For the guy that's supposed to play rotation, be active around here in middle, that is a big problem. Oh, the damage! Set up with nades! And a barrage onto Magix, an opener for G2.
Nice little trick there. It's one way to find value on low health.
You're just telling yourselves we have to capitalize on this.
Yeah, but you know no advantage is enough when it comes down to Dust 2. Those B-site hits are so difficult to stop. G2 may have the quantity of kills, but Spirit have the quality. Oh, Hunter's got a little one-way.
That's a very neat trick. But he won't get a chance to show it. That Pious Orb has put the fear in Spirit.
It's still valuable. Hunter just got reflashed back on Cat. He didn't have to drop off. Now they know the B hit is coming. Are Spirit going to call it off? Do they not like what they see? Donk dead. Who is your entry man? What's the call? Looking panicked here from Spirit at 30 seconds.
Yeah, well, they've tried to make something happen with very little time left on the clock here. A change of mind, a change of heart, pulling them away from this B play. Smoke down out towards middle, but there's 20 seconds.
You can still win it, you just got to go quick.
You don't have Donk. He's been the guy opening in all of these rounds, and so as they tiptoe out through middle, pace becomes a problem. These kills have got to go your way so quickly. One from Nerds and Heavy God could be enough to do this. There's Nerds, gets his, no time. G2 finally break this streak. Finally delivering on one of those openers.
And those are the kind of tricks you save till playoffs, because that play from Hunter is immaculate. Drops the smoke on the molly, keeps his Cat control, and you see at 15 seconds, he's pushed up on short corner with a smoke down. They know that B hit is coming. That's why G2 are so tucked in. Two players hiding out behind boxes, refusing to give Spirit the kills. G2 have got tricks up their sleeves. So they cut another head off the beast. Near scrapping along. 1 and 8 has just had a failure to launch here in Dust 2. Not a good time for it. And you feel forced into this B play, but it might come to you.
Oh, Nerds, yeah, tries to play it forward right into that double hold. So that's given away the 5v4. Spirit going to try and adjust. They're expecting rotations, and that's exactly what they're getting. Pious moves over. Feels like he can't leave a gap this big out towards B. Oh, there, though. See Zontix out in the open and Pious in the right place.
Patience punished.
Still, so many of these rounds have come down to one man, and one man in particular. It's Donk with these entries. He's now the only guy left in the tunnels. And as he goes back, mid is no longer under Spirit ownership. Something's brought him back, faking those footsteps as Magix works his way closer. Pious, a shot he couldn't afford to miss. And now another. His Donk's right there. Pious able to deal with him. And from a slow map one, this guy's on fire now. Topping the charts when G2 needed him most.
Just sickening shots ever Pious. I like again what Spirit are up to. Donk's faking footsteps, so Magix has some more room in middle to make that mid to be work it. But even though he finds the entry, it's a wallbang for Pious. Besting Shiro in the head-to-head, stopping Donk from finding a single kill in this round. And this is a frustrating game now for Spirit. They've had multiple opportunities that G2 have clutched up. Commendable game from Pious. And another seven-round half possible here on Dust 2. Oh, even Donkey to the nades.
Yeah, he was trying to break that short smoke. It fell a little shy. He's just naded himself down a half. That's not what you want from your entry, man. Sure, his time to kill is stupendously quick. You know, this costs him one bullet in that fight, and that can make all the difference. Hell, even softening him up to these nades. If you try and end this with the A play, Hunter's going to have a field day with HEs.
Either it's a Cat exec or it's a drop back into a mid to B. It's up to Magix to make the perfect call. We've got two players in this B bomb site for G2. Feeling pressure, can be relieved by a bit of spam here. A lone smoke. Denied by G2. Spirit throwing the execute. Is this a commitment? G2 throw everything they have as Spirit dart back.
They got you paranoid about that play, but now Nerds Sees it coming in through middle. One for Shiro, but there's a limit on how long he can hold these smokes. Heavy God feeling a lot of pressure as he's getting split on from both sides, and everyone getting kills for Spirit as they look to level out on this half. If it wasn't round 12, G2 would be saving. But a 2v4 they will attempt. They've got no control, nowhere left to turn. And some pious going around the world will simply leave him with no time in this 1v4. Nothing to do for G2's top performer, but look on as Spirit come back with answers.
Yeah, some shaky rounds in here for Spirit, but they show up by the end of the half. They managed to piece it together. This is a G2 who came in with a bang to this second map, and Spirit have answered the call. Even half, 6 on the board, looking to survive in this quarterfinal as G2 level up.
There's the flash, that's going to catch Crims out, they're going to push on through, MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down, he gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it? The question today was not can Spirit beat G2, it was how quickly could they do it. G2, however, demand respect. Some Pious on the stage, standing tall, and Spirit are barely hanging on come the end of the first half. But persevere they must. legacy on the line. And defending champions here at Cologne must take this to Mirage to remind us who they are.
Split half like this. With G2 able to match the uptick from Spirit. And a T side now to play. What have they got up their sleeve? They had a clear game plan in this series. Hunter and Saw have been putting in the work. See if they've noticed something they can exploit in this pistol round. It's a look towards the mid control. It's a look towards Tania, sitting bottom of the board as he tries to play on short. He is dead instantly. And so an opener for G2 to work with. This early in the half momentum can help you so much. For the team that could lock in semifinals in 2, a 5v4 feels fantastic. Flash through these mid doors. Shiro dead. Zontic's only good for 1. And so it's got to be him. It's got to be Donk. Magic's dead. Donk followed up. G2 squeaky clean pistol round.
And they're just dancing at the start of these halves, right? Because even though we split pistols back on Overpass, G2 converted them both with force buys. Second pistol, safe assured in the pocket of G2, and frustrations continue for Spirit as they start every single one of these halves on the back foot.
This T side, let's be decisive. When we are finishing from tunnels to B, mid to B, from short, whatever, be decisive, that's all we need. Go together as a group, fucking send it. When needed.
A coach that has been in the grand final of Cologne. Alongside some of these players before, some Pius and Nerds back in 2023. I mean, this is a G2 that is a mix of that Cologne final. Hunter won it, took down these Ents pieces. Now they come together again and look to do what surely felt impossible at the start of the day. To 2-0 Spirit. That is well within reach now. And to do it on their go-to map. If any of that's to come true, you've got to convert this pistol. And that would mark 4 out of 4 in this series for G2. It's a perfect move, but Spirit have a stack in play. They want you to make this play.
Yeah, going right into it. Tania can't find a thing though. First piece to fall into the crossfire now, but Zontic's dead after 1. Once again leaves Donk alone, trying to make the difference. This is not the gun for the job. That's what you're telling yourself, but still it's not stopping him. He was not supposed to get away with more than 1 here, and instead he's called it all into jeopardy for G2. Donk does the impossible. And he has brought Spirit back into this game.
Well, fine, I'll do it myself, says Donk. Triple kill when they spot him there at the car. Laser beam MP9 headshots. That is a shock.
You see at the end of that, though, there's no celebrations. Donk with a sigh of relief. It's too early in the series for Spirit to be getting hyped up. They know it's a long road still ahead of them.
This match was meant to be a gimme for Spirit. Absolutely getting put to the test, but with a force buy win like that, it puts Spirit back in the conversation. They don't concede the lead for long.
Feigning a drop back, RG2.
It's such a bad fake that Magix immediately walks back into the bomb site. It's going to make different noise, those surfaces falling on Cap, falling on the floor. He immediately knows what that means. Magix is now the 3rd piece inside of A. It's a fake that's not even worth doing.
Play up close to these smokes, waiting for G2 to come spilling through them. Drop down on 2 players. They make it past Magix. They go right in as Shiro. And so no issue here up against the Force. Heavy God might get away with 1 on the long side. Up against this struggling Tanir. How much more can he really find? Heavy God dead after 1. Spirit clamped down on that Force buy. And for a brief moment here, a chance to feel comfortable in the lead.
Yeah, one more eco here for G2, but doesn't feel like the best way in is this long position. Tanir is 2-11 for Team Spirit. That is a huge gap in this defense, in a very difficult position to get multiple kills out of in the late round. When Tanir's on his own, back at long side, he is going to be exploitable. Something worth considering here for G2. Shiro offers assistance. It's only this 1 Deagle for G2 passing hands. As Team Spirit takes some liberties, push up in the doors. G2 spotted this, so no reason for Tanir to go further. Maybe a chance to just get some confidence back in this game. They jump the corner, Tanir converts. Easy done for Team Spirit, 5 alive. Now we've got a game on our hands. G2, let's see how this T side looks.
I feel like you were dead on in this kind of reader, wanting to exploit Tanir a little bit in the game he's having. If you can have a Spirit player in their heads, just remove someone from the equation almost entirely, that is a massive boon for G2. Spirit likely feeling the same way. Play triple long, anti-long rush setup, just to try and give him a bit more comfort in this position. He does it here in the return to rifles. You hear that long util, you can anticipate extra players there, extra resources. So now you've got a bit more room across the map to make your move. Hunter quick to go and take the catwalk. Ready at a moment's notice to move into this mid to B. They're trying to catch Spirit with 3 players on the wrong side of the map. They're going into Donk's bomb site. They get past him straight away. And so now the defense falls just as Zontix getting out with a double. Does all he can and then some. Spirit still left in this. Thanks to that double kill on the hold. Will they be able to get past some Pius, who stayed behind trying to thrive in enemy lines? It's a little labored on that spray. Could have been so much more. So you've been waiting for a chance for Tanir to prove himself in this quarterfinal. Will this be his round? It's a tricky site to retake, infamously so. Smokes down at the double doors, call this one in a question. Moving slowly, our Team Spirit. But eventually they've got to go. So much time having elapsed, they hope they can catch G2 sleeping. You know, this late in the day, nothing comes for free, and so there isn't time. G2 hang around. Everybody falls. But it's G2 reaping the reward.
Yeah, that site is so hard to retake. Spirit never even try and do it. They just hope that G2 leave the bomb site. They can sneak in last second and stick that defuse. Admirable idea with how strong that setup is on the crossfire, but it leaves Spirit with nothing. They lose all their guns. They take G2 with them. But with that, 1 round closer, get G2 off of the mid to be split. Donk punished here. Falls for nothing. Zontix does more than you can ask for a 1-man hold.
I know in that first half, Donk looked electric with the entries, but I think G2 have done a great job of making him look mortal here. So many rounds where Donk can get out with, 1 kill and that's it. Stopping this guy going on those crazy chains of multi-kills. That's the essence of stopping Donk. A 1-kill round for that guy is pretty rough. And really not the kind of output he's used to having. All across Overpass, that was the case. And even though there were some signs of life at the beginning of the T side, G2 have still been willing to meet him head on.
I mean, Spirit just haven't really made an argument as to why they're the better team today. Every single thing about this series has screamed G2 to you, and Spirit going missing at the wrong time. Stars not doing enough. G2 across the board, everyone holding their head high.
Again, they're going towards Donk's site. And again, he only gets out with one. Heavy God has been able to stop him.
Brutal.
In every one of these key fights. Donk might have met his match. And a save called, reluctantly so, for Team Spirit as they give up on this lead.
You're running into the world's best rifler and you're trading him out at worst case scenario. G2 punishing B hits, back-to-back rounds, get on the board again. And Team Spirit clamming up, going quiet. Forced a full save this time. There's just not enough done on that B bomb site. G2 have found the weakness and they are exploiting it. In these rounds, Tanir doesn't even get to play, so he stays now bottom of the server. No chance to warm up for when your round will come in this game. G2, 4 tunnels out of spawn. Perhaps just looking to see if Spirit give them the fight. That is cross his right side.
You feel like this is just going to be the B exec. No AWP here in the tunnels waiting for that opening pick.
Got Spirit jumpy. Look, one flash, gets a molly out of Donk. Gets a smoke out of Zontix. Burning through this util at the start of the round. There's still 1 minute 20 on the clock. Temptation of the late mid to B rears its head again here for G2. And if it works, why stop? So once more, G2 amass in the tunnels. Zontix has all the util, but he's atop the box. He can't really do much here. Could be caught with nades in hand. Hunter getting pressured on Cat, trying to kick up a bit of a fuss on the other side of the map. But make no mistake, G2 are going in.
Oh, that re-smoke. Does that call everything into question? Hunter's now throwing in this fake, and so the time to commit to this B play is now. That smoke is a problem.
They have no idea about middle. While there's no lurkers there yet, Spirit don't know that for sure. There's a CT smoke down. The A players can't assist. There's a big gap. Spirit are uncertain.
So it's this two-man B hold having to do it all. It's been constantly challenged all across this game. Donk is so quickly their sole survivor, and they are closing in. Oh, quickly overwhelmed as Nerds powers right through the middle. And while so many squads look to avoid Donk to make him obsolete, G2 are challenging him head on time and time again, and it is working.
Yeah, and every player, I feel like, has had their head over Donk in one round or another, right? Nerds there with the AK, Heavy God on the previous B hit. Some Pius was hitting some orb shots back on Overpass against him as well. So G2, they've got a wealth of players to rely on. For Spirit, their floor is getting lower and lower. They are just getting strangled out on this B bomb site. 3 rounds in a row, all ending the same way for G2. And the lead Spirit held off the back of winning this CT4 spy evaporates in front of their eyes. G2 just looks so calm. It's what you said coming into this series. They look stable, they look calm, they don't look flustered through these very difficult Stage 3 games as well. And now on the stage, the first time on a major stage for 3 of these G2 players. And it just looks like every other day.
You just think, you know, it's kind of down to the captain to set the culture, set the tone within a squad, and it's something that all of G2 have bought into. I think you've even heard it in some of these Saw timeouts. You know, he's very composed. It's not just because he's Finnish. He's been very real with G2. Not taking a line that they're making unforced errors, telling them to stay on the same page. Well, here's a real test for the G2 squad as they finally lose one of these openers.
Oh, looking for a heroic play here. Matt is just going in alone, just trying his fight in this B site, but actually call it off. The change of a Spirit was put Shiro on the AWP in middle. He's just been out of commission in this CT side. Now he gets to find an opener. And a big one at that. Can Spirit find more safety over this map? Long is quiet, short is blocked. So Spirit in their best position in some time, but they have no nades to stop an attack from G2.
We've been saying all throughout this, Tania's round is coming. This is it. Your money is on the line. G2 are in the lead. They've put their best player out towards your side of the map. It's a fight that Tania has to win.
Surely Shiro hits his shots. There's no smoke to block.
Shiro will have open sight lines. The stress sets in around this long fight. 20 seconds left. Is Heavy God going to make a move, or is it just this short play to draw in all these contacts? Mattis opens things up. Heavy God's going very, very late into the action here. And Tania able to shut down that bomb and might have just done enough.
Oh, wait.
There's time for this. Bomb plant on Mattis. No way where you can stop this. And Heavy God covering that cross is shut down. Mattis now throwing into a very hostile environment. They're both there. They'll shut him out of it. Spirit, fight on!
That would have been a shocking 2v4 there for G2. What a commendable effort. The lug so late for Heavy God. But Mattis a clutch too far. 3 kills deep. Zontix finds the crucial trade after 3 blistering rounds on that B bomb site for Zontix. Finds his impact in the form of a retake. And a must-win round for Team Spirit. This game is done if they don't take that. And Mattis knows it. Money still hangs in the balance in round 21. Soar's final timeout used. Spirit looking for a late resurgence on a map they're supposed to be second best in the world on.
Passed out towards long. Break on that smoke. It's Shiro, it's Tania working in tandem. And on the back of that timeout, with fresh ideas, G2 have to begin, 2 men down. The AWP to try and cover this cross. They're still sticking to their guns on this A play. It had to be the call at the back of this timeout, the call from Spawn. And their belief in it not shaken. One man in the bomb site. Spam connecting here for Magix does big damage. Hunter brought down at 1 HP. Full vulnerable, that nade will find him on the cross. And a swing now from the site. Tania gives one away. This is a 5v2. You're telling yourselves that one death can't come to matter. Flash goes over the top. Matt is trying to get set up, but obscured by the smoke. He's got no free path to entries.
Could just plant.
I feel like his only option as nothing's being offered up. One back for Mattis. Spam connects, and now Pius left in a very tricky clutch. 25 seconds to make his move, and he's on the retreat. Skirting back towards the back lines for the G2 squad. It looks like he's writing this off. It looks like he's conceding that lead. Team Spirit back in to pole position. And a chance to survive this quarterfinal.
I feel like Mattis just had to get that bomb down there. He had so much time, just given so much room, really wanted to kill to turn the odds in their favor, but bomb planted along with Pius AWP, that felt like G2's best opportunity, but it was still a 5v3 off the rip, something Spirit had to earn on that long side, something we haven't had to see in this entire game. And now G2 is that temptation of the B hit, all too likely this late in the map. Back-to-back A rounds closed out by Spirit. and far less to work with than G2 would like. But they've got to make do. Late long pop. Tania tested again. This time no orb to guide him.
Yeah, G2 have fully moved away from these B plays that were so lucrative. They're hoping Tania can be a pressure point. Been able to hold his own in the last couple of rounds. Given another chance here. That's an awkward flash meant to help him. Meant to make his life a little bit easier. Ends up complicating matters. Heavy God comes through with an entry. And immediately, it's eyes off long. Shiro the only one looking this way. Orp, long angle, long sight line. Sampaius hopes to meet him here. Shiro has the edge. Sampaius peeking into this angle. Miss on the jump. Chance to collect, but somehow that's just sailed past.
Still in a great position. You've got Lurk out mid-doors. He can kill Donk later, or Zontix rather, off this B bomb site. Donk is fighting for this cross. Boost up.
Trying to give the util over for the break on this smoke. It didn't stop Heavy God. He still makes it onto the ramp. And so they feel like they've got to disassemble. They feel like they've got to move back. Donk gonna pluck one from the ranks. That's Heavy God dealt with. Follow up for Mattis. Donk dead as well as he blazes his trail into the A site. That's a bomb plant for G2. Are you just out of this round? A taste of your own medicine as a couple of key entries paved the way to an 11th for this G2 squad. The writing's on the wall, they can't attempt it. Zontic's out of position.
We need these guns.
Magic's all alone. And the save not even guaranteed, but no reason to hunt here. Spirit will head for the hills. G2 keep it competitive right to the very end.
Oh, you can just see the frustration on Cat there, right? Going for multiple boosts. Spirit change their mind. Don gets one beautiful kill and then just decides, screw it. I'm going to trust my aim. I'm going to back myself. Goes out wide. Mattis wins a heroic fight. G2 match up with Team Spirit here on Dust. It is round 23. It is anybody's game. Those saves are everything here for Team Spirit, keeping guns in their hands. As G2, a wry smile, a smirk, as they win their most difficult round yet.
Again with this long abuse. Again, just trying to keep Tania as uncomfortable as possible. And this time, a bit more intent behind this push from Nerds, trying to take away the catwalk. He knows that's been the safe haven for Team Spirit in these A plays. He'll come into it a little bit later. For now, it's a skirmish on the long cross. Ends even. Shiro's Orp in the right place, but it's this lurk of Nerds that G2 are really banking on. Hunter leaving them uncomfortable as he makes his way up the ramp. The captain comes through with a double, but the job's not done. The fate of Spirit in Cologne now rests on the shoulders of Donk.
It's decisive. It's quick. Donk is here to keep them in the series, and it's his.
You tell yourself, there is no one you would rather entrust with your tournament life, with your major life. And so Donk has kept Spirit in contention at Cologne.
I mean, look at how close this comes now. Look at the margins between Team Spirit falling in the quarterfinals, and now they are favored to take this in a 3-map series. Mirage is up next. 2 AKs and 3 pistols are in the way for Team Spirit to make up for their slow start, to stop G2 on a glory run here in the quarterfinals. G2, 2 flashes, 2 smokes, 1 chance, no room for error.
It's around where just everything has to go right. The short util's already been lobbed in out of G2, so you kind of need these long guys to start making their move.
Flash.
Tania down into the pit, just trying to get his one. Swing out with a flash to try and help him. He can't manage it. Shiro will respond, but you're starting to feel uncomfortable. You need to deal with some of this pressure. Rotate's now arriving. Tech9 stealing back. Oh, Hunter, what is that? Bomb is lost on long, and this is a big problem for G2. They might have scrapped hard to get to this position, but it doesn't get easier. It gets harder. Someone's got to make that long cross because Zontix isn't giving them anything. They both commit to it.
20 seconds.
Zontix hears this, now closing in, now giving chase. This bomb is a long way away.
What?
When does Zontix decide to play? Because he could be the defining character here for Team Spirit. Right out round the corner. Nerds is dealt with. Hunter's double, not enough. Zontix closing in.
The double jump. One click too many. That was a single bullet away.
And they say the Hunter is a big game player. That's why. He never gave up. Had nothing to play with, nothing to work with. No health in a losing battle, and G2's captain has kept him in it.
2v3 with Tech9s. With time against them, with no health. And a clutch contained to keep G2 on this stage in this second map. To keep them in with a shot of still 2-0ing this series. And G2, man, they really have just not given up. Do we remember regulation with these brutal B hits from G2? Surely it's something they have to go back to here in overtime.
It's a team that also just never celebrates till the job's done. You see them popping off like that when Hunter locks in OT. They are feeling it right now. They feel like they can end this on Dust 2. A third map is not needed in the minds of this G2 squad.
Frothing at the mouth, this B site, tantalizing again for G2. Shiro is home though. Donk is not. It's him on the long side, lost out of commission in this round. Shiro Sniper must save them.
It's a powerful position. A power spot, a power play on this AWP.
There's no lurk smoke.
A big push from Shiro. That's what Spirit need.
There is no lurk smoke. These are free shots.
He's going to have all the time in the world to get these off. Tag comes in, softening up the first two players. That lets Zontix play. Sampires does what he can, but this AWP was always a problem. And Hunter's big clutch was last round, 1v4. They're expecting too much, surely, from their captain. Tries to plug in the numbers, but he's expecting fights, expecting conflict. Hunter, no way! Just shut down, just snatched back. Tania digs deep. And Spirit take the first in OT.
Oh, that just felt right for the taking there, Hunter. The clock against him, the last player unknown pulls that package, gets put down. Devastating way to lose a beautiful clutch like that from Hunter. And Tania, the quietest player for Team Spirit, saves them from devastation in this B site. This is far more stress than Spirit bargained for in this quarterfinal.
Stress for everyone right now, right? You're into the OTs. There was a nearly clutch from Hunter. You call this timeout here, because even for a guy as experienced as Hunter, someone who's had as much experience and success as he has, rounds like that still fill you with adrenaline.
Yeah, you've got to calm down. You've got to catch your breath. Your heart is beating at 1,000,000 miles a minute.
So a time for Saw to get involved. Ahead of this rifle round for G2. Again, it's back to middle, but this time Shiro in position. Posted on the catwalk. They haven't really had to worry about the AWP fighting them here in a lot of these rounds. This has often just been at free real estate. Molly's going to trap Shiro forward. He'll go looking on that AWP. Tanir comes in to join him. Trade back. Trades a plenty. Tag down range. Short ends in a stalemate. And now it's Nerds up next, trying to make his move out towards middle. Heavy God has Donk's number in that first half. On these T sides, rather, able to get those trades. But this time, Smoke denies that space, and Nerds is sacrificed on his own. G2 feeling a little desperate. They're going to link up with some Pious. They're wounded AWP over on long. Mattis left to a lurk.
That's 7 deaths for Nerds without a kill. It really is all or nothing. Heavy God has to bail them out. He's got the cover from the AWP. Shiro has the cross contained. There is again no smoke. G2 just having to make do with what they got. It is not a lot.
Miles wins his.
Oh,
there's one back for Heavy God. Don't tell me, don't tell me he nails that as well. Heavy God's on a roll. And right when they needed him to deliver, G2 can depend on their Heavy God. Zontic's moving in. Mattis misses this timing. He's made it by up through the short side. That leaves these players in the site to have to deal with it, but an AWP on the line. Heavy God ready to trade, and a flank that's closing in. You're telling yourselves this is more than enough. Zontic's getting sandwiched, getting pincered. Mattis ready to deal that killing blow. G2 hoping to stabilize in what has been a very tense game.
They have won some shocking rounds in this series. They cannot deny that, can they? More man disadvantage moments here from G2. Just besting out AWPers like it's nothing. Heavy God converting the spray from the other side of the map. This guy is quite the talent. Shiro stress as Spirit let G2 into this T side. This one's a faster round for G2. They're just calling it up.
Yeah, look at the pace on this. Talk about a change. They go quickly into this cap play right into Magic's. Gonna farm some back. Donk arrives and a mow down.
You want to play that game, do you? Well, all of Spirit will answer the call. Every single player climbs those boxes, shuts it down. Spirit with a round lead here in overtime. G2 try and get cheeky. Donk's having none of it. So many rounds he has been left out of position in this game. But he is quick to trust his rotate. Oh, no way.
Oh, some Pious.
Oh, serious?
Risky business here. Hanging out on an island all alone out towards mid. Gets his one, but will that be worth it? You've traded an AWP for the death of Spirit's captain. Got Donk with great position now out towards middle, and no rotates available for this B site. Spirit, they know where they want to make their move. They know where they're aiming for. 3 players back in the tunnels. Donk ready to pounce in mid. This B hit is coming.
There's just no way to stop this. Heavy God has given some incredible performances across this major, across this matchup, but he is alone. It is all of Spirit trapping him in position. No smoke on the doors. Heavy God isolates. Bomb dropped. The spray's not enough. Damage is all he gets. G2 have to retake. Hunter v Donk. He can't hold on. And Spirit, 2 kills from another map point. Donk darts away.
Mattis could still catch him. A little later in through spawn, all the way around the world. Donk is keeping his wits about him, ready for this exact move. Oh, on health, sure. Mattis will get past him. And now all that earlier damage from Heavy God might be very impactful indeed. They get the spot on Zontix. Shiro's the only question mark, and that AWP will get a chance to play. Spirit hold the line. And they could still beckon in that 3rd and final map of Mirage. 2 chances to do so.
A messy game, but Spirit with the experience on the stage in an overtime with all the pressure on are stabilizing late in Dust 2. G2 maybe feeling like their best opportunities have sailed them by, and maybe they're right. Nuts gets legged again by Shiro's AWP on the cross. G2 start disadvantaged. Spirit stick their foot in it, mid control completely alleviated. No antics from Sampius, he supports Mattis. But Spirit, that old cat slash mid to B setup, everybody ready to change their tune at a moment's notice. No lurkers.
It just puts them in a position to be so quick to react. They'll be able to move a lot faster than G2 can on this CT half, and so you better hope someone can provide you an entry. Someone can open this round in a favorable way. Because if not, if this gets left till Spirit make their move, they've got every edge. Magic's throwing in a fake, but the bomb still resting back in tunnels. Sampius smoked off.
I don't believe it. G2 know it's coming.
Spirit looking lustful at this B site. Feeling like they could end it all right now. They've got to get past Heavy God. Nert's already wounded. Line up in the tunnels! And it's the least expected man to find his impact. Everyone arrives now for G2. And no winning this for Shiro. It comes down to the final opportunity for Team Spirit.
Okay, gets out. Either way, it's G2 surviving time after time after time in this game. Be it 12-11 with the Hunter clutch against Zontix, be it there with Nerds. They are still here competing for this 2-0. Unbelievable spray down for Nerds. He timed that repeat perfectly after Shiro fired the shot, after the smoke went back up. G2, the resilience on display in this matchup is massive. They are far from done with Dust 2. Spirit playing with their third map point.
Been on the verge of closing this out many times. G2 able to save themselves again.
Oh, look at the gamble.
A lot of players out here towards B right now, and I mean, who can blame G2? So many of these rounds have looked to be these mid to Bs, these B pops. Only one guy waiting back in the tunnels. Zontix lives up to his half of the bargain. Does Nerds even want to attempt this trade? You feel like you're risking everything on going for it. And now B feels like too good of an invitation to deny. Spirit with 2 opening kills on this half of the map. Hunter's playing Joker. He's come so close in many of these moments. Oh, Hunter's keeping them at bay! How many times can the captain bail out G2?
And how many times can Donk finish the game for Spirit? It is all Donk.
You tell yourselves this is why he's here. This is what he's made for, to deliver you these moments. Will Hunter's sacrifice be in vain? Donk swings out. Donk does it! Spirit still in this quarterfinal. And it's on the wings of Donk. Their pale horse showing up in the quarterfinals. And bringing with him a Spirit that hit hard.
That's not easy. It is dirty. It is messy. But it is enough here for Team Spirit to take this series. Mirage is our decider. G2's best opportunity passes them by.
pressure certainly applied by G2, but Spirit just about avoid cracking under it. By the thinnest of margins, they get their map pick over the line. And let's be real, there are plenty of rounds in that game that both sides of the equation won't be proud of. But if you're Spirit, you're looking at Donk, who saved your ass in this one.
What a wonderful way to end a wonderful game of Counter-Strike. You're spot on, Freya. Arguably the most, I'd say the last 6 rounds of this game was the most intense I've seen, you know, out of all the games at the Major so far. Every round had a story, every round had a comeback coming into it. Hunter almost saving, almost pushing it to a second overtime, but then there's Donk finishing off like this, you know, just one-tapping away and getting a double headshot right here, Stico. I'll be honest, that's what Donk does, that's why he's the best player in the world.
Which idiot said that this will be most one-sided match in the playoffs? I mean, this was probably the map of the tournament for sure, and I have to say that everything about this was electrifying. Players on the stage must have felt it too, and everyone in the arena just felt the Counter-Strike. This was it.
But this is like, it just gets your heart racing. Like, if it gets our heart racing, it definitely also get the players' heart racing. This is why Counter-Strike is such a beautiful, you know, esports. It's so good to feel the atmosphere. You can feel the players. They step up in the right moments. And when you have these games as a player, you can sometimes just throw, like, you go back to the defaults, but in the end, it's going to be the decision-making of the players in that heated up moments. And we had plenty of those in this game.
Yeah, we certainly did. This was an adrenaline-filled game of CS up on that stage, right? Let's go back to the beginning, though, because this was the moment that Donk really started firing up, right?
He finished the game and he started the game for Team Spirit as well. G2 got off to a fantastic start in the first half. I know it's almost an hour ago, but at this point, if G2 is running away with the game, that is a very likely thing to happen. But look at Donk in this very position. He's the first man out, gets a nice double entry, and yeah, from his point of view, it looks sick, but you think to yourself, yeah, maybe they could have fragged him, maybe they could have refragged him. Just look from that point of view. Nerds is just getting absolutely destroyed. Heavy Guard getting absolutely destroyed. Peter, when you're on the receiving end on something like that, there's nothing you can do. You can't blame Heavy Guard, you can't blame Nerds. That's just world-class aiming coming out from Donk.
Yeah, like on the receiving end, like looking at the PV when it changes to the guy that gets shot, you know, it just happens in an instant. At this point, you're like, oh, they're up mid, and then you're like, oh, they're in B. Okay, we lost the round. And you know, at this point, when something happens that fast, it's just impossible to do, and it's what Donk does best, right? You know, he scales up and he hits a headshot instantly.
And it was such a crucial moment in the game. It was 4-1 for G2. They were about to run away with the game. You could even see it on the player cams as well. Shuro visibly frustrated, Magic's visibly stressed and frustrated, understandably so as well. And then who's the guy you send out first in a B split who gets that double entry? Of course, it was Donk who had to kickstart the game, and we saw how he ended it as well.
And he continued that. We've got round 8 as well. Another example, even when Spirit are down in the 3v5.
Yeah, this was a 3v5 situation where they recovered it beautifully. Donk is entering B, and Heavy God is in prime position to punish him, but somehow he wins this duel and cracks the side open. Tanir is acting as a lurk here, but he actually catches up Matisse, and now it's very important that they are anticipating the fast retake, because Tanir is on the opposite side of the map, and Donk does that precisely. Micro, macro, everything is on point. He dodges the flashes before they're even coming. It feels like G2 were on good read, but Donk was one step ahead because he read everything just so much faster.
Yeah, it was incredible to witness. If we fast forward to that second half, the beginning of it, of course, we see G2 getting that pistol, but then the disaster strikes for them, and Spirit, I don't know how they got away with this one.
No, it's a little bit of a silly one, to be completely honest, and this was again a moment for G2 to get it done. Sanpeas comes in with a nice entry. You have Sontix in a very uncomfortable position with an MP9 though. Donk from this position, I'm not sure why they're so hesitant to fight him, but he has an MP9 and he's just single-handedly out-aiming.
I mean, it's Donk, I guess, but...
Yeah, but it's a bit of that fear factor. Like, Peter, you played with Sipnix, and there was a lot of that fear factor when you're in a clutch against him, but I saw that in a lot of rounds in this game. I don't know if you guys agree with me, but it happened over and over and over. He also ended up winning a 1v2 at a moment later stages in this half, where it's almost like players freeze when they realize, oh, I'm in a 1v1 or in a 1v2, but it's against Donk. Now I have to be careful. So you play a little bit hesitant, you almost cramp up in the scenario, and it's not as free-flowing as it perhaps would have been had the name been Dupuis or something like that.
No, I think you have a point here. Like, it is the fear factor that comes in the mind when you think it's Donk that you're facing, and he's just going to do some magical. Like, even sitting here watching him play, you're like, he's just going to show up and do something that we don't expect, and that's what he does. And I don't even think that G2, that, you know, they picked the wrong fights, but at this point, like, you can't be saying more other than G2 just needs to win. Like, he's sitting there, he just crouches and peeks up with an MP9. It's only probably 3 players in a world that could do the things that Donk just did here.
Tell me who wasn't scared though, Hunter. Holy hell, what a performance to actually be pushing this one to OT as well, Stico.
Yeah, I mean, across the whole map, he was okay with calls, I would say. He was kind of like silent. He was 6-13 before this happened. 11-12, double Tech 9 entry. They have to recover the bomb on long, and Zontex is in great position to finish this round with the time limit. Look at this, 15 seconds left. He picks up correct duels, in my opinion, but somehow in this jump up, he misses all 3 bullets on Hunter, which was 1 HP, forces the overtime, and honestly, in that overtime, Hunter had another situation where I was like, holy, is this Hunter? Is this IGL of G2 just pulling them through? And luckily, or unluckily, he didn't win that 1v4 in the end on the B side, but what a performance, especially in that later stage of the map.
Let's just jump right into it. The last round, ultimately, of the game, and you called him a big stage player, Dupree. I mean, Hunter did everything right in this situation. Donk ended up finishing it, but shout out to Hunter in this one.
Like at this point, you know, they've already lost the 2 entries when they try to get information into tunnels, but at this point, Hunter, he needs to get a triple kill off the bat here. He even does that, you know. At this point, you know, Hunter is feeling the stage so much, and even, like, you know, he could have gotten the 4th if he got a little bit more lucky, but this is exactly the situation, again, that we're talking about. This is Donk in a 1v2, and you can see the fact that Mattis and some players, they know they're smoked indoors here, but they're still playing it very cautiously. Donk, once again, he's feeling like playing cards. He knows that this is a position where he needs to hit his shot as soon as he's in this position. So he tucks in, and he waits for the perfect timing. He plays it out very well, peeks up, doesn't find anything. He knows that it's going to be striking anytime soon. He hears them jumping through window, steps up, get the first one, and then just look at this one shot. Like, he ends this game by just putting a 1 bullet to the skull of his opponent. I mean, that is such an important frag and such a crazy amount of showcase of skill.
And this is where people have to take note. Look at the scoreboard. Donk goes 25 and 20, 82 ADR. Purely statistically speaking, on the numbers, well, that's an average game for Donk. In terms of the impact he had in this game, in terms of the amount of times he single-handedly saved Spirit and kept them alive in this game, those 25 frags doesn't translate into all the impact he had in this game. So sure, it doesn't look bad on the scoreboard. That's not my point right here. But for a guy like Donk, who's coming into this game, had a rating in stage, 3 and the playoff so far, and 1.71, that's tanking his rating. But in terms of the impact he found in this game, he's the player that kept them alive.
And speaking of hidden impact, I would also want to highlight Magic's calling here, because whatever he did was exactly what we didn't want him to do before the match started. Like going into these one-sided calls where he just doesn't leave any room for mistake there, but he actually pulled a lot of default rounds and finished these default rounds in a variety of ways. We've had B splits, we've had A hits, we've had A split as well. We had a complete pullback into the B execute. It didn't work all the time, but this is clear sign of me of like intelligent and mature IGL that is keeping the game plan flowing even in the overtime.
Yeah, no, even in those super high pressure situations. I'm just curious into your perspective, Jacob, of that last round, because Hunter did everything and more to try and keep G2's heads above water. What would you have done differently in that 1v2 versus Donk? I know hindsight's 2020, but we've got to talk about it.
I feel like we saw it when Peter walked through the clip. Like, both of the players is a little bit hesitant. One of the players get caught in window standing on top of the side, you know, juggling a grenade as well, not quite certain what they want to do. I think the best way to approach a round like that, and yes, we're talking hindsight, we're talking eliminate the fact that there's a lot of pressure on the guys as well. Just make a plan and stick to it, you know. The 2 players have to communicate together saying, okay, we're going to go down, or we're going to seek the duel straight away, or we're going to try to, you know, flush them out by tapping the bomb early, be ready for a peek from somewhere, just to do something coordinated. It did feel like one player pushed out a flash, the other guy was looking around, and they didn't really have a coordinated scenario right here, but it's so easy to say. And then I'll even say for Hunter as well, it sounds rich to say this. He got a triple kill, which is way more than he could have expected.
Yes.
I'm a little bit sad that he didn't walk out of the B bomb side in that smoke he put down for himself. Had he stayed alive, it would have been a 3v1 retake, and most likely they would have won the round. But you can't really blame it on Hunter after doing what he did.
No, but that's the beauty of our job. You know, we do get to see the X-ray and know exactly what to do in the situation. It's a little bit different setting up there, right? 100%. But I think that the 2v1, I mean, I think actually the second guy that decides to go for the 5 with Donk does the right thing. He waits just a tiny bit before actually committing to the duel. But you can't do anything. Like, Donk hits a 1-bullet headshot, and it's exactly like what we also saw from the receiving end of some of the POVs. Like, when it happens at an instant, like, you have nothing to do, right? And I think the way that Donk played that specific clutch is very Donk-esque, because he just puts everything, like all his eggs in one basket. Like, he can only win this round by hitting those headshots. It's phenomenal, you know. It's not even that he tries to go Xbox, because he just wants to get the fights, and it's, you know, Hunter does all the beauty of it, right?
And that's a shame, right? Because what Hunter did right here, it was unimaginable. Like getting a triple kill, defending the B bomb side by himself was not supposed to happen. But he did have the opportunity to walk out of the B bomb side. But that, again, that is playing the game in hindsight and unreasonable to even expect from him. I will say once more for that, and that's probably where Hunter is feeling it a bit now. He also had that 1v3 attempt on the B bomb side, on the T side, where he walks out window, gets 2 kills, and is super close getting the third.
Close to getting the third.
He is so close, right? So in case of him not doing anything wrong, it's not a blame game. He came close twice to finishing this game for G2, and yet he was left with nothing to show for on Dust 2. And mentally, that's so tough, because I think he did everything right up until the moment where he just needed one more bullet or one more thing going his way. But that's the margins of counters.
I guess that's where I would raise Hunter, you know, as much as it's only been, what, just over a year that he's been in-game leading for this team as well. He is a case-hardened player, no? Like, he's been in these situations before. Hell, he's been eliminated from worse situations too. So I'm curious as to how you think that's going to affect things going on to Mirage with G2 starting on the T side of things.
I do think that this is a pretty good example of what Hunter is capable of when it comes to the game plan and game preparation. On Dust 2, I think it was kind of good. They were attacking B all the time, and then suddenly they leaned away from it, and that actually gave Spirit way back into the match, for example. So I think switching up this game plan mid-game is something that Hunter is still somewhat struggling with. However, for Mirage, I'm pretty optimistic, because this is a playground for both teams where they just shine throughout the event. I don't think both of these teams lost Mirage ever in this IEM Cologne, so this is beautiful way how to decide this matchup, because so far I think G2 is a little bit overperforming while Team Spirit is a little bit underperforming, but I still give credit where it's due, and I think the calling has been very, very excellent from both of these.
Personally, for me, I don't think it's unreasonable to say that G2 have been the better team so far in this matchup. That doesn't necessarily mean that's going to carry over to Mirage, whereas Team Spirit have had Dunk, you know, they had a couple of their individuals really bailing them out in certain scenarios where they could have lost the game. My issue with Mirage when you're going up against Dunk fired up like this is he controls the connector area CT side so well. So if you're Hunter and you're G2, you have to change your game plan just a little bit. I know we saw it on Dust 2, they went on, keep doing the B splitting where they actually face Dunk hard on. On Mirage, I feel like that's the one map where you can do that. That's one of the maps where you actually have to take into account, here we have the best player in the world at this specific position. We need to find a way to avoid him.
We've only got about 30 seconds left, so I want to get predictions for this one, because Stiko, I mean, you already were aware in the fact that you thought this was going to be a one-sided affair. Where are you putting your money now?
I do think this will go to the way of Team Spirit.
Yeah, I'm buying into Spirit as well. I think they've warmed up enough, and I think it's going to be about the mental reset. And I don't know if G2's got it, but yeah, Spirit 2-1.
G2 will make the game competitive just to lose it.
It has been a high-octane game of Counter-Strike so far, and it will reach its peak on that third and final decider. This will determine who goes through to the semi-finals here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2026.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable! Something special to top this decoy, and that's exactly what happens. Katowice! We are back!
I'm just checking Yak and this is it, because when I'm going online, I'm just taking the monitor settings of other player who was sitting before me.
Really?
And yeah, I'm just like, you know, sitting and checking, is it good or no? Like for example, Serato had very good monitor settings. And I took from him and I really like it.
So we need to ask Serato what you're basically liking. So the only thing that you're checking is the DIAC, and do you want to have it on premium or?
I usually have it premium.
Yeah? Premium? Yeah. Okay.
After I'm going manage 3D settings, I'm just clicking restore. Apply.
You don't change anything there after restore?
I don't change anything.
Okay.
I just put here performance.
Performance, yeah.
Apply. Change resolution, default resolution.
And
500 Hz I play. Always
you play 500? Okay.
Yeah, always my manager told me I need to play 500, so I just listened to him.
Feels like your manager is commanding a lot of the stuff. Okay, full screen?
Full screen, GPU. Override, we put this check mark. Play. We are done with NVIDIA.
Okay. You don't adjust colors or anything like that?
No, I don't do it. Okay. Next, I'm going to library, properties.
Yeah.
I'm disabling controller.
Okay, why is that? I've never seen
I don't know, I'm just doing this.
Manager told you?
No, actually when he saw I'm doing this, he said, okay, you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
After I'm going to disable overlay because I don't use it.
Makes sense. You have no launch properties or anything?
No, I don't have anything. I'm just disabling overlay because I can I can just miss buttons and do it rendered accidentally.
Okay, so we go in game settings,
Yeah.
so video. You just set the full screen, right?
No, I didn't, because if you do it, you will lag, when
Oh,
you're
okay. So for presets?
I'm just using 8x, all. I don't use global shadow clarity, because if you input low, you will see everything.
Okay. Model texture detail low as well, texture
quality.
Okay.
Disabled highest quality also.
And this is how you have it, okay?
Yeah. I also put 500 FPS max.
So you match it with the hertz of the monitor?
Yes. I'm usually switching sometimes 500 to 600, but right now I'm taking 500. So NVIDIA reflects all latency, I put disabled also.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah.
A lot of players are starting to enable it now.
I just played disabled since CS2 came out, so I didn't change it, and I like the way game works for me.
Yeah, it makes complete sense. Okay.
After I'm going to full screen.
And 1280 by 960 is your resolution.
Spirit showed up late in this quarterfinal, and G2 pounced. An opportunity to punish the defending champions on a major stage does not come every day. But the wins indeed have changed. A Don Clutch seizes Dust 2. This series goes the distance. Team Spirit, they've been given a chance at redemption. A chance they cannot afford to waste. Is G2's best game behind them? Or can they dig deep on this decider? Mirage is our battleground. Semi-finals is our destination. And the greatest stories demand trilogy. So Cologne, I hope you're ready to go the distance! It's getting hot in here.
Yeah, there's absolutely no denying the Spirit looked a little shaken at the dawn of this series, but some big donk impact rounds hold a lot of promise. G2 don't want to feel like they missed their opportunity. Pistols haven't grown, all too much. We've seen a bunch of these 4-spy wins. Eyes set on the connector, but that bomb's going through the apartments. A little fake here from G2. It's a brilliance for Mattis as he tries to sell this lurk out towards the connector, and that has given open runway to this G2 squad.
Donk's still alive. I'm not looking away. Spirit getting close to this market, but not before Heavy God gets in position. Can peek on Hunter. Donk holds. Heavy God doesn't jump the gun. He lets him come to him. 2 kills on a plate. And Heavy God continues to impress in this playoff. As Zontix, another clutch that is too far gone. Ooh,
that's nice.
Gotta go quick.
What could he do? Time so low, right into some Pius. G2. Deciding map. Pistol round goes their way. But you know this force buy is coming. Been the case throughout this series. Everyone's been keen to respond to these pistol rounds. Spirit, no exception. Coming through with a buy. Had to risk it all for control over the early game. G2 going to try and play this one together. And right now looking to dodge the stack. Zontix alone on the B side of the map. And with that spot straight away out of the apartment, Shiro ends up in enemy territory. One from the Deagle, it's nice. They're closing in on all sides. Shiro living on borrowed time.
God, you just got to give it to G2, right? They've started all 3 maps hot. Spirit, eternal comebacks in this series. Never once getting the strong start, never once converting on their pistol. This is G2 starting every half, 2 or 3 rounds to the good. And that wears on you, feeling like you're constantly playing catch up. Never once getting to redeem 3 rounds. Just because it's hard doesn't mean that's any excuse for Spirit to stop. They demanded this 3rd map. It's time to show up.
We've talked a lot about just kind of the experience on these captains, how for G2 Hunters, you know, a year on from taking over the IGL responsibilities for Magic, still pretty fresh-faced in that regard. And even though Spirit might be, you know, defending champs of Cologne, that's not the case for Magic's. He was in the lineup when they fell out of this squad in dead last, that devastating tournament, the one where Donk actually said he wanted to walk away, he wanted to quit after they lost in that fashion, a trophy that clearly meant a lot to him. Right, for a player who's had so much success, this was the one that got him emotional, this was the one that got him teary-eyed. And so Magic's has a lot of his team's expectations, anxieties to deal with, all while having a bunch of his own. First time on the stage in the Lanxess for their captain. There's major playoffs for him in this role. And a G2 that have been punching well above their weight.
At this point, win or loss for Team Spirit, G2 are more than a footnote. They have put up one hell of a series. This chapter's not closed. Team Spirit pressured on this B side, double balcony and burnt off. Got numbers in this side, but maybe not for long. It's on 657 that shreds them. Rips flesh from bone on this B bomb site. Triple headshot has kept Team Spirit in this unlikely eco round.
Yeah, really not the round you ever thought you'd be competitive in, right? That's Zontix getting split on, but now left in the hands of Donk and Tania, top and bottom performers of this previous map. Donk making no secret about his position out towards the market, and as Tania is felled, they know where Donk's coming from. It makes him a little easier to deal with. Some Pius keeps him contained. As the G2 find these conversions, they recover that heroic Zontix 3K. But now the guns come out for Spirit. Shiro donning an AWP. The first opportunity. They tell themselves that this map's going to be different. They're not going to fall down at this first chance, give a bounty of rounds to G2. They want to be competitive far sooner in the map. So G2 just play a bit of a default. Look for mid-control. Players in the apartments to watch for any aggression. Heavy God still floating around out towards Palace, leaving that option open to just grab the bomb and head on back. And that's exactly what G2 are doing. So minute 10 mark, it's already been decided where this one ends.
Donk never far away on CT Mirage. Tanir's going to get himself shuffled into this bomb site. Shiro supports with the orb. G2 waiting out this smoke before their commitment. As Matt is in middle. Might be left out of the action for this one. G2 40 seconds, smoke's ready. Spirit the initiators, but that flash comes too soon for Tanir to play. He's going to hear that molly land behind him, signaling the intention of G2. Can Tanir do more than one? That is already enough. Double on this hold, and Shiro is still in the sight.
Out of position on the AWP, but a rough miss gets rid of Shiro on that orb. And now G2 in a commanding spot. They've got this 3v2. Matt is trapped out in the connector, will get discovered. Zontix swivels back round and gets Spirit on the board early in their CT campaign.
Zontix, what an uptick now. Massive 3K eco round, now a huge double to stop G2 from getting comfort in this bomb site. They find Shiro and Donk with no kills between them, and still it's Zontix to bail out Team Spirit. Good to see Tanir finding impact early in this map. It took the whole game for him to get going. I don't think he ever truly did on Dust 2. Shunted into a very difficult position, but here on Mirage A site, Tanir will get action round after round. G2 go back for more.
Passive here from the Shiro orb. Trying to look over the smoke. It's actually Donk to open things up, and with Tanir still tucked away. Oh, dead on that swing. It's a little labored. Donk offering up a lot of resistance. They just can't get past him. Finally will. But look at the cost. You threw everything at this one guy. Again, you're hoping Hunter can provide something. Shiro's orb makes sure he can't. The captain's efforts falling on deaf ears.
It's going to give Spirit a lot of levity in the CT side with back-to-back A executions shut out. G2 not getting in on it. And now put to pistol. Spirit can trust in their A defense. A very reassuring sign, getting a smile out of Donk. I feel like that's the first time in this series we've seen it. It's not a good sign for G2. Donk has been able to trust in his teammates to start this game. They've delivered. And now Spirit locked down the middle of the map. A very confident display. Poor. Quick to the click, Shiro finds underpass. With that advantage, Spirit sit back.
A big question for me is, you know, we've seen Spirit be pretty reactive across this series for the most part. And that's likely due to them being slow to get going. We're here on Mirage with a map in their pocket, this being the decider. How do G2 contend with a Spirit that will be willing to make more plays, be a bit more involved? This eco round, nothing found. Donk, the eye test looking real good here at the start of this third map. And an even scoreline as soon as the guns come out for Spirit. No AWP for some Pius. Shiro still has his. And he's looked very, very keen to be involved in some of these early fights since he's boarded out. Mid conceded. G2 given this real estate. The Spirit aren't in a super forgiving mood. They've gone and taken ramp away in the downtime. It's always this give and take. Now you see players out towards middle. So Spirit aware that G2 have moved into this empty part of the map.
It's great control for Spirit. They must know where G2 are. There's still gaps. Donk, window, connector, has to pick his poison. No util to block anything. That last Molotov goes out for Team Spirit. 40 seconds and Donk is forced into the connector side of the fight. But on the stairs, Donk does his best work. It's Mattis who runs through that smoke and shuts him down with ease. Ramp forced, ramp taken. Seeing the AWP here will be a bit of a surprise, but it might alert you as to Tanir's position. He reveals himself. Double kill from Tanir. Now Shiro is the surprise. And surprise, surprise, G2. You're not getting that bomb down. Heavy got clutch. And he's got the info.
And knows where both players are, but does this make that any less impossible? AWP ready to swing at a moment's notice. Zontix, or Magic's rather, pressure from short. Just trading contact there, our Team Spirit.
Yeah, I love that they made that change in ramp. It looked like Shiro wanted to go for the first fight, but seeing an AWP push from ramp there would surely alert you to a rifle's presence as well. Tanir gets an incredible double, shutting down this bomb plant, and then Shiro can play off of that with the element of surprise. G2 just go stumbling into their death on this side. The A site doing absolutely no favors to G2. More pistols. A Spirit power up.
They're just running this one in. Zontix has always been a problem on these B holds. This time they get past him straight away. Magic's, that's a beautiful transfer. But his job is far from over. The only man here between G2 and this bomb plant. His teammates now starting to arrive. And they get their captain out of harm's way, but only for a moment. Oh, dead as Hunter hits him with a drive-by. And Shiro feeling pressure. Feels like they're going to try and deal with him before this bomb goes down. Hunter doubles back, flushes out Tanir. Shiro. Cut down. A ballsy move to play it right through the window.
G2 know they have to win with confidence. They know they have to push the boat out against Spirit. They can't respect their opponent here on Mirage. That is multiple Tech 9s charging Team Spirit down. Hunter still giving us his best in this series, still showing up come the third map. A heroic 3K on that B bomb site was not enough to keep them on dust too. But Hunter has unfinished business as he and his cousin race for a major.
Oh, that's really awkward for everyone involved. They get the info at least. That's what you tell yourselves. No one in a position to punish.
Does Magic's know?
Nope. Caught by surprise. Now Zontix revealed as well. Nade is good. Doesn't quite finish the job. Heavy God. I feel like his round is over, but we've seen some crazy low health clutches thus far. May still have a part to play. Mattis opening out through short, and with this Nerds backstab, this is so well timed. G2, they're gonna choke Spirit out on this B site. It's only Donk. And moving in, they're all around him. One man against the world. And he is gone. Sampaius arrives right in time.
Don't you love watching the mini-map there when they find Donk on that B site? Nobody re-swings. They all talk. They make sure to peek him together. Sampaius comes in from the furthest angle with the orb. G2 were not willing to hand over a highlight to Donk. Enough has been done. And so Tanir saves. But I like that poise from G2 because rounds can fly by in a second. G2 did the hard work. They're able to convert. And now back-to-back rounds. And rifle rounds at that. It's put Spirit on pistols. G2, we're talking an even half, and that is worst case scenario.
Punctuate this one with a timeout because they know it's a massive opportunity. A chance to recover after that slog of rifle rounds from Team Spirit. Chance to make out like bandits at the end of this first half and get out with a winning T-side venture. That's huge. And you know, they've only got this one saved rifle to work with. So Saw tries to focus them up.
Donkborg Kevlar, is he gonna get that M4? Or is he just bodyguarding Tanir? They'll hang out together in this A site. G2 have had an affinity for this site. It is not going away anytime soon. Initiated by Spirit.
That's a gun now for Donk, and AK gifted over. He'll take the M4, put it to work, and a massive mistrade for Sampaius. Means this rifle is still a threat. Finally, they're gonna get past it. But it's far from comfortable. They deal with Tanir alone ramp side. Now left to Magic's dual Berettas and very, very far away. This is an insane recovery from this Mattis flank.
There's no guns on ramp.
He's just got to do it with the dual Berettas. This is a very tall order for Magic's. No comfort here. Weapons right there to go and pick up. But time is a problem. That's his real enemy in this round. No info where G2 have gotten to. And I think he's coming to the only logical conclusion, and that's just to head away. G2 recovering on this round. Mattis playing one hell of a game, helping them every step of the way. Come the turn on map 3.
Yeah, Overpass was not his map, but Dust2 stepped up in a huge way here for G2, and he's keeping that going. Everybody has absolutely had their moment from G2 in this series. That has made it all the more exciting. G2 avoid a devastating eco win here from Team Spirit, and Team Spirit are looking for their scraps right now at the end of this half. They need these last couple of rounds to keep in contention. And no AWP on Shiro. G2 with a look like a pace change. Sit behind that ramp, Molly, but they're coming through. Oh, that smoke had a gap, and Mattis abuses it.
Donk does what he can, but he's low, and the big dog's closing in on him.
Roof.
Matt is turning heads with this performance on the deciding map. 2 clean entries leaves G2 right where they want to be. And if they win this, they break Spirit's money moving forward, leave them with nothing at the tail end of the half. Mattis is still going. Got to plant the bomb as well. And again, a reluctant save from Magic's as yet another round just sails by Team Spirit.
came into this series saying if G2 are going to win today, they need to play at their peak. Every single player needs to give us their best game yet. They need to show that London form. And it's London the last time G2 beat this Spirit squad. It's the last time they even came close in winning this head-to-head. And that was an event where Mattis absolutely popped off. He was a top performer in the final against Team Vitality in a BO5 that went the distance. Showed up on Dust 2, but this is a different beast out of Mattis here on Mirage. And G2 are storming through Team Spirit, a Team Spirit who demanded a third map in this series. Do they have anything to show for it? Despite multiple rounds where Spirit actually shut out this A offensive, G2 fearlessly go back for it. Finding a fourth round in a row, looking to top off their half with our most dominant yet.
How can that not put wind in your sails, eh? The idea that you might show up here, come the turn of a uncomfortable third map. Questions around whether they missed their best opportunity, and you actually go on to have your most dominant half. All the while, Mattis is just playing his heart out. Spirit using a lot of resources to go and clear ramp, trying to keep eyes on middle as well, but that gets cut off by this util. They're getting misdirected here. This ruse, this creeping fear about the A play where G2 have ended so many of these rounds have left them just too strong on this end of the map. Now down to 1 with that lurk kill from Mattis. It is only Shiro between G2 and this bomb plant, and he's dead straight away. Hunter coming through. Terrifying form as he closes in on a dominant half for G2.
And Hunter, when he took over in-game leading, we saw some poor games, we saw some poor events, we saw those in-game leader numbers, but the last couple of months has been a resurgence for this captain. Standing tall when G2 need him. 2 gratifying entries might have just shut out this half for once and for all. Team Spirit thrust themselves back into this bomb site, but it is a lost cause. It is a lost round. It is a lost half. G2, 8 rounds on the T side of Mirage, looking for the major upset of their dreams.
there's a Dren. He's going to hit the ground there. Oh, what a jumping double for Cole! What is going on right now? How does he do this? Cole is save luminosity with the on-play.
Across 2026, Team Spirit are 8-1 in maps against this G2 squad. This was meant to be almost one-sided quarterfinal. This was meant to be a quick and easy affair for Team Spirit, a team looking to defend their title here at Cologne. But major pressure now as G2 stand tall, weather the storm, and give us almost dominant opening half of this series yet. This is the true test. Can G2 finish it for once and for all?
I mean, for three of these players, this is just a dream they've been chasing.
Just important, keep your focus on these cities like round by round. Like we have a lot of good plans again, but don't start to suddenly freestyle, get frustrated, whatever. Let's focus round by round, okay?
Yep. See there, Sword trying to keep them composed because he knows leading is one thing, winning is another. A man down in this pistol round. And left to a B-side retake. They don't have any presence out towards short. It's all three players market side, and Spirit are eyes on. One back for Heavy God short. Does this really leave you in a fighting position here? Looking to try and make another incision, not being given anything for free, and as Sampaius closes in, feels like he's destined to overlook. Zontix will get eyes on. Look out for Heavy God, and Sampaius dead. Team Spirit. It's a pistol round one way or another.
Oh, not the crash you want there. And it all comes crashing down for G2 in a very hard to win round. But a round they were trying nonetheless. Team Spirit get a helping hand and now begin their long road to recovery.
I mean, look, this is now going to be a real test of your ability to just stay in this.
Yeah, that will get in your head, lead or not.
But I think, you know, when you look at the type of player that Heavy God is, what he, you know, views as the most important part of being a top player, he's always spoke about how, you know, you don't want someone who gets in their head easily. You want someone who stays dialed in. You want someone who's calm under pressure. And I think that's what this guy looks to embody every time he goes out there and plays. We even saw, you know, him cracking smiles, trying to have some back and forth with the gang. Because he knows if it gets to him, it gets to the rest of the team. It's never a good time for one of those. Your Spirit, I don't think you can believe it. Maybe not how you wanted to show up and win that pistol.
Yeah.
But a win all the same.
I don't want to say it was guaranteed for Spirit, right? Definitely not. 2 quick kills, but they had strong positions for sure. 2v2. I think that you've hit the nail on the head. The key for G2 is not to dwell on it. It's here and now.
And thankfully, you know, with how this series have gone, with the fact that you've struggled at always converting on these pistols, I think there's something there for G2 to hold on to yet.
Yeah, G2 have won the first 3-4 rounds of every single half, right? Even when they've lost pistol or they've lost to force, they've reforced, they've won it. They've put Spirit on eco before Spirit have put them on eco every single map, every single half of this series. That has gone a long way. So will Spirit buck the trend here in the final half of this quarterfinal? If I'm G2, I'm forcing up straight away.
Парень, Господь на нашей стороне.
See Donk trying to use this to pull his teammates back in. He was smiling at the end of it.
Take every edge you can get.
Because, you know, I think you know that in a game like this, all that matters is getting the round. Doesn't matter how you get there.
You can. Fuck it, don't tilt, don't tilt. It all good. Happens.
It's a captain. Trying to keep them in it. Oi, oi, oi.
I mean, Hunter's no stranger to this. Even thinking back to the major out in Copenhagen, in the game that could have seen them make it to playoffs or not. You had that famous Jane crash back in the day. He's been on both sides of this.
That's true. I mean, that got G2 through that game.
And, you know, the very first words out of his mouth were just, don't tilt, don't tilt.
Nothing beats the atmosphere of the Lanxess. And nothing beats a major. We are very lucky to be here, Cologne. And what a day we have coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I know this series has been fantastic, super close, down to the wire. I know a lot of folks at home and here in Cologne excited for that next quarterfinal as well. Falcons versus Vitality. You know, when G2 Spirit is delivered this much, I think it really gets you amped up for that next one.
You got to save your voice for the semis as well. Have you got soaking it in?
Yeah, it's quite a unique experience, I guess, right? Just some time to sit back, take it all in. Trying to not let this get under his skin. How do you do after cooling off? Wonder if anyone's going to call a timeout on the other end of this.
All right, yeah, well, if I was Saw, I definitely would.
But, you know, we heard what Hunter said to the gang. We heard what he was trying to put across. I think the message was made clear.
Cologne, one more time. Give it up for the Roaring Bears. every year showing up in style.
Nurse is in good spirits. He's liking this. Liking the backing track to this timeout.
Even Vitality might get cheers today. Lucky them.
And there is this unshakable feeling that at the end of a timeout like this, anything could happen.
Yeah, I think Spirit are going to come in slow, right? T side, they know G2 9 times out of 10 are going to force buy. We've had force buys every single time after
and they've
this.
been pretty lucrative.
Yeah, it's definitely worked out. As said, G2 has stormed every start of the half, so I don't think Spirit are going to be rushing a bomb site. I think they're going to want to get acclimatized, do some mid-control. Be silly to take a break this long without being able to talk and just jump into a fast site hit. Now G2, we're still waiting. We don't even have Heavy God back in the server.
I mean, I'll say this, if he is able to bounce back from this kind of a timeout after just sitting there, you're nothing short of impressed.
Yeah. This guy is the top-rated player of the series right now.
Been able to stand up to Donk every step of the way. As the guy they put on him throughout Dust 2 has a very important role to play. And sure, this third map has been all about Mattis and kind of the heights he's been able to reach. But if you're G2, you know you want Heavy God online as well. I think we all do at this point.
From the floor to the ceiling, packed out in the Lanxess, and it's only a Friday afternoon.
I think, you know, a lot of the top squads haven't been shy in talking about it, the pressure that a major brings. But, you know, even within that, the idea that it's been 10 years since we were out here at Cologne at a major. This was already, you know, the most coveted trophy in Counter-Strike, the most sought after. And now with major status attached to it, I think that has dialed the pressure up to 11. That's why it feels so cool to see a squad like G2 taking this high pressure, high stress environment and actually thriving within it.
At the same time, will the storylines align, right? We have Fallen, who's in Furia. He's managed to make it through a very difficult quarterfinal. All the same, in his return at Cologne, 10 years on from the major that he won with SK. Certainly the front runner for the final on their side of the bracket versus a defending champion in Spirits. But it appears we have a bit of a break. We will be waiting for Heavy God to return. Let's throw you down to the desk.
To verify ownership of a Steam account, and it's an issue that I don't think anybody's seen before, so we don't know how exactly long it will be taken to resolve this issue. But when you're in these moments, Dupree, I'm sure you've been in them.
Yep.
Players can't talk, right? Just in case anybody doesn't know about that, during a technical issue, players are not allowed to talk to each other. What are you doing in this moment to not lose focus of the game?
I think the best thing you can do is just keep your headset on actually and just keep trying to be in the zone. But it is very hard to stay in the zone because, as you just mentioned, you're not allowed to talk and you can't even do any no signals whatsoever, and you don't even get any info if the problem is about to be resolved or what the issue is. So you're just stuck in a loop with your own thoughts, and that's a killer at some point. You just sit there in your own thought. You're on stage, and even coming off of the back of a situation that will not be restarted. It's a tilter. And I think Hunter, he actually addressed it. He came into we had a bit of listening to what he was saying in the Seeping. Is like, don't tilt. It's what happens. Because this is what can break players, they had the upper hand, then on the technical side something happens that's out of their hands, and now they've lost all the momentum, and it's so difficult to sit in.
I think there is a lot of talking, but only in your brain, only to yourself, only that inner voice is there, and there's a couple of ways that I used to deal with it. I was always going through the playbook of all the strats that I have, even though I know them, I kind of wanted to kind of memorize them, and even though I cannot talk to my teammates, I kind of made my brain occupied, make sure that, okay, this is the game plan, and I try to memorize everything that I can just to keep my sanity alive, so to speak. And another thing is that finally these players have a chance to look up from their monitors and see all of you guys, and see this arena, and see the fans, and kind of absorb this energy, because when you're locked in, when you're in the round, there is nothing like that.
Yes, it's absolutely spectacular, and I am hearing maybe tech issue is resolved, so I do believe we can get back into game.
All right, Cologne, we've got him back in the server. Now let's do a bit of a temperature check. Who's going to those semi-finals? Is it going to be Spirit? Is it going to be G2? Let's find out.
Pistol in the bag for Team Spirit, 8-round T-side for G2. A force buy comes in straight away. And we are back to the races. No pause, no chat. Just straight into a B hit.
Flash out towards middle. They're looking for a scrap here. Hunter leads the charge. Now that B hit comes in for Team Spirit. Mattis on the line. Had hot hands before that tech timeout. But smoked off here. He's going to be a little slower. Tania able to deal with some pious on that first turn through the window. And a follow-up from Shiro. Net Spirit, a comfortable post-plant, one that G2 right off. They're going to try and make out with these guns. Head out while they can. Play with them in the next. Gap starts to close.
It's the first time Spirit have converted. Maybe I speak too soon. We still need to see this next round from G2. That is a chance for Spirit to get acclimatized on this T-side of Mirage and get back in this major playoff match. G2 say what they got, but ultimately called out of spawn. Spirit go for a very risky B-pop. It works perfectly. G2 are too busy fighting in middle.
Terrorists win.
And you've got to give it to Magic, sometimes making these very, very risky calls. Did the same against 90. The desk highlighted it coming into this series. A 12-10 down on Dust 2, charging a B hit. It kept them back in the game. G2 have to avoid that feeling of this being taken out of their hands. They have to fight for it. So another chance with the saved rifle and SMGs.
G2 always threatening in these rounds. Looking to remain active. They'll go and take away space out towards ramp. Knowing they don't have the weaponry to go in for this mid fight. That's a Spirit get it uncontested. Now Heavy God is committing to this backstab, but look at Zontix. Look at the line he's holding. Oh, he's just decided to leave. Timing going a bit awry here. So this fight from Heavy God closing in. Still eyes set on this B site. Nerds can't get out with a thing. Entry comes through for Team Spirit. There's the response. Some biased Eagle. Cover from Mattis up on this boost. Is this going to get away from Team Spirit? One for Magic's out in the back line. Gives them a moment of pause. That backstab gets shut down. They keep their wits about them. Spirit closing in.
Consider it converted. 1 round game now. And G2 have everything to play with, everything to play for. Orb on Sunpius on the CT side.
I mean, look, there's absolutely no denying it. This is like the ultimate test of character for this G2 squad. Because sure, Hunter was saying the right things, trying to keep them locked in, telling the team, this happens. Don't tilt, stay focused. The captain has said the right stuff, but it's now on to every individual on this squad to show that it hasn't gotten to them. This is a team that's all about composure, about playing together, believing in each other. And so this is the truest test of that, maybe in their entire major run yet. Team Spirit know they've been handed a golden opportunity, a way back in to this quarterfinal.
Mattis was a hero of the T side. He gets a chance to do it again. He is in a crazy position with Hunter baiting for him. There is potential on this play for Mattis.
Out the window, he falls right in. Donk with an entry. Terrifying sight to behold. There's more of Spirit. Charge through the apartments. And no contest on this B site. Spirit is staring a tie game dead in the face.
Oh, that hurts for Mattis, man. He had the drop on Donk. He got him down low. He just fell off the windowsill. It soaks that extra second for a bullet to connect. Donk hard clears Hunter. They know he can't be far after jump spotting on the car. So Spirit pieces together 2 simple B pops. Have got them well and truly back in this game, and they are punishing as well. Orb denial. Shiro can save it, and he can wreak more havoc on the way out too. Team Spirit, slowly but steadily, getting back in this game. And they don't save the orb, they save a little over the orb. That just screams that Spirit want to keep doing these pops, these quick sight hits. Not playing out of default, not working the mid control. Why else would you keep a Galil?
Timeout called in. Saw likely feeling a bit of tension here, how swimmingly things were going, but nervous with this 4-round streak built up by Team Spirit. That big lead that G2 were able to grab, disintegrating. And so we better have some words of inspiration, because Spirit have not set a foot wrong since moving on to this T side.
It's late in the game like this, so you remind yourself that Spirit have all the stats in their favor of this event, right? Coming off the back of course, clean runs through both stages, but this is a team that's the best at 4v5s at this event, the second best at 5v4s, the best trading at this event. Magic's one of the best flash players on this T side. This is where G2 have every reason to get a little bit worried. Got to calm their nerves. 2 rifles on the bottom performers. Be a hell of a time for them to come alive.
Bit of face out here towards middle. Is there intent behind that? Heavy God seems to think so. Tucked in behind these boxes. Ready to play at a moment's notice. Smoke starts to fade. Nerds taking contact, and they'll trade it between them.
Oh no.
Nerds swings out for a little bit more. And G2 trying to set the record straight. Instantly on the back of that timeout, they swing for the fences, they risk it on a mid-fight, and they come out all the better for it. Tanir's got nowhere safe to turn, 30 seconds left. G2 closing in on him even now. They've already done enough to win the round.
They just push every advantage here. It's on the window smoke fade, puts the pressure on. That's when Heavy God jumps in from connector and G2 just send it. They know whether or not they chase this gun down, it won't really matter. Spirit are off the back of 4 rounds in a row, so they've got money for days. What's more important is keeping yourself up on the CT side. So G2 run away with rifles off the back of a lower economy round win, first of the half. First CT round in the last 10.
G2 take an active stance here. Clear on ramp very, very early. Already seen Heavy God be willing to commit to these backstabs, these long flanks. So Pi's going to drop off a bit more util just to try and help out this B site. There has been a bit of a object of desire for Team Spirit. They're set up to go there right now. 3 players in the apartments, 2 let loose around middle.
Just
gonna blocked at the minute mark, and you might not suspect another smoke ready to come down. They really feel like their only option here is to play through. Mattis, top of the charts, feeling some pressure here as the util reigns in. Caught from short, but he lives to tell the tale. He gets away. There's support from Hunter. Tanir very separated from this site hit, but the duel's getting won by Team Spirit. Hunter, oh, that's a crazy flick back. Job's not done. Captain still has a big part to play in this round. Hunter paints them up with damage. Will he be able to finish the job? No, Shiro shuts him down. And Heavy God too far away to play. Spirit meet them head on at that B site. And they come out laughing. Hunter, the only guy to put up numbers, and it wasn't enough. Even the clear on Heavy God.
Yeah, it feels like Tanir's most impactful round of this playoff game so far. A huge lurk up connector, cuts G2 out with no support for Hunter. He was buying so much time. He gets Donk to whiff on him. He finds this kill. He is buying all the time you can ask for one player, but Tanir's cutting off rotates. He's cutting off heads. And he doesn't allow the save, so massive impact from Tanir in this round despite Hunter's best efforts, and it feels like the end of Dust 2 again. In vain. As Spirit, they have just gone for sight hit after sight hit in this T side. Donk again starting under half health after grenades. G2 have tracked him down well with their util. It has still not resulted in the rounds they desire. Flash nade on the smoke, what a combo.
It's a great opening. You feel a huge degree of freedom with Donk out of the round. But Spirit still trying to commit with this. They go right into the Sun Pious AWP. Flashes leave everyone blind, and in amidst the chaos, Heavy God threads the needle. Dual back ramp side, Shaw loses out to Palace. But fighting a losing battle here are Team Spirit.
Can't win this round, Spirit. Don't even try.
I mean, the lull in the action has made G2 second guess. They've even sent players back over to B. A-Hole made a little bit weaker, still 3 strong here. Nothing being provided. You're gonna have to earn every inch of ground if you do want to try and recover this 2v4. And surely they know just how unlikely that is. Priority seems to be hold on to this AWP, hold on to the AK. Spirit head out of there. They're remaining competitive here, but G2 are not willing to renege on the lead.
G2 need their guns just as much, more so than Spirit. I love that combo on ramp, man. Getting the HE into the flash. Heavy God able to force the kill onto Donk. Today, you know, Donk hasn't been the carry here for Team Spirit. Sure, he's top of the board on 2 of the 3 maps. It hasn't felt like that same X factor, with the exception of Dust, of course. A couple of key clutches, key multi-kills. Hasn't been a one-man army for Spirit. Whether that's reassuring or worrying is up for debate. At this point, it's down to whether they can continue this comeback. G2, a temporary lead. And what is otherwise a very successful T-side for Spirit, but 2 rounds shut down by saves. Spirit need their opening move to connect.
G2 are kind of chasing the dragon in the literal sense here, right? The idea that you could try and break Spirit right at the tail end of Mirage, and that would have massive consequences. Deciding map where pressure's at the highest, you want Spirit to have as little as you can force them to have. Wow. What a display from Nerds. Call forth by the Molly, he gets involved, and with Sumpires there to help him.
Chase me down.
It's all coming together for G2. Mattis up next. Was a rock in that first half. Can't afford to give them a way in now, as desperate times calling for desperate measures out of Spirit.
You just don't want to save, but again, your opening move has failed you. What are you going to do? It's a 3v5. Every position has 2 players on it. They don't know, not yet. Mattis waits. 20 seconds to pounce.
Swings out early, catches 1. Bomb retrieved, and now it's on to the captain. Hunter on this line. There's the spot for Tanir, and Nerds arrives just in time.
I mean, Shiro was never going for this. He was never even interested. He hoped they could get the bomb down so he could come back on short. This was a save before the hit. And the money is a problem for Spirit. It's starting to build that way. As G2 find 11 rounds, maybe it would have been better to save in the 3v5. But that's back-to-back rounds for Team Spirit, where the opening gambit has shut them down completely. G2 come in with a move.
And this is G2 finally getting that reward. Broken money for Team Spirit at this scoreline.
And they're buying up.
They've put everything they can into this round.
Is this Overpass all over again? Remember the reckless investments with Spirit. We had 3 or 4 rounds where they force ball round after round at the end of that game.
This one is similar. You're meant to give Donk a rifle, and he does the rest. Now Donk's been the guy getting shut down in these opening moves. Is the confidence there for him to be a difference maker? G2 know that if they win this, they have not just 3 opportunities, but an easy round in front of them to try and secure those semi-finals. This is what it's all been for.
Without a bomb plant, Spirit won't have an AK. They've got to make this site hit work one way or the other. Heavy God, the hero of G2, standing tall across this major run into the playoffs, is alone in this bomb site.
Sumpires Orb nearby to try and support him. Can get cut out by utility. How many shots does Sumpires get off? Now they hand it over to Heavy God, but he can't find anything. Dead straight away. Again, the flashes meet that AWP. Zontic's dead, but Donk still plows forward. They're asking this guy to do everything, and there's a limit to what he's capable of. What? Backstab for Shiro, nets him a post plant, a strong post plant of that. They're just gonna chase down this bomb plant. And now it's all on Shiro.
He's clutch.
If there's a miss you can't afford to have for some Pius, it's this one. You gotta deal with him the second he plays his hand. One missed shot can cost you so dearly. Shiro, they're sticking this, and he never even gives the fight. Some Pius nails it. The victory is right there. G2's fate is in their hands.
And Shiro does 0 in this post-spawn. G2, their best opportunity yet. Is it all over for Team Spirit? A coachless timeout, the second in this series for this squad as they soak up what could be their last few seconds on this stage. G2 are electric. They were never meant to be in conversation in this series. This was never meant to be a contest. And now G2 sits seconds away from the biggest upset, from taking out the defending champions in the Lanxess.
And the Cathedral has spoken. Chance of send them home. A Spirit head broken in what might be their last round in the Lanxess.
Oh, Donk almost punished, nade on the smoke. Donk putting it down to risk, running right past that spam.
That's just not the way you want to lose your superstar, right out there on that island in mid, taking the risk of running across. He braves that spray, lives to tell the tale. But to think every fight you go for feels defining. Every peak could be your final moment in Cologne. It's a hell of a lot of pressure the Spirit are playing with. G2, they'll open this up. And it's Donk, Spirit's main character, dead first. Tanir gonna try and help. Gets one from the window boost. They set their sights on this A play right in as some Pius. Heavy got caught. Hunter dead as well. This could still get out of control. This could still get out of hand. Some Pius on this AWP. And Mattis is the top performer. They've got to bring this one home for G2. Now it's just some Pius and this one you're dead.
That is Tanir's biggest round.
Finally has his moment. And what a moment it is! The struggling player for Team Spirit has kept them in the major yet.
4 frags with Donk dead in a 4v5. And Tanir knocks them out cold. G2, a second shot. This will be their best one. This will break the bank. Heavy guard, another chance. Crash in the pistol. Been trying to come back to the form he's given us all major long. Burning under. Spirit levy themselves with an execute. Everybody coming in, no lurks.
Oh, he's gonna get one. Does his part in the round. Now it's down to the rest of G2. Nerds plays through this smoke, but doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Feels like numbers more important than giving it away. Nades rain in to try and bully him back at spawn.
Ollie.
It's chaotic here. Mattis only good for one.
Donk in the late round. Do you save or do you go?
No way.
Oh, yeah.
G2, they don't feel like they can go for it. Their money's on the line.
Spirit, don't jump the gun. Don't let them back in. Zontix hears his steps. He's there to shut it down. Hunter gets the kill, and suddenly you're enticed again. If Spirit are peeking you, if they're overplaying, they can let you back in, but G2 realize, no kit, it's not realistic. Team Spirit have had to dig deep time and time in this series. And now it is just one more round.
Spirit feel like they hold all the cards. G2, it's those two saved rifles and a scrapped together buy to try and get this one over the line.
And that's why you save your timeouts. No better time for it.
This is the last bit of calm before the storm.
Can Spirit stay stable?
You can see the sweat on Hunter's forehead. This has been a draining decider of a match. And I think there might be more rounds right around the corner.
4 hours of gameplay has led to this moment. For some, the biggest moment in their careers. Cologne, let me hear you!
No one making moves early here in round 24. Pressure like a vacuum holds this CT side in place. Everyone sticking to their guns. No curiosity, no over-rotating, just a standard, plain as you like, 3-2 setup. They're waiting for Spirit to make that first move.
Heavy God has had swings, he's had misses, he's had moments, but again, he is back on this A site. The trick is Mattis hiding in plain sight behind the boxes. Team Spirit, this is everything. Tanir's on the lug, they've got to hit hard.
Detail comes in. The defining moments, the defining chapter. Swing out from Mattis, but Heavy got hot on the heels, ready to punish. Slight take slows, trying to lend a bit of time to this mid player while Zontic spams Nerds out of the conversation. Man up for Team Spirit. Time for G2 to do the same or get sent back in. Only some pious to stop this overtime, and they're toying with him. Barrel seen going in a hostile territory, coming to terms with the fact that if he doesn't clutch up, there's more rounds in it yet. Spirit, dig deep. They did so with next to nothing. 3 in a row, right back into overtime. The battle for the semi-finals continues.
They come off the back of complete broken economy, but no broken mental. We've been crediting G2 with stability all series long, but Team Spirit will not go down without a fight into overtime again. They did so on Dust 2. They did not waste their opportunity. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Some Pius with a swing and a miss, and Heavy God, they've been making him feel real uncomfortable. Nerds has just provided the cover. Ooh. Heavy God gets a few more seconds to try and find impact, but they are seconds, and they pass by quickly. Nades rain in on some Pius. The streak looking to continue for Team Spirit. Mattis does what he can, but this is a losing battle. Hunter, dead after one. And you saw G2 always skirting away from these clutches. Well, here in OT does the record change. Mattis was that top performer. He was the guy who started this on a real high. And now he's G2's only hope. Misses this timing on Zontix, but will he be able to catch him? Not aware of that reposition out towards the jungle. He has missed it at every single turn. Mattis can't figure out where they are. There's the spawn wrap. There's a freebie. He's walking. Time is working against Mattis. And Zontic's able to get to position. Spirit's model stoic, keeping his calm. Shut down! Mattis, flick of the wrist as he snatches that one away. A moment of triumph in a sea of defeat for G2 as Mattis just put them
Falcons. They know what the yell means. They know the timing's a miss, but Mattis doesn't have that experience. He doesn't know where to look. He is checking everything in that 1v1 as Zontic's ice cold walks back around the spawn. Mattis checks it and doesn't have a second to spare. G2 break that 3-round streak. They start off OT.
Sometimes just getting that first round on the board is the hardest, right? You've been on the receiving end of all these losses. The confidence starts to diminish, but then you see Mattis do that. I think that's going to refocus G2 a hell of a lot. That was Spirit in full control. And the will of one man able to power G2 through it.
Heavy has had a hell of a series, but he is getting jumped on this CT side, on the A side. He is having trouble. So it's good to see G2 able to bail him out of rounds. He got them here. They are not wasting that chance. An opening kill for Sunpius's orb, but Spirit take the site.
They've got the control. You really wanted that trade on Shiro. Now he's a problem for later in the round. They try and catch up by stopping this bomb plant, but Heavy God's missed his timing. You're always going to be looking over your shoulder, wondering where the hell did Shiro get to? It's a reroute all the way around to the ramp side, just setting up to play around this bomb. Flash out for Sunpius, meant to signal the start of this retake. You got to get past this double hole cleanly. Donk and Magix patrol towards the spawn. And Donk, this one feels personal. 2 quick headshots, he's turned it all around. Trying to chase down Sunpius as he looks to get out of this with anything by his side. Spirit bounce right back in OT.
It's been a difficult game for Donk here. You know, at times he was negative in the second half of this map. Felt like they were going to go out with a whimper, that G2 were going to do the impossible. But now a couple more multi-kills have hit the server from Donk. Spirit trade rounds. This T-side has done them very well. Donk is not done yet. G2 know it. Hits him square in the face. And this is an overtime that Spirit absolutely should not be calling timeouts, should not be giving that time for composure. This is the experienced squad, in-game leader or not, against a core of first-time major playoff appearances. A G2 organization who missed back-to-back major playoffs after losing their star power duo of Nico and Monacy. But they have not relented. They have fought hard. Neck and neck this entire series. It's time to split the difference on the half.
Shiro going to try his hand at an opener here. Jump the Mattis. Lucky to not get caught on. Now respond with some nades in kind, and they bring Shiro down to half. It's the CT side that G2 struggled on. It's here where they had that tech pause, sapping them of a bit of momentum, coming in maybe a little frustrated. But left now with this feeling in OT, if they could snatch 2 rounds, what does that mean? On the half they've struggled on most. To be playing this one for Team Spirit, 3 players out towards the apartments. Tania again embarking on one of these lurks. And this B hit's coming in right now. Hunter, Mattis, both of them have had big moments here for G2, but you can't afford to slow down now. Mattis gonna open things up. Dead after 1, Hunter gets overlooked. Shiro with a much-needed trade, and Tanir's backstab rounds it out for Team Spirit.
They just shoot you in the face, they shoot you in the back. You don't know where to look on this site hit. That's a near lurk coming up with gold again for Team Spirit, and Donk dodging death behind the site every time. Team Spirit.
Keep your focus, boys. Everything is fine. 13-13. We fucking continue the fight, round by round. Don't get stressed, don't get anything extra. Just play the game.
It's a bit late to not get stressed. Team Spirit that step closer. G2 back to T-side, but boy, it's been some time since their 8-round opening half.
Really, really has. Maybe looking to go back to some of this B site abuse. It's only Magic's there. Zontic's floating around on short, meant to provide a helping hand. But will be at the mercy of Util, the mercy of this Sunpious Orb. Had a chance, albeit a slim one. But the attempt at the opener eludes G2.
G2 shut the blinds. They take away the information on middle. Zontix is going hunting for that info. He's trying to find where G2 are ending up. He thinks it's clear. That's far from the case. Hunter might now silent lurk. He's got a con smoke ready. G2 getting ready to pounce on this B bomb site, but it's a bit of a misread here for Spirit. They're rotating a man out. Magix is about to confirm this. He sees something.
Yeah, that spot instantly calls Zontix back, so he will be here. Ready for the fight in front of him. Flashes go in and complement this, and now the hit from G2. 3 players out through the apartments. Zontix with an opening. They've got to deal with these site players very, very quickly, or else this could get away from them. Zontix brushed aside, but here comes Shiro on rotation. And now it starts to go against them in a very big way. A losing battle at the B site. And Hunter, no part to play in this round. G2 cannot believe it. They had all these chances to close, these opportunities that were denied, and now Spirit arrive on semi-finals point.
Team Spirit's captain show it's not always about the kills you get, it's the kills you don't give away. That one jump spot gets all the information. Zontix is back in time. Magix buys an eternity at the back of the bomb site. He does not concede the kill that G2 need to put that bomb down. Spirit, semi-final points, 2 chances. G2, that rush of emotion. The floor getting ripped from underneath them. And they are tumbling back to earth. Can anyone slow it down? G2 have done more than anyone could ask for, anyone could expect. But to come this close and still not close, it's a game they will never forget. 3 rounds in regulation, and now the script flipped.
They're going to try and get out B again. It was fruitful to them back in regulation. Things have changed now that we've hit OT. Magic's calling for rotations for now, alone in this defense. Sunpious Orb going to deliver you one hell of a shot there on a donk as he tries to nail the crossing. And a follow-up for Sunpious, putting a bit of fire back into G2. Just when you think you're ready to give up on them, they show you what they've demonstrated this whole major run, and that's a hell of a lot of perseverance. A refusal to go down without a fight.
Just every reason to doubt this team at every step. Be it the finisher of stage 3, up against one of the most prolific teams in Counter-Strike, prolific organizations in Na'Vi. Felt like that was going to be the celebration of G2 at this major, making it into the playoffs. Round of applause, but no, they still want more on this stage. They still want another overtime. Will Spirit give it to them? Double Orb comes in. That might be the first one of the series. Magic's going to lock down the B apartment. Zontix gets a lot more freedom, and good for that because he has showed up in this third map. G2 go quick to mid.
To change the questioning, a G2 ready for it.
Look at the
Fast pace on this round. Look at Nerds go. Same can be said for this split out through short.
Magic's.
And this double orb now has to be game defining. Magic's. It's not what he wanted. 2 misses. Don't try to fill his shoes. Some pious orb delivers. Nerds cutting them down. Another overtime right there and up for the taking. And Shiro might be clutch, but not all clutches are created equal. Dead as he makes his way. G2, composed, keep it together.
We go again. The game that keeps on giving.
And you just absolutely have to admire the resilience on display from G2.
Yeah.
From the tech pause in this second half. Remaining focused, giving up these chances to close, but hauling it back in OT.
3 map points they couldn't finish. 2 for Spirit, same story. First and 19 now. And the Orbs duel in middle. New overtime means new positions, mean new round openers for both teams. So Shiro plucks umpires from this round.
With the impact he's had in these overtimes, that's a loss the G2 are feeling. Got to do it without their star-studded AWPer.
Oh, he gets
that's his dead as Shiro finally having his round. That AWP strangles the mid-hit from G2.
Felt like that trade was there for Mattis, but Donk distracts him, drags him into a fight. Shiro gets his second shot off, triple kill for the AWP. And G2 have to catch their breath. They know this one's not winnable. Doesn't mean they can look away.
Yeah, we got a Nerds. Don't look like they've given up on this round yet. Waiting behind this smoke in the apartments. They've got 3 players to get past at this B side, but as time ticks down, Spirit might dismantle this stack. You know, looking at the clock, you might just anticipate a save. Nade finds good damage for Magic's. That's a heavy god now make their move right into him.
Magic's is trying just not to be a problem on this CT side. He's had some rough rounds as an individual, so he just lets his team swim in, and that is all 5 for Shiro. Orb to AK. An ace to kick off the next overtime.
I mean, how can Spirit not love that, right? Right as Pius has had massive impact in those final 2 rounds of OT. Not only does Shiro get rid of him first, but then goes on to find all 5 in the round.
First ace
a message sent from Shiro. Anything you can do, I can do better. And we're leaving to see someone who's had his crumbles in high-pressure moments stepping up here deep into the overtimes at the end of a 3rd map. The top performer right now for Team Spirit.
All nades used here by Team Spirit. 1 molly remains. G2 early in their round. Mid control conceded. Look to use it on a split again. Heavy god in the apartments. Final smokes down on the field. G2 move up cat. If Donk broke this smoke, Shiro would get the vision, but Spirit don't want to initiate. It's silent now for G2.
Big test for Zontix and Magic's. Zontix boxed into this corner. It won't get out with more than 1. Rotate's going to start to arrive, but it's a little hectic, a little scrambled here. Tanier holds off. Good thing he does too. This Pius AWP waiting to try and punish. Sees the first few players crossing and will get his. One back for Tanir, but the victories are short-lived as once more it comes down to Shiro having to be the difference maker. Sampaius just isn't letting up. Hasn't left this angle. Determined that eventually they're just gonna walk right into his crosshair. Ooh. Timing goes awry, Shiro gets out. But time working against him, a backstab from Nerds. G2 answering straight back.
Back and forth we go. And Sampaius, he's given you reasons to doubt him over these past 18 months, but where he shows up is the stage. The X factor here for G2 all across this series. And once he got going on Overpass, you could feel it. Besting Donk round after round.
Here's a bit of a change from Hunter, calling something out of spawn, just an A set piece in what has been a B-dominated set of overtime games. Mattis leading the charge. Smoke's broken open, Donk, 5v4 for Spirit. Their golden boy finds them that opening. Nerds dead, Magic's arriving on rotation. All of Spirit here, jumping at the bit for a clean CT finish. Sampaius playing it forward. That swing and a miss costs you dearly. Heavy guard in a world of hurt, they're all around him. Spirit closes in.
And no lead has felt like enough across this series. Both teams have thrown away match points. Both teams have lost leads. And so at no point can Spirit get comfortable with this advantage. But we've heard those comms from Saw getting more and more stressed as this series has gone on. G2 know they've had the best opportunities. They've had Spirit down, but never out across Dust 2 and Mirage. Every reason for them to already be in the semi-finals, but Spirit don't just fight back, they hit harder. 17-16 in their favor. Does Magic's have a gun? There we go. Little late throwing nades. Spirit feign mid-presence. Waiting for Tanir out under again. Grand plan getting put into place by Team Spirit. Shuffling nades for this A offensive. And again, Heavy God, it's felt hard. I feel like the best he's done on this CT side has just been these 1-for-1s on the A site. Spirit have made it their goal to flush this player out of under balcony every single time. His classic position, once again, implored. Burns off the top. Team Spirit get closer and closer.
So much pressure getting put on. Heavy God's whittled down before he's even seen a single player from Team Spirit.
Bomb's gonna go back, look at the map.
Tanir trying to keep that back door open. And so it's pivotal here that Mattis doesn't rotate out of position, because he's the one guy that could disrupt this round. There's a lot of pressure being put on A. It's drawn all of G2 over.
They need to play 20 seconds.
Mattis never moved a muscle, left himself in the right place. That bomb is now going into enemy territory with no time to change its mind. Sampaius gonna get one more, but they think this is a fake. That B site is left wide open. This is one of the wildest rounds. Magix does all this for a bomb plant. He's gonna be left in a clutch. 1v4 for the captain. Molly to try and slow this down. But Magix knows that might not make the difference. Got to back his aim here as all of G2. Boris does it bigger! Boris does it better! Team Spirit, their captain has just done the impossible!
Archer with the cleaver cuts down G2's hopes and dreams.
You were just lost for words. The pit of despair that has just engulfed G2 is like no other.
Magic with 1v4s on major stages. It's like Antwerp all over. An absolutely shocking round.
You see the difference in reactions. Donk laughing away. Magix has just had his mind blown at the feat that he has been able to accomplish.
That's got to be it. Look at G2. Heads in hands.
It's very, very rare that you're able to point to one round that stopped the run dead, but I think we just witnessed it right there.
Yeah, that's a round of dreams. The round of nightmares. The round that surely sends Team Spirit to the semis. G2, we've called them calm, we've called them stable. This entire run through this quarterfinal. This is the ultimate test. You have just handed the bottom performer in the server an anomaly. And the Lanxess flips. They want blood. Team Spirit let them stew in it. Mid control. The gamble. G2 hedge their bets on that B bomb site. It has been brutal. Spirit have been popping all game long. And they look to do it again, this time from mid. Is this the final blow?
You tell yourself, if you're Spirit, you've never had a better chance. You know how crushed G2 are feeling in this moment. And you know that if that wasn't enough to inspire them, what is? Donk. There's the opening. Tag back on a Sunpius as everyone from Spirit just feasting on these opening kills. And now their cup is running over. They've got options in this round. Nerds could call it into question. That's the bomb spotted out there on short. Nerds keeps his composure. A shot from Sunpius as again this offense is split. Bomb dropped and Shiro now tries to make his move. That nade bank just falls shy of Nerds, but Shiro
has got it.
Seconds the difference.
Not another clutch.
Back-to-back clutches to seal G2's fate. At this point, you feel like anything could happen in this 1v2. The Lords of Counter-Strike are out the window. Shiro dead. G2 against all odds. They are just the team that refuse to die.
They will not go down easy. A clutch too far in this one. G2 hold their heads above water. Maybe Spirit trying to do too much, hitting both bomb sites with two players at the same time, leaves Shiro with no supports. And cross your heart, G2, you are still here on this major stage for one more round at least. Either Spirit semi-final or triple overtime on Mirage. The decider that refuses to quit. Mattis makes a move, tired of being sat back on his B-bomb site, flash deep into the apartments, he hunts down Tania. G2, they take matters into their own hands. Never afraid to be the initiators. And with Heavy God up in Palace, I mean, you could abandon this A site if you want, you could gamble on B. Sunpius spots middles, he sees nothing. Flashing Nerds for a window peek the same. Two players sit on this B site. Spirit, do or die.
This is it, the deciding moment, and they catch nades out. Nerds on rotation. Pick up for Hunter. Bait and switch, but the bait's not even necessary because Hunter's lit them up. Another overtime is right there, and Hunter sees it through for G2.
More big game plays from Big Game Hunter.
And now, those those nerves that G2 were maybe starting to feel as that last overtime was set to go against them, they give way to smiles.
These Kovacs know how to put on a show. We're just getting started.
Spirit have now had more opportunities to close this than G2 did in regulation. No one able to find that elusive round to lock in the semis. And so we go again.
Everybody wants that win.
I mean, players are not secretive, right? There are some trophies that just stand out about all others, and we so often say it's the majors, it's Cologne, it's Krakow. Well, this is a fusion of two of them. This is a trophy you watched when you were young, you dreamed of competing for, and now they're all here vying for their chance to get their hands on it. Sampayas, he says G2 ain't going anywhere!
Near behind them, he spotted one more rotation. B is weak, but the bomb has been left behind. Magix walks a smoke. This one's getting a little bit weird as Sampayas has the support of Heavy God. He might just bail him out. You don't see an orb under the balcony very often, and so Magix finds him quickly. Bomb still not retrieved, and look at Mattis on that flank. He's going to find it.
He might just uproot this entire thing. Magic's on the reload. There's no better time for him to punish. Talk about value. And Tania now is sandwiched between a rock and a hard place. He's got 20 seconds. Everything is against him. Time ticking down. Players closing in. And there's nowhere left to run. There's nowhere left to hide for Tania. There is no winning at this 1v3. Tries to force a fight they will give him, but a losing battle for Tania as time decides the outcome. Look at the laser focus on G2.
I mean, they were sweating overtimes ago. They look done. They look dead after that 1v4 for Magix. But they have the lead again, and just when you're out, they pull you right back in. The Lanxess doesn't even know who they want to win. We're just here for the game. Hunter making moves again. That spam for Don connects. Does he realize? There's more in store through the smoke. Sixth sense. Ow! He makes the ghosts. Two dead in the middle. Shiro on the smoke. 4v2 for Spirit. They sit back.
Heavy God. Oh, whoa. We'll find a thing.
Wait, oh my, don't go back.
That's the bomb. Tania bringing it in a little bit later. And thankfully, timing missed for Mattis, so he will get by. No punish from this big flank. And it might just be a safe call forced, holding onto that AK going forward.
AK provides more value than anything else at this point. You're not winning this one. Spirit lock in place, have every flank contained. So a chance to breathe in a game that has offered very little respite. 4.5 hours into this quarterfinal.
Well, look, this one feels important. G2, they've been playing catch-up the entire time. It's always been them trying to, from the back foot, lock in extra chances to play. Spirit have controlled the game in OT. They've been the guys with multiple chances to take Mirage, and with it, those semis. Does that trend continue? Will it be another requirement of a flawless half from G2 if they want to win it? That feels like it's asking too much. Spirit set their sights on this A-bomb site. They come through with a full exec. And now they look to make their move. 3 strong here for the G2 squad. Nerds spotted there on the push. It's the Sumpius Orb to get the ball rolling. Play through that smoke, gets shut down. Sumpius missed opportunity to claw back this 3-on-3, but Hunter's made up for it. Bomb now planted. No one feeling comfortable. Sumpius leaves a mark. Mattis steps in, big boots to fill. And another clutch Ostov from Spirit's captain. The last one, it felt like a miracle. The miracles really happened twice. Magic's, oh, he seems to think so. Hunter's right there, and Magic's is aware. Playing with him, toying with him. Time is real close. He's got it. Hunter gets it done. The Spirit Magic might be over. 2 in this overtime for G2.
Oh, it just felt meant to be. From bottom of the server, Magic's resurgence will be studied, but it may still leave Spirit lacking here come the end of Mirage, because G2 have a lead. First time in a minute. A heroic effort from Sumpius across this series. More will be required. Boost up in middle, Donk. He's hit hard, he's also died a lot in this game for his standards. Is he just gonna offer up another 1-for-1? They can't afford it. He gets overwhelmed. Donk still holds down the line. Cover from Shiro won't connect. Donk can get out of here. No punish. G2 try. They do find him. Another 1-for-1 for Donk, and G2 take that every day of the week.
A very tense mid-round slowdown where no one wants to pick that next fight. Maybe apart from Heavy God, goes looking for an entry, ends up on the receiving end of a double CT setup.
Look at the reaction. Spirit immediately rotate. They either want to kill middle together or they want to go back to B, and for good reason. Zontix gets caught. Nerds with the bomb making smooth moves, but this is the bomb on the line against the captain of Spirit.
Can't afford to miss this. Knows the Nerds is right there with it the round. Backs up into Magic's bomb now away from G2.
That might make up for it. Where are you going?
I mean, no bomb, it's no party. What are they supposed to do here? They're worlds apart, relying on kills, and they won't get found. Spirit tie us up again. 20 all. 41 rounds deep into this game now, and still no closer to knowing who goes to those semi-finals.
Spirit are doing this all without a coach. No Hallie, no Sotvik, no one behind them to offer that extra pair of eyes. Saw has been trying to keep them calm for 4 hours. Seems like an impossible task. And how can you isolate mistakes this late into a game of Mirage? It's fighting words, that's all you can offer. And Spirit don't have that support. 5 players with the dream of defending their championship in the Lanxess. And this was never meant to be the difficult game. It was meant to be that semi-final. Spirit are not there yet. G2 keep punching up.
Oh, swing and a miss, but Sumpius spammed out. Took a big risk looking for that entry. Been such a dependable piece for G2, but now sat by as to watch from the sidelines as his team try and do it without him. Boost for Nerds. What a great timing. Did Zontix get a split? Feels like it, he comes back.
Wow.
Everywhere G2 have turned looking for this opening, they've come up short.
And they've seen Zontix on the other side of the map. They're probably tempted by B, thinking he's not in the site. That's because Donk was. He's just left as well. Spirit are trying to play mind games. They've left Magic's alone.
Magic's alone at the B site. Dead with nothing done, and it might come down to a retake.
Gotta be Donk.
Donk plays ahead of the pack, doesn't wait for the rest of his team. Knows that if one guy can make a difference, he is that guy. Shiro shuts down the next. Team Spirit again with a chance to close on those semis.
How many chances is enough? G2 are broken. This is the worst buy yet in the overtimes gone by. And Donk just throws himself into fights you've never even seen before. In what was an empty B-bomb site, and Magix just says thank you. They keep each other alive, but G2 want to force another overtime.
We were nearly on the verge of a big clash out there towards middle. Both teams decide to end it in a stalemate with the arrival of Donk.
One decision, one wrong step, one missed shot, you are done. You go home with 1,000 what ifs. G2 gather together.
Donk, only good for the one. G2 want to demand more play.
Reset, surely. Get out of there. Don't give them the satisfaction of taking dry fights. G2 can group up and hit a bomb site together. It comes down to the read. It's a 50-50. Roll the dice.
We either see another overtime or Spirit claw back a 2-on-3.
Nobody's home.
They're out of position. Tania throwing in a bit of util is nothing more than a fake, a ruse. Because this stacks on the wrong side of the map.
Thank you for the room to plant, says Sumpire, as that bomb goes down. Spirit thrust into another impossible round. But they've done it before.
Hunter's low and he's wrapping all the way around to play that bomb. 1 point of health, no margin for error on his teammates. If they die, Hunter is in a tough position, even with the flank. Sumpire's gonna get forced out into the open. There's nothing he can do to counter this. There's nowhere safe to hide. Hunter closing in, 1 HP, will it really be the difference maker?
Stick.
On planted for connector, Tania feeling the pressure, doesn't know where they are, doesn't know where they've got into. Tania, defuse being held, Heavy God puts a stop to it. Have you ever seen anything like this?
I don't know if the Lanxess has, and it's seen a lot. Year after year, in this arena, on this stage, and no game quite like this.
There is an old saying that comes to this event, and that is that you don't fluke Cologne.
Oh, yeah.
I think this series shows more than any why that's the case. This is two top squads in great form, laying it all out there for the world to see. And there is still no way of knowing who swans into those semi-finals with an albeit stressful but game of a lifetime behind them. We're into quadruple overtime. Throughout this whole thing, since we hit the OTs, it's been Team Spirit with the chances to close. G2 need to finally buck that trend. Donk feels like he's getting sharper the longer this goes on.
Yeah, it does.
Magic lies in wait. He's got Donk alongside him to defend this big site. Pulls on off, but does big damage. Now Donk catching them as they cross. Sets those apartments on fire with that spray. 3 kills deep in the round, and to think his job's not even done yet. G2 write this one off. They look for a save.
G2 have done such a good job across this map and this series of isolating Donk, of trading him out, of never letting him run away with multi-kills. For his standard, it's been far less than usual. He's been sitting at a 1 KD across this third map, but that breaks through, that cuts through. Triple kill for Donk. He is indeed getting sharper. G2 are getting sloppier. Spirit another step forward. G2 another save.
Just the level of focus, the amount of energy required to stay determined in a game like this. For Spirit, they feel so thankful that they've got Donk to fall back on. Just a guy who is the idol of individual firepower. Pius hit that. Magic's brought down low.
Triple B for Spirit. Fourth man moves to the window. Shira has a nade. No break needed. Matters readying himself. Got a re-smoke available. Rest of G2 going back to an A hit again. To near blocks. Shira rotates. Spirit all in all good positions, and it's about to get better because they're re-clearing middle. They now know Manus is trapped alone behind his boxes. What are they doing? Dontix pulls nades. Magic's trades. And Spirit know this one's coming.
Tania dead right away. Shiro up next, needs to have a valiant hold, but he's caught out in the open. Hunter with a power surge right up through ramp. Ooh. Delivering a double for G2 when they needed it most. Donk dead at the door. And Magics can't win this one. Not like he was heading for the hills. Something's pulled him back. Gonna catch some Pius out in the open.
Ooh, relax. It's okay. He's saving. Or is he?
This is just crazy. He's still hanging around now. Magix hears them leaving. Magix hears them leaving. No.
No time. No time.
Hang around. They should be good to start this way. Bomb's not planted for ramp. Hunter's going to close in. Tap on that adds the pressure. But it was nothing more than a little fake for Magix as soon as he hears those footsteps.
Yeah, we're getting cheeky now this deep. Magix reminds him he could if he wanted to, but nothing's getting past the keeper. Again, traded rounds. And you just feel like if you get a little bit more from Heavy God this deep in the game, what a game you're going to have from G2. CT side who's getting absolutely isolated in his position. He's getting bullied by utility. T-side could be the way back in. He's been the star of this squad, doing more with less in unenviable positions. But on the offense, back of the pack here as they go back for this B hit.
Magic's with the spot, but it comes pretty late. Mattis closing in quickly. Not able to stop him. Magic still gets his. They know about it, but not able to deal with this guy. And now reinforcements arrive. Shiro puts the squeeze on G2. And again, you're looking at a winning half in overtime for Team Spirit. What is Hunter even supposed to do here? Nade brings him down low. Trapped on the other side of this smoke in the apartments, and the moment he rears his head, there's so many players here to deal with him. That nade decides it. Team Spirit, 2 to the good in quadruple OT.
2 rounds will do it here off of the T side as well. Pius feeling like he's cooled off on the AWP. CT side gives him a chance to be in the right position again. He was hitting blind shots out ramp. holding strong on this A-bomb site. Donk is one shy of 40 kills. We are way over 40 rounds. In a game that will go down in history no matter who wins. And to think G2 could have ended this back on dust.
It just takes so much out of you always being the team playing catch up, and that's been G2's reality from the moment we hit overtime. One of these games where they're always competitive, but they haven't been in the position to win it since all the way back in regulation, which feels like an eternity ago now. Be the heartbreaking thing about competition. You don't know when your last best time to win the match was. But what if it is already behind them? This has been an endless pursuit, an endless game of catch-up.
Oh, he made it.
They've got to go flawless in this OT if they want to close it.
Snare is here and Nert is none the wiser. Neither player getting the spot. They know Nert will be nearby. Donk smokes him off. Keeps attention diverted. Tanir starts to move in. He's had good value from these backstabs, and again, caught with knife out. Nerd saves his teammate. Magic still spams him back. This A site is getting overwhelmed. Can Heavy God hold strong?
Close ramp side has a teammate here with him. That molly makes Heavy God very uncomfortable, and they don't overlook Hunter. They do their diligence. They clear everything. In a game like this, you can't afford to leave any stone unturned.
And this POV for Heavy God has just been a nightmare, right? The tracking of this util for Team Spirit across this entire 45-round game has just been destined for him. Every molly at his feet, every nade in his face, every trade. Spirit have not let Heavy God get going on Mirage. And now they sit there once again with another semi-final point. As Mattis can do nothing but sit back and let it happen. Ooh, no AK either. Is this it? Five hours of play. 3 maps, 4 overtimes on Mirage. And it all comes down to this.
Oh, Nerd's feeling a little jittery here as he tries to play through Con. There's a fast B hit. This is Spirit with a real pace change. They're looking to throw these timings through a loop, fake that mid control and then hit B. They're coming to Mattis, here alone. Sampius able to get back on the line to help him, but blind at the hands of this util. Backstab connects, Donk running amok in G2's back line. There's the response. They lose track of him, but only for a moment. Advantage teetering in favor of Spirit. Bomb now planted. It's do or die for G2. The tail end of a game this long, do you have it in you? They're always being asked to battle back against these overwhelming odds. Can they do it one more time? Zontix doesn't think so. Heavy God, the last domino to fall. As Spirit and those semi-finals are right there.
You dig deep. They dig deeper. Overtime after overtime, Spirit persevere. They could have lost this game in 2. They could have lost this game overtime after overtime, but Spirit show resilience. Defending champions in the Lanxess long it out.
And it's games like this that galvanize a squad. The idea that they were able to keep G2 at arm's length throughout all those overtimes, in spite of the resilience, in spite of the experience. This was Magic. Magic's first outing as an IGL in the Lanxess, in a major. He held the team together. He stepped up when he had to. The superstars were there. This is a memorable game on all sides, and no matter who fell short, it was always gonna hurt.
Hurt even more for G2 when you consider the chances they had to close this series out back in the previous map, in the overtimes here as well. An admirable game plan. They shut Donk out multiple times, but he came back stronger. And Team Spirit, a day with destiny, a semi-final tomorrow on Saturday, and who knows their opponent? All we know is Spirit are here to play.
There's currently a storm raging outside of the Lanxess. This is serious. I've got to do a weather announcement in a second. It feels, for the past 5 hours, there's been a storm going on in here. That was stressful to watch. What was it like to play in?
I don't know. It's game was insane. I felt we just played like CSGO because so late rounds, so late, insane clutches, so insane situations. It's a really amazing game.
There was overtimes, there was tech pauses, there was 4-on-1 clutches which seemed impossible. Was the one moment you thought, we've got this, we've won, only for it to not happen?
I think when Magics take a clutch 1v4 in kitchen, it was insane clutch. And after this situation, I think it's impossible to lose this game.
You seem emotionally drained, I'll say that right now. Just as a moment when the tech pause happened, you know, you're 5-8 down. What is it like as a player in front of this crowd to just sit there? You can't talk to anyone, you can't do anything, you've just got to sit there and think.
Can you repeat a little bit?
When you were sat during the tech pause and you can't do anything, what is it like as a player at that moment with this crowd?
I want to say thank you for this crowd. They really support us. And when this was technical pause, we just breathe a little bit and chill. Because I think the technical pause is really good for us, a good moment for reset our mind and deep breath.
Well, listen, it's great to chat to you. Go forward to a semi-final. I cannot believe you've still got to play another game tomorrow. We have our semi-finalists. Put your hands together for Team Spirit.
The unstoppable force versus the immovable object, but impossible is nothing for Team Spirit. Even with an absolutely absurd graffiti-worthy moment from Magix, this game still requires unholy levels of resilience for Team Spirit to be closing it out. And they finally rip the rug out from under G2. They finally claim the spot in the semis. This is one for the history books, Jacob.
It's one of those games that when you head into every single major there's ever been in history of Counter-Strike, you hope you just get one of these games, whether it's in the group stage, the playoff, etc., etc. I mean, I'll be honest, Peter, arguably one of the best games of Counter-Strike I've watched in my lifetime. Sure, it's recency bias, as always. There's been a couple of big moments in here. We all remember Twist flying down on Gate on Nuke and shutting down Na'Vi, but the intensity in this game, you know, the tech pause that spices it up a little bit, the Magix, you know, has to be a graffiti play. I think this game, it had it all.
Neither team gave up. They were fighting tooth and nail for every single one. But the brutal reality of Counter-Strike playing on stage, that you will always have a loser. I mean, that's the whole thing, right? I think it's crazy to even see like Falcons reacting off how things are going. Like, they're supposed to be playing the game after this one. How are you going to be matching this one?
Give him an iPad, you know, that's much more.
This is also just another showcase to why Counter-Strike is such a phenomenal esport. You know, the thing that happens inside the arenas, it's just brutal, right? But you know, the one thing that occupies my mind, but I think that occupies specifically the G2 players, is that it's all the what ifs. What if I did not peak? What if I follow my intuition? What if I stuck with my decision making? That's going to be a lot of things haunting them tonight, but they still need to be proud of what they did. And on the side of Spirit, you know, what is showing that they never gave up.
I didn't want this to end. I think this was just peak Counter-Strike in a perfect atmosphere and the perfect timing for both of these teams, and they were showing the resilience up until the very last second. And I do think that this was, as you said, the best Counter-Strike match we had pleasure to see here in Cathedral.
It was supposed to be an appetizer for what's coming up. It was supposed to be a slow start into a big main course, but let's be completely honest, whether you call Falcons or Vitality, to follow up on a game like that, that's going to be incredible tough. As we spoke about, you know, sure, G2, they're going to feel very sad about this result, the outcome of the game as well, but they will be part of history. This was a great game of Counter-Strike. It had it all, and I'm sure, and I sincerely hope as well, that we get Magic's, you know, painted on the maps of Mirage.
Please, for the love of God, Valve, if you are listening, give us the graffiti moment back. I can't believe he got away with this one. We were all saying when we were watching this, surely there's no way he gets all 4, and he still does.
There's just no way. Like, there's only one chance for him to win this round. It's just to hold mouse 1, and he gets all 4 of them. I mean, like, even his reaction is just like, what did I just pull off? I don't even think the Spirit play is excellent. We get it one more time. It's out of this world, right? You know, coming into this round specifically, the play was phenomenal. I think that like it was a big brain play, the fact that he actually decided to do a double fake. But the Spirit play, they all went down on A, and all of a sudden he finds himself in a 1v4, and he even managed to pull this one off.
Just allow me to be a little bit analytical with it as well. He's trying to isolate a couple of duels right here. He's thinking maybe 2, if he's lucky, 3 players is going to come his way. He keeps the Molotov as well, right? So he wants that Molotov to come into play later into the round when he's anticipating that he's going to be in a 1v2 or something like that. The fact that he gets all 4 kills and they all run into him, it's a magical moment.
And this is the moment, obviously, that we all want to talk about. But prior in this very round, Magix was responsible for a double fake kind of thing, where they originally wanted to go B. Then there was no time to rotate back to A. Everyone died on A. Magix still went B, planted the bomb, and there's just Hail Mary play that you can pull off. This was the one, and wow, what a moment.
The more you watch, the more ridiculous it seems that he manages to pull that off. And when you get that reaction rather from Donk as well,
Yeah.
like, you know you made history in that moment.
I feel like, oh, you got my respect at that point. Not even Nico believes it, you know. He's seen a lot throughout his entire career.
I didn't see a lot, but even he doesn't believe it.
Oh my goodness.
Invested into this because of Hunter as well.
Yeah, I mean, should we talk about it for the other side of G2? Like, obviously, we touched upon it. Incredible effort from both sides of the equation. I think it goes without saying that we did not expect this one to be such a competitive affair from the side of G2. They should be proud, but man, is it going to sting in this moment?
100%. And it should, you know. You're not a competitor. You're not a Counter-Strike player. You don't believe you can win if a game like this is not going to sting when you lose it. But I think they'll also be able to look back at the tournament as a whole in a couple of days when they get it a bit on distance and be proud of what they've done. They were the team to knock out Na'Vi. They're the reason we don't have Na'Vi, who at the time were the second best team in the world coming into the tournament. They knocked them out in the group stage. They showed a lot of resilience as well. I feel like in this game as well,
yes,
there was more moments where they could have lost it, where they should have lost it, where they stayed in the game. And if anything, I learned a lot about Hunter as an in-game leader. The fact that he remained calm in all these tense scenarios, the fact that they were able to come back against Na'Vi in the group stage game as well after throwing away Dust 2. I feel G2 is one of the big top 3 positive storylines for me so far this major.
How composed they stayed after technical pause like that, which literally ruined their pistol round. Obviously, this would have been massively different game if that pistol round didn't go the way it did, and even Donk said in the pause.
10 overtimes then.
Yeah, Donk even said, GOAT is on our side today, and whatever happened on the stage right now, I can testify to that.
We were blessed with an absolutely incredible third quarterfinal here, and I'm curious to see who are our frontrunners in our DHL MVP conversation.
Will be the DHL MVP? You decide. You can participate in the DHL MVP vote as it happens. Make sure to be tuned into the Twitch stream and be ready to have your say.
Yes, indeed. This is where you put those hard-earned Twitch channel points to very good use, and a compelling candidate up for grabs in our first spot, Jacob. Of course, it couldn't be anybody other than Dom.
Nah, he always has to be in contention, and I'd say he'd win 9 out of 10 times, but I'll be honest, I think in this game, there's a conversation to be had whether or not he's the clear MVP of the game. He was massive on Dust 2. He kept Spirit alive on Dust 2, to be completely honest. Had an awesome amount of impact, and obviously also came alive on Mirage to do what Dunk does best, and that is just absolutely destroy his opponents.
The next player we have Duke coming up, I am surprised that we do gonna be looking at Shiro in this one, and I do think that Shiro also showcased the sidekick of Dunk, that he is here to play. I think Shiro had a lot of really impactful moments. He was being very vocal. That's what the one thing that I really like about him. You know, the one thing, he's a passive opper, but he gets so much work done for the team. He had a phenomenal series, and you know, I would probably still go for Dunk, but I still think that Shiro, he deserves a very honorable mention. And I'm very curious to see who we're going to be having for the third player. It would be kind of a shameful way if we don't give that one to Match, right? But who knows?
I don't think he's actually coming away. Maybe that's a surprise with this DHL MVP vote. I believe it is indeed Zontics who's going to be your third option here. You know what? We can give a little gold star over to Magic for that graffiti play. But in terms of what Zontics was delivering, we know him as a stone-cold killer, and I think he was definitely so in this one, Stico.
Yeah, obviously it all started on Dust 2, and thank you for making me sell Zontics. But obviously on Dust 2 he had huge rounds. We have a couple of B-rolls right now on that B side, especially anchoring. But on Mirage, honestly, we always expect Zontics to do a little bit better because he gets to finally not play those terrible roles in anchor sides, but obviously he's that short player on C side, so therefore Zontics makes kind of sense in a way.
Big decisions to be making of your choice in the DHL MVP. That's by using your Twitch channel points over in the chat right now. I do just want to touch upon where OJ left off in the interview with Stenir as well. The fact that they have to play that semi-final tomorrow. 5-hour marathon of a quarterfinal in this one. That's got to be some energy spent in it.
That is going to be some energy spent. Obviously, we don't know whether or not Falcons and Vitality are going to do them justice and do another 5-hour best-of-3 game in MR12, by the way. Imagine if it would have been MR15. We'd be sitting here still on Dust 2, probably. To be completely honest, I don't think that's going to be too big of an issue. You can also turn it the other way around and say, well, Falcons and Vitality, they're going to finish very late. You know, they're going to get a late night of sleep and maybe have less time to prepare. So I think it goes both ways. Sure, a lot of energy spent by Team Spirit, but at the end of the day, that's what you have to take into account when you want to win a major.
And this series obviously goes two ways as well. Spirit do progress onto the semis, but end of the line for G2. So let's get a few closing thoughts courtesy of Saul.
I'm here with Saw after it is the end of the road for G2, but what a match. And out of respect for you and your team, I'm not going to make this any longer than it needs to be. I'm just going to open the floor because I'm sure there's a lot you might want to say, and even if you don't, that's also fine. Saw.
Yeah, I mean, a tough match, a long one, but I mean, in the end, you can say the better team won. It's not that it was, we weren't far off, but yeah, I think the better team won. We had our chances, but couldn't make it in the end, and that's the part that is hard about it, right? End of the season in that way, losing a close match like this, but it was a good fight by the guys. Like, have to be proud about that. Like, there was many of these rounds, again, that it requires resilience from the team, like a lot of these close rounds. So I'm happy about them, like how they performed in the end, but just obviously sad about the result in the end. Like, it is what it is in that way.
I'll let you go. Thank you so much for speaking to me. Thank you so much.
Yeah, credit to Saul for putting on a brave face after this heartbreaking defeat. Of course, he's totally right. They should be proud of this moving on forward. Of course, this marks the end to their season. Do you agree with that sentiment, Stico, that the better team did end up winning today?
I do think so, but it was, as he said, extremely close to the point where one single clutch, one single kill could have decided this goes absolutely the other way. However, I like how he reflected on basically the whole season, because I do think that G2 has nothing to be ashamed of. They were forced to, pull the trigger on the roster move mid-season. They had to integrate nerds into everything, and everything kind of like fell into place for them to at least make the playoffs of the major.
Yeah, they fought. They fought the entire major, and I think they also fought today. So they should be proud of it, and I think it's only rightfully so also that Saw gets to get the last word. I think he's also been a big part of this journey. So I mean, it's bright signs for G2 moving forward. So that's what I would like to take with.
I can't quite believe that this was only the start of our second day here inside the Cathedral of Counter-Strike. Deliver it has already, but I suspect our second series of the day also has the potential to go the full 9 yards. That's because we've got Falcons and Team Vitality waiting in the wings for our final quarterfinal here in Cologne.
What's up?
Hello.
Big Monacy.
Hello.
Monacy stepping into the Lanxess. Pretty big day for Mr. Monacy himself. He's been with the Falcons since April 2025. You won about 3 IEMs. Let's talk about what you're listening to on your headset today. What are you listening to right now?
Nothing. I was just watching the Spirit G2 game.
What do you think about it?
It's pretty tense, 10-10, and yeah, G2 might take it actually.
Is that kind of surprising result?
To be honest, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like Spirit were going to powerhouse over it, but G2, they're here to play?
Yeah, G2 looks very strong, especially Heavy God. Nikita is amazing.
It's insane what he's capable of doing. Yo, so why does this feel different than the last time? It is a major, but why is it with Falcons that this time in Cologne for you feels different?
Than the last time, than the previous major, I mean. I think just the history here in Cologne, I think just insane. Like, I don't know how to describe it with the words, but once you step in the arena, in the Lanxess, you just feel different, I would say, environment. You know? This different world. So just feels like by the history, you just want to show yourself from the best perspective in this arena and enjoy the moment and enjoy with the fans.
Exactly that. Hey, one thing I want to ask you about, over there right on that wall, you're going to see Nico. Yes. And everyone's been asking, are you going to win Nico a major?
Yes.
Yes. And that's just that. Anything you want to say to these fans before you get in there?
No. Just enjoy.
Outstanding. Thank you very much, Monesi.
Thank you.
What? Bit sick? Okay, we'll keep a bit of a distance. That's not a good start. You're not feeling too well?
No, I'm not sick. I just have like a blocked nose and a bit of like a raspy voice. But I don't feel sick. I feel like I don't have a headache or anything, so I don't know if it's sickness or just catch the random cold. So
Didn't get what Monesi got, did you?
What did he get?
Well, nothing apparently. It was a joke. Hey, they're playing football over there. You guys always bring one as well. It's intimidating. They're pretty good.
Yeah, I think we're better than them though. I have a feeling about it, but yeah, you say they're failing. We stopped counting a long time ago, trying to get to 20 and stuff. So, but yeah, their Tessus looks pretty good. So. In football, yeah. So yeah, but we also brought the football, so we're gonna play it after them. Yes. Depends on how G2 Spirit goes.
Well, yeah, it's still going now. It's kind of crazy what's happening over there, but let's focus on you guys. Obviously, we've talked about it so much, the fact that the group stage or stage 3 rather wasn't exactly how you would have wanted, but we've seen that from Vitality so many times, right? So how have you, like, you're used to it is how I'm going to put it. So does that mean that we're going to see you at full strength, and how much can you really do in a couple of days?
Well, I think we always have this confidence coming into playoffs, like specifically for majors. You just want to find yourself in playoffs. You don't really care if you go 3-2 and the games go bad for you and you lose some stupid rounds. As long as you make the playoffs, that's a success in the major, because everybody is so stressed. The lower level teams, they have so much confidence and they don't care about this tournament. They just want to prove themselves. So it's just a bit tough to play against some of them. I think we haven't played the best this tournament, obviously, but as you said, in playoffs we show up with a different game. Hopefully today we see that vitality.
And what do you think about your first opponent in the playoffs? It's Falcons. There's a lot that's been said about this side of the bracket. They also have had your number a few times in 2026.
But to be honest, they beat us last 2 times we played them, 1 time with the stand-in and 1 time in Rio. I think this is the first game in a while that like there is a lot on the line, so we also prepared way better than we did before. But let's see, because they did beat us a few times, and I don't know if they feel favorite, so it's us. It's a bit weird, this game, but I just know that we're coming with a lot of confidence and we want to play good Counter-Strike. If they play better than us and we played good, we don't mind losing. We will care if we lost to ourselves and we played bad.
I hope you feel all right and good luck.
Oh my.
The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
Bro, you're baiting every round. What are you talking about? I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
Grenade binds?
Yeah. /C, smoke, mouse 3.
Mouse 3 is the mouse button.
Mouse 3 is
scroll wheel when you press it.
Yeah, okay. When you press it. Like, what is the next player ping I have on this? It's just easy for me in game to show where the nades are, for example, when you drop it. So I'm not jumping on scroll because you saw what happens. The manager told me to remove, I listened to it.
I mean, manager, what a lovely guy.
I'm putting show built info 0.
What is
it's
that?
just
What does that mean?
removing your text from the left side corner.
You're annoyed by that a little bit, yeah?
I don't know how players playing with it. Cologne made it altar 0.
So they don't move, they don't distract you?
Because I have testers in the team who has like
rotating
spinning toilet.
I saw that on Faceit as well. It tilts me. What about sensitivity and stuff like that? Do you do that in the game or you're already?
I put 128.
128?
Yeah.
By the way, in control panel, you didn't change anything at all. No mouse, no changes in volume.
No.
What about drivers? No drivers? You're just plug and play kind of guy?
Is the way how playing in LAN usually. I'm not changing anything in mouse sensitivity. It's usually default, you know. Because
So
it's already SSD.
What about mouse hertz then?
Mouse hertz is 1000.
1000 as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Так, I'm removing Milha up. It's just switching your guns.
Yes. Damage prediction? Do you use it
I use
online?
always Jordan. I said to Nico, he was not using when I joined the team. I said to him, he said it's very nice, and he started using it online.
Okay, so online you use predict kill ragdolls, but everything else is on no.
In home I don't use it because I have like 40 ping and just when you shoot a headshot you had bug like when head spinning around when you hit it.
Yes.
Crosshair I usually just copy from other player, so I don't set up it here.
Who's your favorite player to copy from?
I don't know. We are playing against mouse, so some of the mouse, but not searching. He has some weird crosshair.
So you don't have lineups of grenades for specifically crosshair? Like you don't need like anything like that? Yeah?
I'm usually not throwing many utility, so.
Okay.
We're going to radar.
Yes.
You put this 125, pin it to kill. It just, you have, for example, when you're going door on nuke and there's smoke, you just know where you are because you're looking to radar and it's close range.
A lot of players are using this, especially if you're getting like stuck in the smoke.
Stuck in the smoke and you can see where, is there a player or no?
Yeah, makes sense. It's like free information that you're using thanks to the buy. Okay.
Kerrigan of the Falcons ahead of their game here, and he's going to give us some insight as to what to expect. First and foremost, the game that just concluded. You guys were watching it outside. You were sitting at the picnic tables. What'd you feel? What'd you see?
I mean, we left after second pistol started to play some football. That was a long football session and very hot outside. So, I mean, they won before from Magis. I could see that was a retake position from retake server. So, amazing game. A long time to wait, and finally we can sit up and play now.
Well, yeah, let me ask you a little bit about that since we're already here. Because of what would you call a delay? I mean, you guys had expected to play a lot earlier than now. So, yes, maybe running around playing soccer is one way to do it, but how else do you stay ahead here to get in the match?
I mean, it's experience, right? You have to also make sure you don't watch too much or not too vested in a game because emotions are what we're going to need and have extra emotion energy for the game, right? So I think it takes experience. Both teams are very experienced in this scenario, and I think it's the same for both teams. So in the end, you just have to focus on yourself. You talk a bit, you watch the game, but the game was insane, right? So we were all a little bit invested in that one.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there. There's a lot to follow along with. Speaking of which, in 1 month in the saddle is the Falcons IGL. And as many teams as you've led and kind of been that front-running IGL, the guy that has to get everyone on the same page, at a month in with Falcons, where would you say you stand now coming into a quarterfinal?
I mean, from our potential, I think we're at 60-70. But we can have an A game and we can play really good. So I'm just looking forward to kind of show. This time we haven't hit our A game yet. So in my opinion, it's going to be very interesting to see if we can hit it today because you need to hit a really good game to beat a team like Vitality in the quarters.
Absolutely do. What about beating a team like Navi earlier on, just before we got into the Lanxess itself? Did that do anything for the Falcons or for you as a leader? Is it some sort of validation perhaps?
I think the validation of our mentality, being down 11-6 against a team like Navi in a 2-1 game where, you know, you have to kind of win that not to go to the 2-2 game, right? So I think the mentality has been proved to every time we play. Even though how we play, we don't play our best CS, we need to fight to win. And I think that we have showcased a lot of times now in the arena as well. So that's the thing I took away from that game. And of course, we can play better. We all know that. But in the end, mentality is the thing we took away. And what I want to bring today to the team is focus on that.
All right, last question I got for you this, man. Counter-Strike turns 27 today. It's a humongous part of your life. It's probably the biggest part of your life. What do you have to say?
Congratulations. I think it's part of my life and will forever be. I've been playing this game since 2001. So that's a long time, you know. So yeah, being part of the history of the game is nice, and let's celebrate with another insane game here in the arena.
Good luck, Kerrigan.
Thank you.
I'm here with Apex ahead of a monumental clash of Vitality versus Falcons. Tell me a little bit about waiting here, because that last game went forever. You had to huddle, you couldn't get into your rooms. Like, what was that like?
It was long, really long. Probably the longest wait we had for a long time. We were waiting backstage, playing football, watching the game, playing football again, watching the game. That was a really long moment, but it's okay. That's part of the game. We had to wait, and that was actually a good game to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it was so fun to watch, but it's also a stark reminder of how you have to be on point every second in a major like this, right? I'm sure you didn't need that reminder because you've been through things like this, but still watching it, you start building up that tension of, we have to do this as well.
Yeah, of course. Even against a team like Falcons that have a lot of experience now with Kerrigan coming in, really good great players as well. We have to be in. We have to not let them around. That we have to win, etc. So no, the tension is high, and everything is gonna be fired today. I'm pretty sure. So we just have to focus on ourselves, be sure that we do things well, and try to do a really good show for people.
Yes, tell me the last thing then about those people. I mean, you got to hear them for the previous match. The Bees are here in full force, the Golden Hornets as always. So how is that all going to propel you forward? And how much are you looking forward to showing your best game here?
Well, yeah, we all have a family here, parents for some of us. Yeah, the Golden Hornets, a lot of fans. We really want to show a good Counter-Strike today for our lovely people, but also for everyone watching home. So yeah, I hope it's gonna be a banger. I hope we're gonna get the win, and I hope we're here to win our third major in a row. That's the first step. So let's see how it goes today.
Merci, bonne chance.
Merci.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Oh wow, there's the first bar crack. Hiko gets a double. There's still 2 players left. They got no health on them. 13 and 3. Oh my goodness, how does he do this? How does Hiko do it again?
Our last quarterfinal of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major, and this is where passion meets pressure. Because Vitality desperately want to go back to back to back. A feat not seen since the Astralis era, and one that would now end any debate. But that dream could be halted by the 5 men on the other side of the stage. Because, let's be real, in flashes, Vitality have looked mortal, and Falcons could strike whilst the iron is hot. Their major mission now led by Kerrigan, and it feels like whenever this man is on a major stage, anything is possible. It is a title that has evaded one of the Falcon stars for what feels like an eternity, but tonight could offer a step closer to glory. That's what myself, Freya Spears, Jacob, Stiko, and Yanko, finally joining us up here on the desk, are here to unearth. Let's just dive straight into this one. Falcons versus Vitality. It's a Vitality who have looked like they can bleed throughout this tournament.
I know they have, but I think that's a bit blown out of proportion,
Okay.
right? Vitality has looked shaky at previous tournaments in group stages, right? Why? Because they win every tournament. Like, they're not concerned until they get to the playoffs, right? Like 5 out of the 6 tournaments that you see here, they didn't lose a map in the playoffs. So why would they care how they look like in the group stages? Yes, they were a little bit shaky. Yes, they were losing some rounds. You don't usually see them lose because they know for them the tournament starts now.
I 100% agree with that. I think it's almost fair to say that they're 2 different teams. They have a different mentality coming into the playoff. And as Yanko said, it doesn't really matter how you're doing the group stages as long as you make sure you get to the playoff, and that's when you turn the heat on. And I think Apex has done a great job at doing that, you know, explaining that to his team as well, that, you know, I require a lot from you. Naturally, I want to win every single game of Counter-Strike, but if there ever was a time where you manage your energy and you manage your effort, well, just putting in a little less effort in the group stage and making sure you're 100% ready for the playoff is this probably be a good way of doing so.
I think that Vitality actually mentioned that they were feeling a little bit maybe too lazy when it comes to the preparation for this tournament, and it's not about them believing in themselves that they can do it. Of course they will, but those cracks they were showing in stage 3, that's like pieces for other enemies that they're going to be facing throughout this bracket to kind of pick up on and try to feed off of it and hopefully pull off an upset, because anyone who Vitality is going to play, they're going to be favorites.
It's kind of ridiculous, isn't it? Because we look at these kind of results for Vitality throughout the course of this year, throughout the course of last year as well. And I feel like, Janko, it makes us a little bit greedy because we've been used to them being so damn consistent, picking up gold literally every single place that they go.
It's true, but I think this is why this game is the most important one for Vitality in this tournament. I think this will be their biggest test, because as you could see, they're the group stage opponents. Nothing special, really. Yes, 9Z had a great event, right? But Vitality should win that game, you know, 9 times out of 10. It was an outlier, really. So coming into this arena, going up against the Falcons squad that, you know, is the one that had the most success against them in recent history, is going to be a challenge.
I 100% agree with that. I think, you know, if you look at the bracket, you look at the other teams in the playoff, the one team that has found a way to beat Vitality, not necessarily consistently, but more so than any other team out there, has been Falcons. And they're coming in with a bit of new energy as well, coming in with Kerrigan, who has a bit of a habit of playing tricks when he gets into the playoff, you know, formerly with FaZe, now with Falcons. So I agree. I think the biggest test for Falcons here would be, the biggest test for Vitality is going to be Falcons.
So, Stiko, what moments could maybe Kerrigan and co be looking at from some of those stage 3 performances for Vitality?
I do think that, for example, this is 9Z's game, and this is frustrations. Apex is getting caught off guard, and right now he decides to spectate Mezzi. And look at this. Like, this is something that you will never see in a major. Like, legit, guy peeks him. He doesn't react to it with crosshair at all. He doesn't shoot. Now he decides to go back. And this is kind of like only small thing where frustration just shows. And we can go into the voice comms actually and hear what happened there.
Yeah. Hey, before you were holding, I said BP, William. You didn't say it? Okay, it's fine. Good. I was talking BP.
And right after next round, this is directly next round, they decide to go for an A hit, and Apex misses the smoke completely on a simple A execute, and look what it does to the whole execute. No one is watching towards stairs, it's supposed to be smoke. Mayern is all of a sudden finding a gap to play from, and these are 2 kills that he's getting. This is against 9Z, again, team that they should be beating 2-0 most of the time, but here, these cracks are actually such a valid point that that's just going to give comfort and confidence to whoever they're going to be playing against.
And it's happened throughout the tournament, you know, miss smokes, winning pistol, losing second round, time and time again, a couple of 4v2 losses, right, that you don't usually see from the side of Vitality. And that's some missteps here and there, but at the end of the day, they're 3-1. Are in the playoffs, right? Yes. Like, so I wouldn't put too much stock into it. What's interesting is even with this Falcons conversation and the head-to-head, I mean, it hasn't been the highest stakes of games. One of the tournaments, Nucleus is standing in. Other tournament, it's the last one with Kixan on the lineup. Something that's a little bit more interesting to me is actually Kerrigan versus Apex, because yes, Vitality won the last 2 majors, obviously beating Kerrigan in the Budapest final. But before that, it was FaZe who eliminated Vitality in Copenhagen. It was FaZe who eliminated Vitality in Shanghai, right? So even Kerrigan going up against them has had success when he wasn't the favorite.
Let's talk about the success that Kerrigan has almost brought Falcons since he's joined this roster, right? We've seen him attending multiple grand finals with them. And can I just be honest for a second? I hate this conversation about critiquing Kerrigan for his firepower, right? I don't think Falcons brought in a guy like Kerrigan to get more frags. It's for the brain. That's purely why they brought him into the squad.
Yeah, but you can I think both. I'd almost argue, you know, Kerrigan can be a liability in the fragging department while also being a great brain for Falcons. I think what you brought in with Kerrigan is obviously a lot of know-how, a lot of experience, and it's a fresh way of looking at Counter-Strike, and also a way of maybe enabling even more of m0NESY, even more of Kyusuke, even more of Nico as well, and just shaking up the team. I'll be completely honest with you, Foya. I very much disagree in the sense that I think Kerrigan, there is a lower limit to how much you can allow yourself to slip in terms of not providing anything. Is he flirting with that right now? Sure. I don't think there's any conclusion. I think they could still very well win this major if he gets the most out of the players around him, while him still struggling individually. But you can't justify saying that winning or playing 4v5 at all times is okay for a man like Kerrigan. He's never done that before in his career, so he's at an all-time low right now, so I think there's a conversation to be had.
Kerrigan was brought in to fix the massive choking issue that Falcons have in a playoffs, and especially namely Nico, and then obviously m0NESY has this record of finals not going his way for however long it is, like 9 finals in a row. And another fix that is kind of going under the radar, in my opinion, is the playbook, the strat book that Kerrigan brings. Because whatever team Kerrigan has been ever on, they always had a playbook, like a secret tactics that they only pull off in the high-pressure moments, arena games, where sound cues are a little bit, you know, iffy and everything is like under high pressure. And this is kind of underrated, in my opinion, trait of an in-game leader that Kerrigan is already playing ahead. Is he going to have enough time to implement this? Remains to be seen.
I think this conversation is overblown, right? He has his priorities since he joined the team. Fragging isn't one of them, and Kerrigan is a guy who's super self-aware. As we saw his quote from the interview he did, like, he knows he doesn't play well on an individual level, but there's other things he needs to take care of first and foremost, right? If this is still the case at the Singapore major, then we can talk about it being a real problem. But right now it feels like people are just taking the easy narrative, and in reality it's what Martin was talking about. Like, they had problems in stage games, problem in close games. He comes to Astana, Furia, overtime, gets it done, right? Some of the games that we saw even at CAC, they get it done. Here against Navi, they get it done. Against G2 in their opening game of stage 3, they win. So that's a net positive for Falcons at the moment.
I think you're totally right. There are bigger issues that Kerrigan has been brought in to solve, right? You've been doing a little bit of a deep dive into some of those Falcons demos as well. What have you picked out for us?
Yeah, I think this is why Falcons, I have them picking Anubis in this series, right? This was probably their best T-side in the event, and the toughest one, right? They're down 11-6. So at the start of the round, you see Tessis throw a lurk smoke. That draws out the utility from both Alexi and Makazi, just off of that one smoke, right? In the meantime, Kerrigan is also throwing the combo for mid, smoking window, mollying as well. And the A players are soon going to start throwing nades to take A control, right? So this is all on the second timing. It causes the counter smoke from Bit and the A defenders, and this is just them sort of drawing out utility from their opponents. Nico is going to get flashed in to sort of fight for this if anyone is trying to take control, some utility exchange in A main, right? But there's always a plan for the second half of the round. m0NESY joins Kerrigan, they smoke off Temple, they want to do that A split, and now even though they get blocked on A main, this isn't ideal, but you'll see the double flash, so they hear the Kyosuke one, that's why Bit turns, but the second one is designed to pop in his face as he turns from the turns back from the first one. Great trade, m0NESY has the flank, and they win an easy round here. And this is the thing with Kerrigan, especially on the stage, because the major playoff stage becomes even something more different. What he loves to do is sort of momentum calling too. Like, he's really good at these pace changes. Like, he will slowly sort of choke out his opponent time and time again, and then once he sees the opportunity is when he will pounce. So now the score is tied at 11-11. Tessis just throws an early combo on mid, right? Make it maybe look like a default, but what they really want to do is go for that B play. You can see the conditioning. Navi has to do something aggressive to take space. Tessis eats a tick of the molly, so the B defenders eat all the flashes. They get a great double entry, and the round is pretty much over. Falcons are gonna even kill the remaining players, right? This is what makes Falcons dangerous. And Kerrigan, if he can get into this flow state with his calling, it can be very hard to stop on this stage.
That's what he gives you. He gives you a bit of structure with a lot of freedom. And if you look at the players he has to work with, I think that's a pretty good match, you know. You look at a guy like m0NESY, he needs a bit of freedom in order to express himself in the best possible way. Nico as well, he's okay with him taking a lot of responsibilities. We even heard Kerrigan saying that on the CT side, it's still Nico, you know, being the main caller, the main shot caller, given the positions he's playing. He's the one always at the center of the information. He's the one calling around the players around him. So he's okay with giving up, I guess, certain amounts of responsibility to players around him that he trusts. So yeah, Kerrigan brings a lot of that, I guess, unstructured freedom that definitely works well when the momentum is going their way. The problem is when it's not, you know, then you still have the same issues as you had before, where you rely on the individuals, and that's where the individuals comes into play for Falcons.
You mentioned one of those individuals. Let's talk about him. Nico, some may say, bit of a major choker. What's your take on that, Janko?
I think my take is that he's the highest rated player for Falcons at Major since he joined, right? And there's one playoff game that they played, which is the quarterfinal against Spirit, and he didn't have many opportunities in that game to do a lot, right? He's played a lot better at this major. People forget he's gone through role changes last summer, right, with the addition of Kyosuke, and that's going to take a bit of an adjustment period. He's been incredible this major so far, and you would hope that he can continue to play on the same level because his team is going to need him against Vitality.
Do you actually think that it might be affected him a little bit, what just happened on the stage, Hunter?
No.
No?
Oh, no way.
All right.
I think he's just focused.
Yes.
You know, I think he's laser focused on the task at hand. Obviously, was watching the game, but I don't think it's something that, you know, you can allow to affect you really when you have your own game coming up.
I feel like the whole Nico being a choker conversation as well, maybe blown out of proportions to some degree. The teams he's been on, you know, has also, you know, let him down in many, many moments at majors. And then we kind of look at the full spectrum. We're like, okay, you haven't won a major. You've gone out in a couple of games you should have won. I remember, again, it was the Copenhagen major where it was a veto mistake, you know, by the in-game leader that forced him into playing Vertigo. And all of a sudden, people are blaming Nico still for not playing well in that game. So there's more facets to it. Could he have done better in certain scenarios, in certain, you know, elimination games? Sure thing. But as Janko said, so far, he's playing relatively new roles. He's the CT-side designated leader of this team, and he's at a 1.23 rating. If that's not good enough for a player, then what is?
And he's had to accommodate Kiyosuke in terms of some of those role and position changes as well. Has Kiyosuke been up to par so far?
I'll be bluntly with this one. I don't think so, to be completely honest. And it's unfair because we live in a world where Dong comes in and he's arguably the best player in the world the first year he's playing. Saiwu did the same thing. Then Kiyosuke kind of got the label to be the next big thing, the next Dong. And, you know, realistically, no one is going to be the next Dong. And I think he's at times shown glimpses of what he can definitely be in the future. I think mechanically speaking, he's up there. I think, however, his decision-making is very immature at this stage. I think he makes not necessarily a lot of mistakes, but there's certain scenarios I would have played in a different way, and I think he would play in a different way in a couple of years from now. So we have to admit to the fact that he's still inexperienced, he's still young, he's still developing. He's not the final product, and he has been, I'd say, a little bit disappointing so far. I expect more from him because I think he has the talent to back it up.
I do think that even in this tournament, when he fell a little bit flat, I think it was actually Tessus had picked up the pieces, and that's not the name that you kind of expect to do it against that Navi that Janko was breaking down. Tessus had an absolutely amazing game. He kind of like carried them through, and yes, we've seen a couple of mistakes and weaknesses from Kiyosuke, namely probably that Inferno is just the map that he just doesn't feel comfortable on at all, but we will probably see it in the map pool today. We will see how it pans out.
Yeah, let's dive right into that. We are ready to get the V2 underway. Any suspicions here, Janko?
Inferno for Vitality, Anubis, I believe. If not, then Mirage for Falcons. I think it's going to be Anubis and Dust 2 as a third. I honestly think this is a super clear-cut veto. Their teams would have expected this from both sides, and there's not going to be any surprises here in any way whatsoever. It used to not favor the permabans before for Falcons, like 9 months ago, but in the meantime, Overpass became really strong for Vitality, and Ancient hasn't been a strength for Falcons for a while. But yeah, I think Inferno is going to be picked because that B-side with Kerrigan and Kiyosuke, I mean, it hasn't looked that great. And maybe a little bit is Kiyosuke not having the best of tournaments. I mean, that would have been even bigger stomps for Falcons if Nico isn't the highest rated Inferno player at the major with an over 2 rating, right? So that was a big problem for them. I don't know if they can do much really to alleviate that. I don't think so. For me, Vitality gets basically a free 1-0 up with that pool.
I think Janko is right. However, I do want to provide the context that Kerrigan have done this before, where he comes into a major where he has 3 or 4 days to prepare and actually do a bit of a pocket pick and surprise pick. This time around, it's not going to be any sorts of that. It's going to be Anubis, it's going to be Inferno. So far, Janko, you're spot on. And then for the third deciding map, Vitality don't want to go with Mirage, Falcons don't want to go with Nuke, and that leaves us Dust 2, which is a map that both teams usually like to play a lot. Vitality, that's been, you know, the one thing that I will say from the group stage, the one thing that has surprised me, the 2 losses in a row on Dust 2 is maybe a little bit worrisome. However, when you look at the broad scale of it, it's been insane how structured, how good they've been playing it. Is it 38 times they won 34 or something the past 12 months? So I'm not sure if we should be worried if it gets to Dust 2, but there's been a few shrinks in the armor.
Does this veto sway any of your expectations of who's going to take this series, Janko?
Not really. I think it leans Vitality because Falcons are weak on Inferno, and then obviously Vitality on Dust 2, right? But the hope you have is, one, the Anubis that we saw from Falcons, they can repeat that sort of a performance. That's what people have been targeting, Vitality. And then Dust 2 is where Falcons have had also the most success with Kerrigan in the lineup. So if it gets to that third, that's where you're hoping to have maybe something similar to what we saw from the G2 Spirits.
We've already had one hell of a crazy quarterfinal going down today, but I have a sneaky suspicion that this one could also match the energy. It's time for Vitality versus Falcons here in the Lanxess.
Nico was a chubby Nico. Prime Nico.
Wow, the young me. I think I was playing a Frenchman because I see a friend of mine, I was with AAA, for sure. When I was playing without any emotion as well. I was just trying to get the best of myself.
I think I was similar to what I am today. Some of these footage is like 15 years ago or so. I was just a kid having fun at what I'm doing and enjoying every second of it because everything was just the beginning.
I'm pretty much the same. Like, I wasn't thinking about consequences this time. I was just playing with my friends, trying to do the best, trying to see the smile on them and also on my face, and that was the main point.
I was just happy that I was able to break through and help my family because they were the support for me my whole life.
My mom really wanted me to be like in a structured life. 9 p.m., no internet for me. She was trying to do the best for me. She was always behind me with my grandmother.
I was a scared little kid back then. You know, I didn't even know English when I joined MOUZ, and there was no bad things at the time.
Everyone told me like I had the potential to go really high. Right now I still don't believe what I'm doing, to be honest. So this kid, when he was 17, do won't, like he cannot believe what we achieved. Even now I still don't believe it.
All of the things happen for a reason in my career. I think all of these things shape who I am today. I just when I'm in the major, of course. I think not everyone gets to have it the easy way. We are going through a hard way, but we will get it.
Even though I have a lot of MVP, I have a lot of trophy left, I still believe that there's better player than me in this game.
I will do absolutely everything I can in order to achieve the things that I want to achieve, that when I retire I can look back and say I've done everything.
People who will let me know like what legacy I put on. If after my career I can be like a no-namer, I'll be happy because I know what I've done.
There was no one better than me at the time. That was in my head. I need to remind myself of who I am and who I was.
Intel Extreme Masters 2026, and whether you're here in Cologne or you're watching somewhere around the world, we have just been witness to one of the greatest games of Counter-Strike anyone has ever seen. But our second quarterfinals, in the words of Chad Burchill, is going to be a gigabanger. Now, I don't speak fluent Australian, but I think that means we might be about to see another insane matchup, because we've got two teams as they walk into this who think they should be lifting this trophy. One team which has proved it, and another team which maybe really does need to prove it. So, Cologne, we've had a lot of emotion so far. Are we ready for a second quarterfinal? I don't think you're ready enough. I said, are we ready for a second quarterfinal? Well, let's bring out our first team. And may I say, love them or don't love them, they're a team that you have to watch. By their own statements, they haven't hit the highs that they have wanted to, that they should have, but they have brought in one of the all-time in-game leaders, a man who makes every team he plays with better, and they might, just might, have found the special formula. Please welcome Cologne, it's Falcons! their opponents. What more is to say about them? They are the reigning major champions, but they're not the champions here. In fact, you could argue the biggest loss they've had in the past 12 months was here on this stage by their own high standards. Have they been brilliant so far? No, not really. But maybe it takes 20,000 people, the biggest stage around, when the stakes are through the roof, for them to turn up. So everyone in here, please welcome our second quarter finalists, Vitality! Do you know this right now? This is what we love about esports. We've had hours and hours of shouting and cheering. This entire place is stacked to the rafters, and the noise has only got louder as we have what could be another insane matchup. So Cologne, you know what's about to happen right here. It's time to find out how you think this is going to go down. So, do we think our winner is going to be Falcons? Do we think Vitality? Do we think Falcons? Do we think Vitality? You have spoken, so let's get it on.
If you want to be the best, you have to beat the best. That is a challenge that Nico knows all too well. This is an accolade that has always got away. For over a decade, he has attempted, but never accomplished. And Janko, there are by no means any free passes tonight.
The last time Nico and Kerrigan were at a major quarterfinal, they faced the then greatest team of all time. Well, now they're back and they're facing what will probably the greatest team of all time by the time they're done. But every game is another opportunity, Freya, another opportunity to prove your case, to prove the doubters wrong, to turn haters into fans. And what an opportunity this is.
There's so many angles you can attack this game from, but I'm going to go with the individuals that we are getting this playoff on the server. Saivu in contention, maybe the GOAT of Counter-Strike, maybe the world's best player. We can have that discussion. On the other side, you have Monacy, you have this upcoming channel, Kyusuke. You have so much individual skill that regardless of how the game is going to pan out, whether it's going to be a beautiful game of Counter-Strike, a messy game of Counter-Strike, those individuals will find a way to express themselves on the biggest stage. And for that, I'm always a fan of. Counter-Strike is fun when the individuals are great.
You can't deny the hunger that Vitality is coming in through here. Rob said it beautifully. The Cologne trophy is the only one he didn't lift more than once. So obviously this is going to be haunting him and probably Falcons throughout this best of three.
I can feel this tension building. Who is the pressure on more in this matchup, Janko?
Has to be Vitality. They have everything on the line here. Falcons, you heard it from Kerrigan, only 60% ready for the tournament. He's only been there for 2 months, so they're playing with house money at this point.
Without a doubt, Vitality, they're fighting to make their legacy even greater. Whereas for Falcons, they can write off a loss right here by saying that they're only at 60-70% and need a bit more time. But trust me, Falcons are in here to win it. They're not going to let down. They're not going to be okay with losing to Vitality. They'll give them a fight.
Obviously, this is a Vitality game to lose, but at the same time, we've seen the best game of Counter-Strike before, so let's get another one.
A title which has taunted Nico, whereas for this Vitality roster, they are ready to line up the triples. Service is in session inside the Cathedral for Vitality versus Falcons.
These individuals have climbed to the top of the Counter-Strike world, but some still have dreams to catch. Nico reuniting with Karrigan, still chasing his first major title. Apex on the hunt for his 5th. Vitality looking to turn an era into an eon. A server full of highlights in human form. They can conjure clutches that are barely believable. Give us moments we will never forget. They are some of the greatest players who have ever played this game. And we have been blessed with this quarterfinal on Counter-Strike's holiest site. The world's eyes are fixed on the Lanxess Arena. May this be a match worthy of this cathedral.
We're going to be getting into things in the quarterfinal. Vitality and Falcons trying to take that next step towards their dream, towards their goals. Anubis is going to be that first map. But we're going to get a little bit delayed. We had to drop out of the server, so we're going to give you a pause just to increase that tension just a little bit more.
Unfortunately, this game has plenty of stories to touch on, Jason. So many, it's tough to know which direction to go in, but for Vitality, I like the Yanko was talking about the pressure. They have everything to lose, right? They're on the path to try and get the 3-peat majors back to back to back. Apex trying to tie up with Dupree and get his 5th. Nico, all the pressure every time we come into a major. Is this the one he finally wins?
I mean, it's absolutely crazy what we've got inside the server. There's only over 180 trophies combined amongst these players. It's absolutely mental what these guys have been able to do inside their career. Rop's coming into this and saying his goal to win this trophy, it's the only trophy he hasn't won 2 of. That's an insane statement to make. One of the best players we have in Counter-Strike, and he just wants a 2nd Cologne trophy lift. And this one would be a major. This one would establish that legacy they've been hunting after. This Vitality team for a year and a half, constantly setting goals. When we don't believe there's another one they can strive for, another one they can reach towards, Apex comes up with something. And it's all about now leaving no doubt in anyone's mind that this is the best team of all time, the greatest team of all time in Counter-Strike.
In the last series, we were talking about the coaches as well, Jason. The fact that we've got Zonic and Xtas as well. Go for that coach conversation, putting themselves in the hat. We'll see how this one goes down as finally we are ready to get into the action. Cologne will kick this one off. Falcons versus Team Vitality. Anubis up first, and let's get this underway.
And we're starting out with Falcons on that CT side. Vitality going to be attacking into them. This is Falcons' map pick. After some success in Stage 3 against Navi, they felt the confidence to bring it here. They sensed the weakness of Vitality on this map. Karrigan's getting an early peek towards the B bomb site. Little bit of information spotted. ZywOo and Flames outside of that B bomb site. And Karrigan's going to delay them, make it a little bit disjointed.
So much conversation about Karrigan's individual level. He's going to be tested soon, but this first fight going down between Apex and Kiyosuke.
You can see neither one actually wants that battle whatsoever. Kiyosuke just wanted to see what's happening over in middle. Oh, he's got the headshot on Apex. 5-on-4 provided.
First blood drawn by the youngster. Karrigan holding that cross out. Flames gets into the site. Mezzi looking to join. He's got the bomb on his back, but Rops is waiting for this push out. Oh, they're both dead! m0NESY and Nico down within seconds. Flames getting the shot inside of this B bomb site. And you've got Testes and Kiyosuke having to come in clutch immediately here for the Falcons. Trying to get back into this retake, but Kiyosuke! Welcome to the stage, young man! That's a 4K in the cathedral!
And he just shrugs it off. Look at him. Another day in the office. He's got Karrigan next to him, who's here to activate this young star for Falcons. And what a sequence of events. What a way to kick off this quarterfinal.
Now, one of the big things you're going to be thinking about for the Falcons as well coming into this game is this new guy, Kiyosuke. We know how much skill he's got, but is the pressure going to break him? Is it going to crack him? What a start for him to cool the nerves.
Well, superstars come in all shapes and sizes, and ever since Karrigan joined this team, Kiyosuke's been on that upward trajectory, sharing the bomb site with Karrigan here on Anubis, and delivers a stunning pistol round.
Vitality buying back immediately. Khalil for Rops, Tech9's on the rest.
Nico not looking to commit whatsoever. Just wants to see a body. Just wants to see the presence. The sole defender in middle, he's going to back off and give him the space. m0NESY and Tessis to defend the A-bomb site. Nico slides over. Kyosuke and Kerrigan at the B-bomb site. And Vitality yet to make their first play. Apex has utility lined up to start activating ROPS. And looking towards a split into that heavily defended A site.
Tessis moving up through main. Smoke is still up. ROPS on the other side. Smoke starts to rain in from Vitality in towards this A site. Camera in heaven going to be smoked. Tessis starting to move forward. Solo fighting towards ROPS. Will drop some utility. But here come Vitality. Right through camera, right towards m0NESY. And it's Nico and m0NESY shutting down the play. Vitality can't get through with his force buy.
Yeah, so well prepared. Really well done from Tessis as well. Pushed up behind the smoke, drops a Molotov, makes this very disjointed. ROPS and Apex stalled out, unable to be involved. And now it's a matter of an easy mop-up. Only ROPS remains against 5, and Falcons are going to get started 2 in a row on the right foot.
10 seconds here. ROPS doesn't want to have $150. He has to hold on to this Galil, make sure no one finds him. Good start here from the Falcons.
I mean, a lovely start. This is exactly what you dream of. You have your superstar, one of your superstars, your young one, popping off in the pistol round. Now in this second round, you handle it with ease. No problems, no issue, not dropping anyone or having to rebuy any weapons. All 5 defenders survive.
Ahead of this quarterfinal, Nico was asked, you look at Kerrigan and you see how he's underperforming inside of the server. But is that a problem for you guys? He said, no, we notice it. We definitely take it on board. We think it's going to get better. But we've brought him in to activate the other parts of the team, to get Kyosuke online, to teach him and get him to this level. And he's been so good in the playoffs recently at back-to-back events now for Falcons. Got m0NESY stepping out and catching Zywoo early on.
I like it. Get a little bit aggressive, get a little bit in their face, and around where you have such overwhelming advantage in weaponry. So putting Vitality on notice that you're going to be more than happy to disrupt what they want to do. ROPS peeking into the bomb site. Defensive smoke from Kerrigan is going to block him off, and ROPS will have to look elsewhere. Really good job from Falcons using utility to slow down this map, slow down the pacing, the tempo that Vitality want to operate with. A little bit of utility for this T side, 3 versus 5. Again, at this point, win probably out of reach for Vitality. But looking to take some of these weapons away from Falcons, start to dent this economy that would be building up. Nico mentioned coming into this playoff series after beating Na'Vi on this map, the comeback that Kerrigan referenced from 6-11. So happy that it paid off, picking Anubis into that. They'd practiced it, they'd worked on it, but the officials are different. The high pressure matches are different. And that win over Na'Vi gave them some confidence here on Anubis. As well as the 13-4 drubbing Vitality took against Foot back in stage 3.
Tessa is peeking out from heaven, now spotting the pack of Vitality, trying to move through. What can ROPS really do with this Galil? You know Tessis is at heaven, but he hasn't given up his position, but now he will. ROPS goes in, Nico having to step out. Here's the flank from Kyosuke, and just flames. The Falcons do recover it. It's a little scary there for a couple of seconds. A couple of kills from ROPS, a bomb plant. Vitality gets some extra cash, and we're getting to the real rounds of this game now.
Yeah, ROPS will do that you from time to time. Some beautiful shooting out of ROPS for that double kill. They're going to be very pleased. 2 kills and a bomb plant for Vitality. And you're dead on. The AK-47s come out. Zywoo going to be on an AK as well. Op not in the field of play yet. Except for m0NESY. Falcons bring it out on the CT side. He snatches one right at the end of freeze time. We're going to go live into round 4. And see what Vitality's game plan looks like. Can Vitality start shaking off the cobwebs that we saw in stage 3? Very simple out of the gate. Looking like they want to attack into Kerrigan and Kyosuke. But gonna back off initially, a slow progression as ROPS just hangs out outside of the A bomb site. Tessis wants intel, mid-aggression. Falcons now know what's happening. They know mid is clear, they know outside the A bomb site is wide open. So they stall out the B choke point.
Tessis applies pressure to Rux. Vitality, the call to go is in. Zywoo getting the first, m0NESY on the second, but Nico's arrived to defend this bomb site. It's 2 from Nico. m0NESY in flames, cast aside. And the grenade disrupts the smoke. Apex moves in. He hasn't been spotted. Apex, up he goes, down he goes. Tesses comes charging in, and Rops is being watched for. Monacy's got him as well. The first gun round falls in favor of Falcons, and they dominate the information flow.
Yeah, they really do. No stress, and you're exactly right. The aggressive push in towards Canals. Rops was the only player playing over towards Rugs to spot that out, to do anything about it. Falcons put together this entire map. They knew exactly what was coming, what was happening. Still a decent enough execute, but Nico, as he's been doing all tournament long, showing up at the perfect moment. So fast moving around the map to make sure he's always at the point of attack.
Vitality relentless with these purchases. 2 AKs coming out. Early kill from Monacy. The returns in the AWP coming through.
Oh, I think we're gonna get a timeout after this from Vitality. They need to settle this game down. Right now, Falcons is dictating everything, the pacing, the peaks. They're doing it all from the CT side. Monacy with an opening kill, and now a 4v5 to convert. And the rifle is in the hands of Apex, who's following up Flames towards middle.
Vitality seem off their feet right now.
Nico's got to be cognizant of this. He is going to peek back behind him. Tess is trusting him with a main, and there's the spot.
He's got Apex crossing over, but where does Apex go now? So it's into the temple, trying to get towards the beach. Your gun's not out, but still in time. Carrigan able to make the most out of it. Flames trying to chase after Carrigan. Looking to finish him off with the Tech 9. He does, but again, the trades through. Rops is doing some work. Mezzi's Deagle topples, and so does the bomb. So Rops, with 49 seconds left, makes the long path towards middle.
Oh, you gotta love this look from Falcons so far. Putting Vitality on the back foot. They're not shying away from any kind of fight. They're not scared of swinging into anything. The communication is flowing. You can just tell by the way they move around the map, and Rops once again left in an impossible scenario. And his only option is to save this AK-47. What a blistering opening from Falcons as they've dominated the first 5 rounds.
And we heard in those pre-game check-ins from both players, right? They were talking about the fact that they had to wait so long coming into this game, right? They were in the hallways behind the stage playing football, trying to warm up. As that game with Spirit and G2 just continued to burn on, and that is going to create sort of stagnation as you sit there outside, but right now it's Falcons that have come in way harder.
Yeah, and they gotta love it. 61 days since Carrigan joined this roster, not a whole lot of time, but you bring someone in with Carrigan's experience, the way he likes to call and play on the stage, what he's got, and he's already boosted their level.
I mean, we thought there was no Carrigan for the first time in Cologne, but he found a way to get here every single Cologne he has attended. And that means there's a chance for some more major magic.
Well, this timeout from Vitality is all about slowing down the pacing, not getting picked off. Apex hasn't had a whole lot of rounds to play with where he's had his entire team alive, where he's been able to have a full playbook that he can dive into. It's been a really rough opening. Monacy peeking in towards Canals, grabbing Zaiwu. Really, really tough loss to take early on. And Vitality need to settle that down, find an opening on this map. Let's see what Apex can bring to the table. Round 6.
Vitality pull themselves together. 2 Tech 9s still in play. 3 AK-47s for Vitality. They've gone for a boost here. Monacy on top of Nico's head. Going to spot anybody just yet from Vitality. They're crossing under the wall.
This is a much more straightforward call from Vitality from Apex. He doesn't want them messing around with defaults and getting picked off. This is much more attack right up the gut.
Right in towards Kiyosuke. Sprays a little bit off. Still gets one. Good trade from Zaiwu. Carrigan's got the AUG. He's trying to buy time and utility because he desperately needs teammates.
Oh, they've done great work. A third Molotov as well. This hit can never get started.
Slowing it right down from Vitality. This is meant to be a quicker call. Carrigan's dead, but in his stead, you've got Nico, you've got Monacy, but they're dropping as Vitality finally breaking through this B-bomb site.
The covering fire through the smoke from Flames is the difference. They could never find a clean look. The Molotov streamlined towards Khan, but while main is smoked off, they still can't find a way to decimate that half of attack, and Vitality break through. And Tess is gonna come in towards the tail end, tuck himself into a corner and save this M4. Vitality's gonna get on the board. The goose egg is gone. And they do it relatively clean. A scrappy battle at that B-bomb site. Falcons couldn't find the fights they wanted.
Apex trying to simplify things. One direct hit to split to try and get into the side.
It's okay. It's a good mentality, guys. You have the start. All good, guys. We take our time, okay?
Yep.
And we fuck them up. Yep. Come on, my people.
All right, all calm in the Vitality front, despite going down big early. The sheer confidence built up over a year and a half of never-ending trophies.
Confidence and belief, right? Belief in the players sitting next to you on your left and right. And that's something that Falcons haven't had, right? The fact that they've had so many finals where they should be winning it, or big games where they should be progressing, and they lose a ridiculous round here and there. It's hard to have faith and confidence and belief in your team, but that game you mentioned versus Na'Vi, surely that's the matchup that has given them the essential belief they need going into a game against Vitality at the Major.
Not just that one, that's what they've been singing Kerrigan's praises since he joined. Back-to-back finals, back-to-back second places, but some incredible games, incredible comebacks. And all of those performances turning the corner into the Intel Extreme Masters here at the Lanxess in Cologne. That's where the confidence is built up.
m0NESY spots the head. Apex sends some bullets, and m0NESY gets out of there. He doesn't want to do anything against Apex in that position. But do Falcons continue to move forward?
Look at how bold this is, pushing through middle. Absolutely crazy, but they found a perfect timing for it.
Now talk about confidence. But Flames turns, Tesses trades, but now they know what's up. How do Falcons react once they realize it isn't working?
Yeah, Vitality's trying to lean on this B-bomb site. The Kerrigan affects Kyosuke there as well. Kerrigan's going to try and delay again, holding onto that smoke as long as possible. And they give up a little bit of space. m0NESY and Tess's other side of the map. With Nico gone, that critical piece of the rotation of support is not here.
Kerrigan put under so much pressure. His teammate gone. It's gotta be Kerrigan. He gets nothing. This B-bomb site falls again. And an impossible retake ahead of Falcons. You can see there's no chance. So m0NESY's off saving, and Tesses trying to back away. So that'll be a second round for Vitality, really leaning on this B-bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense. The struggles of Kerrigan well documented. And while he brings so much in different areas of the game, certainly they're going to test him. He's going to get tested each and every time. Each and every map, they're going to see if he can stand up to the task. This time, him and Kyosuke split between Khan and in the bomb site, unable to work together, unable to work in tandem. And with Nico dropped earlier, there were no reinforcements arriving. So after a hot start, Vitality has made this look pretty seamless out of the timeout. 2 in a row, marching to back-to-back round wins, but still money on the Falcons side. And a timeout called there first to try and stop the bleeding. Stop this from getting worse and unraveling out of control. We'll see how Kerrigan and Kyosuke play it, but you can tell the philosophy. You can see what they're trying to do whenever they come to the B-bomb site, disjoining the attack. And Zonic is having a little chat with the guys. Kyosuke had a great start, 9-3 so far for him. Calmed down a little bit.
The Golden Hornets out supporting Vitality. There's so many fan bases here in Cologne inside of the Lanxess. They've had a lot to celebrate recently, haven't they? We have some information for you guys. Unfortunately, we're going to have a PC swap out here for Apex. Hopefully we get this one resolved as quickly as possible. We've got the best admins in the business here.
Absolutely happening as well now early on in the game, so we'll get it underway. Mentioned all the experience inside the server. You touched on it briefly. Kerrigan and Apex both competing at the very first Counter-Strike Major way back in 2013. Now find themselves in another one here back in 2013. Neither of them made it out of the group stage. Here looking to build upon the legacies they've constructed since then. 13 years later, and both still competing at the highest level. Admirable careers from both.
And now surrounded by star players that were merely children at that time. It's crazy to think about the journey they have been on. But the coaching story on this team is really interesting for me too, because Xtaz was the Vitality coach before Zonic came in and took that spot away. And it felt like there was a lot that Xtaz could have done with that team. Apex obviously sad to see him go. We liked working with him at the time. But the Danes came in. You had the Dupree, Magisk, and Zonic coming into the Vitality squad. They went on to win a major, so they did some great work.
But Paris, yeah.
Zonic leaves Vitality to go to the Falcons. They bring Xtaz back, and Vitality have hit heights that no one has ever hit before.
Well, going into that Paris major that Vitality won their first, Apex was the guy who kind of said, if we're going to win this major, and I want to win this one, it's in my home country, we got to do it my way. We got to stop trying to blend this Danish Counter-Strike with French Counter-Strike. It's got to be me taking the reins of the team and then bringing in the coach that he wanted, Xtaz. He was always very confident. As soon as that change happens, he's saying, I want to get a major for this guy. I love the way he talks about Counter-Strike, love working with him. And look at what they built together. Look at this empire that Vitality has constructed in that time.
And now challenging Zonic on the other side. But the Falcons Counter-Strike has been good enough to take down Vitality multiple times this year already.
It's been impressive, hasn't it, the way they've been able to construct it, the way they've been able to do it. It's been one of their nemesis. 2 times they've taken him down. 5 series lost this year for Vitality, 2 of them to Falcons, the only team to beat them twice. And they've been able to get over those with ease because they're lifting trophies the whole time. Talk about the other partnerships that have been there. Kerrigan and Rops now going head-to-head on the other side of the server. Obviously, an incredibly successful pairing of their own back in FaZe. They combined for 8 trophies together, one of them the PGL Antwerp Major Championship, an ESL Grand Slam, winning IEM Cologne 2022 together, just completely dominant as a pairing, and now they've got to overcome one another here in these quarterfinals.
It's been so great to see just Kiyosuke's reaction to Kerrigan being in the squad. You know, him screaming when they get into overtime right into his face and just seeing how he's handling it.
And after that pistol run, after that quad kill, he just looked over at Kerrigan, gave a big smile. Yeah. He's just living the dream at the moment, and that's the kind of pistol round that lets you settle into a game, lets you settle into a chaotic environment and forget all the noise around you and focus just on the screen ahead of you.
Well, this issue couldn't have come at a worse time for Vitality, who were just warming into the game, finally getting their feet wet and getting some rounds on this T side while having to sit out and just let this go.
I'll be fine when we get back into it. Apex, one of the strongest mentalities that he's developed over the years since he stepped into the IGL role. He'll have no problem moving past this and focusing back in on the game on this little bit of a streak that they're going on. But for the rest of the players, a chance to sit in silence, soak in the moment on the Lanxess stage before things are set to begin back up again and they lose themselves inside the game.
Apex is back in the server. High fives coming in. We'll get ready to get this quarterfinal back underway.
The Golden Hornets non-stop movement all through the games, year after year here to support Vitality. So much to cheer for over the past year and a half. Looking to celebrate the establishment of that legacy of Apex and the rest of the team as they look to overtake Astralis, leave no doubt in the minds of anyone. That's a big thumbs up from Apex as well. Very pleased with the PC he's got up on stage. Beautiful piece as well, entering into this game, getting to see ZywOo, NiKo look back on their former selves when things were a lot easier. You didn't have the stress, the goals of winning majors. At that point, it was just make it into the top, make it into the professional scene, prove you have value, prove that you're a great player.
Yeah, from the Lanxess, now they sit and look out at a massive crowd. This was once just a dream, but now reality, as we're finally ready to get back into the action. 5-2 lead for the Falcons. Vitality starting to come back into this first half. They've got a good buy. Falcons have got everything they could want. They've got the AWP still from Odyssey.
And they've slowed down Vitality on losing opening picks. They've kind of concentrated a little bit more where they're not as spread out, not as exposed, not in positions to get dropped down early on in these rounds, giving Apex a chance to call these rounds back to the B bomb site, play them a little bit, work this defense back and forth. And if you're going to go at Rops, you better not miss. This kid is sharp.
And you can know he's there, but dealing with him is a whole other problem. Rops readies himself. 2 players on the other side! Devastating. Rops is taking 2 out of the timeout.
TeSeS and m0NESY gone.
And that picks up the tempo towards middle. Flame's gonna lead the way with Apex and ZywOo behind him. And Karrigan, he's thinking, I have to make a play or else this round is done. 1 minute remaining as Karrigan steps into mid. And he misses his chance.
ZywOo and Flames following up, and it's just NiKo now. He'll step out of the camera, but the eyes are upon him. And Flames' headshot will connect. A third round for Vitality. A very strong start coming out of that pause.
Yeah, now we get to see what Falcons are made of. This will be an interesting round. They burned a timeout just a couple ago. I don't think Zonic wants to use his second one just yet. So we'll see Karrigan and Falcons drop down into a small buy with pistols so they can have weapons in the next. They'll concede a round a little bit easier over to Vitality. But when they get the guns back in their hands, we get to see what kind of tenacity they've got. What kind of plans and adaptations do they have to fall back on? Because the first 5 rounds look so damn smooth. But you knew Vitality was going to show up and arrive at some point. And rattling off 3 straight has got to have this Falcons defense shaken.
Now you've got ZywOo's AWP. Anticipation of what that weapon might do throughout this series. No real threats from Falcons in this round, and once again, they're knocking on the A-bomb site. Karrigan knocked out.
And over in middle, it's just the pistols going to start shifting over and rotating over, but Apex is just holding this team back. They don't care whatsoever. They know they're going to force a reaction, a response, and they're happy to just sit across the map and see if anyone's going to be pushing forward. Vitality should be able to close this out with no problem. Another smoke in towards B main. mezii just going to go for the spam. And now the bomb is collected with 43 seconds left on the clock, and Vitality have complete control of the situation, complete control of the map. But they're coming towards this. They're coming towards this stack. There's a chance.
m0NESY Deagle. First headshot's good. Going again. You got Kiyosuke up next, but m0NESY's back. He's got another, but it's all gonna be m0NESY against ZywOo, and it will be ZywOo to put an end to the heroics. So close from m0NESY.
Yeah, those Deagles do work. Great positioning from Falcons. Vitality not scouting anything out, going for the play in towards Khan. Lovely shot from the Deagle. It was always going to be hard to get ZywOo on that cross. Confidently swings into the angle. And that's a 4th. Vitality just 1 round away from tying up the scoreline.
A glimpse of even these rounds can be deadly. Even these rounds can be flipped very quickly. But the buy is back for Falcons.
This game hasn't really broken open yet. Both teams testing each other. Both teams' game plans going well at various points. First Falcons, now Vitality. Having ease marching to rounds in a row in sequence.
Oh, completely blind. ZywOo gets away. He gets away on 1 HP. Makes it around the corner. m0NESY holding middle. Plenty of forces on the other side. When does Flames make his step forward?
And NiKo's behind him at the A-bomb site as well. He's joined up with TeSeS. Feels like Falcons are assuming this is going to be an A-hit, but they're dead wrong. Other side of the map is where the play is being made, where the bomb is heading.
Oh, m0NESY's cut off as well. He has a slow rotation back over. It has to be Kiyosuke and Karrigan to deliver again.
And this is the bomb site that got Vitality these 4 rounds. They've been leaning on this weakness.
It's been a game plan of pure punishment towards this B-bomb site defense. Utility slows them, but can the reinforcements of Falcons arrive in time? Karrigan flattened. Kiyosuke out on an island alone, dead at the hand of mezii. And Falcons are just so far away from this one. Vitality once again through to the B-bomb site.
Oh man, out of that timeout, Vitality have taken complete control. Now the game plan is online, and Apex is working this map time and time again. And if you're Falcons now, you're so concerned about that B-bomb site. You can likely no longer play 3 players towards A. You can no longer try and cheat that over. You have to be able to stop the B hits, and it's just not happening.
And Apex is going to know that, right? It's going to be whirling around in his head. Our game plan is working perfectly now. We've got it online. We know they're going to have to start committing resources away from that A site, and opens up so many options for this T side now.
This is looking way too simple in these last 5 rounds for Vitality. Not any kind of resistance from the Falcons defense. It's disappeared here on Anubis. 5 in a row to tie things up. Going into round 11, and we're going to get that second time out of the Sonic and Falcons. Wants to talk things over, wants to figure out the adaptations, and this is the conversation of how you shore up that B bomb site. You can't just do it out of the gate and park 3 players there. You have to show some presence elsewhere. And if you don't want to stack towards the B bomb site, Falcons have a ton of plays towards middle. Stacks with Nico tucked into the corner, paired up with Monacy's AWP. You can start there, drop down into canals for a fast flank. You can start there and try and find an opening pick. Maybe some of that aggression we saw earlier on in this half. But having a very tough time piecing these rounds together. And now you're not getting the benefit of opening kills. Xtaz and Apex have done a great job of getting Vitality back in shape. Fixing those mistakes, fixing those errors. And Falcons have gone cold, ice cold here in the Lanxess.
Question is now, can Zonic and Karrigan find a response? Can they send anything back the way of Vitality in the last couple of rounds of this first half? No real deviation from the setup here for the CT side, no aggression.
Yeah, I mean, here is one of those setups for Nico and Monacy to kind of put a stop and counter the attack over in middle, but Vitality haven't really been opening up with any kind of plays towards the middle of the map, so I don't know if they're actually going to see anything. Now it's down to timings of when they want to shift away. Showing mid control from Vitality. Flames and Mezzy working together, and just as Nico and Monacy back off at their respective positions, Flames, Apex, and Mezzy make their move. It's going to pull Karrigan back away from B. Nico slides further into the A bomb site, sensing the split.
Smokes up. Spam goes through. Warning shots, but Flame still moves forward. They still progress. They get past him. They get to the temple. And now Karrigan better break and do something about this. Dropping utility. Apex is already beyond it. And in that head-up duel between Apex and Karrigan.
Oh, no.
And then blind is robbed. It's Tezes taking the frag. And a 4v4, but 35 seconds left. Monacy out from connector. Eyes fixed on tempo, but utility forces him back.
It's going to be fine. Vitality's just going to bypass this entirely. They realize they actually don't need to take this part of the bomb site whatsoever. Smoke it off. Molotov is down. Mezzy planting other side of the bomb site. And Falcons, this is a very tough retake. Nico is the solo man coming from CT spawn. Otherwise, you're all over in con, bottlenecked.
You've got one HE grenade as well. No flashes, no smokes, no mollies. Surely no way for Falcons. Mezzy waits. AK-47 sharp to rip off the head of Tezes. Follow up from Flames. Nico comes through. Still doable, but very unlikely. ZywOo shuts it down. Monacy alone, and he had the lineup, just couldn't get it done. And it's Vitality 6-5 up.
Apex jumping right into his face as well, giving him no room to operate, no mercy whatsoever. Vitality showing in these last 6 rounds why they're the best team in the world, and overcoming Falcons, they're just a step ahead. Round after round, and it's this B bomb site. It's been a weak point all map long. Round 12, final of the first half.
Oh, straight down into the water. Nico, aggressive. It's going to be Kyosuke on top of it. Chaos to kick off the round.
But you know where it's coming next. You know exactly where it's coming.
It's always been. It always has been. But Monacy this time, not such an easy pushover. ZywOo will get a respawn. The 3 heaviest hitters of Falcons wait down inside of the B site this time.
It'll be elsewhere. It'll be over towards mid they go. Karrigan ready and waiting. Off angle in the mid.
They find Karrigan again. They find him again. This time he gets 1. But how many rounds have we seen Robs and ZywOo pull off together? A minute on the clock.
There's almost no fall-away plan, though. Nico is over in canals. He could actually stop them from dropping down. So ZywOo and Robs, they choose elsewhere. Nico's going to wrap around. Are they ready? ZywOo's got the up-out. Good shot from Nico. Doubles him up. That's the half. Falcons managed to tie it up, but what a streak from Vitality to get right back into the quarterfinals.
Welcome back to the quarterfinal clash of two of the greatest teams we have in Counter-Strike. A hot start from Falcons cooled very quickly by a surgical T-side from Vitality. A clear game plan of punishment towards that B-bomb site defense between Karrigan and Kyosuke. One round grabbed at the end though from Falcons, and we are all tied here on Anubis.
And boy, did Vitality sense and just abuse that weakness, brought him right back into the game. So if you came here as Falcons thinking that you sensed some weakness in the Vitality side, you're dead wrong, as this scoreline is even. As we begin the second half pistol round, Falcons going to be on the attacking side, and now we get to see what Karrigan brings to the table. What kind of offense he calls, how crazy does he want to let him get, trying to unleash these star players that he's got, Nico, Kyosuke, m0NESY, seeing what they can bring to the table.
Strap yourselves in. It's going to be a wild ride here with Karrigan calling this T-side.
Well, Tessis is going to hold on to the bomb outside of the B bomb site. Karrigan going to activate his 3 players towards mid. You got to feel like they're just going to drop out into canals and wrap into the B bomb site. m0NESY and Apex to defend.
You know what m0NESY can do from this platform. We've seen it before. USP in hand this time. Kyosuke going to be marching in. Apex has got 2 headshots. His teammate gone. Apex tries to get a third out of it, but Kyosuke once again back-to-back strong pistols, but goes in while reloading. Bomb's gone, and Vitality have arrived. So it's m0NESY instead. An electric 1v3 required. Goes down into the peak though, and ZywOo nails the headshot.
How fast is that flank? What a well-done defense at that B bomb site to hold him on long enough. Apex with just a couple of kills, take the teeth out of the attack, prevent Falcons from settling things down in a post plan at the B bomb site, and buying time for everyone else to wrap around. Absolutely perfect. Kyosuke gets caught completely off guard. Tessis realizes he can't plant, they can't do anything about it. And Vitality on a wild 7-1 run at the moment. That 5-0 start seems so long ago all of a sudden. And without the bomb plant, Falcons, they choose not to buy here. Back to unarmored pistols, a Deagle on Kyosuke. A chance to talk, a chance for Karrigan to reinforce the game plan he wants to bring in on this T-side once the guns come out.
Yeah, the scoreline really doesn't tell you how one-sided this game is felt. Vitality in absolute control. And a chance for a very strong start here in the second half as well.
All it took was one timeout. That slow start just disappeared. Out of the timeout, it was immediate from Vitality. Apex gonna tuck himself in behind the pillar. m0NESY's here with him. ZywOo shifting over through Temple.
Nico, m0NESY, Kyosuke all coming in through connector. Apex is going to hear those steps. Goes out into the peak. He's got m0NESY's rifle to back him up, and they clean up the round easily. No frag from the other side. 8-6. Vitality leading this way. And we've got Falcons finally getting into a buy. It's going to be AK-47s out. No sighting of that AWP.
Okay, guys, don't forget, everything we have to do. We need to fight for every round, but if we have an opportunity to make a good choice, play together, let's do that.
Looks good so far from Vitality. Exactly what they're doing. Falcons enter the round, their first gun round of this second half. Slow and measured for the moment. Nico and Ruggs. Kyosuke gonna start attacking towards Con. m0NESY and support. Tessis and Karrigan outside the B bomb site for Vitality, stacked up over in middle. 3 defenders in that part of the map. Ready and waiting. Small fake smoke from Nico just to show that presence, but Rob steps in front of it, so it does absolutely nothing. He's gonna negate that play from Nico, negate that piece of utility, so nobody on the defense has to budge. Not yet at the very least. Vitality's putting all their faith over in m0NESY, the sole defender to play retake. As soon as the set piece comes in, drop the Molotov, back away, and let the reinforcements come. Once again, they could have that fast flank, that fast wraparound dropping out of the window.
And the rotation already coming through. ZywOo back to a CT. But m0NESY's back against the wall, handles one, goes out again, Karrigan blinded. ZywOo sends himself through the smoke, flames are on the back, that's the bomb. You've got to go back and get it, Tess says, oh, he's up next. And Vitality just arrive in rapid time. And Carrigan can do nothing about this. 20 seconds. And he's getting flanked out. He's getting pressure from all angles. And Vitality just put the pressure on.
The tactical prowess from Vitality is wild. Just saying, you can have the B bomb site. Come attack into it. We want you to take it because we don't care about the bomb site. We're flanking around the B bomb site already. We're dropping down. We're flanking you in canals. We've got support already arriving. They are just steps ahead of Falcons at the moment. And this is a little bit of a bonus round. 2 SMGs in the hands of Vitality. They don't even need all the rifles yet. Absolute dominance.
Sending the Falcons down to Tech 9. ZywOo ripping away Nico.
Where have they gone? Where has Falcons disappeared off to? This is no longer a game. It's no longer a contest.
Absolutely brutal. We talk about all the individual skill on this team, the superstars they've got. One of them at least has to show up to try and get them back into this. They're getting beaten by Vitality, brutally beaten.
This is where you look to guys like Nico, guys like Modesty, had those incredible Stage 3 performances to get them into the playoffs. This is where you look at those two guys and say, we need a moment. We need a big play. We need a clutch. We need a great sequence out of you to get this team fired up. Change the energy. Change the mindset of this team.
But Modesty and Nico dead first in this round. Vitality in pursuit of double figures. And it feels like it's right there. All three players outside of the smoke. ZywOo backtracking to see if they come through, but Apex, no mercy. He's forgotten his manners. A kill onto Carrigan through the smoke. Kyosuke and Tesses will do what they can, but it's completely futile.
They don't even get a chance to do anything. They don't even get a chance to play. Vitality's just wrecking them, moving across the map, controlling the entire map. Every step they take. And you don't have a whole lot of time left to wake back up into this game. This is where Falcons are going to have to lean on that comeback against Na'Vi from Stage 3 and say, we've done it once before here at the Major. We can do it again.
Apex is going to be talking about keeping this level of pressure up. Keep our boots on their throat. Up next is Inferno. We know how much of a weakness that has been for Falcons since the very beginning of this roster.
Well, Kerrigan and Kyosuke were the weakness at the B-bomb site here in Anubis. They will be on that map as well. Very, very tough series if Falcons cannot win this map. A default spread for Falcons here in round 17. Kyosuke delayed off by smoke, blocking his choke point. But really no pressure being applied to this offense. Now we're gonna get a little bit of map control play. Nico flashed in towards A main, but Rops is playing passively. He's had a very, very chill half so far, Rops. Not a whole lot of attention sent his way at all. And once again, this mid-stack Vitality, this is game plan for Falcons, and they're waiting for them to find it out.
This is gonna be crushing. Vitality have so many players at the ready. Carrigan having to fight on. Gets the trade on Flames, they've got the info. But how do they shift these resources? The bomb has got to get over to B.
Man advantage and a time for ZywOo to step up as the smoke and con fades.
ZywOo gets the one. Modesty trades it out to fight in middle. Goes the way of Nico. And it's just Rops. They know exactly where he is. They know he's the safe player. He walks out in the open. Nico can't handle him. And so Rops steps up into the clutch. A long way to go for Rops.
He's got the money to go for it if he wants. Kind of slow playing things at the moment. Looks like he might just concede this round. Falcons finally respond. They're going to get their 7th and AK-47 grabbed by Rups. Or is he going to come in late and go for a little bit of a sneak defuse? It's way too late in the bomb timer for that, surely. Yeah, just going to park himself in middle. 10-7. Falcons finally into it, but nothing that feels certain. Nothing that feels like they've gotten a grip on this game.
Really needed to keep that player alive as well. Carrigan couldn't go down. They don't have a whole lot of money. They do not have that luxury for the Falcons. We've got $3,600 here for Nico coming into this round, so he is loving the fact they can get a drop.
But you got to see some of the individuals from Falcons actually play, right? Kyosuke, after the smoke fade, steps in towards Con, takes down Mezzi. Nico showing some presence over towards A main, making Rops pay attention to that side of the map as well. He's active in middle the whole time. And maybe that is something to come. Maybe we can see if they can build on that round. 3 rounds back and not out of the fight yet.
No, a lifeline has been thrown out here for the Falcons. See if they can swim back to shore. A chance to drown them out here, Vitality, with a very strong buy still in their hands and plenty of cash left over. Flames just checking their side of the smoke. The Falcons starting to dare to attack towards this A site.
Yeah, they're showing that they want to gain a little bit of space in towards A main to be able to do a set piece behind it. So Rops, perhaps for the first time, is going to have to call a teammate over. Apex and Flames over in middle. Nico trying to find him through the smoke. A little bit of a duel, but no commitment quite yet. Modesty with the bomb now slides over towards A main as well.
There's the flash plate activated in. Now Rops climbing his way up to the heavens. They're not coming his way. They begin to backtrack for a second. 40 seconds left on this clock. Where the Falcons want to go for the finishing move. The utility flying into the A side, but they're not going to that
Kerrigan's faked him out.
He's worked well, but ZywOo could still stop this. 25 seconds. ZywOo scopes up first. Drops back, ready for the next fight. ZywOo turns, can't get the second shot to land. Kerrigan comes in at the right time, but as Mezzi off the platform, can't do much. And that bomb will get planted. Rops and Apex making their way over.
All right, Kerrigan a little panicked, but tucks himself into the corner. Rops tries to beat the smoke, but it pops in his face, so Apex plays, doesn't check. And now Rops has to back away. Falcons, they're gonna string two together, clawing themselves back into this map.
They're staying in it. It's exactly what you wanted to see in this quarterfinal. It looked like they've been knocked off their feet. Such a strong start, but Vitality were crushing them. Last couple of rounds give Falcons a little bit of hope.
Yeah, well, you're getting a little bit more activity out of them. The whole play towards A main, that actually sells this fake perfectly. Pulls Flames, pulls Apex over. When that follow-up utility comes out, they sense that A hit because the pressure had been there round after round. And it's an opening towards the B bomb site. Trading out ZywOo, trading out Mezzi, and finding their passage in. Forcing the second timeout out of Vitality. Money's gonna start getting grim for this CT side. ZywOo's gonna pick up an AWP, but rebuying all these rifles is gonna chew into the money that they built up. Falcons is getting closer to that point where they can slingshot this streak into regaining the lead on this map. 10-8, no signs of panic from either squad just yet. A swing round here towards the tail end, round 19. Winner grabs a huge economic advantage over the other.
These are the moments, this is the point of the game where the individuals will really truly make the big differences. You can swing this game back in your favor. We'll see who it will be. We've got Vitality, last legs on the money. Mezzi racing forward out of B main, aggressive with some confidence. He's got some help with him too. Apex needed to be there because he gets the trade, trying to back away, trying to get the safety, and he does.
Plenty of defense behind him in the B bomb site if that was going to go south as well. Falcons not able to take too much space off of it, going to start crawling through middle as we speak. Kyosuke leading the way, Monesi and Tess is in support, and even Nico coming over to join up with them. All four members of Falcons playing grouped up at the moment, looking to trade their way through middle. Apex defending. Flames and Rops at the A bomb site, ready and waiting.
In that first half, for Vitality, there was an obvious weakness. They don't have that here on this CT side, but Kyosuke fights forward. His strength chops up one. Rob's trying to handle the pressure of multiple players coming at him from different angles, and he just won't. Tesses swoops into the site. Bomb plant secured, and the save is on.
Yeah, hard hit to read. Kyosuke given all the freedom in the world to pick his own timing, and you gotta love seeing that. If you're Kerrigan, you're telling him right now, I love everything you did there. Love your decision to take that moment, that opportunity to speed things up. Sensed he had a timing and had the confidence to go for it. Provides the opening kill, and now Falcons is building into a streak. This T side, yet again, another comeback. 3 rounds in a row to bring them within 1. And the money's gonna be so grim for Vitality. The weapons they're saving are critical. AK-47 on Apex, up in the hands of ZywOo to bring forward. Other than that, they have nothing else to fight with. It's exactly what the desk talked about. Kerrigan coming into this team and his individual level be damned. Look at the way he's able to keep this Falcon squad fighting back every time to recover inside this quarterfinal series.
Ahead of this game, Nico was talking about how important Kiyosuke is to this T side. He's the space taker, he's the front man of the attacks. You see him doing his job so effectively. Creates the chaos, puts the pressure on Rops. And Falcons with a great chance to tie up this game. They're coming at B. ZywOo's there. The AWP brings down m0NESY dead first.
That's bold knowing the AWP is still in play. Surely they had the read of the economy that it was going to be a little bit punished. The dry peek in. What a backfire. And now you got to start sweating. Man down against a low economy buy. Right when it felt like you gained control of this map, it might just slip out of your hands.
Arrogant making the play as he so often does for his teams on these T sides.
Yeah, but he's got to wait now. Look how far ahead he is of everyone.
Well, he's calling them back. Smoke will go down at camera. He's going to sever the information flow of Flames. Apex is hungry for info. He's trying to find it inside of the water, trying to flank in, not seeing anybody towards A.
Yeah, but you saw the AWP at that B bomb site, and you're choosing to go at ZywOo.
Good dink from Mezzy. P250 trying to outmatch the rifle of Kerrigan.
Look at, you're kind of trapped. Falcons is in a really weird place. Tessis has the bomb. He's kind of alone on stairs. Kerrigan has no HP. They don't know where to go at the moment.
This round is in limbo, but they've made their decision. They know where they're going, and they're coming at Rops. The 5-7 weights in hand. It's ready to pop out. Rops is silent but deadly, but he's caught in the corner. Nico moves in. Now they're in the site, and that bomb is going to get planted, but there's an A-main push coming in from Falcons.
They're going to be very cognizant of this after the plant. No utility, no smoke to block it off whatsoever. Here's the peak.
Here's the fight. Apex, watch out, it's Nico. Nails it. ZywOo back and shut down instantly. It's got to be Mezzy. It's doable. A missed shot. Mezzy moves in. Looking to conquer this clutch, but he just can't do it. Tesses sets him down. They tied it up. Falcons have fought their way back into the game, 10 apiece.
And look who's on top. Look who's leading the way. Kiyosuke, 16 kills, 14 deaths. Topping the charts for Falcons in this comeback. In this streak, this is absolutely excellent out of Falcons. We didn't really know what to expect out of Kerrigan with such a short time. Were these guys truly going to be trophy contenders? Was it too early to expect that out of them? And look at the way he's got them geared up and fired up on this T side. Challenging the best team in the world.
Aggression from Robs. If he goes too far though, m0NESY's ready. Ready to punish. And that's exactly what he does. Robs is gone. Opening kill. Coming through from Falcons.
And now you can work the map. Now Kerrigan can slow things down. Nico's going to wait patiently over towards Ruggs. Everyone starts backing away from their position to see if there's going to be any kind of a reaction, any sort of aggression out of Vitality to try and even things out. And it's a shift towards middle for Vitality, and this has been quite a nuisance at times in this half. This middle position that turns into such fast flanks, whether it's through Con, whether it's wrapping around the B bomb site. Delay smoke goes down. Once again, it looks like ZywOo's number is going to be called. Falcons now stepping in towards A main, waiting behind this smoke. Apex going to start shifting over in support.
There's one player you want in this situation. It is ZywOo. Here's the flank around the back. Flames red. Apex going in forward. Trying to force them back. 25 seconds. 25 seconds. Get a move on, Falcons. Get to that site.
But the site's wide open. There's nobody home. Kerrigan's found the escape valve. He's found his way in. He's got the team following it up. And Mezzy's forced away with nade in hand.
And wasn't in the right position. Apex getting there, but smoke is up. He can't cancel that plant. He can't do anything about this. And money is gone for Vitality. They have to concede. They have to back away. And that means the Falcons are into the lead.
Well, you were talking about confidence earlier. The confidence you got to have in Kerrigan built up at this point. And look at the way he's working these mid-rounds. Beautiful, beautiful calling from Kerrigan to keep Falcons in this game. And not just that, but now taking a lead. Exactly why they brought him into this team. They missed the chances to lift trophies leading into the Cologne Major, but they don't care whatsoever. All the faith in the world in this captain that they brought in late in the season. (11-10) going into round 22. A lead for Falcons out of nowhere. Now 5 rounds straight for this offense at a blistering pace. A game of streaks back and forth. Both teams struggling to recover and adapt to put a stop to these. And right now, Vitality, you got to do it quick. Falcons 2 rounds away from taking this first map in the series.
Rops' aggression has been punished by m0NESY from this exact position before. 3-man setup here for Vitality in middle.
They've ran this setup so many times in this half. This has got to be like the 4th time they've put it in.
And they haven't come at them all that often.
I think it's only connected once when Falcons has actually moved in towards middle. A clear game plan against this attack, but hasn't panned out the way Vitality would have liked.
Again, some utility pressure towards Rops, but he has no idea.
Oh, that smoke.
Of the numbers in front of him. And with that smoke that he tosses out, he actually has to concede the fight. Has to drop in behind it. He has got quick rotations from his teammates in mid. But here they come. Is Rops ready for the task? Smoke breaks, Kiyosuke and Karrigan entering the feed, and they are collapsing upon this Vitality defense. It's just m0NESY. Falcons have broken through. Map point.
So much poise from this Falcons team. Just in sequence, taking small pieces of control until they're ready for the overwhelming attack. And m0NESY's gonna desperately try and hang on to this, but Falcons are hungry. They want to rip everything out of their hands, easy as possible.
Truly. They're sending everybody at him. NiKo's coming next. The switch is down, but m0NESY's gone. Vitality, everything taken from their hands. And it was said that this task might be too tall for the Falcons this early, with Karrigan only joining the team. But they are rising to the occasion. They are delivering.
In absolutely beautiful fashion. Picking Vitality apart, finding the weakness, finding the weak bomb site in terms of defense. So many times Vitality have stacked middle, but Falcons is loving punishing the extremities. And a final chance, a final talk. A final timeout for Vitality spent. Their first one got them started on a streak. But they've disappeared now under this onslaught from Falcons. 6 rounds in a row. A team effort out of Falcons. And 2 chances to close out this map. Head into Inferno with a 1-map lead in the quarterfinals. And it hasn't just been explosive star power, it's just been good, clean counter-strike out of Falcons.
And that is something that has eluded them in the biggest of games. It's always been a head-scratcher watching some of the rounds that Falcons have lost with the caliber of players within this squad.
Well, right now it's working exactly as designed. Kiyosuke leading the way 17, m0NESY and NiKo 15 apiece. The engine of Falcons is well and truly working. Karrigan wants to show some mid-presence.
NiKo against Apex first. It's Apex who's won it. He'll drop back in behind the smoke. Vitality hold the advantage for now.
I mean, it looks like they want to go right back to this. They're saying, okay, maybe you got this kill here, you saw this, maybe you start shifting someone away to elsewhere. Due to that presence in middle from Karrigan, maybe they look in that direction.
Can this defense hold against the full force of the Falcons? It's Karrigan getting the kills done. Kiyosuke moving in. ZywOo keeps Vitality in this fight. In fact, he gives them the edge. 35 seconds. Ball moving in.
Yeah, well, you got the flank coming from Flames, and that's been punishing you all half long.
Falcons going for the finish. Trying to end this map now. Flames comes in. Flank successful. It's Tessus, the unlikely hero. The 1v3. Headshots clean. Has he got another? No. Vitality extend play.
Alive a little bit longer. Again, that drop down from Flames so fast to wrap around through canals in towards Con. They haven't been able to read that. They haven't been able to get the timing of it. And ZywOo just cleaning that 1 kills off prevents Falcons from having the resources. The player count needed to cover this with a lovely shot from Flames on a Monacy.
But you've got so much money if you're Falcons. The purchase is coming through.
You got so much money, but not a whole lot of time. 1 round remaining.
Nice, I love the move, guys, but listen, let's keep having patience. If we get first kill, let's keep being slowed down. Listen to Fenn's call, okay? Let's play as a team. No hero plays this round, okay? Or let's just lead it, guys. Okay, yeah. Full focus. Yeah.
Zana calling for them to play within themselves, play within the team. After that first kill, don't try and do anything crazy. Keep the pacing in check.
One chance to close it in regulation.
It's coming to the B bomb site all the way. Tessus, Nico, and Kerrigan with the bomb outside B. Kiyosuke and Monacy at the stairs. Little bit of a pump fake. A strong defense in place for Vitality. The AWP rings out. And I think that might force Falcons away from this idea.
They start to pull away. Kerrigan has been able to maneuver this squad and find the answers throughout this T side.
They're putting a lot of this round in Kiyosuke's hands. They're more than happy to let him challenge over in Con. They're saying when this smoke fades, look for your play. He got an opening kill for you earlier from this position.
And if he can get it, they're ready to pounce. The forces of Falcons arriving outside of this B-bomb site. Here's the question. Vitality gone! Kiyosuke, the killer! Apex and Mezzi both gone now. ZywOo stepping forward, trying to be the difference. Misses the shot. And ZywOo's gone. Robs goes down, and Kiyosuke delivers on the big stage. Millions and millions of dollars spent for 1 goal, 1 purpose. But now they've got the Kerrigan magic. They take the opening map of the quarterfinal.
Every single round needed in this clash of titans, but Falcons break through finally in regulation. We'll be diving into those T-sides in just a moment, but let's just bask in the glory, Janko, of what Kiyosuke was able to pull off in those final moments.
Finally having his moment on the big stage, Freya. That was the big difference since the addition of Kerrigan. His level in these playoff games has been what you would expect from a player as talented as he is. You can see the freedom he is playing with, and yes, this final round was absolutely unbelievable by Kiyosuke.
I just love the fact that he's going for it, you know, that he's not shying away from it. You'd kind of understand if he, in his current condition, with the group stage that he had, with the fact that it's 12-11, would play it a bit more passive or would expose himself a little bit less to the danger of being in connector, you know, exposed to the duels. But Kiyosuke, he's going for it. He's never been afraid of steering away from that responsibility. And I guess the difference since Kerrigan came in is he's actually delivering more often than not.
And the depth of the kills that he's got in this map specifically is that he's not only going for the plays, but he's punishing the plays that are coming at him. The last round, clear example of that. He's just holding at the perfect moment, and even if something doesn't go their way, Monacy is always close by to trade. So there's like a vast difference in Kiyosuke that, yes, he's a playmaker, but he's also capable of holding on his own.
That's the thing. You've got to be able to trust your own intuition, trust that killer instinct, which is much easier said than done on a stage like this, right?
Yeah, and having 4 kills in the first round of the game does help. I think that was a big moment for him. You could see how hyped the team was and Kerrigan was for him. But yeah, I want to know how many kills did Kerrigan have on this map. I think that's the main talking point for people out there. But you can see in that second half, it's just a different team.
Yes.
Like, how many times do you see Falcons before in games? They're up 4-0, 5-0. They start losing rounds. You know, they give up that lead, and then they just fall flat. Like, they're just out of the game. And you could see in the second half, despite losing pistol and falling behind, there was none of that. Like, they still had believed that they can come back, that they can win this game, and that's what Kerrigan has brought to the Falcons.
100%. You know, he called a great T-side. He also stepped up individually on the T-side. I can tell you, had 4 kills in the first half. Didn't do much. He was also targeted a lot by Vitality. I personally think he was a big part of the reason as why Vitality got back into the game as well, because he is a bit of a liability on the CT side. But I think you summarized it pretty well, Janko, saying if you were to evaluate Kerrigan within Falcons, is he a net positive so far? I think he is. There's no steering away from the fact that he is going to be a bit of a liability at times on the CT side. He's been throughout the entirety of the tournament, saying anything everything else would be lying straight out, after watching the games. But is he a net positive with the way he was calling on the T side, and also the fact that he stepped up in 3 buy rounds, got a multi-kill himself? At that point, you make it a positive.
Let's dive into some examples of that then. We got round 18 up first, part of that 6-round T-side streak.
Yeah, I think this was the most important round for Falcons. It's the reset round after you win the first one on your T side, and you can see how they're putting pressure towards A. We saw this in the pre-game too, in the examples, right? Nico here trying to draw out some utility. There was a lot of reactions from Vitality. They were having this setup on mid. We saw the opening setups on mid, but then the late round fake. You can see m0NESY expending all of his utility. Kerrigan is already outside B, and the rest are going up water. And 3 Vitality players on A. This could have gotten dangerous with ZywOo getting the first kill, but Kerrigan on that lurk goes through the smoke. They trade the second player as well, and they get into a 3v3 scenario with closing out the round. And this was just so important to win the round first and foremost, but also the manner in which they won it, being composed, not just finishing the round how they initially intended, but throwing that fake, and there was a lot of that going on in the second half.
We've had multiple slow, draggy rounds on the T side, both from Vitality and from Falcons. They are not like a shot callers, like they're gonna just pick a strat and they're gonna do it from the spawn, but they are defaulting, they're gathering information, they're making educated guesses throughout that whole T side. Both Apex and Kerrigan were doing it very well. You said that this was probably your favorite or most important round of the game. For me, it was definitely round 20, and I can dive right into that. That Falcons basically were in a position where they had to dig themselves out of the deep trouble because of losing this ZywOo m0NESY head-to-head duel. ZywOo was just there like a second earlier, and they have to go back and rethink the whole approach of the round. Like, this is with Kixen, like, how many times are they going to do this? Like, they're going as a snowball towards middle, and they craft the round as it kind of is presented to them. They theory craft the B split, they try to go into the CT spawn, but here Kerrigan gets actually dinked ridiculously by m0NESY. Decide to fall back immediately, go back to that A hit, which is, by the way, pretty much free. Robs is there by himself, and that is another great call. Yes, timing here plays in the favor of Falcons, but what a beautiful call and fallback to recover the round where, honestly, Vitality could get away with this map right there and then.
Yeah, that dink was a blessing in disguise for Falcons. They might have just gone into ZywOo again, and these rounds are so tough to call against because there's an op in play, a saved rifle, and the other players have pistols. So will the rifle play first? Will the pistol try something? Or how will they stack? And yeah, they dodged the bullet there, Falcons, for sure.
Speaking of dodging, I feel like they dodged ZywOo for the vast majority of that T side as well. We saw a couple of times where the bomb was played outside of the bomb side towards ZywOo. Then Kerrigan and one of the teammates would find out, okay, ZywOo is in place with the op. We're going to change the approach a little bit. He went back to take some mid control just to cause a bit of rotation on the side of Vitality. And I will say, whenever we saw ZywOo's point of view, especially in the last couple of rounds, he was heavily contested by smokes, heavily contested by flashes, heavily contested by Molotovs. And that's the number one thing you want to do when you're playing ZywOo. At least you don't want to give him the easy kills that you know he's going to hit 10 out of 10 times. So they made the game tough for him, and as a result, he didn't have as much impact.
I think that's a very good point. They made it very complicated for ZywOo on the other side of things.
Yeah, for ZywOo and the rest of Vitality, I mean, that's a really stressful game to play for Vitality, right? Like for the players, because there's a lot of slow-paced play. You're making moves, but your moves aren't really being fruitful in terms of finding kills or taking significant map control. And then in the last 20 to 30 seconds, you're just getting outplayed a little bit, right? Like with rotations, that second to last round, you're getting into an MTB bomb site as well. So that's going to maybe linger a little bit in the heads of the Vitality.
Speaking of the last moments of this particular map, let's dive into round 24 and see what a menace Kyosuke was in this one as well. Great showing from him.
Yeah, a fantastic showing. As I said, the fact that he's going for this play, the fact that he's not getting scared away by the grenade, by the fact that it's 12 to 11, you'd see a lot of players maybe take a little step back, maybe not fully committing into this position, but as Stuko said as well, you have m0NESY next to you, and he's punishing the progressive play coming in from Vitality. This was them trying to punish Falcons. This was them trying to take charge of the round, and Kyosuke with a fantastic spray transfer, gets 2 kills, makes the round almost unlosable, and then he finishes it off in style with the last kill as well. I love to see it from Kyosuke. He's a main talking point naturally for Falcons because I feel like that's the one player, as we spoke about in the group stage, was not necessarily missing, but we expected a little bit more. But if he's playing like this in the playoff, that unlocks a complete new version and a new level of Falcons, where Kerrigan is maybe willing to say that they're not playing at 60%, but more so 70, 80, 90.
But honestly, even Kyosuke playing at this level, I don't think it can make a difference for what's coming, right? This was still Falcons' pick, right? It went the distance, they were able to close it out, but on Inferno, it feels like a massive mismatch, right? Everyone who doesn't permaban the map has been, you know, targeting Falcons on it, and the main reason is their B bomb side, right? And banana control is just really shoddy, and they really struggle to have a way to take some control.
Why is that such an issue? What have you seen evident about that setup just not working for Falcons?
Just not being really necessarily on the same page, right, with Kerrigan and Kyosuke. Also, Kyosuke hasn't had the best of games, but you then feel this sort of pressure to lean over there if you're Nico, to open there if you're Monacy, right? And all of a sudden, the weakness comes on the other side of the map. So the one thing that was keeping them alive in some of these games has been Nico with some ridiculous rounds, but you can't. That's not something you can rely on to happen here against Vitality.
Do you want a theory craft, perhaps, how to band-aid this fix on B-side Inferno? Like, what are we going to see from Falcons that is needed to kind of push this over the edge? Are we putting Monacy on B-side more with an AWP?
I'm more interested in what we're going to see from Vitality, because their plan on T-side was just go to Kerrigan's bomb side. Time and time again, and I think Falcons were overthinking on their CT side. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to just win around on A early on Inferno just to make it look like, I'm not going to do the same thing, but I think a lot of important rounds, that's where he's going to want to end. And for Falcons, depending on how you start, I think you need to take some risks here, right? Whether that's going to be some, I don't like blind gambles, even though it's Inferno, but lean an extra player towards B and then go and make a play, right? Throw numbers at the problem, because if they just want to play default here, I think Vitality has their number all day long.
I think it goes without saying that this B bomb side has been a little bit of a liability, and I think the best defense in this occasion is an offense. I agree with you. You know, maybe cheat an extra player over there, fight for banana control as well. Maybe Kerrigan, yes, from an individual point of view, is not going to win too many head-to-head duels, but he can find himself in a position where he's going to set up Nico, set up Monacy, and set up other players on banana to make it a little bit easier for him later into the round to maybe get the kills needed for him to shut it down.
I would say with the game Kyosuke is having, just let him loose, you know, unleash him, especially if you can win pistol and convert, like early on, just send him out, like be aggressive, because if you can win rounds early by doing that, now there's so much pressure on Vitality, right? Because that's what you're counting on. That's the big weakness for Falcons on this map. And if you can somehow turn it into a strength, then Vitality can really be in trouble.
We heard obviously from Kerrigan earlier saying maybe they're playing at 60%, 70%, maybe if they're lucky. Obviously that's maybe adapted a little bit after that first map of Anubis, but I'm curious as to where you're reading Vitality right now, Janko. What level was it on that first map for you?
I think it wasn't their A game, but I can't say they necessarily played bad, right? They turtled up and went into their shell, a little bit being outplayed. Maybe their players needed a bit more poise, you know, in some of these moments, not to over-rotate, but it did, you know, there's things like forced errors and unforced errors, and I think the errors Vitality was making were forced by the good play from Falcons on T side.
I do think that they ran away with it, especially at the beginning. 5-0 start is big thing for Falcons, and the way they did it was extremely disruptive. They didn't let Vitality play whatever they wanted to do, whatever call, whatever default it was, and we've actually had a couple of insights from Extaz in the timeouts, like, guys, just drag the rounds longer, like, we are going to be okay in the 5v5s if it's like 30 seconds left, and that's exactly what happened, and that's why they actually came back into 6-6 half.
I don't want to make assumptions here, but it still sounds like we're favoring Vitality moving into Inferno.
I think everything we know, you know, in terms of history on Inferno, what we've seen from Falcons in the group states as well on Inferno, it should lean towards Vitality, but I like to say, especially in a playoff game like this, each game will live its own life, and I do think there's a realistic world where Falcons can do damage to Vitality. I remember you and I covering the Budapest Major as well. Falcons back then, you know, that was good times, you know. You weren't there for some reason, I'm sorry. You should have been. But it was one of those scenarios where the track record for Falcons coming into the tournament on Inferno was horrible. Then they beat Furia all of a sudden on Inferno. Then they lost to a team, you know, I can't even remember the name to. And then the next game they beat another team that was world class on the map. So they've been vastly inconsistent on Inferno. And all I'm saying is there's a chance here for Kyosuke to be let loose and hopefully give us a good game.
Well, Vitality, no doubt a known quantity as we move on to this ground of Inferno. But when you got Kerrigan at the helm on this stage, anything can happen. Falcons 1-0 up. Let's see if they can take this one on their opponent's map pick.
Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
The pounding heart of esports beats louder here in Katowice.
They have the double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
With the Cologne Major just around the corner, Alex has a plan.
No more lifeless geometry. No more sterile sculptures.
A plan to make history.
The future of esports accolades.
Now,
strap in, team.
It's a race against time.
Mission Control, this is Machine 1. We missed the window. We missed the major.
It's leaking again!
And with history on the line, the stakes have never been higher.
Oi! Get a move on!
More action.
Please proceed on foot. That means run! Run! There it is!
More excitement.
Look at me! Full throttle. Engines engaged.
More despair.
What's the matter? Price tag non-refundable!
Now, fasten your seatbelt.
This is it.
And get ready for the ultimate delivery.
This is our history. Embarrassing.
This is a high-value target. And no stranger to being inside. He has had multiple stints and will not go willingly.
Wait, if he won't go willingly, why are we bringing him out?
I spent some time in jail. 2015. 2 long years before I made it out.
Hold up. Give me some more info. What is this?
David Frozen Chanansky, our prime target.
Hold on. When you say target, what do you mean by that?
Don't you worry, my friend.
Nicole, you know it's just an expression, right? A meme. He's not actually in jail.
Not according to newly uncovered classified information. 9th of April, FaZe Clan signed up to Harris County Jail land in Texas.
What? These fuckers will do anything for a couple of VRS points.
By day, they farm the inmates. By night, they're held in their cells.
Wait, what? They sleep in the cells?
Equal accommodation. What can I say? Competitive integrity.
Right. Makes perfect sense.
We paid the warden's buyout and got the all clear on our little stunt. In, out. This whole thing is gonna be a breeze.
David, man. Man's been eating good in jail. You've got the connections. Respect.
Respect.
Nico Nikola Kovac. I always knew you would come back for me.
Yo, wagwan everyone, how you doing today? Sun's out, but we're still ducking the rain. My name's Shemzy, I was A-OK until both. What the fuck are we doing? I told you, I like jail. Known by the bouncers cause I party rough. Then I got approached by Dirt McGruff. He was huge and the girl said I called a buff.
We have been given one of the most difficult major playoff brackets imaginable. Falcons have taken the first map though versus Vitality. An opportunity opens for them to take down their toughest opponent in the first round of games. They move to Inferno, which has infamously been such a difficult map for Falcons. Vitality hope they will be able to deliver some punishment. Even though Vitality didn't show their best game on map 1, they still took it all the rounds to regulation. But now this has to be their chance. Vitality are in pursuit of greatness, to go where no one can ever think of going, that everyone else has to merely dream of. Falcons could put an end to that now, to stop them, to stop their chances of the three-peat, and open up an opportunity of their own to move on and lift the major trophy. It's only the quarterfinals, but Cologne is delivering already. Vitality versus Falcons continues here on Inferno, and it's time to get into the action.
And all eyes on this map center in on Nico for Falcons on this defense. Strong performances. By far the best player for Falcons, and he's going to have to be absolutely everywhere on this map. Tessa's going for an early little information play. He's not really much, nothing at all over an alt mid. So Vitality's going to start scaling, start moving up. Rops towards Halls, Flames in alt mid. Mezzi and Apex starting to flirt over with Banana, where Nico plays alone with no utility. A retake set up at this B bomb site, trusting in that USP. And Falcons want to make sure if Vitality take brackets, if they step towards the A bomb site, they're stacked up and ready.
And the earlier stages of the competition, hero performances on this very map from Nico was still not enough. Some of the times for Falcons to get the win on this map. Solo at B, but the first fight looks like it's going to be up towards top middle. And plenty of players ready for Falcons if that is to be the case, but the bomb starts to drop back, and so do the rest of the Vitality players.
Yeah, they don't sense any defense whatsoever, and actually Falcons now shifting away because they don't sense an attack, and Kerrigan's going to start getting his hustle over to the B bomb site, but he's going to be late, and there's no flashes to activate Nico whatsoever. He'll be stuck behind smoke. He's going to cross his fingers and hope he can land a headshot through this smoke. Blind shooting with the USP.
That's got to be Nico on his own, tapping through. Kerrigan's got another one. The start is strong. ZywOo at least getting a kill back here for Vitality, but he's out of commission. Trying to put that bomb down. It's planted. And so a 3v4, a retake required from Falcons as the other two rotate over through spawn.
Yeah, going to be very, very difficult for Vitality to hold on to this. So there's no flashbangs. There's no kit in play for Falcons. It's going to have to be quick.
They're coming in from CT and Ruins. No one from Banana. ZywOo's head checked first. Kyosuke gonna go down. Apex reveal. Robs does what he can, but it's all on Apex. Out from Dark, shrouded in it, but Monesi's got the headshot. Falcons have the pistol, and the retake is delivered.
A team ace for Falcons. Everybody gets one. You absolutely love to see that. And you gotta be loving the initiative of someone like Kyosuke leading the charge on that retake. The first one to step in and grab a headshot. And he's playing that exact same way we saw on Anubis. And now with that sequence, with that map beneath his belt, with the performance that he had, that confidence can skyrocket. And he's gonna need it throughout this half. We saw the way him and Kerrigan were targeted on Anubis. When they're defending this big bomb site together on Inferno, you have to imagine that's gonna be in the game plan of Vitality to come check that out. Come see what they've got in this map. Come see if they can actually hold you back. 1-0 for Falcons.
Well, they got a bomb plant, so Vitality can buy up. It's gonna be an 8K for ZywOo. Flames Galil in sight. Good amount of damage towards ZywOo and Mezzi. Grenades continue to fly.
You can handle losing the pistol if you're Vitality. The conversation between maps would have been, we can't get buried in that 0-5 hole. As you mentioned, they didn't play their best game, but still so close. And they got to be looking at that start and saying, if we didn't start slow, more of a fight.
Mezzi sent forward by fire. Kerrigan and Kyosuke able to stand strong for the time being and force away Vitality. And it feels like those first two kills are enough to win this round. It would take something ridiculous out of ZywOo's AK to get them back into this.
Yeah, bombs dropped all the way back at the base of T-Ramp, but there's no reason even to think about it right now if you're Vitality. You need some kills before you can even think about the plant. So Apex is going to come investigate. He's got some utility, but they want to make this play with contact to catch the defense off guard. An unexpected shift walk into the B bomb site.
Oh, there's one from ZywOo. Plenty more where that came from, though. Kyosuke and Kerrigan still here. A strong crossfire down into the side with Kyosuke now dismounting off the boost. Temporarily, Kerrigan is left on his own with no support, no help. They're going to try and hunt him down. ZywOo's got him in his sights. He's got him in his crosshair. And that's the round back on. ZywOo has done enough. But both him and Rops have taken damage. And Monesi handles both. Swipes them away with the M4. And a second round coming through from Falcons.
Not bad to battle your way back into the B bomb site, though, from Vitality to at least get that bomb plant. Well-constructed defense from Falcons with three players there. Double kill from Kyosuke. Great work as they come through the Molotov. Just a lovely piece of utility to force the hand of Vitality, to force them to step forward before they're ready for the attack. Another plants. Another decision for Vitality to invest into this round. Coming back with a vengeance, AK in the hands of ZywOo. Tech 9s on Apex and Flames. Galil on Rops and an MP7 on Mezzi. And you got to do economic damage if you're going to bring out this kind of a buy. You need to chip away and get a good amount of kills, and they're going to try and surprise Falcons with this extra buy, this extra investment.
Well, Falcons have an extra player towards B. They've barraged Apex, sending it back on 6 health.
I think if you're Falcons, you know exactly where they're going to test too. You mentioned the game plan of Vitality to test this B bomb site. Well, if you're Falcons, you know that. Few extra nades sent down a banana early goes a long way to soften up Apex, bring Mezzi down to 67 HP.
Flames beyond the half wall. Some space at least taken here for Vitality. Nade's going to be tossed out. Pressure put towards Kyosuke. Grenade lands on top of him. Still got enough health to happily play. But Carrigan now isolated, taken down. Good spray from Kyosuke to get the response. Bomb leaps in, Vitality through once again to this B site.
Yeah, now but you got utility for the retake. Oh, they're coming in quick.
Yeah, they're racing into this, aren't they? Getting this retake going as quickly as possible. But Zywoo's going to handle it. And will that decision for Falcons cost him? m0NESY's got to kill right back. Things stabilize again. They pause in the action as they wait for Tesses to rotate over. He's got the supportive utility. Send your forces in. Send Nico up. Over the top. Spots out his target. Can't take him. Time ticking. Fuse thinning. Zywoo into the open. Topples 2. No chance now for m0NESY. He's going to back away. And no mercy. He can't fall away. Finally, Vitality breakthrough.
Lovely double kill from Zywoo, getting aggressive, stepping into the retake as soon as the utility reigns in. An unexpected fight, and that quick buy, that force up from Vitality pans out very, very well. We're gonna have one on the reverse angle also. Kyosuke couldn't find any kind of a fight through that smoke. A scrappy battle on this retake decided by Zywoo's double. A little bit quiet on that first map with Zywoo. Impacts from him here on Inferno is gonna go a long way for Vitality.
m0NESY over the boost, light shot onto Zywoo. Decent start to the round here for Falcons.
An absolutely brutal utility damage again onto the attack, but blinded Apex has won.
Fantastic response. Carrigan realizes a lot of pressure will be on him, so he actually moves forward. He takes the risk. He gets into the smoke. Carrigan, oh, you crazy, crazy guy! Walks right towards Mezzi, and that AK is going to handle it.
That's a bit much. Hard thing now is you're also concerned about the up from m0NESY that he's invested in. I think at this point, if you're m0NESY and your Tesses, you might just want to slide over to the B bomb site, join up with Nico, and just save if they don't attack into this site. That play from Carrigan means they have to prioritize keeping the AWP in the field of play.
So it's got to be Nico again. Rotation is arriving.
Oh, that's an ugly smoke. There's a gap in that.
And an ugly weapon, but low HP. Zywoo up first, and still it does not matter. Zywoo's got the second. m0NESY dead. No chance for that sniper to make the difference.
Unforced error. He sees the gap in that smoke, and he loves it. He'll step right through with no problem.
Make mistakes like that, Zywoo is going to punish. Vitality tie up the game, 2-2. More importantly, money's gone for Falcons.
That's a brutal turnaround if you're Falcons. To have a round slip away like that, you feel like in this round you didn't even really get a chance to fight. Good kill from Tesses, but you're never gonna have a chance to actually contest this round, and you won't even get away. Triple kill from Zywoo. Is this the map he takes over? He's activated them to respond immediately with 2 straight.
9-3 start for Zywoo, AWP coming out. It's going to be unrivaled on the other side. There's not going to be a buy for Falcons coming up in this next one. Vitality going to take the lead here.
It's that same feeling as Anubis though, isn't it? Back and forth to the B bomb site. Seeing if this defense, how frequently it can stop them, testing it each and every time.
The longer you hit it, the more it is inevitably going to break. And that game plan keeps up. Vitality move into this round. Just keeping themselves alert. There could be some threats thrown in. Falcons are hoping it's going to be this apartments trap that pays off for them. The only player near is Rops. Waiting in the bedroom, AK in hand. While the rest of his team move up through Banana.
Yeah, they know the money situation. They're not going to do anything. They're not going to commit to anything until they activate Flames to move forward and check things out for them. So utility up towards Coffins, Molotov in the back of the bomb site. MAC-10, if they want to step into this B site, Flames is going to lead the way.
Rops at the ready, the AK. Spraying them down, gets 2. That's a better weapon picked up here for Nico. So at least a little steal away in the apartments. Into the site though, Vitality will put that bomb down and confirm themselves the lead of this game.
Yeah, take the lead early on. Well, if Anubis was somewhat of a punish pick from Falcons, same thing here in the favor of Vitality. Looking to bring it to a map that Falcons has struggled on. Even when Nico plays some excellent Counter-Strike, they still have difficulty closing out wins.
Oh, I know we're still a long way away, Jason, but how fantastic would that Dust 2 decider be between these two squads?
Oh, it gets spicy, wouldn't it? And once you get in there and it gets scrappy, it's starting to get late into the evening here in Cologne, 11 p.m. after the extended G2 Spirit Series earlier. Bomb goes off to give Vitality this lead. Nico brings an AK-47 forward. They had the op out early on Monacy, but not able to keep it in their favor, so timeout taken because they'll have to fight in this round without the op.
Well, Zonic taking the timeout, looking to chime in. Ahead of the playoffs, we were talking to Zonic, learning about how it works inside of the Falcons, who's calling what does the structure look like. On the CT side, Nico is the one that organizes the defenses. But he was saying he needs some help. He needs a step up from Monacy. He needs him to contribute and deliver some ideas for the CT side.
We've talked so much about legacy in this series between Apex chasing greatness as an IGL, Kerrigan trying to build upon his greatness as an IGL, Monacy, Nico, all the stars inside the server, Zywoo, Rops, Flames. Zonic as a coach as well struggles in this Falcon team as he stepped into the coaching position. A win here, a deep run in these playoffs. I imagine with everything he's done in his career, there's something going to be sweet about this one, considering the adversity he's had to face, the criticism levied in his direction. If he can make this project work. Vitality this time dodging all the utility damage streaming down Banana from Kyosuke and Kerrigan.
Here's the rifle left already. Kyosuke into the open, blind. Everybody's blind.
What?
Kyosuke, will you check? Behind you, Apex is right there, but he's blind again. Kyosuke, how is he alive? How is he getting away with it? No way! There's no way he should have got that.
What a wild sequence. Nobody can hear anything. Flashbangs around the chaos. And it's Kyosuke to come out on top somehow. He doesn't even know how. So Rop steps forward, grabs a deep angle in towards the A-bomb site. Hoping to catch a defender snoozing that walks into his line of sight. But what options does Vitality have now? Lost control of Banana, 3 versus 5. And only 38 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, such a limited time as Vitality start to gather up towards top middle. Zywoo in flames, 30 seconds as they arrive now. Waiting for that Rops push out of the apartments. He's smoked for the time being, but that smoke will now fade. Only whispers of cloud left. Monacy ready to deploy some utility to stop them. Nico, that's the bomb! That's the big kill! Monacy now on top of the box. Flames gone, Rops last alive. No hope whatsoever, backing away. Never got to activate in this round. It was Kyosuke's double in Banana. An absolute blinder in this round. And that is a round going the way of the Falcons.
Out of a timeout as well. Calling for a little bit of Banana aggression. Think they've sensed all the utility damage they're doing, and they wanted to actually get up in their face at that point as well. Try and capitalize on the damage done, but even without the nades landing on top of Vitality players, Kyosuke just comes out on top of a very weird engagement in Banana. Steps past Apex.
He gets blind when he turns around as well.
Yeah, he doesn't even hear the shots. Like, I mean, Apex hasn't turned quite yet. He doesn't realize what's happening in that moment. And it's a little bit too late for him to react, but through the smoke.
And he handles that pressure and that chaos very well.
Just salt in the wound. All back in the hands of Monacy for the CT side. Zywoo still has his. His last 2 rounds very conservative from Vitality towards Banana, not wanting to take that damage early on, which gives Monacy the space to slide into an off angle behind the smoke. So much responsibility on Monacy's shoulders in this round as his teammates shift away to stack up on the other side of the map. The ult must deliver, and it will.
That's free. Messi, that's burning. He steps into the open, steps into the scope. Oh, that grenade. And it's going to land right on top of Flames as well. 53 HP. Not a good start whatsoever for Vitality at this point. Kyosuke being sent up over the top of the smoke. Doesn't have vision. Not yet anyway. Bullets will clear the cloud, but Zaiwu hits the shot on top.
Okay, what does that force them to do? They want to take that kill and shift away, see if you get the defense to move. You're going to commit here thinking that you soften up the defense. There's still 3 more players here. Due to Monacy's off, they've stacked this up with 4, so even that loss doesn't matter.
Nico right into the open. Scott 1, good response from Flames.
I don't think he ever thought they were committed to that wrap play. He wanted to go take the space that they were backing away from.
It's the time here for Vitality. Such limited time. You've got to try and force Tessus out of pit. Carrigan from the site. The Danes looking to deliver together. It's Carrigan first. Rob's dead. 10 seconds. Zaiwu out. Kill from Flames into the site. Plant coming in just the nick of time.
Does Monacy want to come for this retake? You know he wants the ult in his hands. When he turns this corner and sees the smoke, his heart is going to sink. No chance to grab a pick in this 1v2, so now a decision to make.
He's got some money left in the bank, but the same can't be said for his teammates. They haven't built up as much as they would have liked, but sometimes you need to make the play. Sometimes you need to back yourself, but the time is ticking on a little bit too far now for Monacy to really, truly do anything.
Yeah, it's too early in the half to go for this and risk the weapon, risk the economy as well, so looking for an exit kill that's never going to come. So Monacy calls it off, backs away. 4th round for Vitality. A late response towards the A bomb site. They trade their way in and regain the lead.
Yeah, it looks really worrying for Vitality in the final few seconds, that having to deal with a player in pit, one still in the site as well.
And so much on Nico's shoulders as well. This one, that mistake, that misread of the situation, stepping forward into no man's land, taking options away from himself, out in the open, traded off.
Tessus as well, just extending himself, exposing himself to the AWP. He's going to be frustrated about that peak.
Yeah, it's a peak he wants back. He knew the time. He knew the pressure, though, I think, forced the move. The situation and the circumstances.
Well, the pressure is only going to continue to pile on. The deeper and deeper into this game we get. Zaiwu spots out Monacy. The construction of the boost is not good enough.
Yeah, trying to get a little cute in these last couple rounds, Falcons is, and paying for it.
Carrigan under pressure. Kyosuke gone. More pressure now for Carrigan. The rotation for Nico is coming back over. The bomb's still all the way back on T-Stairs. They're going to send the forces back to get it. Tessus tries to push forward, but you know you're going to have to deal with Rops on that lurk. But dealing with him is a whole different problem. And Rops has picked up the kill. So down to 2 players here for Falcons. Should be absolutely no chance for them to do anything.
Rops loves it when he's watching his team get 2 opening kills like that in the banana, because he knows it's going to force the 8 defenders to make a decision if they want to try and find him as a lurk, if they want to try and flank really quickly to bring it back.
Well, he's not moving forward. Rops is still going to maintain that position at the end of the hallway.
Yeah, he's the release valve. Let's see how many players Vitality send into this B bomb site. 4 players are grouped up with 48 seconds. Are they committed, or are they going to kind of scout it out a little bit first with Messi taking some spacing?
Oh, missed piece of utility, but you know, this is the only chance. The only chance for Falcons to do something with this, but a missed shot from Carrigan. It's got to be Nico. He's gone through the smoke. He's got a second here, Nico. Or they just bail out. They run away. They know, okay, 30 seconds. We've got enough time. We know exactly where he is. Let's get back to that site, and Rops has moved up and taken the position.
Okay, and he sees Rops cross, and now he doesn't want to mess with it whatsoever. So back to the B bomb site. Nico's thinking this whole time, let me try and scavenge this AWP in the back of the site. Zaiwu will let him have it. Bomb goes down, and Vitality's going to get up to 5-3, a 2-round advantage, and they've taken the money away. They've taken away the economy of this Falcons defense. And if they find Nico down the stretch, because if you're Vitality, you know he wants to pick up this up from Monacy in the late round.
Zaiwu, the hunter, just lies in wait. Nico stepping forward ever closer to the scope. Nico trying to get away, but Zaiwu denies even that. Money gone for Falcons. Vitality in control.
And up until this point, Falcons has been able to buy and contest and fight back and reinvest in rounds, have a couple saved weapons. Now you're going to have to sit around back with upgraded pistols, and that's it. You're going to have to actually take the momentum away from Vitality, rip it out of their hands. It's a different task. So a conversation for the next gun round and how they want to play this with pistols. 5.7's being invested in. Little bit of utility for Falcons, but a chance now for Vitality to really, really grab control.
This was the boost they want to get back to. They didn't assemble it as cleanly as they would have liked. m0NESY just bobbing up into the air and ZywOo ready to punish. A pressure being alleviated by ropz.
I think they call that kind of a boost up for m0NESY because in the previous 2 to 3 rounds, Vitality had stayed out of Banana early on. They were noticing not doing as much utility damage as they were in the first 3-4 rounds of the half, so they wanted to take advantage of that, say, all right, if you're going to come slow-paced, we're going to have this boost up so m0NESY can pick one off, but Vitality changed that pace, catch him off guard. Same with ropz here with the aggressive piece, and now it might force their hands into the B.
The nades go over the top. It's going to land right down on m0NESY. But you need something out of this world from the Deagle of Kyosuke. And the 5-7 of Karrigan. Kyosuke gone. Karrigan's side of the smoke. Vitality staying composed in this situation, but m0NESY's arrived. The AK.
They're boxed in now, too.
Yeah, they are. NiKo's down banana. You can't fall away. You have to stay committed. You either go back and you fight and you get through NiKo, or you go into that B bomb site and they're challenging. They're forcing NiKo down the stairs.
Well, this is a little bit awkward. How do you want to play this one? Flames has gotten away, and actually it's forced the defense to shift. That means ZywOo and m0NESY, they've got a 2-on-1, a really easy 2-on-1 against Karrigan's 5-7.
Yeah, Flames is doing so much here. He's taken NiKo away. He's pulled the 2 defenders back over to the A site. And Vitality showing their class and how composed they're staying in this situation. It gets weird in banana.
Flames is being as loud as possible. He wants to sell this play towards the A bomb site.
He's on the balcony now. Can Flames get another? m0NESY's AK waits and he's going to be caught. Flames has even got him. And now they're coming back. Okay, you've got TeSeS. You've got one chance. A single chance. Time is limited. He doesn't bite first. Discipline on the trigger. TeSeS can't get 2.
A real chance in that round for Falcons. Almost pulled it together, but Flames, he found all the openings, found all the ways to get Vitality out of a sticky situation, forces that defense to shift back, forces everyone to lose information on the map, lose the understanding of where Vitality is headed.
Yeah, don't give him even a single chance here. m0NESY sits down in the pit. ZywOo hasn't even revealed himself yet, just waits inside of the bomb site. And m0NESY's the one to step out with the kill. A 6-3 lead for Team Vitality.
And a real sigh of relief for Vitality. That was looking very, very sketchy. m0NESY, this shot is so lovely. I don't think he expected the fight. He's just so fast to it. But nobody else committed, and now m0NESY moving to the other side of the map is trying to do everything with the only rifle. And they were just unsure of the pacing that Flames use, and you can see the frustration now. Falcons feel like they're getting beat all around the map.
Apex taking heavy licks. Sacred exchange of utility in banana. He is going to force Apex back. He can't stick around. 19 HP. Sequence and response. Smoke is down. Karrigan holds his ground.
Might actually have to test over towards brackets at least a little bit. Flames gonna chuck out some utility as if they want control. m0NESY in rebuttal. NiKo spotted it. He wants that fight. He saw how open it was, but didn't expect it. It's m0NESY to find ropz as the first kill.
Usually such an elusive player on this side of the map, but ropz has been caught.
He takes his rounds to make some plays, to go for something, to go for an open, to go for a challenge. And this one, m0NESY's just zoned in on his position.
What's the response from Vitality? Can they find the answer? 3 players up through banana, going to challenge this defense again. Karrigan and Kyosuke. No one's rotating yet. The first responder will be m0NESY. Smoke deployed at the right time. Step through, shot lands, Flames down to 31. The bomb is coming back. Up through middle it'll go.
Oh, found the timing, what a turn!
Oh my God, Flames' turn at the right time. NiKo wants that one back. He wants that chance. And look at the pressure it puts on these 2 players.
Time it, 15 seconds.
Claustrophobic in the sight, but they've got one chance to try and delay. m0NESY burning, broken, and TeSeS instead, but just enough time to put this bomb down.
Okay, Karrigan's coming on the flank. He's gonna wrap around through middle. Kyosuke's gonna wait for this smoke to fade. You've gotta handle this pit position from Apex. No utility, no kits for the 2 CTs.
Apex keeps his head down. Messi and Apex looking to be composed as Kiyosuke steps forward, creeping into the crosshair of Apex, but he can't get the kill. Oh, Kiyosuke's done it on his own. The star power on display today as Kiyosuke has won another round for the Falcons.
Yeah, we've been waiting for these moments for Kiyosuke to look like he's putting it together for map after map, series after series, event to event. First 2 times with Kerrigan, and it started looking better and better. In this quarterfinal series, he's an absolute monster. A lovely shot from Flames to open it up, but what a save. And a dangerous crawl along the wall into the bomb site, handles the awkward peak. Doubles up on that Messi. What timing he's found, and what life he's given Falcons. As Vitality called their first time out here on Inferno. Not wanting to let this lead slip away right at the tail end of the half. 2 rounds remain in this first half of Inferno. Round 11, and money in a precarious position for both sides. Lose this, and this last round is going to be a very difficult one to play without a whole lot of weapons. Zywu has his op, and so does Monacy on the other side.
Grenade towards Kiyosuke. Hot hand in this series, in this quarterfinal. Unleashes down Banana. Gets around the corner just in time. Kiyosuke really wanting this, really wanting this! Getting both down Banana. Apex up next. And you talk about this site, you say it's a weakness. Kiyosuke struggled on Inferno, but right now, he's their greatest strength.
Incredibly impactful double kill to start the round, but Nico and Kerrigan, they're going to set up a stack. Over here towards Sandbags, turn the corner is Apex. He's got one, but Nico's done him better.
Yeah, Nico getting involved this time, and now it's just Rops left alone. A 1 versus 3 for Rops. We've been waiting for a Rops moment. There's the first clean headshot onto Tesses. Blocked out inside a Banana. I know how good he is in these situations, but how does he even get close to this one? Monacy and Nico wait, tucked right beside each other. They move forward. Oh, okay, a dink. Monacy low, but 18 seconds. Rops can't get to it.
Yeah, I think that dink also sent the message too. Just back away. Monacy checks up with the clock when he takes all that damages and realizes there's no chance for him to scale up Banana. They back off, and it's going to be a loss for Vitality. This AK-47 on Rops is worth its weight. It might be the only rifle they got moving forward. 6-5 as Falcons come back into Inferno. 2 rounds in a row right at the tail end of the half.
I think this game is a perfect example for the Falcons in terms of know your own weaknesses, because they have just bolstered this B bomb site defense to another level today, knowing that Vitality are likely to try and punish towards the weaker of the 2 sites. Kiyosuke has delivered some massive moments. You've got Nico waiting on top of the sandbags, and you force Vitality down to weak weapons going into the last round of this first half.
Oh, look at the attitude out of Nico as well. Pushing down middle, scaling behind this smoke. Nade comes through. A dangerous decision, but it could have huge reward, and he loses the fight.
Yeah, Rob's able to get one through. Kiyosuke again, another kill though. It's even numbers thanks to him.
Hard thing is, Nico only spotted Rops. There's no indication what's coming. Flames is with him, Zywu following up.
Yeah, 2 through the hallway, but they're not ready. They're not ready at all. Tesses is gonna punish them. Tesses picks up 2, and he's out of that. Drops into the pit. It's now Zywu and Messi. And we are not seeing that globally dominant version of Vitality today. This is Falcons rising to the occasion. 6-6 in this quarterfinal, and they're 1 map up already. From Austin to Budapest, you can call yourself back-to-back major champions if you're Vitality. But if they want to equal the record of that Astralis team, they've got to do it here again in Cologne. Looking for the three-peat, but right now, one map down, and Falcons playing with some form. This could be the end of Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality, we knew this was going to be their toughest test. We knew Falcons could step up. We weren't sure if they actually would, but man, are they looking good today. 11 kills on Kiyosuke, one more time leading the scoreboard for Falcons. Monacy not far behind at 10. They're going to switch over to the offensive side, and we can see what they'll produce here on Inferno. Another half of Kerrigan's calling. And Nico's going to lead the way up Banana. He's got Monacy behind him. Tess is in support.
Now 14-7 half there from ZywOo as he now switches over to the CT side. Vitality hoping that their talisman player can turn the tides. Got Nico and Monacy at the half wall about to be unleashed. They're going silently.
Into 3 defenders. This has been out of spawn. Vitality have set this up just perfectly. Apex, Flames, and Rops to defend.
A lot of sharpshooters at the ready to try and cut this one short. Falcons running in. Through they go. Rops surgical on the first headshot, but blinded. The responses are there from Falcons. They're into the sight. They're over the top, and ZywOo and Mezzi are coming back with no hope.
That second layer of utility is so effective. Just destroys Rops when he's about to multi-kill. And now a tough retake, a near impossible retake. 2 versus 4.
ZywOo can pull off the barely believable, but he needs to do it again. He's missed out on his chance in that low HP player. The response is swift from Tesses, and gone are the days apparently where Falcons will concede the ridiculous ones. It's going to be 7-6, a great lock-in for the pistol here early.
That's now both pistols here on this second map for Falcons, and if you want to challenge, if you want to cause an upset here on a map that's been your weakness, what a great first step to take. Double pistols giving you good starts in both halves. And this one breaking through the stack of Vitality. An unexpected third player gets absolutely sidelined by a flashbang.
Two MP9s, 2 5.7s, and a Deagle for Vitality. Falcons are coming at the B-bomb site heavy. Kerrigan will be at the front. But they've got their goal of top banana control for now. The response is going to be there, some utility. Pulled out of Vitality's defenses. They don't have a lot of it.
A great barrage of utility could be in store though for this Falcons attack. Nade lands right at their feet, chunks Kiyosuke down.
They're still gonna go. They're still gonna go through, but it's Mezzi's Deagle. Flames 5-7, and Flames has ignited the round! Apex is right there with a nade, and that is the round Vitality so desperately needed.
Stone cold. Stops them in their tracks. Perfect for Vitality. Falcons try and break into the B-bomb site. Headbutt the defense and just hope brute force is gonna do it. But God, are they executing into chaos. And the defensive smokes, defensive utility. The 5-7s come out on top. Flames comes out on top. And Vitality right back in it. That advantage of both pistols taken away immediately.
Unless you can respond. Kerrigan up through top mid. Gonna be handled by ZywOo. Going in again. ZywOo's got 2. Just Monacy left, and he's trying to challenge. Trying to give it a good go. Tessus has opened up his chance. Deagle, in the meantime, from Nico, chiming in. To see a world in which Falcons can get into this, and with that kill from Rops, there really isn't the world in which they get into this.
Oh, that's a big win for Nico.
Unless Nico's found a chance. He's opened up the side. He's got his hands on an AK-47.
Only 3 HP, though. What can he do with it? He's got to hold on as long as Monacy travels over. Chucks the AK-47 to him because it's not worth it in his hands. And Vitality's not 100% convinced it's coming back to this B-bomb site, but they're going to find out soon enough. 3-on-2 retake, 2 kits, plenty of utility, and an HP advantage.
A dreamlike duo in Counter-Strike, Nico and Monacy.
Nico's Deagle, storied in the majors.
Nico goes back into Banana, can't get it done. Turns again, realizing Rops is keeping the pressure up. Goes out into the open, so it's all on m0NESY. Primes himself, he's ready. They're dropping like flies! m0NESY's got both! mezii up next, and the headshot will deny! That was so close to some m0NESY magic! But a round for Vitality nonetheless.
Look, you're loving that if you're Falcons, though. You're loving a round like that. 4 kills, bomb plant as well. You have just decimated whatever cash Vitality was able to build up for so many rebuys. A tough loss that would have been a miraculous victory. But mezii's always been so reliable for Vitality.
Man, you're loving this. You got ZywOo 17-9, m0NESY 16-8, going head-to-head on opposite sides of the server. It's Vitality at the moment in the lead, but ZywOo just charging down, grabbing that opening kill on NiKo. m0NESY has been given the AK, hoping for a miracle.
Kerrigan's got smoke flash, so you can block off either left or right side to allow m0NESY to try and activate him. Left side it is from Kerrigan. mezii and ZywOo, their line of sight will be taken away. No more vision for the AWP. So the defense readjusts as information is taken away, and now a flashbang is going to indicate brackets control. But that's all the resources that Falcons had in this round.
The bomb going to be positioning towards the apartments. An attempted finish again towards this A site. But it's a fortress of defense for Team Vitality.
They're going to have to go contact, sneak up. ZywOo's the danger man, AWP from Library.
Looking to silence them. Waiting for that cross. Yet to come. Here they are, out into the open. And it's easy from Vitality. 9 rounds getting into gear now in the second half.
Yeah, going to be very tough to break through this Vitality defense without all the bells and whistles of smokes, flashes, Molotovs. A desperate attempt. Falcons down by 2 now. Really wishing they had that hot start back, but Vitality took it away from them. So Kerrigan now, after the hero AK-47 in m0NESY's hands last round, he'll drop back to the Tech 9 to give rifles over to his stars.
Nades going forward, Flames head spotted. NiKo trying to challenge. NiKo's got it. A little bit too much from Flames, and NiKo loves that.
Yeah, very bold fight out of Flames. NiKo just rips his head off. However, Rops is the next danger man.
Waiting a boiler. And his crosshair perfectly positioned. Yosuke will step out to his death. Back turn to Rops, his fatal mistake.
Great protocol as well. Flashbang towards middle to activate. Rops will go for that kind of peek. If Tessus was out in the open, he would have been dead. And you still don't know where ZywOo's AWP is on the map just yet.
Yeah, flash again, trying to activate Rops, but he eats a flashbang himself, so he has to back away. Then ZywOo chimes through. Kerrigan's Tech 9 gone. mezii now waits. Tessus to step in front of him. Shoulder shown. mezii keeping the AK in hand. He knows he's got ZywOo behind him.
Yeah, and Tessus missed his battle. He missed his timing on that, so backs away. But oh my God, Vitality's just picking Falcons apart. Yeah, no clean looks for Falcons in this round. And Rops is really making him pay. 14-9. Quiet in the first half, trying to find his impact, trying to find plays he could make from the T side, but now on the CT side, well and truly activated.
No matter how hard you're trying to run like this, you're just going nowhere, so just attempting this save and sitting back and finding some sanctuary, at least the mercy of that will be given. Vitality are not going to challenge, they're not going to hunt them down.
3-round losing bonus, so Falcons are going to get 2,900, a little over 3,000 bucks for 2 of their players. So a decision to make if they want to force up around this, get some pistols, light armor, extra utility to try and get these AK-47s activated and in the mix. Problem right now for Falcons is on the other side of the map, you have ZywOo, 20-9. And that AWP is starting to get mobile, starting to get confident, starting to maintain its presence on the map. This is a 5-on-4 for Vitality. A 4v5 conversion.
He's just so consistent, ZywOo, that you almost don't notice that he's dominating to this level. 20 kills, 9 deaths, just picking them apart systematically.
Just casual multi-kills round to round. Such as ZywOo half of play to end with 20.
That's a great kill from Apex. It's m0NESY removed through the banana smoke. Seen a number of great B-holds from Falcons in that first half. Now we're getting to see the same out of Vitality. Flames turns away. A little bit too late. No way! Maxime's arrived. And it's definitely nice. He moves in, he crosses over, and both defenders dead within a second.
Oh, Kerrigan's got a cross, smoke's broken open. He barely makes it. Into the bomb site, bomb being planted. 3 versus 4 retake, and I don't think Vitality want anything to do with it. The hero from Anubis, Kyosuke, now putting together another phenomenal map.
It was said heading into this map that even that star performance of Kyosuke on Anubis was not going to be enough. Well, he's definitely testing the limits.
But they need this too. You can see some of the limitations of Falcons. You can see them kind of playing this tactical game, and Vitality's going to be better at it. So you need those individual multi-kills. You need those plays, those swings. And he's got so much confidence at the moment. The desk wanted to see him unleashed here on Inferno. And hopefully this is just the beginning if you're a Falcons fan.
Bringing Kerrigan in, sitting 3-13 at the moment, but they've all spoken about how important he's been in making Kyosuke feel comfortable in these big moments, in these big games. And ever since Kerrigan's joined the team, we've just seen the potential we've been waiting for with Kyosuke.
Oh, just horrible timing as well for Vitality on top of everything. Just an absolutely beautiful double kill. Round 19 has begun. ZywOo steps up to the plate, takes an angle in middle.
How do you respond? Nico going forward with utility. Descends to death thanks to Flames.
Yeah, Kerrigan was chucking out flashes. He was the one who called that play for Nico to pick up the pace, pick up the aggression, extinguish the Molotov, and use that flashbang. Not nearly as effective as he would have liked. And now Falcons quickly fall back into an A-split. 2 players at the end of holes already.
Yeah, well, that smoke's going to break up that crossfire between ZywOo and Rops. It leaves Rops alone for the time being. Oh, ZywOo doesn't take the shot. Rops doesn't have his gun out. ZywOo trying to make up for it. Trying to deliver the difference again, but he's smoked out. Utility lands, and Falcons have got through to A.
And even with the man advantage, such a tough bomb site to retake. Bomb going down. m0NESY up in holes, Tess is in pit, and Kerrigan will maintain presence inside the bomb site.
And maybe tough.
Apex just got re-smoked as well.
But Vitality have shown for 2 years straight that they can pull anything off. Time is ticking. m0NESY fighting. Tess has wits in pit. Smoke is up, he just moves to the side of it instead. m0NESY firing. m0NESY going forward out of the apartments. It's a second out of his rifle. ZywOo and Flames doing their best, but m0NESY's got the triple and forces them away. m0NESY mounts a massive defense of that bomb plant, and he is hunting them down as well. Flames goes down with a bomb. The damage from m0NESY's enough, and he's so fired up. Falcons 9 rounds, 1 away from tying things up.
And look at the smiles from Falcons down the line as well. First, the Kyosuke double kill. Now m0NESY's the man in the post plant. Up in holes, triple kill, shuts it down before they can even begin. And now you really do start to believe if you're Falcons. Pressure cranked up a notch for Vitality as they take their second time out. They've got money in the bank, but it's dwindling. The opportunities running low now as the funds disappearing. Some really tough timing in these past 2 rounds between ZywOo's op giving up the angle just as they jump out, just as Rops is forced back like that. Horrifying if you're ZywOo and Rops.
Vitality are running out of chances in every sense. Money on the line, their major life on the line. Nate's down banana. ZywOo about to take some as well. Shrapnel towards the orbit.
Halls again, they want to test it. Tesses and Kyosuke take control. Mezzi and Flames on the left side of mid. Rops moving up towards balcony, and Kyosuke waiting for his moment. A show of banana control from this offense, and Monacy's going to activate these peaks in these fights.
Yeah, flashes go forward. Have a little look around, and there's the fight is short, but Kyosuke just going to take damage. Here come the rest of the Falcons. Under a minute left. Nico nips in, steals away the opening.
Oh, but they don't know about Mezzi. He could actually get aggressive here if he wanted to try and find a timing. Tessis is looking for that peak. Mezzi doesn't budge. He doesn't know if they're still holding him, and it's back to Zywoo. Who else but Zywoo?
You need him. Vitality desperately need him.
And this defense can't budge. They're so concerned about the presence towards A, towards middle. Nobody wants to move just in case. Mezzi's just now getting the information, but it's too late.
Time after time, he has been their salvation. Once more, they require their savior. Zywoo backing away. Tessa's dead. Zywoo out again. This time a missed shot. Bomb is planted.
Another retake, but they've got a fast flank from Mezzi. They're not prepared. Kerrigan goes down.
Yeah, great kill from Mezzi. Apex goes through. Monacy fighting on all fronts. Nico's right there with him. And the Falcons' force cannot be stopped. Ferocious from the Falcons. And the money is gone.
We were all wondering after that North American stretch of Vitality, that vacation stretch they took, time off leading into the major to prepare themselves to get some energy back. Losing IEM Atlanta, getting eliminated there. We all wondered if that was the bubble bursting, the veneer of dominance slipping away.
Look at the buy now for Team Vitality. They're sitting on a Mag 7 for Apex, an M4 for Zywoo. Falcons have them on the ropes.
But a team like this, you gotta put him away. When you have that opportunity. Surely not Apex, we've seen it before. What a dirty time to bring it out. Falcons staying poised, not trying to speed things up, not trying to win the game too early, confident in the way they've been playing. A 3-round stretch.
Apex going for glory. Nico lands the headshot. Rops ready. Rifle out. Rops has got it on the MP9. Fighting on his side.
no
Rops
way.
got another. Rops got another. Vitality not dead yet.
Kyosuke may have played too soon, but how could you blame him with the game he's had? Those are the kind of moves that have been winning you rounds. This time it backfires, and Rops is still going to move on forward.
Is that the opening? No. Is that the opening they need? Rops has arrived. Grenade landing towards Tessis, a flash in his face. 30 seconds left. Bomb dropped in mid. And around where you have weaker weapons, it's the strong right hand of Rops that delivers the reckoning to Falcons in this round. He'll drop back into the site, playing this round, playing his life, because they know you can't slip up.
Yeah, Rops just reminded them that there's a whole slew of superstars on the Vitality side as well who can turn rounds on their head. An incredible triple kill. Making sure Kyosuke can't find any openings, spamming one down through smoke. The desperate buy with weaker weapons pans out for Vitality. They regain the lead, and they scavenge the bodies of Falcons in mid.
They've got 2 AKs coming into this, an M4 carried over as well. They've got enough money, they can get a great buy. So can Falcons. This is a fight down the stretch on Inferno in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, well, that round win for Vitality gave them a buffer as well with money in the bank after picking up some AKs. A perfect round to win, a must-needed round. This right here from Rops is disgusting. Even swinging through for one more, Kerrigan never expected it. Run it back again, round 22.
All the rounds of regulation required on Anubis. Looking for the same here on Inferno. Zywoo blind. As he Rops are dead. Zywoo's in the open. He can't save them. Falcons running them down on the A site. Vitality have to save. They have to hide. And Falcons not shying away from the occasion.
No, the ball's on that call to go right back into the play where they had just gotten decimated. Changing the timing, changing the pacing, and bringing the fight right back to Vitality's defense.
have been assembling the greatest pieces in Counter-Strike that were available to them. Falcons going out, grabbing Nico, the superstar signing, bringing over m0NESY. Then it was Kyosuke. And now finally, they brought together their final piece. It was said they need one more superstar, just one more superstar. Well, they found a superstar IGL. 11-11.
And they want these weapons. They want them really bad. Not gonna hunt down too much more. They have to keep some cash and some weapons in their hands as well. So content to let the 2 rifles make it into round 23. And here's where that buffer comes into play. This 3rd timeout, ZywOo brings the AWP out immediately. M4's replenished.
Let's not count Vitality out just yet. Hasn't been a trophy without their name on it all year long. But this is the one they wanted the most.
4 out of the last 5 rounds in the favor of Falcons. Kerrigan's found rhythm.
Vitality have to dig deep and tap into that belief they have in one another. They've pulled off crazier comebacks.
m0NESY and ZywOo going blow for blow, matching each other with 22 kills. Round 23 begins. Glass cannon for ZywOo. He got flustered in that last round. Couldn't get comfortable, couldn't set his feet. And now it's even more punishing if you miss an opportunity.
ZywOo was looking for his opportunity down mid. He's going to be smoked out.
Doing it again?
Oh, no, surely not.
Okay.
Okay, it's just a pause. Kyosuke went for the challenge just to the side of the smoke. And
I love the idea, though. Apply that pressure early, force out the counter utility.
Make them jittery.
Vitality down the stretch is going to run out of nades. The more you can force out now, the easier things will be down the stretch.
Nico tapping, trying to catch the Apex. Falcons moving into the site. It's Apex in flames there to defend it. The rotation of ZywOo arriving. And the bomb's still a long way off.
Well, Falcons feels very committed here. They've gone silent. Apex and ZywOo trading utility. They're coming through this smoke. They're coming in right now.
This one's for series point in the quarterfinals. Flames, that's what he needed. The guillotine's out. The heads are being chopped, and he's looking for a little bit more. Flames goes again, but m0NESY responds. ZywOo side of smoke. Nico dead, and m0NESY again. Lightning striking upon this cathedral, and the bomb is planted.
ZywOo's got to back away. Got to play it safe with no armor for the moment. There's no kits due to the low money. Oh, look at m0NESY. He wants to win it right here.
Into the open. It sets up m0NESY. Just waits. And there's the peak from ZywOo! He's made the difference! Vitality bend, but do not break. They are staying in this. They reach map point first.
One chance. One chance, one round is all it comes down to at the end. And a 3rd timeout taken for Falcons. A chance to breathe and talk things over, settle the nerves before you descend once more into this final round. That shot is so quick, no chance for m0NESY to respond.
Every single round required again. Falcons and Vitality. An incredible quarterfinal. Greatness everywhere you look. And they are going toe-to-toe in the home of Counter-Strike.
You could see some of the philosophy in that last round. Moving up, Banana wanted to bully into the B bomb site again, forcing utility out early. They caught a really nice timing, but perhaps tunnel vision towards CT spawn. And now the final play call for Kerrigan and Zonic out of the timeout.
Where will it lead them?
Everyone's got everything you could want.
So overtime.
Oh, this is crazy.
Or dust too. Nades go forward up towards top middle.
A lot of bodies here. They want to press this. They want to come through this smoke and wrap into the bomb site. ZywOo, he's playing at the front of A. Up in hand.
ZywOo's shot connects. Kerrigan gone. m0NESY responds. Again, it's ZywOo. He is looking to be the difference. In the site, m0NESY makes his way out. ZywOo's still alive. m0NESY and NiKo, the duo you want in this situation.
They don't have to speed this up. They can take their time. Look at Flames. He's wrapping around from brackets as we speak.
Trying to keep the composure. Under a minute left. NiKo pauses. No one dare drift into his waiting crosser. Oh, no, NiKo, he's got ZywOo. Now he's in the pit. It's Flames' turn. Trying to get the headshot. m0NESY and NiKo aren't doing this, are they? It's just NiKo now. Out he goes, but Apex will silence him. Vitality will not be denied. They still have their chance. They draw blood on Inferno, and this series will settle on Dust 2.
The Vitality fire still burns on Inferno, and we need Dust 2 to decide who is going through to the semis here in Cologne. Another map that quite literally comes down to the wire. But Jacob, shout out for ZywOo for showing up in some of those final moments and being such a difference maker once again for Vitality.
Yeah, he stepped up when he was needed the most, because he was needed in this game. I think Falcons did arguably a little bit better than a lot of us would have expected coming into Inferno. I think we all sat back with the feeling that this was going to be a mismatch. Yanko set it up pretty well. There's been some issues for Falcons throughout the group stage. Some of those issues were still evident here, but some of the individual heroics from m0NESY, from Kyusuke, kept the game alive long enough for us to need all 24 rounds. But then, as you said, ZywOo having another great showing and truly stepping up in a game where the man on the screen right here, Robs, has been a little bit missing and maybe misstepped a couple of times. So it's still not Vitality firing on all cylinders, but enough to keep the series alive.
I mean, Vitality survived. That was one scrappy series. They had to win 3 pistol rounds, you know, force buys, half buys, all sorts of things to get back into the game, right? Because at the start, it seemed like Yosuke were just going to do more of the same, like he did on Anubis, and that potentially Falcons had a chance to close it out.
And ultimately, exactly what we spoke about before the game, it happened in the game. The B-side abuse just happened and keep on happening, and the buffer that it gave to Vitality was actually enough for them to pull that CT side. Despite being scrappy, yes, but all in all, we have to acknowledge that their game plan coming into this was that B-side, and it worked.
But considering it's split down the middle at the half, is that not a little bit impressive of what Falcons have been able to bolster as some of those adaptations? Because we knew that was going to be a target for Vitality.
Impressive would be maybe too strong of a compliment. But getting 6 after being down 6-3, I think it was a really good effort for them. In the end, they had their opportunities. Even in the second half, a couple of small mistakes ended up costing them the map, but not the series.
Let's go back to that first half then. We got round 7. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, this was actually first round that Vitality decided to end not on B side, and it starts with this crafty boost on long. Unfortunately, Kyusuke is up and he reveals himself and dies. As a B player, now the correct call is to just go back and hit B. But look at the time and look at the bomb. It's stuck in apps. They cannot go for a B split, they cannot go back, so they decide to commit to this A split or A wrap, and the scrappy trades actually go in Vitality's favor. It's really, really interesting how they're still deciding to go into the stack willingly, despite them knowing that it is. And there's a big overstep from TeSeS right there.
Yeah, I feel TeSeS unfortunately is overplaying the scenario a little bit. You have ZywOo stuck on balcony with an AWP. TeSeS, his position in pit is already known. 10 seconds left. Carrying and getting a vital kill on the bomb side. All TeSeS had to do in this scenario was wait for the play from ZywOo. He had to jump to TeSeS. TeSeS didn't have to come to ZywOo. He overextends, he gets punished, Falcons lose the round, and that's how the cookie crumbles.
Stresses, you know. I think it was just the problem with Falcons in that round, for example, it was a 5v4, you know, and then Kyusuke starts shooting through that, then NiKo maybe feels pressure about that mid to be, or doesn't want to let it go, so then he is walking out, taking a 1v1 fight, like that sort of things that Falcons want to avoid. But coming into this map, you know, I think they knew they were a little bit outmatched. Obviously, you feel like you have your chances, but the fact that you were able to push Vitality all the way, I think is admirable considering the circumstances.
100%. You know, they equalized, and when we come into the first round of that second half, obviously the pistol, they managed to convert, but how do Vitality respond instantly?
Well, that's the issue, right? Because we can start to paint a picture of Falcons maybe losing grasp of the game. I think in this position, you know, you're about to win potentially the game if you can convert this one and then force Vitality into a save. They walk into a stack here, unfortunately. There's still 1 minute and 5 seconds left to the round, and I would have loved for Kerrigan to maybe call it off or find another timing. Unfortunately, they run into a predetermined stack from Vitality. Nothing really goes their way, and it's just to showcase, you know, in a round like this, yes, it seems silly that you only get 1 kill and you're going up against a bit of a weak force buy. To me, that was the only calling mistake I saw in the second half from Kerrigan. I feel like I would have waited a little bit. He walked into it blindly. There was plenty of time to fall back, maybe do a different version of it. I know you invested utility into it, and then you'll be maybe a little bit worse off in the second layer, so to speak. But this was a big gamble, and it didn't pay off for Falcons.
And the problem is you just call yourself into a corner, right, with something like this and sending all 5 players there. So you have no information what's going on the other side of the map. If you do get blocked, it's hard to abort because you have to go back into the unknown. You didn't put any pressure towards A, so the A guys will have their smokes. Like, it's a tricky round, and you only do it because you saw something in prep where it's like, they're never 3B. Which also sounds kind of crazy because it's Inferno, right?
Yeah.
So these are the ones that sting. They had one against Legacy on Mirage in the CAC final, right? So yeah, when it goes wrong, it looks horribly wrong, and in the end, it might be just what made the difference on this map.
And coming from Kerrigan, this was yet another stinker in form of T-side that he had either 0 or 1 kills. I think it happened like 6 times this major already. Sure, individual form is something we've brought up already numerous times. I don't want to repeat it again. The calling-wise, it was alright, and actually it's surprising that they pushed it so far into 11-13 loss, despite Kerrigan, again, not showing up on T-side.
Was there a standout moment towards the tail end, Jacob, for your money that kind of displayed from Vitality?
Yeah, I feel round 21 is where it could have gone a different way again. Another round for Vitality. Nico finds the opening. You think to yourself, great, look at the buy here. It's 10-10. It's Falcons getting into a good position. We get the point of view from Robs. First kill is nice. Second, maybe a little bit lucky, but that's where Rob stepped up massively. I called him out to have been a bit absent from this game, but he came alive very much in round 21. And he single-handedly, with an MP9 in a round where you have 2 deagles, 2 pistols, brought Vitality back to life. And I think we painted the picture pretty clear already for the viewer at home. We pointed out 3 rounds where we all agree Falcons probably should have converted, should have won, yet the game was still 13-11. So this was definitely within reach for Falcons. They could have won this series. They could have closed out the game. Unfortunately, they didn't capitalize on the moments they had.
There's 3 different rounds where Falcons are in a 5v4 and Kioske just dies from that point on, right? And he had a okay game. We talked about it in Banana. He was aggressive. You like to see that. And it's better to have him play loose and make some mistakes rather than him to feel like, oh, he can't go for any sort of a move because you don't want to be the reason why you lose the round, right? It's just that once you have these advantages and then you're like, oh, is there really needed to keep pushing there, considering the buy for Vitality is when it looks a little bit bad.
I was just looking at the rating disparity between halves for Kiosuke as well. I mean, passed with pretty much flying colors on that CT side of things, but you're totally right. The T side was where he really fell short in a lot of those moments.
Yeah, and that's what we just don't want to see in Falcons game overall. Like, we've highlighted it on Anubis. This is where he was making plays, he was anticipating plays, and he was there to punish everyone. Here on Inferno, kind of like, you know, non-factor.
Should we take a little bit of a zoom out, because this is a huge game with you know, magnificent consequences for each side of the equation. Who is the pressure more on right now, in your opinion, Janko?
I think still on Vitality, and it shows. Obviously for Falcons, it sucks that you felt that you could have won it 2-0. Right now it's going to go to a third, but we said that this is the best map to be the decider for these 2 teams, right? Vitality maybe the best team ever on Dust 2, and for Falcons early on, this has been the map where they had the most success, and looking at their players, it definitely suits them, right? And for me, the player to watch is going to be Zaivu, because in those losses that they've had in the group stages, like, he was looking a little bit out of sorts in some moments, getting caught off guard in some pretty straightforward rounds, playing too aggressive, and his team already had an advantage. And we saw it on the CT side. He was great on T side, Inferno. On CT side, a couple of misses, a couple of times maybe caught off guard. So he needs to be locked in for Vitality on this decider.
That's where it gets interesting, right? Because on the opposite side, you have Monacy, and Monacy had a great showing here on Inferno as well, mainly with the rifle, to be completely honest. Found an awful lot of impact, kept Falcons alive in rounds where they shouldn't have been alive, and really did a good job to make the game competitive. Heading into Dust 2, we know Monacy is an aggressive op type. We know he likes to re-aggress in the middle of the round. CT side, you see him push up catwalk. If he senses a timing of there's not enough pressure being applied by Vitality, certain areas of the map, he will try to gain that gap. And it's also one of the maps where I feel like, sure, you have an op duel, you have Zaivu going up against Monacy. It's not often the duels are between the oppos, right? It's the op going up against the rifle. However, on Dust 2, you have have more on the head-to-head duels, which whoever plays them best, whoever gets the most out of them, could be a massive win condition for the respective team.
And to scope out a little bit, since the creation of this lineup for Vitality, they are, what, like 53 wins, 7 losses, and in the end, those losses came not long ago, honestly, and they're actually back-to-back losses, so they're not untouchable despite these stats, and I honestly think this is a great handshake for Decider between a match like this.
I think you'll see, though, we have this discussion, Rob's Nico, greatest rifler and all that. One of the reasons why Nico has been good on Inferno is he has an active role. Like, he's back in Banana, he's the point man there. I think this is where you will see struggles from him on the T side, right? In that upper B area, just sometimes like left without much to do, being outside of the action unless his team creates an opening. And on the other side, you have Robs, who's played it all his life and sort of knows the ins and outs of that position, so keep an eye out for that one.
Considering just the pure magnitude of this moment as well, I want to get some predictions up here. Who are you guys siding with? Janko, first of all, who are you going with?
I think Vitality was there for the taking on Inferno. I think they'll get some renewed confidence after that map, and I think they win with experience.
Sigh of relief for Vitality. I'm gonna give it to them, and I'm thinking Decider will be theirs.
I think I've seen enough from Vitality throughout this tournament. Yes, group stage was not looking pretty. These 2 games here has not been looking pretty. I'm smelling a bit of an upset here. I'm going with Falcons. They're gonna own it out.
Well, another 3-map affair awaits us as the clock almost strikes midnight here in the Lanxess. It's just 2 to decide who survives here in the Cathedral between Falcons and Vitality.
The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
24 teams came to Krakow, only 6 remain. So let's test the acoustics.
Went to Cologne Major, lost in semis against NIP where they win the event. We should have won that event. It was my best event probably individually. I was actually insane. Then same. Titan coming, okay, we want you. Salary raised by 2. Playing with Existence again. The beginning starts really well, but quickly get Vagban before 2014 DreamHack Major, one of the 2 majors I missed. We pick up APK, it's going okay. We lose, I think, 3 finals in a row, and then same. Envious. And they tell me basically, we want you to replace Shocks. It's not going well for us, and we're pretty sure that we can win a major together. We lost the Cologne 2015 final first, that 14-7 lead. Crims 1v3 from Carl.
There's the flash, that's going to catch Crims out. They're going to push on through. MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down. He gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe?
I remember that like it was yesterday, but then we ended up winning Cluj after, so that was okay.
Father, the time has come. I must finally confess. Yes. Counter-Strike isn't for me anymore. Like Hearthstone, Tarkov, any game. Like it's really clear for me. I barely play CS. Never liked it in the first place. Like I just can't help being cracked. I don't care who's number 1. This GOAT conversation, I couldn't care less.
Confess.
I'm confessing, Father. I'm just a chill guy.
This conversation is confidential.
Confidential? You are saying like nothing is leaving this room? I'm the best to ever touch this game. I'm sick of living a lie, boosting account just to hide my hours, skipping warm-up in front of the camera, or to keep up this fucking persona. I don't need to anymore. Countless MVP, 2 Grand Slam, 3 major, simple one is only major, and grand final against Armanek and Jax. My first major was against Prime Gamer Legion. And that was after beating like Prime into the bridge. Anyway, he had Electronic and Perfecto at the peak. Beat, Blade. Look at the shit I'm working with. I'm playing with a washed face player, a fucking British player, ADHD entry, ADHD game leader. All topped off with a fucking bold fraud coach. Jesus.
Yeah.
And just when one good contender disappears, and I maybe can farm in peace, this new kid comes along.
I know the feeling.
And this kid is escorted around the server by the Secret Service? Shiro and the 3 Sanjis, like, come on.
3 Sanjis, bro. The fuck?
Still, they're good players. Spirit without him, they're still top 5. Vitality without me, barely top 10. And why? You know why.
Say it.
You know why.
Say it.
Because I'm the fucking GOAT.
Finally. Feels good, doesn't it? I'm proud of you. Now, if you truly believe it, go out there and say it.
Last thing, Zaiwu, with this 2026 form, surely you've put the GOAT conversation to bed.
Yeah, to bed. I'm gonna head to bed, chilling, let the team prep, playing another game. Like, you know me, like, yeah.
Just a fucking bitch.
What a day of Counter-Strike we've had here in Cologne. Inside of this cathedral, the quarterfinals are delivering on every front, and this is going to be a historical day. And history is exactly what both of these teams are trying to create, trying to make for themselves. Vitality have already got so much greatness within their ranks, but they're looking to try and push it further so that nobody can even think about touching it. The side of Falcons, we're looking at Nico still trying to win his first major trophy that brought Carrigan into the team to try and make that possible. But I just think there's so many great players on the server today, so much potential, so much skill, that why for this third map, why don't we just let the Counter-Strike do the talking? Let's let the Counter-Strike tell the story as we get into the third and final map of this quarterfinal, Falcons versus Vitality. The dust settles here on map 3.
And this might be the coming out party for Kyosuke, who's had a phenomenal quarterfinal series so far. m0NESY stepping up in that previous map. ZywOo stepping up in that previous map. Neither team letting this go. Fighting to the very end. Falcons starting on the T side of Dust 2, attacking into this Vitality defense. And we are underway to decide who moves on to the semifinals to face off against Spirit.
13-11 on both maps. Feels like this is just getting to a boiling point now as we head into the pistol of map 3. Falcons sit with 3 players in the tunnels. Smoke gonna go down towards Xbox.
Another salvo of utility on the back of Tess's as well. This smoke just covering the progression of Kyosuke and m0NESY and lower. Nico towards middle. Still another smoke, Molotov, and flashbang to place for Falcons attack. And for Vitality, moving their pieces on the board over towards short. A mid-round piece of aggression.
Yeah, flash goes in, so does ZywOo. She's going to try and get in behind the defenses here. Pressure going to be put on Robs. Goes out for the peek. Can't connect it. Cyrus actually slipped in secretly, very close to the whereabouts of the T. It's going to be Monacy and Tesses with the first 2 kills. A great opening here for Falcons.
Was surprised to see them continue that piece of aggression. It was very telegraphed. Another flashbang. Messi's got to deliver on this. Swings out. 1, 2. Going for a little bit more. Drops off, but he's found Vitality at 3 versus 3.
Yeah, it's forced Falcons to consider their options. And Kiyosuke again, another bit of pistol impact today. It's Robstad as he tries to cross out. And look at this from Apex, just storming forward, trying to put pressure on the young man. He's going to handle it and not put himself in harm's way. In the meantime, that bomb tries to make it in, but Merriman has landed the headshot. He's got a great kill on that cross. 3 so far, but he's finally dead. And they put him in the crown. That's going to end up as a Falcons pistol win. They're just so good on pistols today.
Yeah, nasty shooting with the pistols from Kiyosuke. Those are some lovely shots. I love the play from Apex as well. Coming through that smoke, he knows if that smoke pops and they're stuck behind it, no chance Vitality have to win the pistol. Has to make the desperate move. Almost able to claw it back with that peek. 1-0 for Falcons.
And well, Vitality buying again. It's going to be Zaiwu out with the M4. Pistols around him, and we know what Robs can do with the MP9. We've seen that over on Inferno. Gonna try forward again. Smoke tossed out towards the double doors. And we'll see Falcons start to move forward.
I want to see how efficient this T side is going to be. And towards the end of Inferno, it felt like we started to see some of that inexperience and the lack of time that this roster has had with Kerrigan at the helm. The 61 days alone that they've been able to work with. Felt like some ideas ran out towards the later stages of Inferno. But now they get a fresh slate, a clean slate on Dust 2. Short control now. You have Flames over in pit. Apex at the rail at this A bomb site. Going to try and delay things, but with the cover of smoke, Kiyosuke moves out. Apex never spotted it.
Oh, he's got very deep, hasn't he? Kiyosuke looking to be the playmaker. Apex going to be revealed. A surprise. Kiyosuke is way closer than you anticipated. Grenade's going to land towards him. Some responses from Vitality, and that's actually going to pull Kiyosuke back.
Yeah, he found the fight he wanted, missed the opportunity, so they feel like there's going to be a rotation, a shift, but they're a little bit off on that. 3 defenders at this B bomb site. Oh, this is exactly what Vitality wants.
Trying to get right through. It's Nico stopping Messi, trying to break him apart, but it's Zaiwu delivering 2 off the back platform. Rob's up next, and he's done well with that MP9. He'll retreat into the tunnels. He'll play his life.
Yeah, and it's actually 2 isolated individual players for Falcons. Kiyosuke needs to deliver here. Can't get the first.
So it's got to be Kerrigan. Not exactly known for his clutches, but certainly known for making the big plays, the big moments, causing the bullshit. We've got him hiding behind the box. Khalil's out next, and he nearly does it. Damn close from Kerrigan. But Apex comes in, sweeps him away. And that's going to allow the scoreline to be tied up.
Yeah, the pistols might be great for Falcons, but now we've seen 2 second rounds failed to convert. Had it in the second half of Inferno as well, disrupting the hot start that Falcons was hoping to get underway. Lovely rebuttal, lovely response, great read, and a great stack with the M4 in the back of the bomb site. Falcons on the back foot immediately. They have the opportunity. Kerrigan has 3,800. He can drop an AK and have a hero AK just like the last map, but this time maybe wanted to get the AWP out in the next buy round as well. Pass that over to Monacy, so we're going to sit back with Glocks.
When Kerrigan will go around the corner, and expected death from Mezzi. Sent out towards Kerrigan.
Now stalled out over in middle behind this smoke. And that next round buy from Falcon's going to be very strong. Have to imagine Kerrigan's dropping that AWP over immediately from Monacy. He was a beast on Inferno in that loss. Get him started early with the AWP. See what he can provide you. And Falcons make their last move into their death. Rups, back of the bomb site, dinked up, a little bit of pressure, but nothing he can't handle. Mezzi here with him. Another bomb plant at the very least for Falcons, and that's a win.
Get that extra cash coming out. Monacy gonna back away. Maybe you can get a little bit more out of this M4.
Yeah, this M4 now provides the opportunity for economic damage, so 1 or 2 more kills and Falcons is laughing all the way into round 4.
But surely not the round to win, right? Like, this surely shouldn't lead to victory. Monacy's gonna give it a go. He's got the first, needs a second, gets the dink out towards the door, but good work from ZywOo cleaning out Monacy and getting back in for this retake.
Yeah, there might have been a world with ZywOo's low HP, but just the Glock on the other player, never able to recover another weapon. Mezzi always played outside of the bomb site. So only 1 rifle salvageable. And now we get into that first gun round. 2-1 in the favor of Vitality. AK's being picked up for Falcons attack. They've got long spawns if they want to take them. But at least this time they don't.
Yeah, Monacy spotted with a cross.
Only seen 1.
No one dare go into a scope for now.
Oh, they want to go for
timing. They're actually going into the lower tunnels. They're going to go for that early fight. Kyosuke wins it.
Oh, that's really nice, him being prepared for that. Heads up. That's a very late piece of aggression, trying to catch him off guard. And Nico, he's got the next.
First 2 kills fall in favor of Falcons. There's another one. Monacy with a wall bang. Apex dead, left side of the doors.
Yeah, Vitality might have had a preconceived timing that they wanted to pounce upon. A trap to set up. And the game plan, at least in this round, doesn't pan out. Monacy can be patient. Spots the head. Falls prey to ZywOo. And now he's got access to the AWP on the ground. I don't even think Vitality's necessarily going to want to fight for this too much. But being able to pick up a free op in a round like this is really nice if ZywOo falls back into it.
Carrigan just caught the timing to come out along. He's actually going to backstab them here. Could be taking everything away, but ZywOo's going to turn at the right time. Internal clock catching the opportunity. So Carrigan gone, AWP recovered here for ZywOo.
That's actually a huge steal from Vitality. I know it's a loss, but I think you're going to be pretty pleased with how this all panned out. Even taking the L here and letting the scoreboard even up. You know Falcons has wasted the cash, the money on the AWP. You get it for free, and you get it in the hands of your best player, of the greatest player of all time. A dangerous weapon for ZywOo on this CT side.
Falcons tie things up. It feels just like the early stages of this 3rd map in the quarterfinals. It feels like we're going to get an absolute barn burner down the stretch.
Hey, Lexus, we've made it past midnight. Are you with us? That's what I'm talking about, baby. Map 3 underway. Semifinals on the line. And Falcons making Vitality sweat in this series.
Nate gonna go in behind Kyosuke. They're gonna take some short control. You've got Carrigan down to 10 HP. Oh. Spam going forward through the smokes from Mezzi. Nico confidently prowling down into that B site, seeing if he can catch any of the CTs in the open, but no one dare walk forward, no one challenging.
Yeah, but Lurk Smoke is going to apply a little bit of pressure. Mezzi and Rops now a little bit on notice, especially with the mid to B smoke up and in place at the moment. Falcons not making their move just yet, controlling the middle of the map. A default spread for Vitality's defense. Flames, ZywOo, and Apex to defend this A bomb site. And Carrigan, with that low HP, will turn into a late, long lurk.
Under 45 seconds. That utility goes to the sky. Apex cast aside. It's ZywOo stepping up in his stead. He can't connect the shot. They start moving in, and ZywOo starts moving back. 30 seconds left in the round as they take over the bomb site. ZywOo's worried about the long play.
Yeah, but with him still alive and backing away, Carrigan knows not to make his move. Until there's some kind of pressure on the retake, no need for Carrigan to do anything at all. Lies in wait. So tantalizing if you're Falcons to try and take these guns out of their hands.
ZywOo trying to pull Carrigan into the peak, but his discipline will stand. He does not move, he does not bite. And Carrigan looking the wrong direction. It's going to be Flames to walk in and remove him, but the round will fall in favor of the Falcons. They will retreat. They will try to get away. Robs is going to try and hunt down a couple of kills on the exit here. Well onto Tesses, but that'll be it. Falcons have taken the lead here on Dust 2.
At this stage of the map as well, Vitality's happy to give up rounds like that. Timeout called. 4 players alive. 4 players keep their weapons in hand if you're Vitality. So plenty of money and plenty of resources to fight back with as they talk things over. Kyosuke again, the initiator for Falcon, stepping through the smoke on short, finding Apex in the open. We've seen some of the early game plan of Vitality not play out. The late pounce in middle, that trap set up with the delayed strike towards lower tunnels. Now this play, Apex out in the open, smoke broken. And he stood no chance whatsoever. Missed shots from ZywOo as well. So a timeout, I think, more to calm down the Vitality side. Just to let them settle into this third map. Assure them that there's no cause for panic.
Honestly, blocked by Flames early on. Smoke will go down as well. His teammates assist him with the breakage of the smoke itself, but not going to reveal a kill, not going to reveal a chance. Settle back into the default.
Yeah, Kyosuke playing the smoke faded mid. He stepped in front of the double doors onto the CT side. Smoke broken, he sees nobody home. A clever way to clear mid, and now he's got great piece of map control to cut off the middle of the map, cut off this defense from shifting from bomb site to bomb site. All that's left now with him in this position is for Kerrigan to pick where they want to apply the pressure.
Falcons move through the mid-smoke. Out through the double doors. Nade towards Kerrigan. ZywOo ready. AWP looking to stop him. The rifle taking first contact. Not even having to reveal ZywOo, but there's the grenade. It's hunted out Kerrigan. It's the final play now for Falcons towards this B bomb site. The setup designed to deal with this is Rops and Mezzi, but Kyosuke has found the key to open up this bomb site. Mezzi doing what he can, but it's not enough. Nico has stopped him, and the bomb plant will be coming through to this B bomb site as Vitality shift over the retake attempt.
And Falcons would love to take all these weapons away. Are going to give them the chance to do it with the retake here. They want to go see if they can find anything, flush Nico out into the open.
That's the only utility they've got. That's all they've got, and they do trade out on Nico. But if you want to go for this, you've got to send in ZywOo's op and Flames' AK. You've got to risk losing them. Tessa's dead. It's got to be Monacy. He's looking for it, but ZywOo responds. Comes through, gets that defuse. And it's the ZywOo difference that gives Vitality the tie game.
Perfect coordination, perfect timing on that peak from ZywOo. As soon as his teammate falls, Monacy's quick and he's got no chance to back away. They do just enough, a critical trade on Nico inside the Flames. But this right here, shot taken and ZywOo's prepared. And Vitality with that win gonna continue fighting on. M4's back in their hands. It's Falcons whose money is at the breaking point in round 7.
Yeah, not bad yet though. They've got a Matt 10, they've got a Galil. Sure, those are the weaknesses, but at least you've got the AKs in the hands of the players you want them in.
It's a very scary round though from Falcons, walking out middle, walking up to the B bomb site on a split. It happens so rarely. And now Vitality, they're gonna be nervous about that round after round.
You see the resources they've committed now to watch through those mid doors. 2 players there, Mezzi and ZywOo.
Oh, they're just gonna go into the B bomb site with bodies, with numbers, attacking into Rops. Mezzi and ZywOo playing outside the site, so the reaction, the support is gonna be there quickly. Falcons desperately need a knockout punch. These opening kills need to go their way efficiently.
Mezzi trying to get up on top of the boxes just in time. Here they come. Utility charging in. The Falcons moving forward. Mezzi clips their wings straight away. It's Kerrigan dead. Rob steps out, just the one, but it's Mezzi from the back of the car. He can't get a follow-up, so ZywOo to step out. Smoke broken. And ZywOo held at bay at the window for now. But that smoke goes too deep. ZywOo is close enough. He doesn't want to step forward just yet. He's waiting for his teammates to get closer. Takes a bullet, but not a lot of damage. Flash, smokes sent forward, trying to block them out, and Vitality this time starting to back away. They're waiting.
It's not done yet
to get in position.
Yeah, this is all on the flank from Apex, but now actually he's smoked off as well. There might not be an avenue in, but if Modesty goes down here, maybe Vitality come in real late on the bomb timer. ZywOo and Flames take it back. They've already conceded. They've already called it off.
Modesty is going to charge towards Apex, trying to flee the scene as that bomb goes off, but in the end, Falcons getting through into the B site.
This is a very tough half, though, for Falcons. Everyone's going to go down. Money is in a terrible situation. Vitality, even in round losses, able to preserve the weapons they're fighting with. Falcons are never able to get that knockout blow that lets them get a grip on this map. Vitality being very smart with their economy and their decision-making in these post plants.
Zonic looking to try and cool things down, and Falcons haven't bought anything just yet. Gonna figure out what they can even piece together. It's gonna be AKs coming out on Nico and Monacy. At 10 for Carrigan.
Scraping together what they can. Trying to build this lead up. It's just so difficult every single time you play. ZywOo has an AWP. Haven't been able to take it away from him yet. Really nice work trading into these bomb sites. First two players go down, but Nico and Kiyosuke just there for the trades each and every time. Lovely work. A single round lead for Falcons. Money decimated for both sides, right on the edge. But if you're Vitality, at least you're keeping the AWP away from Monacy for as long as possible.
Giving ZywOo that unrivaled match on the other side. Carrigan climbing up on the Xbox, head shows, instant kill from Apex, and they retreat, they take the advantage. Then the reaction, Nico jumping out of the long doors right into Mezzi.
He saw them doubled up on Cat, and that might be a signal that there's no long defense, that he could actually gain a little bit of space there, and boy, was he wrong. No chance whatsoever, and all of a sudden, Falcons in a critical round where money is on the line. You have a two-man deficit, but that's thinned out to just one.
And Kiyosuke moves forward, ZywOo cut apart, but look, they've isolated Rops. He's on his own. He's only got an MP9. If they come at this B bomb site, what can Rops actually do?
And how long is Apex just going to sit behind the smoke? Is he going to try and make a crazy play? Will you clear out the back of the bomb site?
Can Rops keep his cool? He's under pressure. MP9 as he tries to challenge, but Tesses has gotten rid of him. Kiyosuke now looks down towards mid.
Oh, and he's made his decision. You can't change it from here.
He's committed to this. Kiyosuke stands and fights, but it's just the one. The retake required of Vitality. Once again, utility there for Falcons. They hold them back. They hold them at the door. But Monacy, ready to make a play. We can all adore. He goes to the window. Apex is caught. Flames is up next. There's the trade on Monacy, but Tesses has his back.
Finally, they've worked so hard for that. They finally take all the money away from Vitality. All the weapons ripped out of their hands. And Vitality's gonna have to sit back and save. A very tough economic battle for 8 rounds straight, and Falcons come out on top. And it's this guy once again, Kiyosuke. What a beastly performance he's having.
So much impact today, absolutely brilliant.
Every single map, he has bailed this team out of tough situations. And his performance has not slowed down as the night has gone deeper.
We can finally believe the hype. Apex walking up towards top middle. Has a little peek into the lower tunnels, isn't going to come away with anything.
All right, well, this time Nico gets out long safely. Good piece of map control, especially when you know you're in an anti-eco. The bomb on Monacy's back now, joining up over towards long as well. Kiyosuke, excuse me, bringing up the flank. And Carrigan executing a small fake towards the B bomb site to make him nervous, to keep as many players parked here as possible.
Now ready to come out long. The pack of Falcons start to make their way forward. Utility flying over towards the car, limiting the positions here of Vitality, but no one's in any of those spots. They're all rotating over now. Strength in numbers with the weaker guns.
And they got one counter flash on Flames to chuck through the smoke if they want to aggress here, but they're going to rely on Apex to find a headshot.
They rely upon a miracle. Robs' Deagle has chimed in. Anything else? Anything else at all? That says denies Apex. Moving up. It's the flank of Karrigan. The MAC-10 nips in behind ZywOo. Now it's just Robs with that Deag. And he'll climb up short. Can take down his former in-game leader, but he's actually taken a goose on board, and Robs is finished off with a grenade. Karrigan hunts him down, finishes off the kill, and Falcons delivering a very solid start on this T side.
Oh yeah, they're doing absolutely lovely work. 5 of the last 6 in their favor. They've found bomb plants in 6 rounds so far, and there's half. They have access to these sites. Very, very efficient Falcons is being right now. Round 10. And this time, Vitality, they re-enter this defense with weapons, but the AWP is missing. They had it so much in the early stages, now they've got to play without.
And m0NESY gets to play with his. And he's looking to try and dominate the long corner. Flames will get the information, that's where the AWP is. ZywOo moves forward, tried to nip it in towards mid, but he doesn't spot anything. He realizes he can't stay there, so he backs off. Mid control there for Falcons. Peek for Kyosuke, denied by Robs off the back of the platform.
It's the fight he was looking for. Might regret it a little bit right now. Double dink from Robs. There's 4 CTs on the map without head armor. Karrigan's MAC-10 can chew them up. It's mid to be splits have been dangerous.
Oh, m0NESY waiting with the rifle. Karrigan's MAC-10 stood no chance. m0NESY going to be backtracking. Sending utility out towards the tunnels. Under a minute left on the clock. Where does the bomb decide to go? I mean, you're in a 3v5. How do you figure this one out if you're Falcons?
Feels like a round where Karrigan gave the individuals a lot of room in this round to make a play, to try and create an opportunity, and all of them fell by the wayside. The peek from Kyosuke, Karrigan stepping up next with his MAC-10. Can they find another recovery in a deficit situation? m0NESY leading the way with the AWP.
It would be ridiculous if they can pull this off now. Under 30 seconds left. 2 players entrenched in that B bomb site. Smoker's gonna go down for this cross. Apex tries to heat things up. Nico's dead through the smoke. 15 seconds left.
I don't even think you have time, even if you go for it. You got too many defenders you got to go through, so they'll just save these weapons. ZywOo going to start coming for a hunt. Wants to try and find that AWP down the stretch. Tess is off to his left, shuts it down.
Well, they just plant their feet in short and look to hold on to the weapons, but oh my god, Tessis moves forward, he dies. He's got $3,000 at least left over. Didn't really need that.
A 2-round lead now, though, and Vitality call another timeout, their second. This is where Xtaz wants them to fire up right at the tail end of the half. Scrape together these last 2, even things out yet again as they switch sides.
So we have that conversation with Vitality. You've been here so many times. Dust 2 has been your home ground.
So many times, but I can't imagine they feel like they're playing like it's been all those other times. Falcons have really put them to a test and really knocked them off their A-game. A scrappy affair. None of these maps ever getting blown out.
It would be a real testament to the greatness of Vitality, though, if they are able to prevail in this series today. With all those caveats, you're saying they aren't playing their best Counter-Strike, seeing them look pretty weak at earlier stages in the competition and still getting through Falcons.
Oh, m0NESY make an aggressive move.
Yeah, he's looking for that opening. Oh, Apex is lost, dazed and confused. m0NESY's got the opener.
Trying to cross late, just never expected m0NESY to have that angle that fast. A little bit deeper, giving him a new look to the right side of the doors. Beautiful shot, beautiful play, and a man advantage for Falcons in a critical round.
And respecting the smoke for the time being here, Falcons at long, but it's fading soon. Flames is aware of that. He'll replenish with some fiery utility of his own.
No sound cue whatsoever. Flames has no idea what's coming around that corner, but he prepares himself, sets himself against the wall, calls ZywOo over to the corner. Now they know.
And ZywOo looking to defend with him, but he pulls the initial attention. He sets up Flames. Can he make the most of it? You better believe he can. The first is good, but ZywOo got taken down, and then Flames gets caught on a jump. An awkward situation, exchange of kills, but it falls in favor of Falcons. 53 seconds left.
Look at the HP though. Monacy's gonna have to be involved. At the moment he's playing middle. He's cutting off the rotation. He's not letting Rops get involved in this round whatsoever. But he gives that up to start bringing his force, his AWP, over to the A bomb site. With Tesses and Kiyosuke this low, he's got to have some influence with this AWP. Be prepared to pounce at any moment.
And Mezzi has got to be a bastion of defense, but he turns the wrong way, had to worry about the ramp.
The footsteps sold him.
And now Rops drifting over through the mid doors. It doesn't seem winnable. It doesn't seem like there's even a chance for this at all. He's so far away from the action. And further still he goes.
Man, Falcons is playing an absolutely phenomenal T-side at the moment. They are running Vitality ragged on this map. They've had success at both bomb sites. They've had success coming out middle and splitting the B bomb site, coming up short, now long. There are a lot of problems that Vitality have had to solve in this half, and now they're staring at a 3-round deficit. No chance of tying the scoreline. And they'll scrape together what they can in this final round 12. Rops will drop at M4 over, but they're missing a lot of resources.
Apex gonna be so frustrated to give up that opening kill. Monacy able to punish Mezzi, not looking at him as well. So both of the kills Monacy gets in this round are at opponents with their backs turned to him. Oh, Monacy again! You cannot pass, you cannot get into the site, and immediately Team Vitality having to play a player down.
And it's so frustrating. It's so difficult when the Opera on the other side of the map is picking you off on this cross. And there's nothing you can do about it. He's just fast. At least Vitality putting their pieces over towards short. Kiyosuke and Nico lie in wait.
Yeah, Flames. It's a FAMAS. It'll have to do. Can it deliver two? Flames out first, dead. Kiyosuke again. His entry prowess on display today. Zywoo, Apex, and Mezzi, now the last remaining player. An 8-4 lead. Falcons conquest inside the Cathedral. Looking like it's gonna continue. This is such a strong lead on the third and final map.
Mezzi's got no chance in this one. 5 HP. You'd have to do something crazy.
He's got no chance. Surely no chance. He'll step up and give it a go.
This Falcons doesn't lose these kinds of rounds. Not anymore.
Not today. Not today. Mezzi's got the headshot, but Monacy secures it. 8-4 lead. The Falcons are doing it. Looking to fly into the semifinals. It's the birthday of the game we all love, and we have been giving gifts of Counter-Strike matches today. Both quarterfinals have delivered, and we'll see if Vitality can claw their way back into the second half. And it's looking like Falcons are in full control, looking to continue their conquest in Cologne. Looking to knock out the world #1, the most dominant team we've seen in Counter-Strike. This team was put together for this purpose. They went out, they found the biggest pieces that were around in Counter-Strike and assembled them into one squad. And now they are looking to take down Vitality on the home ground of Counter-Strike, on Vitality's home ground of Dust 2. Let's kick this one off. Second half underway in Cologne.
And Vitality, this is where you lean on that championship pedigree. They do not go down without a fight. A year and a half of dominance. They're going to rely on all of that experience, crossing over towards long, but not fast enough.
Nico's got that headshot. The bullet had Flame's name on it.
Bombs in B.
The bomb towards the B bomb site, though. They've got them into the site. The plant's going to be coming through.
Yeah, they faked him out entirely. The whole defense evacuated. The inexperience now of Kiyosuke left the B bomb site off that one kill, off that pressure.
Yeah, well, now they're moving in. Kiyosuke looking to make up for it. It's been a pistol god today. It's going to go in again, but Robs this time handling business. Tessa sending one shot back. Apex controls himself from behind the big box, and he's got Zywoo with that French connection. Stylish inside of the site. And here he comes. m0NESY a long way off. Getting spotted, early detected. And Zywoo drops back.
No time to pause. He's got no kit.
He's got to break the French. He's got to do it on his own, and Apex denies that opportunity. Vitality needed this pistol. They go out and they get it.
A lovely fake that Falcons bit on entirely. The pressure of the footsteps of the utility out towards long, way too late when they realized the hit was coming elsewhere. Vitality firmly entrenched inside that B bomb site. A lovely pistol round call. And the first step in this half, pistol rounds have been difficult for Vitality to come by. Vitality taking it very patiently in this round 14. They've been able to counteract some Falcons pistol wins and don't want to fall prey to the very same thing. Going through the details of short control.
Smoke down for that CT cross.
Yeah, but it's negated by that defensive smoke inside the double doors, so Vitality won't gain any ground, won't take any space. They'll sit back, not wanting to force the issue against pistols through a smoke.
Got more utility to fall back on. Gap in the side of the smoke, it'll expand. TSS moving closer to the double doors. On the other side, waits m0NESY with bomb on back.
Feels like he's going to need a little bit more support. This defense hasn't budged whatsoever. The stack is out towards long and at the A bomb site.
Oh, they haven't checked him. They haven't checked him. TSS gets away with it. Two stolen away. Bomb spills. Carrigan on the flank. The pistols looking to cause chaos. The pistols looking to cause calamity. Apex doing what he can, but it's going to be disaster. But the fadeaway. How has he got that?
Oh, still alive, and now Rops is in position. And I think that's the round. I think that's the danger averted. Unless you can hit this shot on the cross, this is what you have left.
A little bit of madness there for Apex to steal that one away. And Rops is in a perfect position. He doesn't let those rounds go. m0NESY steps up again, giving it a go in an unlikely scenario. Rops retreats. Falls back into the site. They're not giving him a chance. On Chaos inside of middle. That hasn't led to much just yet. m0NESY gonna try and force Rops into the open! Now it's just Apex.
Timer's on his side though.
Yeah, Apex has the time, a teammate in time, but m0NESY looking for him, can't find him. Apex just hides away. m0NESY taps the deep fuse, but the fuse is too short. He can't get the round, but he's certainly got the kills. m0NESY will try to fall away. The bomb's gonna go off. m0NESY goes down with it. And Apex saves this round for Vitality.
What do you do now if you're Falcons, though? You took all the weapons away. That's a really, really tough, expensive loss for Vitality, or excuse me, victory for Vitality to take. Look at how difficult it was not clearing Tesses. Late in the series, late in the evening, late in this quarterfinal, details are going to be missed. And now it's about the mentality. It's about staying focused through those mistakes. And that's where the champions step up. It's Falcons to go for an investment here. Kerrigan's dropped an M4 over to Monacy. A chance to create an opportunity out of nothing.
And they have stacked the B site with 3 players. The bomb currently in the tunnels. But Falcons show no sign of moving forward there just yet. Vitality know they can't sustain any losses in this round because of the damage that was inflicted upon their economy in the last round. So they're taking their time. They're being so methodical and controlled about this.
Any death hurts, but it feels like they've gone past the M4.
Kiyosuke, again, the 5-7 looking to be devastating, but nothing found this time. Kerrigan steps out, gets a what? How has he got 2 out of the USP? Is that going to be enough? Is it going to give them a chance? The 5-7 down! No way! No way this is happening! Robs is alone. The 1v3 with the AK. This would be devastating for Vitality. Can Robs deliver some relief? But the bomb is on the other side. The time isn't with him. And Robs backs away. Falcons have found some fortune.
Well, they found a Kerrigan, a double kill with the USP. He's not a superstar, but this guy knows how to find impact. That is an incredible sequence, sliding through the smoke, and again, another missed detail, and that'll be frustrating for Vitality. You missed the clear on Tess at double door in the round prior. Now you miss Kerrigan stepping around the smoke, and he's getting this arena fired up.
Yeah, he's proven it wasn't just a phase. The bullshit lives and dies with him. Here at the Major, a double USP kill into a round of victory. He had no shot, no chance, and no right in winning this round. But somehow, someway, he provides the opportunity, and the chaos for Vitality unravels their attack.
That's something Falcons have had to get used to, these close, grindy games that Kerrigan has always been involved with. Loving it here this time. Monacy, up in his hand, back of mid. And Vitality invests everything back in this round to try and snatch it back in their favor. Oh, Monacy has to be very careful how he plays this one. Good utility in mid, chunks down Flames, chunks down Mezzy.
Monacy looks through the doorway, he got it. Even while he's blind, it doesn't matter. Flames cut out of this attack. He will sit and watch the 4 remaining screens of his teammates. 3 with pistols, a single player with a rifle, and Rops is in that engagement towards the tunnels.
Well, mid to B smoke coming in next for Vitality and Apex. Mezzy just hoping for a peek on this left side, wants this Tech 9 to do some work. Nade rains in. A strong setup here with Tesses and Kiyosuke. And Apex has got the bomb on his back. This is surely going to get cut down.
Yeah, waits on the ledge, waits on the edge, goes out. It's Nico Tesses combining. Robs and Zywoo step out, but the bomb is safely in their possession. Kerrigan activates the flank. Zywoo gone. Robs will step out on his own with 15 seconds left. Robs also dies. There is no money for Vitality. There is no life in Vitality. And Falcons looking to progress to 11 rounds.
And because of the way the economy has played out in these first few rounds, Vitality is not going to have chances to get back into this map. Falcons going to be up at 11 after this. Vitality have to say, they've got to give every chance over to Falcons to close out this series. There's nothing they can do about it. It's taken so long on Dust 2, but feels like Falcons have found a stranglehold on this map.
It's taken so long for Falcons to get into this position. to find their composure. And the big moments get your back right there, but the rest of his teammates are there with him. A shutdown from Falcons. They can taste it. They can feel it. The semi-finals ever closer. We have waited so long to see this version of the Falcons. Star after star added to this squad, but it was never enough for them to take that next step.
Well, they found that missing puzzle piece, the IGL they needed. Kerrigan already producing improved results and just 61 days in the team. Rops has been that missing puzzle piece for so many teams that he's stepped into, that he's created eras with. And right now, Kerrigan establishing himself as a critical brains of the operation for Falcons. And Vitality have to get this comeback started right now. 6-11, 5 rounds back.
A true test for the best.
This lineup not ever winning a match inside the Lanxess. It might just as well be the same today. It's written on the walls at the moment. Falcons looking to seal their fate.
Utility ready to go for Vitality. The cross smoke thrown out towards Nico. He steps in front of it. There he goes. He's going to be flashed, has to fall away. Vitality send players through. Nico, blinded, held back. Running up the ramp. Tess is trying to get there. Nico, round the back, only the one. Kyosuke trying to replenish that position. Tessa is down inside his sight. Headshot good on Zywoo. Can he get another? No. Mezzi overwhelms him. Sight has been taken. Bomb is planted. What do Falcons do?
This is where you might want to take a leaf out of Vitality's book and really consider the save in this kind of a situation. Still very early on in the half. Your economy is extremely strong. You don't need to risk this weaponry. Don't need to lose the op and pass it over to Vitality. So they sit back. They concede the round, allow Vitality to get to 7. And the rebuttal from the back-to-back major champions is in. They're now just 4 rounds back after this victory.
But no round has looked easy for Vitality. That's the problem. Even with USPs, Falcons are getting output, trying to hold on to it. Kyosuke eventually getting traded by Rops. As you mentioned, so much money, no problem for Kyosuke to reinvest.
A great opportunity as well to just make it even more painful for Vitality, take more and more money. Zonic calls a timeout now. A little bit of time to have a conversation before this turns into a problem. And how many times has he been in this position at the major in his old Astralis lineups in Vitality for some time? And he knows what this feels like. Settle the guys down because the victory is in sight, but it's not secured yet. Job's not finished.
To battle once more. We'll still have the ult for Monacy. Zywoo will not have that luxury. There's still been so much damage inflicted upon this Vitality economy. They've got a Khalil for Apex. 4 AKs on the rest.
Vitality would hit a play towards the long. But Mezzi gives it up. Flashbang came out regardless. Mezzi didn't like coming through that smoke. Monacy perched up in middle, boosted towards lower tunnels. A timer on how long he can stay here. Tess is alone inside the B bomb site. Kyosuke in middle. Vitality being very conservative with this opening, staying far back on the map.
Two smokes deployed towards Xbox and double doors. Vitality not moving forward with a good flash. It's going to keep Monacy busy, but he's staying in this spot. Eventually realizing he has to fall away. Initial damage done towards Kyosuke.
Well, the double smoke break on short should tell Vitality that Falcons was looking to be aggressive on short, so 2 players likely there. A flash setup with Nico ready to be activated. As soon as he gets a sense, they're turning the corner on short.
Nico goes for the peak. Oh, he's found a path through the flames into the kill against that very name. And Nico drops back in low HP. He's made it out. He's stolen away the opening.
Yeah, low on HP though, so how do you position yourself? You might want to swap spots with Kerrigan. m0NESY, the op has to deliver here.
He's ready to strike, and he will straight through ZywOo. m0NESY ready for the rest, but he's burning. And Apex moves up. Rops has got the kill. m0NESY gone. Apex the other. And Kerrigan has to retreat. He has to get away. And that bomb plant is coming through. Rops is going to turn back. Catches Tessa, his hands busy with utility. Rops has got the frag. Vitality starting to show some life. There's a pulse in this squad yet. Some vitality shown, and Kerrigan chasing after, but they're gone. They hide away, and they will not let him into this. 8 rounds for Vitality, one step at a time.
Fearless leader out in front for Vitality. Apex scaled into that A bomb site that m0NESY never saw. The first one, Apex slipped past his gaze. He gets the second, but that pressure applied by Apex, the Molotov as well. And that defense crumbles underneath the damage that Nico took earlier. It's not dominant. Vitality hasn't completely hit their stride yet, but they're doing just enough to bring this back.
I mean, the mountain of cash you have to get through, though, to come back into this game is going to be tough. Falcons have so much money. m0NESY's back on the AWP. Nico's still got the AK. Anything still possible here for Falcons to try and just get series points.
Yeah, look how frustrating it is. Look how much it means. They can feel it so close, yet still so far away. This final gasp from Vitality, not easy to get through.
These final 2 rounds might just be the most difficult to find for Falcons. That's a sleeping giant in ZywOo with 9 kills, 13 deaths. Yet to deliver his trademark impact on the game.
It's been one of the big trademarks of ZywOo over these past 2 years of this dominance from Vitality, as he figured out how to come in with the attitude to take the win away, to be the dominant force inside the server. Haven't seen it yet here on Dust 2. Maybe it's still to come. Vitality might need it. Falcons sensing a hit in the direction of the B bomb site. They slide an additional player over. It's Nico who's going to be that third member of this defense to bolster it, to strengthen it. So on the other side of the map, it's all about delaying and holding Vitality off, trying to funnel them towards the defensive stack you have in place.
Two smokes deployed. That corridor of cover created here for Apex.
Oh, the slide through the CT
gonna move
smoke.
forward. It's a big play from Apex, putting pressure on Kerrigan. They scale forward, Vitality coming in. It's gonna be Flames first, m0NESY under pressure, Apex moving up, finishes him off. Kyosuke and Nico on the race over.
Just so fearless right now is Apex. He knows he's got to do it for his team. So Kyosuke, he slides up the ramp.
He's got a good angle. He's got a good chance. But you got to take down ZywOo while you've got the opportunity. Kyosuke hasn't done that. ZywOo's going to punish. Now it is just Nico. Side of the smoke. Apex ready. Picks up the op and from pit delivers the round. A battle of these two minds. Apex and Kerrigan going head to head. And now Apex is delivering some frags inside the server.
17 kills on Apex. Leading inside the server in terms of going in first, in terms of being the courageous one to take space and delivering frags on top of it. What a performance, the man who just will not quit in pursuit of his own history. He's accomplished every goal he set for himself and for this team. He's got one more left in front of him. It's that trophy right there.
We have reached the end of the money for Falcons. That reserve cash that they sat on, that tower of gold that was keeping them in this, has now been chipped away at. They still have a decent enough buy, 2 MP9s. That's the glaring weakness here. But Vitality have managed to put Falcons on the line.
Vitality have lost all semblance of fear or second guessing ever since their backs got put against the wall. 11-6 to 11-9. Vitality's rattled off 3 straight.
TassAs walking up into the tunnels. Robs with an AK. Stands waiting for any possible aggressive play that might come his way.
A chance for m0NESY on short, but the Molotov is going to take away the angle. Good utility work. Still just 2 defenders here. Kerrigan at long with an MP9. m0NESY's up. Going to be playing between the bomb site and long A. Now comes back. 1 shot at that angle. Can't land it at all.
Yeah, m0NESY misses. It sends on by. He's still alive, though. Can still be a threat. That utility delaying them, taking a dink on board. Here's the flank. Kiyasuke, we're going to be the difference again. Inside of the smoke, the lineup's in, and Kiyasuke only gets 1. Mezzy responds. TassAs low. He stands no chance. Vitality have brought it back. 1 round separates them. Falcons money in the bin. Greatness does not go out easy.
No, you got to earn it. You got to take it from him. 1 player inside the smoke stops Kiyasuke's play that could have been round winning. Could never find his way through it. And this A defense has just been bombarded in these past few rounds.
Well, as TassAs walking in, absolutely no mercy from Vitality.
Vitality is finding a softened defense at this bomb site, though. Falcons have not had that 3rd player. They haven't had Nico in that position. m0NESY giving up the railing position, so Vitality's able to turn that corner at elbow and get into the bomb site. Space for ZywOo to make a play as well. 11-10, 4 rounds in a row for the reigning champs.
ZywOo going to be looking at long, not going to be able to connect. No one stepping in. Flames now in the tunnels, 1 player committed. It's TassAs down lower. Falcons going to try and crunch in towards the upper tunnels. TassAs burns. TassAs in the corner, 2 HP. Actually got a kill out of it. Well done from TassAs. m0NESY's got 1 too. A miraculous moment. Falcons stand a chance.
Yeah, but there's a clear runway into the A bomb site. Apex leads up short. ZywOo in hot pursuit.
Vitality have got to go, but ZywOo, he's been severed off in the pack. He's got the bomb. It's on his back, and he's gone. It's Mezzy trying to step up. And with the sheer power of will, he's found 2 kills right back. Can they do it still? Falcons. Oh, what? How has he got away with it again? There's no way. What? He's just died from Molotov impact.
Oh, gets drilled by the bottle.
And now finally, it's Mezzy.
That might have been the only way to take him down. What he did with 2 HP is filthy.
Mezzy against m0NESY.
19 HP versus 15 HP.
Yeah, look at the health. m0NESY is meant to be the star. Meant to be the star of the show. But it's Mezzy who's coming out the right time. m0NESY looks away! William the Conqueror keeps this going. 12-10 comes up. And that is going to be Falcons reaching series point.
Oh, that's got to be a feeling of relief now. 12-10. You at least have overtime behind you. Pressure drifts away only slightly. You still have to seal it. You still have to take this 13th round. You've got 2 chances. And you've just experienced how hard it is to put these guys away. Hard enough to just get to this point. And look at the heroics out of TassAs.
Oh, he truly does so much. And then a Molotov bottle hits him up the head. TassAs gets taken out by the bottle himself, and m0NESY comes around, tries to stop Mezzy in the corner, but he looks the wrong way. And it's going to be Falcons reaching series point first. The semi-finals right on the line. And Vitality, that might just be the crushing moment. That might just break their hearts. Dreams of trying to equal Astralis, to try and get the 3 majors back to back.
To leave no doubt that they are the greatest of all time. That's the goal of this major for Vitality. It's slipping out of their fingers.
Let's go forward. It's going to be Nico into the open. Flames has got the headshot. Advantage, Vitality. Kyosuke catches Apex, trying to get through that CT smoke. Goes again. Robs responds. Everybody just throwing their bodies on the line. Under a minute left. It's Carrigan getting into the smoke. He makes plays like this.
God.
He is crazy enough to make plays like this. This is Carrigan. This is Counter-Strike. Carrigan gets away with it. ZywOo and Robs, the only two that can stop this. Falcons looking for the semi-finals. m0NESY waits. Takes damage on board. The swings in. ZywOo taking the kill. Now it is Tessus, the young Sung hero, trying to deliver. And he's on his own, but he's gone. Oh my God. Robs with 3, and Vitality do not give up.
For how well m0NESY has played, what are the odds he's going to miss 2 shots in that scenario? Apex cannot believe they got away with that one. Apex cannot believe they're still fighting in this map. 12-11. Incredible heroics, a risk-taking from Carrigan pans out, and they can get nothing else done. The championship pedigree still lives in Vitality.
And look at the weapons for Falcons. Their lights will not go out. Vitality making a stand in Cologne. Overtime is right there for the taking.
Oh, they're coming right up short though. This time there's gonna be no messing around, no details. They're just gonna attack into this. Kyosuke and Nico to defend. m0NESY's all out of position.
He's just way inside of the side. They're gonna send some utility forward. They're gonna get by. Vitality keeping it up. Looking to bring the pressure. Kyosuke trying to hold, but Nico and Kyosuke still in this for Falcons. They are doing the unthinkable, but they are making the impossible possible. Looking to take down the #1, the defending major champions. If Robs wants to keep his flawless streak going, he has to do it. But Falcons have taken down the world #1. Falcons have done it in spectacular fashion. Just 2 months ago, it was the lowest point in Carrigan's career. But now, he is in the semi-finals of a major.
And for Vitality, devastation, all the goals, all the path. It doesn't matter how much you win, losing hurts all the same. Apex devastated on the stage.
Vitality had hopes of going beyond the stars, of pushing their greatness out to heights that no one could reach ever again. But Falcons, they were built for this, designed for this, to take down Team Vitality. And now Nico has a chance. Every major we come in and we ask that same question. Is this the one for Nikola Kovac? Well, because of the team around him, because he's reunited with Carrigan, he has that chance in Cologne.
All the pieces for Falcons falling into place. The final puzzle piece. 61 days in this roster. And Carrigan has delivered them into the semifinals exactly as he planned. And we're ready down on the stage to talk with OJ and the winners.
Well, it took 3 maps. It took almost every single round bar 1. But you've done it. You've made it through to a semi-final. What work that was.
It was a huge fight. We knew that going up against Vitality, we cannot expect an easy game. And yeah, it's been a very long day. We fought like crazy the whole time, and just super proud of the boys right now. We kept composure throughout the whole time, even though we were losing towards the end. Some of the very close rounds, we stayed calm, and we had some good reads towards the end, and just a huge relief right now.
Just a question about staying calm. We saw a couple of times towards the end. You had a lead and you had to save. How hard is it? The adrenaline's pumping. You can see a win in the distance. How hard is it to back off and save?
Yeah, I mean, there's not much else you can do, right? You have a huge lead, and if we have to gain every percentage that we can get in those rounds, right? And that meant just saving a couple of times. Yeah, even like towards the end, we obviously didn't even have the best buy when we won the last round. But I think we can improve a lot on those situations. I think if you asked me like 2 or 3 months ago, we would have probably lost way more guns in these rounds and maybe even lost the game towards the end. So yeah, we just kept it very good towards the end.
What has been the difference? What has changed to mean that you're winning these rounds?
Yeah, I mean, we have just huge belief right now, you know. We are carrying it on from the group stage. We had a lot of tight games, you know, and we came back a couple of times in group stage as well, and we just wanted to kind of try to repeat what we have done in the group stage, and we have done an amazing job of doing that today. But yeah, I mean, just happy with the team right now, you know. If 2 months ago, you know, Finn was not supposed to be here, and now we are, you know, beating the favorites of the major. We are now getting to the semifinals, so it's been a crazy storyline so far, but we are not done yet.
Absolutely not. Just a quick word about Vitality. That is 4 series on the trot now that you've had their number, 4-0. What code have you cracked that nobody else seems to be able to find in beating Vitality?
I'm not sure. I don't think we're doing anything specific versus them. I think it's probably more now into their heads that, you know, we are maybe the only team that kind of are making it very competitive versus them and even winning most of the time. I think maybe they respect us a lot, you know, and this is the reason why they tend to maybe play a bit differently versus us, but nothing crazy. I think ever since, even in G2 times, me and Ilya had always, you know, I don't want to say good times versus them, but the games were always very enjoyable and exciting, and just happy that we won in the end now as well.
Well, it's going to be great to see you tomorrow here in the semi-finals. Just one last question, that's about Counter-Strike. 27th birthday today. What a day we've had. I mean, the match beforehand was a white-knuckle ride. It was all the overtimes. We then see you take it to 3 maps, win like that almost all the rounds. This has got to be the greatest game of all time.
There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. Everyone knows that, and we are just proving it by each major.
Mate, we'll see you tomorrow. Congratulations, you're through to a semi-final. Put your hands together for Nico and Falcons, semi-finalists at the major.
Now this is what Falcons were constructed to conquer. They take down the back-to-back major champions and they set up their own run to the crown here in Cologne. The deepest the Falcons have ever made it in a major, and for Nico, this means a semi-final for the first time since the likes of Shanghai. And as OJ said, Janko, that 4 series record versus Vitality, this one has got to taste the sweetest as it now sets them up for their own trophy run.
The Falcons green continues to be the kryptonite for Vitality, and yeah, what a series, man. OJ said it. We've just been so blessed today with some incredible Counter-Strike, incredible entertainment. I think you can just say that game could have gone either way on pretty much every single map, and that's just what you hope for as a Counter-Strike fan.
Yeah, it's fantastic to witness a game like that, you know, being inside the arena, be sitting at home. Every round had a nerve to it. Every round felt that it was up for the grabs. You know, we saw force buys coming in. We saw certain rounds where you think to yourself, there's no way that Falcons are going to win this. And all of a sudden, Kerrigan pops off with a multi-USP kill and Falcons remain in the game. It was a crazy roller coaster of emotion, dare I say. It's too good to watch this game of Counter-Strike, but that's what we live for. That's why we watch the game, and that's why we love it.
So many thoughts in my head right now. I mean, this was the slimmest of margins that literally decided this game. I mean, we are talking about Kerrigan walk pushing smoke on short and getting a double kill all of a sudden. In the end, Zaivu and Robs clutched that round back in like 2v3 fashion. And this all happened within last 3 rounds. This was happening whole game. Not only this map, but previous maps as well. And this was just the Counter-Strike game and the Counter-Strike day. What a day to have a birthday.
The emotions running high, clearly, on both sides of the server as well. But just to pinpoint Kerrigan in this one, we talked about one of the many reasons why he was brought on board with this Falcons roster, Janko, and this is just one of many to keep Falcons' heads cool in these high-pressure situations.
He just keeps doing it time and time again, even with this Falcons roster only in a span of less than 2 months. I mean, it doesn't even have to be said at this point. You would have never seen Falcons win a game in this manner, right? 6 months ago, a year ago, grind it out when everything is going against them, but that's just what he can do for a team.
Well, against all the odds, the team that were touted as many by the favorites, it is unfortunately Vitality to fall short here in Cologne. So let's get a few closing thoughts courtesy of them and Shocks.
Apex, the end of the road here for Vitality. What I can only imagine is a really rough heartbreak for everything you've worked towards. What are your first words towards why it just wasn't enough today?
No, definitely. I don't think we did play good today. And yeah, that's the end of our journey here. It's sad because I really wanted to get that one as well, but that's life. You know, we won so much that sometimes you need to understand that you have to lose to grow again, and that's hope. That's what we're gonna do.
Where does this leave you? Because I know you talked a lot about kind of breaking the records that Astralis set, like doing it for ZywOo and all those things, right? And it feels like you've already done so much and you've worked so hard for so long. It's probably going to take something to be able to reset, to do it all again. But if anyone can do it, it's you guys.
Yeah, I hope so. We need to digest that lose because, as I said, I don't think we played good. But that's, yes, sometimes props to Falcons to playing well and beat us. That's like the world of sport or esports. Huh? You have a winner, you have a loser, and today we are the losers. But yeah, definitely we'll take a rest because now it's prayer break and talking together to see how we can improve and win again because it was definitely not enough at this tournament.
Always gracious in victory as in defeat, Apex. I'll leave the final words to you because I know your loved ones are here. I know the Hornets are here. I know there's so many people watching at home. The camera's yours.
No, thank you. Thank you for coming here. Golden honors, of course, my family, my girlfriend that is pregnant. I mean, my partner, otherwise she will kill me. But yeah, I'm sad. It's tough to digest, but thank you to all of you to came here to support us and sorry to have disappointed you.
Thank you so much, Apex.
No doubt the toughest moment that Apex has had to face in terms of this Vitality era. It's not often that we've seen tears of sadness in his eyes. It's mostly been tears of joy throughout this year-and-a-half stint with Vitality. This marks their most disappointing finish at a major in quite some time, Jacob, and you can see written all over his face the disappointment.
I was just about to say, isn't it nice to see a guy who's won it all, who's done it all, who's still that hungry, who's still that emotionally connected to the game. Naturally, it always sucks to lose, and everyone is going to take it in a different way. But this is strong emotions. This is a guy that deeply cares about, you know, the legacy he's trying to build with Vitality, the way that he wants to grow from a loss like this. And you can say and think about Apex what you like. You know, some people like the fact that he's flamboyant. Some people don't like the fact that he speaks his mind. But it's a warrior of the game and a guy who truly, truly, truly still cares about every single time he takes on the server.
I don't think he really has haters. I think the whole joking around, you know, with him and the fans happens, but he's proved that he lives for this game, right, time and time again. He stayed persistent. You can see how much it means to him. And you know, the last time they didn't win a major, they were eliminated by Carrigan. So Vitality either won a major or was eliminated by Carrigan in CS2. And yeah, this has just been one venue where they couldn't find success with this lineup.
I like the rational outlook that he stated there, that they haven't just played good enough. And yeah, they were outplayed by Falcons, and we mentioned it. It could have gone either way. It was slimmest of margins, but look at the stage 3 as well. We've brought it on the desk before, and there were just cracks that were showing, and Falcons were here to utilize it. Even when we felt like Falcons are maybe choking away the lead, or maybe just afraid to close it out, they always manage to do it in a unlikely round.
That's the problem. Like Vitality, that's the third dust too, that they lose in a row. Like they're losing rounds they usually do not lose. You know, the rounds to pistols, the Carrigan USP double kill, the final round that ended with the Monacy 1v1. It's just too much for them to overcome, right? They haven't played their best, and I think they played better than they did in groups, but not good enough to proceed to the semifinals.
These are just such heart-wrenching images for Apex. Like, it's been such a long time to see that level of emotion, of disappointment on his face. I know that we're probably going to be talking about this a lot on podcasts and when we have a little bit more time, but I just want to get your initial takeaway of, okay, that kind of era-cemented discussion versus that of Astralis. Does that still leave it open for debate, in your opinion, Jan?
I think we need to realize that Vitality winning this tournament would have ended all possible debate.
Yes.
Vitality is still probably the front runner for the greatest team of all time, right? The 2 Grand Slams and being more dominant in their wins, and they're, you know, they're not disbanding after this exit.
Hopefully not.
Right? So they'll still be around, and they'll still be in contention come Singapore Major. So I think it just adds a little bit more spice to the conversation, extends maybe the conversation, but this Vitality lineup is far from done.
I just know Dupree is celebrating somewhere right now that his record is not going to be taken.
Yet.
It's a question of time. I think, you know, Apex said it himself, that there's a way to bounce back for something like this, and that is going to be interesting for Vitality, because at this time last year as well, what happened after Cologne, after not winning that tournament? They went on a bit of a spree where they only got into semifinals and only got into finals without winning too many trophies, so it gives us something to talk about at the very least.
Well, before we do put a bow on the final series of today, it's time to check in with our DHL MVP. Now, if you haven't already been using your Twitch channel points, now is the time to put them to good use. 3 possible candidates. And Kiyosuke, has he won you over, Jacob?
Yeah, I think there were moments in this game where he definitely did. He was very explosive, had a couple of entry kills, I guess, and entry sequences in this game where you think that's unheard of, that's not possible, that's not supposed to happen. Also had a couple of blunders, but I think, you know, a game like this, that's going to give him so much confidence in terms of gaining more experience, learning from it, and growing as a player. So yeah, I can see why we have him in contention for the MVP.
The second option that we have got on the table for you is probably going to be the most tempting, I would argue. It's none other than m0NESY Yanko.
Yeah, he stepped up tremendously, especially after that first map. And, you know, he had the WP in his hands. Didn't seem like his team was letting him get a chance to use it on that T side. But once he did, he provided such crucial openings, kept his head in the game in the second half, also instrumental in being able to close out that game. And it's just great to see both him and Kiyosuke have a good series on the big stage.
Our third and final option, Jacob, I'm going to bat this one back to you, because I remember you saying, you know, a couple of years ago, I think we were in IEM Rio, this is the best Danish player, and I laughed in your face. But what about today?
Yeah, how does it taste today, Freya? Who's laughing right now, Freya? I think it's more so a consequence of Denmark being, shithole of Counter-Strike right now, to be completely honest. But Tessus did a great job in this series.
Shout out Tessus and Kerrigan.
Had moments, had moments where he just stepped up, and we didn't even get to talk about the round. This one right here, where he gets the kill. He's on 2 HP. He got Robs in lower dark as well. He saved Falcons in a lot of occasions in this game.
All of these rounds that we've just seen is Tessus being in a position where we don't expect anything out of him, and he squeezes out the absolute maximum. This is, for me, why he deserves to be on the list.
It is absolutely ridiculous what Falcons were able to post up today. All the rounds versus Vitality, and they do get it over the line, which means they are teed up for that semi-final tomorrow versus Spirit. So I guess, Janko, the competition probably doesn't get too much easier if you're looking at that.
It only gets worse for Falcons, doesn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't get easier whatsoever. They've struggled against Spirit recently, and with Kerrigan they lost that final 3-0. And honestly, Spirit is the biggest winner of this 3-mapper, because the Falcons will not have that much time to rest, to do their prep right before they have to go into that second semi-final.
Yeah, of course, second semi-final going down tomorrow. Aurora versus Furia. That is going to be kicking off Saturday's semi-final action. Is there a clear favorite in that one for your money, Jacob?
I think so. You know, Furia is still the clear favorite to me. Aurora has exceeded my expectations. They played better. I would say they can make that game competitive, but I'd be disappointed if Aurora is not winning that one.
What an insane day of Counter-Strike. That is the way you want to be spending your 27th birthday. Some of the best games I've ever seen to go down in the Lanxess, and hopefully that can continue tomorrow into semi-final Saturday. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow.
What are you going to do to win this major, Jovic? We'll buy 6. Look, great work. Let's do it.
I'm still holding on. Take me to the place I dream of. Even after all these years I've gone, baby, I'm still holding on. Yeah, I'm still holding on.
Time running low for Heavy God, but they're giving him the 5. He's come so close in many of these moments. Oh, Hunter's keeping them at bay. Will Hunter's sacrifice be in vain? Donk swings out. Donk does it! But Magix knows that might not make the difference. Gonna back his aim here as all of G2. Boris does it bigger. Boris does it better. spirit, and those semi-finals are right there.
And you've got Tessis and Kiyosuke having to come in clutch immediately here for the Falcons, trying to get back into this retake. But Kiyosuke, welcome to the stage, young man. That's a 4K in the cathedral. Here's your question. Vitality gone. And Zywoo's gone. Goes down, and Kiyosuke delivers on the big stage. Here's the rightful after running. Kiyosuke into the open, blind. Everybody's blind. What? Kiyosuke, will you check? Behind you, Apex is right there, but he's blind again. Kiyosuke, how is he alive? How is he getting away with it? No way! Goes out into the open, so it's all on Monacy. Primes himself, he's ready. They're dropping like flies. Monacy's got both. Flames doing their best, but Monacy's got the triple and forces them away. Out he goes, but Apex will silence him.
This Falcons doesn't lose these kinds of rounds, not anymore.
Not today, but Monacy secures it. This is Counter-Strike. Carrigan gets away with it. Falcons have taken down the world number one.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Eyes wide shut, remembering the pain. Footsteps echo in the floodlight nights. Ghosts in my blood, too tired to fight. Trace my name in the ash on the floor. Still I don't know who I'm aching for. Your hands were fire, but your heart was stone. Now every touch just cuts to the bone. Forgive me, I just needed to hear your voice. There's a siren in my heart and it is deafening, singing circles around a wound. Hello, are you still listening? I was dreaming the other day. There was silence.